peculiar sorcerer navigates the intricacies of a world both familiar and foreign, wherein we are destined to become the protagonists. Chapter 1. Who among you has touched the heroine's hand? Time, 1991. Location, a detached villa in the suburbs of London, England. Characters, Kevin Ollie. Event, a tumultuous heart besieged by wretched teeth. I in the living room. Kevin reclined on the sofa, an ice pack pressed against his swollen cheek, emitting muffled groans. Damn these wretched teeth, Kevin lamented, his frustration palpable. They tormented me in my past life, and now they continue to haunt me in this one. Today, I shall extract them once and for all. I could see that moment. A woman with graying hair hurried down the stairs. Kevin, it's time for your medication, she said, her concern evident as she approached him, administering the pills. Kevin, resembling a victim of relentless torment, feebly inquired, Emma, do we have any pliers? Emma paused momentarily, perplexed. What do you need them for? Taking a deep breath, Kevin replied, help me up, I am determined to remove this accursed tooth today. Smack! Emma playfully swatted Kevin's head, scolding him, stop talking nonsense, no matter how severe it is, you cannot simply pull out a tooth. Disheartened, Kevin retorted, there's an old adage. A toothache may not be a disease, but it can feel like a death sentence. Emma, having heard countless iterations of such sayings, responded, I believe the last time you mentioned it, it was about a headache, not a toothache. With a sigh of resignation, Kevin shook his head, lamenting Emma's limited knowledge. What constitutes an old adage? It's merely an oft-repeated phrase, like if you were selling donkey meat, you might advertise it as a longevity food. If it were fish, you'd say the same, and if it were vodka. Well, let's not go there, ouch. As he spoke, Kevin suddenly shivered, promptly closing his mouth and returning to his moans. Unable to contain herself, Emma burst into laughter at Kevin's predicament. Enough of your ramblings. Look at you now, very well. I shall take you to the clinic. I refuse. Kevin sprang to his feet, shouting defiantly, absolutely not, I would rather endure the pain and go. In truth, Emma had suggested a hospital visit the previous day, but Kevin had vehemently opposed it. Emma pressed, why not? Aren't you in agony, yearning to extract your tooth? Come on, a visit to the hospital will alleviate the pain. Kevin scoffed, Such childish tricks, Put me down, Emma. No, please. Before he could finish his sentence, Emma hoisted Kevin on her back and made for the door, leaving behind a cacophony of desperate cries. In the car, Emma gripped the steering wheel, her eyelids twitching incessantly, and for good reason. The small eyes beside her were fixed upon her intently, a gaze that unnerved anyone. Unable to withstand it any longer, Emma shouted in frustration, Why do you keep staring at me? Kevin, feigning a thoughtful touch to his non-existent beard, replied, I previously heard someone mention that you used to carry loads at the docks in your youth. I never believed it until now. Good heavens, with my stature, you could lift me with just one arm. How remarkable. Imposing stature. Humph, little brat. Emma cast a disdainful glance at the young boy and continued, If you're unwell, you ought to visit a hospital. I truly cannot fathom why children like you dread the dentist. So much visiting one isn't fatal. Kevin mumbled softly, People can die from visiting the dentist. What, just because you're not large doesn't mean you can boast? Have you ever died? Emma inquired with irritation. Indeed, Kevin Ellie had experienced death. More precisely, he had once perished. In his previous life, he was a robust young man from China, born in the spring breeze and nurtured under the red flag. Regrettably, he did not excel in his studies, embodying the archetype of a rebellious youth who prioritized brawling over academics. He was nothing short of a delinquent, always embroiled in fights, pouring all his energy into mastering the art of combat rather than his studies, eventually earning notoriety as a local troublemaker. His father, unable to tolerate this trajectory, intervened, fearing his son would end up in dire straits. Thus, before completing high school, he leveraged connections to enlist him in the military. While the nature of foreign armies remained a mystery, one thing was certain. Entering the Chinese military would transform him. Even a thorny ball could be reshaped into a polished bead. Though coerced, he soon discovered that the military was precisely to his liking, as it fulfilled two childhood dreams. Firearms and fighting, referred to as combat in military parlance. In 01 anticipated that the motivation he had squandered in school would resurface in the military. When he experienced a toothache, he visited the dentist, and coincidentally, the clinic's television broadcasted news about a child who, enamored with novels, leaped from a building in pursuit of transcendence. Not long after uttering those words, it was his turn for treatment. As he observed the doctor injecting an unknown liquid into him, he unexpectedly met his demise. Upon awakening, he had transformed into Kevin Ellie, and upon learning the truth, a shiver coursed through him. So, visiting the dentist can indeed lead to transcendence. Later, he gleaned insights into his current family situation through Emma. Kevin's household was regarded as affluent, a quintessential capitalist family, rumored to possess vast inherited wealth. His parents had passed away when he was very young, leaving him with no relatives, save for a nanny who served as his guardian, resembling a godparent in our terms Emma. Emma had entered the household during Kevin's grandfather's era, caring for the family ever since. She had nurtured both Kevin's father and the former Kevin, dedicating a significant portion of her life to the Ellie family. Thus, after the demise of his parents, she became Kevin's guardian. Although he had a godmother, the situation felt rather cliqued. Furthermore, being an orphan from a starting point akin to a charity home, it was no wonder that people often remarked that only those who had committed transgressions in their past lives would be reborn as the children of transcenders. Starting from a place of hardship, death and misfortune were commonplace. We've arrived, Kevin. Prepare to disembark. Regardless of location, such clinics generally fall into two categories. Either they are devoid of patients or they are inundated with individuals seeking care. The dental clinic before them clearly belonged to the latter, Granger Dental Clinic. Kevin gazed contemplatively at the sign. Indeed, Emma remarked. Dr. Granger is renowned far and wide for his dental expertise and will surely remedy your minor ailment. Let us proceed. As Kevin surveyed the building, he mused to himself, this is rather intriguing. Emma chuckled. Yes, Dr. Granger. Oh, by the way, this is Kevin. Dr. Granger was about to utter a cordial greeting, expressing how delightful it was to meet him for the first time, when Emma gently nudged Kevin, a gesture reminiscent of the way Chinese parents encourage their children to greet others. Realizing the implication, Kevin instinctively approached, extending his hand to Dr. Granger as he said, "It is an honor to finally meet you, Doctor. I appreciate your assistance." Hello. Dr. Granger responded, somewhat taken aback. As a seasoned physician, he had encountered a plethora of children, yet he had never experienced such a mature greeting. Having cared for Kevin for a decade, Emma was well aware of his recent transformation and added, "I apologize, Dr. Granger. Since Kevin's last illness, he has, undergone a slight change in demeanor." Dr. Granger chuckled. That's quite commendable, isn't it? It's wonderful when a child takes the initiative to converse with others. Of course, it would be even better if you weren't experiencing dental pain. Haha. Noticing Kevin's swollen cheek, Dr. Granger made a light-hearted jest, then called out, "Darling, coming." A woman's voice echoed from within, and shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a similar white lab coat emerged, her features delicate and refined. "Oh, Emma, it has been ages." Upon spotting Emma, she approached warmly, then turned to Kevin, smiling. "You must be Kevin." "Hello." One must concede that certain ingrained habits are indeed difficult to alter. "Hello, beautiful." Kevin replied, Dr. Granger observed from the side, increasingly convinced that the boy's demeanor was somewhat amiss. Smack. Emma delivered a reprimanding slap, exclaiming, "Speak appropriately." Kevin could swear he had no intention of jesting or flirting with Mrs. Granger. This had merely been his customary greeting to all young ladies in the past. The Granger couple exchanged awkward smiles, while Emma shot a furious glare at Kevin, who was at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, a voice broke the tension. "Mom, where's my Encyclopedia Britannica? I told you not to tidy up my books." The voice belonged to a girl, presumably of similar age to Kevin, with a somewhat assertive tone, likely indicative of a typical schoolgirl's attitude. A subtle smile crept onto Kevin's face as he thought, "Here she comes." The door then swung open, revealing a little girl with brown hair, and Kevin immediately fixed his gaze upon her, beginning to assess her brown hair, tousled and likely of poor quality. Although her initial impression is rather lackluster, failing to reach the so-called goddess standard often spoken of online, she should blossom with time. The moment the door swung open, she continued, "Mom, did you hear me? I was asking about my..." However, upon noticing the presence of others, she promptly fell silent. Mrs. Granger, sensing the awkwardness, introduced her daughter with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize, this is my daughter, Hermione. She tends to be a bit unruly. Forgive us." Then, with a stern expression, she addressed Hermione. "Hermione, this is Mrs. Emma, and this is Kevin." Hermione cast a discontented glance at her mother, but nonetheless greeted them politely. "Hello, Mrs. Emma, Kevin." Kevin extended his hand and smiled. "Nice to meet you." Hermione shook his hand lightly and replied, "Hello." Beside them, Emma released a sigh of relief finally. The boy was behaving normally. Under the pressure of her mother, Hermione offered a brief greeting before departing, while Kevin obediently made his way to the dental chair, his heart brimming with excitement. Chapter 2. The world seems somewhat different. 1 hour later. "Dr. Granger, thank you," Emma said, leading Kevin towards the Granger family's door. Kevin, with his face swollen to the size of a bun, covered it with his hands. Dr. Granger smiled. "It is my duty. Take care and do visit when you have time." "Oh, by the way, today must be Kevin's birthday, right?" Emma replied with a smile. "Indeed. Happy birthday, Kevin." After receiving Dr. Granger's well wishes, Emma took Kevin and left. On the way, Emma mentioned that his father often suffered from toothaches, hence frequently patronizing Dr. Granger's practice. However, Kevin was not in the mood to ponder familial ties. His excitement upon seeing Emma had dissipated. The torment of tooth pain had robbed him of several nights of sleep. And taking advantage of the lingering effects of the anesthetic, he soon fell asleep in the car. Emma kindly draped her coat over Kevin and bought him a cake en route, as today was April 4th, Kevin's birthday. In the evening, although the effects of the anesthetic had worn off, the pain was no longer as intense, so Kevin lay on the living room sofa, engrossed in a comic to divert his attention. Just as he was absorbed in his reading, the lights suddenly went out. Before he could utter a word, he noticed the faint glow of candlelight as Emma approached, carrying a cake. "Happy birthday, my dear," Emma said with a gentle smile. Thankfully, Emma had always been by his side, and even so, it took him over a year to gradually adjust. The result was that despite having the contemplations of an adult after 20 years of life, Kevin's character resembled that of a teenager. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it was the current Kevin or the previous one, he felt immense gratitude towards this woman. It was difficult to imagine life without her. Moreover, in the face of a child and a substantial fortune, Emma exhibited no trace of greed, caring for him as a mother would, especially towards Kevin, a unique orphan. "What's wrong?" Emma noticed Kevin shedding tears and quickly set the cake aside, asking with concern, "Is your tooth aching again?" Kevin hastily wiped his tears and replied with a smile, "No, I'm just very happy." "Thank you, Emma. Truly thank you." Upon hearing this, Emma's face lit up with a comforting smile, her eyes glistening with moisture as she said, "Silly boy, you're 11 now, a big boy. You shouldn't cry so easily. Come on, let us eat the cake." Kevin had a wonderfully warm birthday. He was genuinely happy. Although he had tried to accept his reality, he previously felt like merely a guest. But today he truly felt he belonged here. Perhaps everything he had experienced before was merely a dream. Now that he had awakened from that dream, his only task was to honor this woman, who was like a mother to him, his only family in this world. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Kevin prepared to sleep in his room, and Emma arrived as usual. Typically, at this hour, she would come in to urge him to sleep, but today she brought a box. "Emma, I'm going to sleep now." "What is that?" Emma approached the bed and placed the box on it, saying, "I have something to discuss with you." As she spoke, she caressed the box as if it were her own child. "It pertains to your parents, Kevin. I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me for not disclosing the matters concerning Mary and Ken." Mary and Ken, the names of Kevin's parents. Kevin shook his head, indicating that he had never blamed Emma. She continued, "In truth, it was Mary's decision. Before her departure, she left a letter instructing me to reveal everything to you after your 11th birthday. In fact, I am a descendant of wizards, or rather, my parents were wizards." Emma was taken aback and inquired in surprise, "How did you come to know this?" Kevin set down the book he had been holding and sat up, saying, "My dear Emma, have you forgotten that rummaging through things is a child's nature? In fact, I discovered this 6 months ago when I inadvertently stumbled upon my parents' notes." Due to illness, Kevin had not attended school for over a year, idly passing the time at home. And it was during one of those aimless rummages that he uncovered the truth. Emma was momentarily speechless before breaking into laughter, saying, "I should not be surprised. You are more astute than Mary and Ken. At times, I even think you." "Do not think like that." Kevin hastily grasped Emma's hand, interrupting her softly. "I know this world differs from what I have known, but in any case, I am Mary and Ken's child, and yours as well, am I not?" Overwhelmed, Emma could no longer contain her tears and embraced Kevin tightly. Kevin had not lied. He had indeed come to understand the nature of his world upon discovering his parents' journal. Harry Potter, a fantastical novel penned by a British author, had suddenly transformed into a tangible reality for him, making him a part of this extraordinary realm. Kevin had never read the book about this world, nor had he seen the film adaptations. However, he had managed to glean a rudimentary understanding of it through popular online videos that summarized films in 5 minutes or less. Many of these videos were remarkably well produced and served as an excellent introduction for those who were not avid movie enthusiasts. Moreover, in the world he once inhabited, many longed for this magical universe, even knowing it was merely a novel or a film, yet still hoping to one day receive a letter from an owl. As the saying goes, I would rather believe myself a muggle than accept that there is no magic in this world. He was aware of a boy named Harry Potter, who had miraculously survived great peril, and of a wondrous school called Hogwarts, where Harry was a student alongside 2 friends, Ron and the girl he had met that morning, Hermione. In fact, prior to visiting the clinic, he had not even known Hermione's full name, and his interest in her had merely stemmed from the beautiful images of her portrayed by her actress circulating online. His parents had studied at that very school, and had even joined an organization known as the Order of the Phoenix to combat a dark wizard named Voldemort, a figure so terrifying that few in the wizarding world dared to utter his name. At first, this seemed utterly absurd to Kevin. Having traversed through the military, the boxing ring, and the battlefield, he found it incomprehensible to fathom such behavior. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this was not the familiar realm he knew. This world had even embraced magic, rendering curses and enchantments quite plausible. Moreover, while Kevin had not extensively studied this world, he possessed some knowledge about the Order of the Phoenix, an organization dedicated to combating dark forces. He could not recall the names of its members, but he was certain that there were no individuals named Kin or Mary among them, especially not those two Ultramen. Nevertheless, from his parents' diaries, he learned that the two of them had indeed joined this organization. Perhaps his own arrival had instigated certain modifications in this world, and coupled with his curiosity about magic, Kevin's desire to explore this new realm grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 3. The Arcane Card of Neurosis. Upon realizing that this world was no longer the one he had known, Kevin tirelessly pored over his parents' diaries and notes, which were his sole means of understanding this unfamiliar domain. From their writings, he discovered that wizards stabilized their magical energies by the age of 11. Prior to enrollment, they could perform basic spells, and many could unwittingly release magical energy. Although he struggled to practice such feats himself, he at least found a plethora of experiences online. Yet, when it came to magic, Kevin was genuinely at a loss for strategies. Nevertheless, he refused to relent. As he would put it, if one were to abandon a quest for mastery simply due to its difficulty, that would be utterly foolish. Fortune may not always favor the steadfast, but undoubtedly, it bestows its grace upon the resolute. On this occasion, Kevin was indeed favored. Most of what his parents documented revolved around their life at Hogwarts. To be honest, beyond evoking envy and longing for that esteemed institution, the diary offered little assistance in fulfilling Kevin's aspirations of becoming a hero. However, after his birthday today, the box Emma had given him contained his parents' notes, chronicling their achievements and insights alongside their wizarding friends. Such treasures would undoubtedly find a place of reverence in the annals of martial arts literature. Kevin had lamented his birthday more than once. April 4th. He was uncertain how Westerners perceived it, but for Kevin, steeped in the traditions of Chinese culture, the number 4 felt inauspicious. Yet today, he found his birthday to be quite delightful. It was a turning point. Kevin's father held an extraordinary admiration for the enigmatic figure known as the Face of Death in the realm of magic, praising not only the spells he had devised, but also his talent in potions and other fields without reservation. Among the notes was a discussion about a peculiar plant they had studied together. In the magical world, both flora and fauna possessed certain magical traits, the most renowned being the Whomping Willow at Hogwarts and the ubiquitous owls. Among these, there existed a particularly unique entity, known as neurosteel, which was not a mineral, but rather a plant akin to Dutch iron. This is a rather unconventional plant, distinct from magical entities such as the willow that strikes or the mandrake. It either stands out immediately or, once recognized, can only be glimpsed briefly. The nerve iron exhibits scarcely any magical characteristics. When wizards first encountered it, they erroneously assumed it to be a mere muggle plant, to the extent that they were reluctant to bestow it with a name. It was not until an unnamed wizard in history inadvertently cast a spell upon the nerve iron that its singular magical attribute, its capacity to store magical energy, was uncovered. To put it plainly, when a spell is cast at the nerve iron, regardless of what incantation is used, it initially displays no effect. This is due to the nerve iron absorbing the magical energy, and after a mere few seconds, it will release the previously received spell. Much like an unpredictable affliction, it is this peculiar nature that lends the plant its odd nomenclature. To the majority of wizards, the nerve iron seems rather insignificant. Its ability to store magical energy for only a brief duration renders it difficult to conceive of practical applications. Furthermore, it possesses no medicinal value and is found in perilous environments, making it arduous to collect. Consequently, ordinary wizards seldom study this plant. Conversely, it is occasionally utilized by nefarious wizards, often referred to as dark wizards. They fashion it into mechanisms akin to landmines. However, due to the nerve iron's unpredictable characteristics, it can easily harm their own kind. Therefore, even dark wizards, if they possess an alternative, tend to avoid its use, with good wizards shunning it and nefarious ones employing it infrequently, coupled with its scarce availability and high cost. The nerve iron is typically only obtainable in the wizarding black market. Yet, this friend with a deathly visage contemplated whether the properties of nerve iron could be harnessed to create an object capable of permanently storing spells, discreetly concealed for use as a trump card during wizard duels, particularly to counteract dangerous incantations such as the Killing Curse. Kevin's father took a keen interest in this notion and meticulously documented the research process. Regrettably, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, they ultimately failed to achieve their goal, producing only a type of stiff card. In his notes, Kevin's father recorded that they had nearly exhausted all conceivable methods, yet could not manage to store spells within the card. A significant quantity of these cards is preserved in one of the boxes left to Kevin by his parents. The cards are roughly the size of playing cards, slightly heavier, and their hue resembles the yellow paper associated with Chinese funerary customs. This creation was a collaborative effort between Kevin's father and his friend with the deathly visage. who ground the nerve iron and combined it with over a dozen potions before finally achieving a stable form. Kevin also discovered the formula in the notes, but regrettably, the names of the ingredients, more bizarre than those used in traditional Chinese medicine, were utterly incomprehensible to him. Kevin possesses a disposition that leads him to act only when he has thoroughly contemplated his plans. Once decided, he is determined to produce something remarkable. After formulating his thoughts on paper, Kevin spent over an hour drafting an entire page of plans. Gazing at the densely filled sheet of English text, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. After this moment of reflection, Kevin readied his tools and embarked on his ambitious endeavor. However, can a child truly grasp what even seasoned wizards like Kevin's father and his associates could not? Under ordinary circumstances, it would be deemed impossible. However, it is worth noting that Kevin is not a child in the conventional sense. Firstly, his mind harbors knowledge that even the most diligent wizards could spend a lifetime attempting to uncover. Secondly, Kevin possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck. Numerous monumental achievements have been the result of extensive research by predecessors, yet often what is lacking is that final, decisive push. This crucial impetus may take a decade, a century, or even longer to manifest. Frequently, what is missing appears to be merely a stroke of fortune. Those wizards engrossed in their studies likely could not have fathomed that Kevin, a novice in magic, would find that final impetus through a film's memory. Chapter 4. The moment of realization. Kevin contemplated various methods, all of which were decidedly mundane. In truth, he was fully aware that such methods would yield no results, as he was currently devoid of magical abilities and lacked understanding of the arcane arts. Yet, it mattered little. He had time on his hands and nothing pressing to occupy his mind. To return to the matter at hand, wizards indeed enchant ordinary objects to endow them with magical properties. However, Kevin could not yet be considered a wizard, nor even a prospective one. Since conventional methods proved ineffective, he had no choice but to explore less conventional avenues. If one were to associate a yellow piece of paper with the fantastical, Kevin could not help but think of the representative of the Maoshan sect, Uncle Gio. Kevin was well versed in zombie films. During his school days, the various small eateries near the school would broadcast a plethora of Hong Kong films on their antiquated televisions, with Uncle Joe's zombie movies being the most frequently shown. A peachwood sword and a few paper talismans sufficed for entertainment in those lean times. Since writing symbols on paper could summon the forces of nature to vanquish evil, perhaps inscribing something on this peculiar metallic paper could also create a stir. Naturally, what transpired in films may not be deemed credible by the average person, yet for Kevin, who had experienced a journey through realms, what could possibly be beyond the realm of possibility? However, a dilemma soon arose. Upon discovering a brush, the provenance of which was uncertain, perhaps purchased by his father or an ancestor, Kevin suddenly pondered, what should I write? A talisman? But I lack the skill. After some contemplation, Kevin resolved to express himself in the most straightforward manner possible. His theoretical foundation was as follows. The articulation of spells would awaken magical energy, which a wand would then guide to release that energy. This card would serve as Kevin's wand, and inscribing a spell upon it might just lead to success. With a sense of self-satisfaction, he thought to himself that if only there were an audience present, he would earnestly invite applause. Kevin selected a fundamental spell, the levitation charm, one that first-year students at Hogwarts learn and is among the most frequently employed spells in a wizard's daily life. Wingardium Leviosa. He recited it once and then began to inscribe it onto the card. Having struggled with calligraphy in his previous life, and now as a foreigner, his brushstrokes were somewhat erratic. Fortunately, writing in the English alphabet was considerably more manageable than Chinese characters, and Kevin managed to complete it with some effort. Though the characters may appear unsightly, the posture must exude elegance. Just as he intended to conclude his final stroke in homage to the esteemed calligrapher, a chilling sensation abruptly enveloped him. Upon completing the last character, the words inscribed on the card vanished into thin air. Before he could ponder the implications, Kevin felt a jolt of electricity surge through his entire being, followed by a sudden thud as he collapsed onto the floor. Sweat streamed down his body. His complexion turned pale, and he gasped for breath, as if some unseen force had drained him of all vitality in an instant. After a brief moment, Kevin managed to rise, stretching his limbs and discovering that his physical condition had returned to normal. Clenching his fist, he felt his strength restored, allowing him to approach the table and grasp the peculiar card. He flipped it over repeatedly, confirming that the levitation spell he had just inscribed had indeed disappeared. Could it be that my Taoist arts from Maoshan are incompatible with magic? Kevin dared not proceed recklessly. Magic, akin to a chemistry experiment, could lead to perilous mishaps with a single miscalculation. His parents' notes chronicled numerous such incidents. How much of this skill remains? Just as the yellow card flew from his hand, a glimmer of yellow light appeared, followed by a sound akin to a laser beam. The light struck the banana on the table with a resounding impact. Bang! The banana exploded, reminiscent of childhood firecrackers, albeit with a rather less amusing outcome. Kevin was momentarily startled by this unexpected occurrence. Is this magic? No, it cannot be. Gradually regaining his composure, he recognized that the extraordinary scene he had just witnessed was undoubtedly magical. Yet it was not a spell in the traditional sense, at least not the levitation spell. Although he had never truly witnessed it, he understood from its name what the levitation spell entailed. The recent incident could perhaps be dubbed a firecracker spell. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to spark a thrill within Kevin. Firstly, he had finally become an individual with extraordinary abilities. Secondly, the mere thought of the myriad spells and the boundless realm of magic sent his heart racing with excitement. The ensuing days were spent immersed in various card-based spells. As the peculiar iron cards in the box dwindled, Kevin began to develop a deeper understanding of the magical cards that had originated from his forebears and were now partly his own creation. For instance, during the initial banana incident, the sensation of being utterly depleted lingered in his mind. Until he unraveled this mystery, he refrained from further practicing his spells, primarily due to the fear induced by that sudden weakness. Though not life-threatening, repeated episodes could potentially lead to unforeseen consequences. Drawing from his cinematic experiences during the first experiment, Kevin chose another essence of Maushan culture, vermilion, as the focus of his next trial. Perhaps due to his fortunate circumstances, the unintended mishap miraculously posed no harm, and the banana was once again reduced to mush. Yet this time, he did not experience the sensation of being emptied. Regrettably, the levitation spell as an experimental objective still did not succeed. However, he did manage to successfully execute some simpler spells, such as creating small fireworks and repairing minor objects, tricks that might seem trivial to seasoned wizards, yet were undeniably effective in his hands. Inspired by vermilion, Kevin discovered a bottle of a dark, ink-like liquid left by his father, emanating a peculiar scent. Upon conducting further tests, he found this black liquid remarkably effective for casting simple magical attack spells. The incantation he unearthed from his notes is a spell frequently utilized by wizards in combat. Although it is foundational, it is by no means simplistic. In fact, it can be considered the progenitor of all offensive spells. When struck by a pure magical assault, the target is hit as if by a shockwave, powerful enough to potentially render them unconscious and send them flying. By incorporating elements like sleep and fragmentation, it has evolved into the attack spells commonly employed by modern wizards. Utilizing cards crafted from this enigmatic black substance, the spells cast not only exhibit increased velocity, but also possess a basic penetrating capability. Kevin once used it to shatter 2 glass jars, resulting in a stern reprimand from Emma. However, as the size and density of the target increased, the so-called penetrating effect diminished, which Kevin speculated was linked to his proficiency with the incantation. He also surmised that employing different inks to write the same spell might yield varying effects. Naturally, achieving a chemical reaction would require continual experimentation to determine the most appropriate combination of potion and card for ink. Another revelation pertained to the neural iron cards. This magical card facilitated Kevin's learning of spells, allowing him to cast them simply by writing with liquid materials as ink. Initially, he believed he had discovered a significant advantage. Yet, as his research deepened, he realized the process was far more intricate. For instance, he found himself unable to perform the basic levitation spell, as he had never learned it. In other words, while card magic might surpass wands in terms of subtlety, speed, and versatility, Kevin still needed to master an incantation before he could wield it effectively. Kevin also discovered some clues in his father's notes. As he prepared to unleash a spell, an arrow suddenly pierced his chest. With the advent of wands, wizards were able to effortlessly cast magic by merely waving their wands and uttering simple incantations. It was at this juncture that wizards finally managed to lift the immense burden weighing upon them, wielding power capable of enveloping the entire wizarding world. Although the neural iron cards indeed achieved their intended purpose of storing and releasing magic, the underlying principle remained the same. They still required the invocation of internal magical energy. To explain using a Muggle analogy, magic is akin to crafting a handgun. It must be created before it can be employed. Kevin's card magic does not escape this principle. The distinction lies in that the magic cast by a wand resembles a single-shot firearm, with 1 bullet loaded at a time, whereas Kevin's mechanism resembles an automatic pistol capable of storage. Based on his current findings, it seemed that his gun was not merely of a singular variety. In summary, Kevin resolved to become an extraordinary wizard, but before embarking on this journey, he was determined to visit the long-admired Hogwarts, frequently mentioned in his parents' notes. Chapter 5. The Admission Letter. In the days that followed, Kevin finally liberated himself from the monotony that had previously engulfed him. He devoured the notes with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, diligently penning his conjectures in anticipation of validating them upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Gradually, however, the notes left by his parents proved insufficient. It was not that they were overly simplistic, but rather, they were excessively complex. While Kevin's parents may not have been the most distinguished wizards, their experiences, having graduated from Hogwarts and engaged in numerous real-world encounters, were far beyond the comprehension of a novice like Kevin, akin to how even the brightest first grader cannot master advanced calculus without prior study. What Kevin genuinely required were the fundamentals, basic spells, insights into the wizarding world, and, for instance, the materials necessary for crafting magical cards. Following his playful experimentation, the magical cards left by his father had diminished by a third. Although a considerable number remained, there would inevitably come a time when they would be exhausted. The notes documented the requisite materials and the crafting process, yet they lacked information on the ingredients themselves. Regrettably, he had no means to procure these at present, so he resorted to seeking out any schoolbooks his parents might have had. However, all that remained within the home were the diary he had previously discovered and the notes later given to him by Emma. There were no textbooks in sight. Upon inquiring with Emma, he learned that before his birth, his parents resided in another house where most of their belongings were stored, only to be lost in a fire. Fortunately, after Kevin was born, they moved to their current residence, bringing along the diary and notes. Kevin pondered this situation. Had he just arrived, he would have harbored no thoughts of his parents, nor any desire for revenge. Indeed, aside from a self-righteous individual, no rational person would willingly undertake perilous tasks for complete strangers they had never encountered. Nevertheless, Kevin remained enamored with the prospect of life at Hogwarts and the enchanting realm of wizards, a fantastical existence that deserved to be savored. Thus, if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate this skilled player before he respawned, if possible. As more than a month passed, Kevin finally encountered a pivotal moment in his life. One fine morning, as he prepared to step outside for a stroll, he noticed a plump owl perched at his doorstep, clutching a letter in its talons. It was addressed to him from the deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Sitting on the sofa, Kevin once again retrieved the letter, reading it with heartfelt expression and inhaling its sweet aroma. He could almost envision the idyllic life awaiting him within that magical castle. Emma, having witnessed Kevin's rapturous demeanor countless times before, merely chuckled. Did you know, Kevin, that when he first received a letter from Hogwarts, he was just as enraptured? I remember he was so excited that he stayed awake all night, only to arrive at Diagon Alley the next day with dark circles under his eyes. Diagon Alley, Kevin exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa and striding over to Emma. Have you been to Diagon Alley? Emma's eyes shimmered with nostalgia as she spoke. Of course. I was Kevin's guardian at that time, so naturally, I could accompany him to Diagon Alley. To be honest, Kevin, I was even a bit envious of your father. It was truly a wondrous world. A soft laugh escaped her lips. However, the more she spoke, the more Kevin's eagerness intensified, prompting him to ask impatiently, Emma, when can we go to Diagon Alley? The day after tomorrow? His anticipation was palpable. Could we not go tomorrow? Emma chuckled. I wish we could, Kevin. Unfortunately, our guide will not arrive until the day after tomorrow. Intrigued, Kevin inquired, guide? Their essay guide. Muggles, Kevin reminded her. Right, Muggles. Not every Muggle family has produced a wizard. For those families completely oblivious to magic, without someone to lead them, finding Diagon Alley would be impossible. Hence, your school will provide a representative to accompany us. Now, the day will pass swiftly, but before it does, you must understand the importance of rising early and retiring early, especially at school. That morning, Kevin maintained one of his few good habits by going for a run. A sound body is the foundation for everything. After finishing his morning exercises, he quickly prepared breakfast and, together with Emma, set off for Diagon Alley. In the car, Kevin's excitement grew more palpable. The special effects of movies had once brought that world to life for audiences, yet no cinematic illusion could rival reality. The tangible experience was incomparable. From having caught a fleeting glimpse of that world to having long imagined it, he was now finally about to engage with that magical realm in a genuine way. Chapter 6. The Leaky Cauldron and the Child of Dimensions. Kevin was truly unaware of what Diagon Alley entailed, having only heard Emma describe it as a commercial street for wizards, invisible to ordinary people. He was somewhat familiar with this concept, as his parents' notes indicated that wizards employed magic to conceal elements of the magical world. A castle might appear to outsiders as a derelict factory. Emma, what exactly is Diagon Alley like? A commercial street for wizards? I can hardly imagine. Emma pondered for a moment before explaining. You can envision it as a future world of antiquity, where everything seems astonishing, yet the overall ambience is steeped in medieval charm. In any case, you will soon see it for yourself. After approximately an hour of driving, Emma parked the car in a streetside spot. Upon stepping out, Kevin surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Are we here? No way. Observing the bustling crowd and the incessant flow of vehicles, Kevin jested, I must be honest, Emma, if wizards operated a commercial street here, I suspect the rent would be quite exorbitant. The street was teeming with pedestrians, indicating that business here must thrive. Indeed, the thoroughfare was lined with shops, a bookstore, a record store, a fast food burger joint, and even a cinema. While it was undeniably a commercial street, it appeared remarkably ordinary. at least not aligning with the magical wizards Kevin had envisioned. Emma walked alongside Kevin, chuckling, "Don't rush, I believe you'll see it soon." "No need to hurry," Kevin replied. And as they turned a corner, he immediately noticed an incongruous sight. Nestled between a bookstore and a record shop, it seemed impossible for anyone, blind or not, to overlook its presence. A dilapidated sign depicted a vessel resembling a cauldron, inscribed with the words "Broken Cauldron Bar." The entrance was equally worn, and amid such a modern cityscape, it was hard to fathom the existence of such a crumbling edifice. Yet, both bustling commuters and leisurely passers-by appeared to disregard this iconic structure entirely, as if it were a figment of imagination. Emma observed the change in Kevin's expression and remarked, "I think you've noticed it." This was in stark contrast to Kevin's expectations, and with a hint of disappointment, he admitted, "The Broken Cauldron Bar, well, I must confess this is not what I envisioned, Emma. It ought to be called the Rubbish Bar, and the peeling white paint that spells demolished serves as its only sign." Though Emma had visited once before, she too could not perceive this establishment as a bar. As they entered, Kevin's initial impressions were only magnified. It could only be described as dim and dilapidated. Any further description would merely serve to flatter it. This left Kevin disheartened. Although Emma had mentioned the ancient charm of the Wizarding World, his first foray into it felt excessively antiquated. "I now believe it truly deserves the name Rubbish Bar, for this is indeed a crumbling structure," Kevin remarked, surveying the surroundings in disbelief. Inside sat an assortment of peculiar individuals, alongside some ordinary folk, yet the majority seemed reminiscent of a medieval masquerade, albeit a more common version. Emma wore a nostalgic expression. "The last time I was here, Hagrid was still a child. Little did I know I would return with his offspring." Kevin unceremoniously interrupted her reverie, stating, "Dear Emma, I think we should hasten to Diagon Alley rather than linger here. To be frank, the atmosphere is quite unpleasant." Emma chuckled softly, responding, "All right, let us first inquire within." Approaching the bar, the elderly bartender, bald as an egg, resembled a swollen walnut. Kevin had initially thought to order a drink, but upon seeing the bartender, that thought evaporated instantly. "Good day, we are from Hogwarts," Emma politely inquired. The bartender remained silent, raising a hand to interrupt her, and gestured toward a direction. Following his finger, Kevin exclaimed, "What on earth? Is that the elderly version of O'Neill?" Just then, the entrance burst open, revealing a gigantic man named Hagrid, prompting a complete reevaluation of Kevin's understanding. "I am a wizard. My parents did not perish in a car accident, but were killed by a giant chicken. And now I am to attend Hogwarts to learn how to become a wizard." Such a magical explanation was exhilarating for Harry, as he could finally escape the Dursleys. And what's more, a wondrous school awaited him. The highlight was that Hagrid had reprimanded his portly cousin, making this birthday truly perfect. Following a flight on a magical motorcycle, Harry accompanied Hagrid to a dilapidated establishment known as the Leaky Cauldron. This place was entirely different from Harry's imagination of the Wizarding World, yet Hagrid insisted it was merely a pub. They were to await another new student, as arranged by the school. Just as Harry was growing bored, a boy's voice broke the silence. "Hello, do you play basketball?" Harry instinctively turned around to find a child of similar age but considerably sturdier, with golden hair and a look of delight directed towards Hagrid. With a creaking protest from his chair, Hagrid turned to curiously assess this young lad. "Who are you?" "Basketball. What is that?" Kevin had once harbored a fondness for basketball. Aside from brawling, it was his second passion. Given his affinity for violence, it was only natural that his style of play leaned towards the aggressive. For those who grew up during the era of Yao Ming, the term violence immediately conjured images of the indomitable Shaquille O'Neal. Thus, upon seeing Hagrid's imposing figure, Kevin's mind instinctively recalled a famous quote from Haruko Akagi. While Harry and Hagrid pondered the identity of this newcomer, Emma hurried over. "Kevin, I'm so sorry. This is our child." "Excuse me, are you Mr. Hagrid?" Though Emma had never met the towering man before, she recognized him from a moving photograph and instantly recalled the name Hagrid, as both Ken and Mary had mentioned him. Seeing Hagrid for the first time connected her with over a decade of memories. Hagrid rose, introducing himself. "I am Rubius Hagrid, and you are?" Emma pushed Kevin forward, saying, "His father is Ken Ailey." Hagrid's face lit up with surprise. "Oh, you are Ken and Mary's child. So, you must be Mrs. Emma?" Emma nodded, and Hagrid expressed his delight, turning to Kevin. "Huh, how wonderful. Hello, Kevin, I'm Hagrid. You know, I am very good friends with your parents, especially Ken. A remarkably knowledgeable man, alas." As he spoke, Hagrid retrieved a cloth-like object to dab at his eyes. Kevin did not harbor any ill feelings towards Hagrid, but found his attire and hygiene rather questionable. Emma also displayed a hint of sadness, but quickly stifled it. After all, today was a special day for Kevin, and sorrow was unwarranted. "I never expected to find you waiting for us, Mr. Hagrid," Kevin remarked, surveying the surroundings. "Eating in a place like this, it's a wonder one doesn't get an upset stomach." Harry nodded in agreement, as he too found the establishment overly dark and unkempt, especially considering Hagrid's assertion that it was a renowned locale. At this moment, Hagrid concluded his conversation with Emma and remarked to Harry, Harry, come meet your new friend. You know, James and Ken fought together once. Harry Potter? This is Harry Potter. Just look at his stature. My goodness. Are you certain you didn't overlook anything when selecting the chosen one? Chapter 7. The Wizarding Commercial Street of Diagon Alley. Observing the slender boy before him, Kevin felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he did not dwell on this sentiment for long. Once it passed, he redirected his focus away from Harry's physique. Although Harry was taken aback and perplexed by his fame, he had grown accustomed to the reactions of others since arriving at the pub, which mirrored Kevin's own. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry extended his hand with a smile. Kevin chuckled and shook his hand, saying, I've heard so much about you. Kevin Ely. Harry, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, What fame? Since I entered the shop, people have been greeting me nonstop, and I have no idea what is going on. Kevin smiled and responded, After all, you accomplished something that shocked the entire wizarding world. So it's only natural for everyone to react this way. By the way, I wish to do something that may seem a bit abrupt, but I hope you understand. Curiously, Harry inquired, What is it? Before he could finish his sentence, Kevin embraced him. Harry stiffened in thought, Oh no, and quickly asked, Kevin, what's this all about? Kevin, rather straightforward, released him, and Harry noticed that Kevin's eyes were slightly red. Rubbing his eyes, Kevin said, Don't take offense. I'm hugging you on behalf of a bunch of fools. Fools. Indeed, fools. A group that would rather be muggles. Initially, Kevin's curiosity about Harry stemmed from him being the protagonist. Yet, he soon recalled his own past experiences connected to this place, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Hagrid, pleased with the interaction, exclaimed, Haha, Harry, Kevin, seeing you like this truly brings me joy. It feels as if I am witnessing your parents. To befriend someone was a source of happiness for Harry, especially since this was a connection from the past. Even though this new friend exhibited some peculiarities, Harry found him much more normal than Dudley. After conversing for a while longer, Hagrid prepared to take Kevin and Harry to Diagon Alley. Emma did not accompany them. Since Hagrid was leading the way, she felt no need to join. Although she yearned for that world, she understood that she did not belong there. Thus, rather than venture into a realm that was not hers, she opted to buy some food to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the children. Emma departed from the leaky cauldron, while Kevin and Harry followed Hagrid to the pub's backyard. The backyard was modest, cluttered with debris, and after searching for some time, Kevin found nothing but junk and a wall. He could not locate an exit. Hagrid, are you sure we've come to the right place? Kevin inquired. Harry surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Could it be that we need to walk through a wall? Hagrid chuckled. Oh, don't be hasty, children. This is the magical world. And of course, it requires some magic. He then produced his small red umbrella and approached the rubbish bin, muttering, Count up 3 bricks, then down 2. After locating the spot, he sighed helplessly and remarked to the two, I believe they ought to mark this place. Every time we come, we have to count like this. Kevin and Harry watched as Hagrid struck the wall 3 times with his umbrella. Following the 3rd tap, the wall began to tremble ominously. It appeared on the verge of collapse, prompting Kevin and Harry to hastily retreat a few steps. In the next moment, the bricks indeed separated, but rather than crumbling, they rotated and moved apart, revealing an opening. As the bricks twisted, the opening transformed into an archway, unveiling a cobblestone street that wound elegantly into the distance. Disappearing from sight, Kevin and Harry were utterly captivated by the scene before them, while Hagrid grinned and welcomed them. Welcome, welcome to Diagon Alley. Kevin gazed in rapt attention at everything in Diagon Alley. In that moment, the flickering flame of expectation, extinguished by the leaky cauldron, reignited with fervor. Phew. Harry exhaled in relief and said to Kevin, You know, I was quite frightened that Diagon Alley would be just like the leaky cauldron. Hagrid chuckled, Of course not. The two then followed Hagrid into the legendary Diagon Alley. On either side stood antiquated, ancient structures, for those accustomed to the concrete jungle. This truly felt like another world. Speaking of ancient architecture, Kevin had previously visited some historic towns, yet those were built by modern minds and, despite their old-world charm, failed to evoke a genuine sense of antiquity. Here, one could procure quills and ink. Look, there were all manner of magical trinkets available for purchase. Hagrid dutifully played the role of a tour guide, introducing various shops along the way. The streets were lined with vendors selling quirky items. Accompanied by the sounds of lively haggling, Kevin and Harry felt overwhelmed. Everything they encountered was previously unknown to them, shattering the perceptions of the world they had held for the past 11 years. Wow! An owl swooped swiftly over Kevin's head, prompting him to exclaim excitedly. In Diagon Alley, owls were abundant, on the ground, in the air, perhaps tied to the unique postal methods of wizards. At that moment, Harry spotted something and urgently called out to Kevin, Kevin, look over there. Following Harry's gesture, Kevin's gaze fell upon a beautiful broom displayed in a shop window, proudly labeled Nimbus 2000. Harry exclaimed, Did you know, Kevin? I heard Hagrid say that wizards can fly on these. When we arrived, Hagrid was riding a flying motorcycle. Can you imagine? A motorcycle that flies. But I want to experience what that feels like. The notion of flight also appealed greatly to Kevin. He had always dreamed of joining the Air Force to pilot a plane. However, compared to Harry, Kevin's observational skills were notably sharper. He not only noticed the Nimbus 2000, but also the price tag below it. Although he was uncertain how wizarding currency converted, the string of zeros suggested it was far from affordable. Kevin chuckled, "Don't get too excited, mate. I believe this matter is akin to automobiles. With sufficient wealth, one can acquire any type of vehicle. I have heard that there are flying lessons at the school, and I wish to seize the opportunity to try them." Money is not a constraint for Kevin. In fact, if he desired to purchase a luxury car in the outside world, it would be well within his means. However, I am certain that Emma would disapprove if she learned he intended to buy a flying broomstick. Especially considering that the enrollment notice explicitly states that new students are prohibited from bringing flying brooms to school. Upon overhearing their conversation, Hagrid chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, Harry. Kevin is correct. At Hogwarts, you will learn about everything." At that moment, Harry, feeling a bit awkward, glanced at Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, I have suddenly realized a dilemma. How am I supposed to purchase these items? I mean, I have no money." Kevin, brimming with confidence, replied, "That is no issue, Harry. I can lend you some. It's not a problem for me." Harry quickly responded, "No, Kevin. I truly appreciate your offer, but I cannot use your money." Kevin chuckled and said, "What else can you do? Are you going to get a job?" "Harry, we are friends now, and our parents were also friends who fought together. You know, there's an old saying, life is about sharing burdens together." Hagrid nodded appreciatively and said, "You know, hearing Kevin say that brings me joy. That is what friends are for. However, Harry, you need not worry. Kevin doesn't need to lend you anything, for James left some money for you. Right in front of you, Gringotts." Chapter 8, Gringotts. Mining. Following Hagrid's, they arrived at a pristine white edifice, towering over the nearby shops. Its name, Gringotts, was inscribed at the top. Hagrid continued, "Kevin, you will need to exchange some money, for Muggle currency is not accepted here." Curiously, Kevin asked, "Is that so? How is the exchange rate determined?" Hagrid scratched his head and replied, "The goblins inside will explain that to you, though I am not particularly fond of those miserly creatures." "Goblins?" Kevin and Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Hagrid nodded and said, "Indeed, look, those are the ones standing at the entrance." Upon arriving at Gringotts, the two immediately focused their attention on the goblins Hagrid had mentioned, standing beside the gleaming bronze door, dressed in deep red and gold uniforms. They appeared to be the size of elementary school children, albeit far less appealing in appearance. With their dark faces, pointed beards, long fingers, and feet, their expressions bore a semblance of someone who believed the entire world owed them money. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Kevin remarked, "To be honest, I think they shouldn't be called goblins. They should be referred to as monsters." "Why?" Harry inquired, intrigued. With a mischievous grin, Kevin replied, "Because, in my understanding, those who are exceedingly unattractive are monsters, while the beautiful ones are goblins. Haven't you seen on television that attractive women are often called fairies?" Within the Dursley household, Harry lived like a servant, yet he had undoubtedly been exposed to television and naturally grasped the meaning behind Kevin's words. With a chuckle, Harry shook his head and remarked, "I bet you, Kevin, if they hear that, there'll certainly be a few more wrinkles on that face." "Haha, shoo." Hagrid urgently gestured for the two to lower their voices as they approached the grand entrance. "Keep it down. I may not know what you're talking about, but it's best not to let them hear. These goblins are not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, both fell silent. As they ascended the steps to the entrance, one of the goblins bowed to them. Though these goblins were not particularly pleasing to the eye, their manners were impeccable. Kevin surveyed the Wizarding Bank, noting that the silver doors were inscribed with the words, "Enter, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed. For those who only seek to take and do not understand the value of giving, the harshest retribution awaits. So if you are here to seek out treasures buried beneath that do not rightfully belong to you, thief, be prepared to find something far more than just riches." "Goodness," thought Kevin, "this is the most pretentious bank I've ever seen." Once inside, Hagrid whispered to them, "Did you see those words? I told you they're quite stingy. If you attempt to rob them, you must be out of your mind." Kevin replied, "Hagrid, even in the Muggle world, robbing a bank is a serious crime." As they passed through the silver door, two more goblins bowed to them. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand hall entirely paved in marble, adorned with numerous crystal chandeliers that far surpassed the opulence of modern banks. On either side were counters, behind which sat approximately 100 goblins on high stools, busily recording ledgers, weighing coins on brass scales, and scrutinizing precious stones through magnifying glasses. Occasionally, goblins could be seen pulling carts filled with various beautiful stones and valuables. In truth, this was quite different from the banks Kevin had envisioned. It resembled a luxurious pawn shop more than anything else. Hagrid led the two to a goblin counter, cleared his throat, and said, "Hello, Mr. Harry Potter needs to withdraw some money, and Mr. Kevin Alley also requires some currency exchange." Upon hearing this, the goblin raised its head its expression devoid of emotion, and inquired, "Which one of you is Mr. Harry Potter?" Harry involuntarily swallowed hard and nervously replied, "Hello. I am." Before he could finish, the goblin interrupted him, speaking in a voice reminiscent of someone who had indulged too much in pickled delicacies. "Do you have the key?" Harry was taken aback. He had no key. He glanced at Hagrid, who quickly responded, "Oh, wait a moment, let me see where I put it." He then rummaged through the depths of his oversized coat, during which various items tumbled out, food remnants, peculiar hairs, and an assortment of oddities. Kevin could only watch in horror as the goblin's expression turned green, clearly displeased by Hagrid's disheveled appearance. It was evident that these peculiar little creatures had a penchant for cleanliness, as the pristine condition of the bank suggested. "Ah, here it is." Hagrid produced a golden key and placed it upon the counter, prompting the goblin to disdainfully pinch it between two fingers. He then turned to Kevin and inquired, "Kevin Ely, correct?" Kevin nodded, and before he could utter a word, he was startled as a book before the goblin suddenly flipped open with a rustle. The book came to rest on a particular page, and the goblin glanced at it before stating, "Mr. Kevin Ely, you have a sum of money deposited in Gringotts, which I believe you need not convert at this time." "Ah?" Kevin responded, bewildered. "But I have never been here before." "Undoubtedly, it must be a legacy from your parents." "Kevin, this simplifies matters considerably," Hagrid replied. Furthermore, he turned to the goblin, producing a piece of parchment and handing it over with an air of mystery. "This is something Professor Dumbledore entrusted me with, pertaining to Vault 731. Hagrid lowered his voice as he spoke, giving Kevin the impression of engaging in a clandestine transaction. The goblin perused the letter and affirmed, "Very well, I shall send someone to escort you." As he spoke, another goblin approached and led the trio from the hall. Along the way, Harry whispered to Kevin, "What do you suppose is in Vault 731? Kevin shook his head, replying, "I can't fathom it. But judging by Hagrid's demeanor, it seems to be something quite enigmatic. He appears to wish to keep it from our knowledge." Harry chuckled in response, "That's all right. Hagrid, I'm merely curious." Before long, the goblin brought them to an entrance. Upon entering, both Kevin and Harry were utterly astonished. They had anticipated a heavily guarded chamber, but to their surprise, it was merely a narrow stone passageway. Illuminated by the flickering flames of torches on the cavern walls, they observed the steep descent, with diminutive railway tracks lining the ground. With a sharp whistle from the goblin, a small cart emerged along the tracks. Kevin stood frozen, exclaiming, "Is that a mining cart?" "Hagrid, please don't tell me the goblins expect us to mine ourselves." Chapter 9. This damned money is undermining my motivation. Hagrid chuckled, "Certainly not. We are heading to the vault. Just follow my lead." As the cart drew closer, Kevin noted that it resembled no ordinary mining cart. It was spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. Yet, even so, once Hagrid climbed aboard, he left only a scant amount of room for the 2 others. Once the 3 of them and the goblin settled in, another whistle sounded, and the cart began to move slowly, neither fast nor slow. Initially, there was but a single track, but as the cart ventured deeper, numerous diverging paths emerged, causing the cart to twist and turn haphazardly. "My goodness. This twisting is akin to a maze," Kevin remarked. Harry nodded in agreement, saying, "I had intended to memorize the route, but it's utterly impossible." After a while, Kevin felt a cold breeze sweep through, chilling him to the point of squinting his eyes. Opting for comfort, he closed his eyes and settled back. However, he was soon nudged by Harry, prompting him to struggle to open his eyes and gaze at his friend. Harry leaned closer and whispered, "Kevin, I think I just glimpsed a dragon." Kevin felt a bit dizzy from the chaotic twists and turns, shielding his eyes with annoyance as he said, "I really don't want to see a dragon right now. I just wish this infernal vehicle would come to a halt." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle came to a stop. The fairy disembarked and announced, "We have arrived at Vault 521, Mr. Ellery may proceed to collect his funds." Beside the tracks stood a platform, short in length, culminating in a towering iron gate that loomed even higher than Hagrid. The 3 descended from the vehicle, and the fairy, holding a lantern, made her way forward. Suddenly, Kevin exclaimed, "Hagrid, Emma didn't give me a key." Hagrid was equally taken aback, for Emma had not briefed him on such matters either. As the 3 stood in uncertainty, the fairy spoke again, "No need for a key. Mr. Ellery is a VIP client. Please come forward." Kevin chuckled, "Is that so? I suppose I am. Please approach, Mr. Ellery. Place your hand upon the surface." The fairy instructed. Kevin stepped forward and noticed a glass panel at the center of the grand iron door, through which swirling, colorful mist danced beautifully. The fairy reiterated, "Place your hand upon it." With a click, the massive door slowly opened, and a cascade of golden light engulfed Kevin. He nearly let out an expletive, for the sight before him was utterly breathtaking. Have you ever beheld a mountain of gold? A mound towering higher than 2 Hagrids, composed entirely of gold coins, manifested before them. Harry, equally astonished by the golden mountain, gasped, "Kevin, how much money is here?" Kevin remained speechless, dazedly repeating, "It's been transferred. It's been transferred." Kevin's family was quite wealthy, Emma had once informed him that the Ellery family had been engaged in commerce for generations, only to diverge from that path when Kevin's father became a wizard. However, to ensure a steady income, they invested a portion of their family wealth into the financial markets, managed by a specialized financial firm. Of course, all of this belonged to Kevin Ellery, the sole heir of the Ellery family. Emma had mentioned that the Ellery family was quite renowned throughout Britain, as its members excelled in the pursuit of wealth, even leaving behind a family motto, replace nobility with gold. Yet, despite such grand claims, Kevin had rarely seen the family fortune. He seldom handled cash. But now, the sight of gleaming gold laid bare before him was an overwhelming shock for someone who had lived as a commoner for so long. Mr. Ellery, the fairy interrupted Kevin's reverie. Please collect your funds promptly. Hagrid approached with a chuckle, saying, Did you know, Kevin, that your father was quite the entrepreneur in his youth? Among his peers, he possessed the keenest acumen for making money. Kevin beamed with joy. Oh, father, how I resent you. How am I to strive for success? Excuse me. Fairy, how much money is stored here? Additionally, could you enlighten me on the exchange rate between wizarding and muggle currencies? The fairy produced a book from seemingly nowhere and began to peruse its pages, stating, Mr. Ellery, the 521 vault contains 500,000 galleons and 500,000 sickles. Regarding the exchange rate, 1 gold galleon is equivalent to 5 pounds. 1 galleon can be exchanged for 17 silver sickles, and 1 sickle can be traded for 29 bronze nuts. Kevin immediately began calculating in his mind. 1 galleon equals 5 pounds, and there are 500,000 here, which implies that there is a sum of 2,500,000 pounds. Given the exchange rate at that time, 1 pound was worth over 8 yuan, which translates to over 20 million yuan in total. Damn it, this overwhelming figure is undermining my motivation. As for the other silver sickles and bronze nuts, Kevin did not bother to calculate, as they were merely numbers. Soon, the trio boarded a minecart and arrived at Harry's vault number 687, which also contained a fortune of coins standing taller than a man. Although it paled in comparison to Kevin's, it still astonished and thrilled Harry, realizing that he possessed a significant amount of gold coins underground in London. The most joyful aspect for Harry was that he needn't worry about future school expenses. After taking some money, the group once again boarded the minecart, heading towards their final destination, vault number 731. After once more experiencing the caress of the cold wind, the cart came to a halt. However, Hagrid did not allow Harry and Kevin to disembark. When the grand door swung open, Harry resembled a rural goose, stretching his neck to glimpse the treasures within, yet all he found was darkness. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a small paper bag. After a gust of wind outside, Hagrid regained his composure and led the two into a shopping spree, where Kevin and Harry finally witnessed the commercial activities of wizards, distinct from those of muggles. First, Hagrid took them to a clothing store named Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, where they procured the necessary robes. Standing on a stool, a measuring tape would automatically come to measure them, and the selected robes would fly onto their bodies. Should the fit be less than perfect, a pair of scissors would hover in the air to tailor the garment to their size. At the subsequent shop, Flourish and Blots, they encountered an array of peculiar books, some even animated, seemingly alive, with illustrations that moved. Harry was remarkably delighted, while Kevin remained unfazed, as various animated images were far more vibrant than those here. Harry casually purchased several books of interest, one of which was about curses. He chuckled, expressing his hope to apply the contents of the book on Dudley. Kevin, having planned ahead, acquired numerous foundational texts regarding spells and potions to enhance his knowledge, and in a display of bargaining spirit, requested a set of quill and ink from the shopkeeper. At the apothecary, the two procured the necessary cauldrons. The shopping list specified only pewter. But considering the need to create magical cards, Kevin opted for a high-end version made of gold, capable of self-stirring and adjustable in size. Upon seeing the final product, driven by his love for gourmet food, Kevin amusingly envisioned using it for hot pot. Harry, with his newfound wealth, also chose a golden cauldron. Subsequently, they continued to acquire a plethora of items, from scales to telescopes, all of which were entirely unrelated to the Muggle world and their studies. By the end of their shopping spree, they had nearly completed their must-have list, with only the final and most crucial item remaining, the wand. Certainly, one must seek out Ollivander, for although he possesses a rather peculiar demeanor, he is indeed a renowned wand maker. Almost every wizard holds his creations in high regard, as do your parents, you know. Remarkably, many foreigners venture to London solely to acquire one of his wands, eschewing local alternatives, Hagrid explained. Kevin and Harry had long anticipated the acquisition of their wands and were eager to visit the illustrious wand shop that Hagrid mentioned. However, as they passed by a shop called Slugjigger's Potions, Kevin halted. Hagrid, noticing Kevin's pause, glanced at the shop sign and chuckled. Ah, does Kevin have a penchant for potions? Though, at your current level, they may not be necessary. You shall require them only after your studies at Hogwarts. Chapter 10, Ollivander's Wand Shop. After a peculiar shopping expedition, Kevin nearly forgot about the magical ingredients until he caught sight of Slug-Jigger's potions. Even though Hagrid had advised against making a purchase, after a moment of contemplation, Hagrid inquired, "I believe it should be fine. What do you need?" You must understand that certain items, particularly hazardous ones, are off-limits for young wizards like yourselves. Kevin promptly handed Hagrid a pre-prepared list, intending to be forthright. As his parents had alluded to Hagrid's affiliation with the Order of the Phoenix in their diary, alongside their own battle against the mysterious figure, Hagrid glanced at the list and remarked, "Let me see. Oh, this must be Ken's handiwork. He always enjoys dabbling in the odd and unusual. This should be fine. But this is not allowed, and this nerve tonic cannot be found in an ordinary apothecary, nor this one." Hagrid enumerated several items, including the nerve tonic, which did not surprise Kevin, as the names were indicative of dubious substances, such as one called Spider's Head, which certainly could not refer to an ordinary spider. There were also items associated with organs, reminiscent of something one might find in an organ trafficking scheme. After selecting a few disallowed items, the trio prepared to enter the shop. However, as soon as they pushed the door open, Kevin and Harry nearly recoiled. Goodness, the scent within that shop was overwhelmingly unpleasant. Even a garbage dump would be more aromatic. Hagrid seemed unfazed, and despite the overwhelming odor, Kevin purchased the items on his list along with materials he intended to use for ink, scarcely bothering to haggle, and dashed outside. "My word, that smell is quite overpowering," Kevin exclaimed, fanning the air in front of his nose. Harry sniffed his clothes. "I believe my garments have absorbed some of the odor. Perhaps they wish to deter bargaining by creating such a stench." Kevin grimaced. "Next time I come here, I shall certainly wear a mask." A gas mask would be more fitting," Harry jested. As the trio continued their banter, they soon arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, as Hagrid had described. Standing at the entrance, Kevin and Harry felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, for the shop bore little resemblance to the renowned establishment they had envisioned. It was a narrow, dilapidated little store. And most baffling of all was the display window, featuring a solitary wand resting on a faded purple cushion for exhibition. "I believe it would be better if you were to cancel this display window, for its presence only discourages my desire to spend," Kevin remarked. Harry nodded in agreement, then glanced at Hagrid, convinced that any place Hagrid referred to as remarkable should be viewed in the opposite light, such as the wand shop before them and the leaky cauldron they had visited earlier. Upon uttering this sentiment, both resolved not to consume anything from that establishment. After Hagrid departed, Kevin pushed open the door and addressed Harry, who still lingered. "Come on in, don't just stand there. There's an old saying in China. One should not judge by appearances. Perhaps this place holds hidden wonders. It must be a wand inside," Kevin mused thoughtfully. Harry peered inside. "Where is everyone? Is there no shopkeeper?" Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from midair, as if it had materialized from the cluttered shelves. The two were startled, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a disheveled old man sliding down a moving ladder from the back room. The chaos of the shop combined with their diverted attention had given the impression that he had emerged from the shelves themselves. As he appeared, he fixated on Harry, his face breaking into an ambiguous smile. "You have finally arrived, Mr. Potter." Harry paused. "Hello, do you know me?" "Ollivander, Mr. Potter." The old man introduced himself as he descended from the ladder. "It feels like just yesterday that your parents purchased their first wand here." He approached the counter and continued. "Now, Mr. Potter, which hand will you use to hold the wand?" "Oh, splendid. Now extend your arm." "Yes, just like that." A soft measuring tape suddenly took flight, measuring Harry's arm. Harry had become immune to such animated objects, yet he was perplexed as the tape even measured the distance to his head and nostrils. Kevin chuckled. "Goodness. Does acquiring a wand require such complexity? It's more complicated than finding a wife." "No, Mr. Ely," Ollivander replied, addressing Kevin directly. "Your wife may not remain devoted to you for life, but your wand will accompany you until death." Kevin, astonished, inquired, "You know me?" While it was not surprising for Ollivander to recognize Harry, after all, Harry had mentioned that everyone seemed to know him, Kevin did not consider himself notable. His parents were not renowned wizards, yet Ollivander seemed familiar with him. Sensing Kevin's confusion, Ollivander clarified, "No, Mr. Ely, I simply remember each wand sold from this shop. Like Mr. Potter, your parents also purchased their first wand from me." In that moment, Kevin felt a profound sense of respect. He recognized Hagrid's praise of the old man was indeed justified, perhaps even an understatement. To be able to recall each of his creations indicated a level of extraordinary mastery. Chapter 11. You cannot expect me to tolerate a calligraphy brush. Ollivander approached a shelf, rummaging for something. Observing this, Harry leaned closer to Kevin and whispered, "Kevin, perhaps we should change rooms. I find this place rather peculiar." Kevin replied, "No, I suspect this old man may be more complex than he appears. Let's wait and see." Suddenly, Ollivander spoke. Found it." He approached with a box and extracted a wand, presenting it to Harry. Maple wood with a phoenix feather, 7 inches, remarkably supple. Harry accepted the wand, and Kevin stepped closer to inspect it. It seems different from my father's wand. Every wand is unique, Mr. Potter, Ollivander declared, his voice rising sharply as he instructed the bewildered Harry, give it a wave. Startled, Harry instinctively waved the wand, which emitted a beam of light striking the shelf. Crash! The boxes on the shelf exploded into fragments, creating further chaos in the shop. Alarmed, Harry hurriedly placed the wand back on the counter, fearing he would have to compensate Ollivander, while Kevin wore a look of delight. Cool. Incredible power, Kevin exclaimed excitedly, as he had previously been unable to conjure anything at home. Just as Kevin believed this wand was Harry's, Ollivander snatched it away. No, not this one. He resumed searching the shelves. Harry, feeling anxious, turned to Kevin. Do you think he will make me pay? Kevin responded, surely not. Magic can fix everything, can't it? Just like we saw in other shops. Besides, it was he who asked you to wave it. Honestly, I think that wand suited you well. Harry quickly shook his head. Let's forget it. It's too dangerous. Soon, Ollivander produced another wand. This one is made of ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, elastic. Perhaps this one will do. Harry took it, this time more cautious, and refrained from waving it toward the shelves. Crack! A flash of light erupted, shattering a vase. Wow, just like a gun, Kevin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Ollivander re-entered the shelves, this time with a more serious demeanor, and after a brief search, presented another wand. As Harry took it, he noticed a beam of light emanating from it before he even waved it. Unlike before, nothing shattered. Instead, a radiant light enveloped Harry. Incredible. Simply incredible, Ollivander marveled. It has chosen you, Mr. Potter. Noticing Ollivander's expression, Kevin inquired, Mr. Ollivander, it seems there is something significant here. Kevin believed that the previous, more powerful wand would have been the better choice, while the current one, merely glowing, felt somewhat feeble. Ollivander explained, as I mentioned earlier, I remember every wand sold here. Curiously, the phoenix feather in the wand you hold comes from the same phoenix as the one used in the other wand. Only that one, his brother wounded you, leaving you with this scar, and thus that wand was destined to be wielded by you. Harry inquired, who was the owner of that wand? Ollivander hesitated for a moment, seemingly fearful, and replied softly, we never speak his name. Kevin, with a puzzled expression, asked, Mr. Ollivander, is there a curse associated with saying the name of Voldemort? I mean the Dark Lord? In Kevin's understanding, the only explanation for the taboo surrounding the Dark Lord's name could be a curse. It seemed rather ludicrous to be afraid to utter a name. Chuckling, Kevin remarked, perhaps you are right, we are still young. However, I believe you can select a wand for me, can't you? Ollivander smiled in return, saying, of course, please extend your right hand. Kevin raised his hand in response. He went through the same experience as Harry had before, and then the nightmare began. 2 hours. A full 2 hours. Kevin tirelessly waved the wand, feeling as though he had tried every wand in Ollivander's shop. After another half hour, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, is it enough? Why not just pick any wand? My arm is utterly exhausted. No. Ollivander's hair had become a tangled mess from his own grasping, and he resolutely declared, I shall wager the honor of the Ollivander family. I refuse to believe we cannot find one. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea and hurried to the back, rummaging through various items, then emerged holding a cloth pouch. This is... Ollivander gazed at the pouch thoughtfully, saying, this is a creation from my grandfather's era, crafted by a remarkably talented wand maker from our family. In his quest to transcend the limitations of wand materials, he traveled across continents, ultimately discovering a unique wood in a mysterious valley. He crafted this wand, but alas, he never advanced beyond this point, and this unfinished wand has been forgotten here. Unfinished. You can't be serious. I've waited for half an hour, and you present me with merely an unfinished product. Kevin expressed his dissatisfaction. Ollivander fixed his gaze on him, stating, do you remember, Mr. Ailey? It is not I who gives it to you, but rather, the wand chooses the wizard? Kevin interjected. Ollivander nodded. Indeed, come, give it a try. Made of dead wood, 10.25 inches. This wood possesses magical energy, yet it cannot manifest externally, much like a lifeless tree, devoid of a core. Kevin suddenly froze. The notion of possessing magical energy, yet remaining unexpressed, felt all too familiar. Was it not akin to the neural iron card? A profound curiosity welled within him. Ordinary wands seemed incompatible for him, yet this peculiar neural iron card appeared suitable. Could it be that his wand was similarly unique? In the midst of his contemplation, Ollivander drew the wand away, effectively extinguishing Kevin's perplexity from his mind. Kevin's expression was one of incredulity as he glanced at the item and said to Ollivander, Sir, how should I put this? I came to purchase a wand, right? Waiting for 2 hours is no issue. I shall not hold you accountable, but this time. He snatched the object and slammed it onto the counter, exclaiming, You can't even bear to give me a single brush. Indeed, lying quietly on the counter was a brush, measuring over 10 inches. Strictly speaking, it was not a brush at all, but rather a piece of wood shaped like one, with a tuft of wood fibers at the very tip, resembling the bristles of a brush. Why not take another look? I mused, as it seemed he had reacted somewhat when he snatched it from my hand. Kevin chuckled. His laughter filled with joy, before grabbing the brush, tucking it into his coat, tossing some money onto the counter, and storming out. Ollivander, meanwhile, gazed thoughtfully at the door. Chapter 12. A deeper conversation inside the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hagrid's introduction was indeed accurate. The ice cream here was undeniably delicious. With Hagrid off purchasing other items, the two of them took a moment to rest. Kevin took a bite of his ice cream and grumbled, "Indeed, it's infuriating. If I bring this wand to school, I will surely be ridiculed." Harry responded, "I think it's great. Why would you be mocked? Mate, that's a brush, not a wand. Wouldn't people laugh at you for using a brush as a wand?" Kevin retorted, "Why can't I use a brush? Hagrid's wand is an umbrella. I've seen him start a fire with that very umbrella, and he even turned Dudley's bottom into a tail. Hagrid's wand is an umbrella? He must be hiding his wand inside it," Kevin speculated. Harry replied, "So what? I just met someone who uses a cane as a wand. Why care so much about others' opinions? What matters is that it suits you. Just like Mr. Ollivander said, the wand chooses the wizard. Perhaps this wand is the one that's best suited for you." Upon hearing Harry's words, Kevin seemed to ponder something, lifting the brush-shaped wand and reflecting. "I can only cast spells with a magic card, which requires writing on it. I wonder what would happen if I wrote with this. Maybe Harry is right. This one might just be the right one for me." With that thought, Kevin found himself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to create a magical card using this wand to see what effects it might yield. He chuckled and said to Harry, "Thank you. Harry, you're right. Why bother about others? What suits me is best. Even if it can't serve as a wand, I can still use it, can't I? The one with patina." Harry didn't quite understand what he meant by use it, but he was pleased that his friend was receptive to his perspective. "Exactly," he affirmed. "By the way," Kevin put away the wand and sought to shift the topic. "I've heard you mention Dudley quite a bit. You seem to dislike him. Who is he?" Harry sighed at the mention. He's my cousin. I've always lived with my aunt and uncle since I have no other relatives. Dudley often bullies me. I truly despise him." Kevin inquired, "He bullies you? Don't your aunt and uncle do anything about it?" Harry let out a bitter laugh. "They do inquire. But their concern is whether I've washed the dishes properly, and they ask if I've cleaned the kitchen." Kevin seemed to comprehend why Harry donned ill-fitting and somewhat antiquated clothing. However, at least he would be going to Hogwarts, and it would be a long while before he encountered them again. Harry chuckled, saying, "Of course, if they could be even half as amiable as Mrs. Emma, I might feel a tinge of reluctance to part from them." Kevin nodded thoughtfully, responding, "I believe I understand your sentiments. It is indeed not a comfortable environment. Nevertheless, Harry, I must say that while you may not like them, you should not harbor hatred towards them. At the very least, they did not let you go hungry and afforded you the opportunity for education." This perspective was new to Harry. Previously, Hagrid had expressed disdain for the Dursleys and reprimanded Dudley, yet this new friend seemed to approach the matter differently. Observing Harry's expression, Kevin smiled and remarked, "Perhaps in time. You may alter your viewpoint, but I merely offer this as a thought. There is an old adage, do not counsel others to be kind if you have not experienced their suffering. So, do not take my words to heart." Harry replied, "I won't say anything. Everyone's perspective cannot possibly align, even among friends." Kevin found his perception of Harry shifting. Initially, his interest stemmed from the fact that this individual was considered the protagonist. After all, this world bore his name, leaving Kevin with a mere curiosity about him. However, after a morning of interaction, his views began to evolve. The Harry Potter before him, though beset by life's adversities, would voice his complaints, engage with peers, and readily extend friendship to those he liked. Such tribulations had rendered him somewhat mature, making him appear rather ordinary without any extraordinary traits. Yet, it was precisely this ordinariness that led Kevin to refrain from viewing him merely as the so-called protagonist, but rather as an ordinary friend with a unique background. Harry displayed a greater maturity than his peers. Thus, when faced with Kevin's somewhat eccentric demeanor, he found it rather normal. Without the constraints of character archetypes, their conversation flourished, effortlessly expanding from Hogwarts to the enigmatic figure of Voldemort. "I believe everyone must be fearful," Harry remarked. "I recall Hagrid trembling upon uttering that name." Kevin countered, "I think that name must be cursed. If, as you say, it is merely fear, that is truly absurd, immensely so." "Why?" Harry inquired, glancing around and whispering. "He has killed so many people?" Kevin replied, "Do you know of Hitler?" Harry paused, not grasping Kevin's implication, and responded, "World War II? Exactly, how many did Hitler slaughter? Can Voldemort even compare? Yet, Hitler was defeated and took his own life. Were people afraid of him? In a place called the Reich. The songs about the heir could fill an entire album," Kevin jested. "Reich? What is that?" Harry asked, somewhat bewildered. Kevin laughed, "A wondrous place." Harry, feeling perplexed but not inclined to delve deeper, continued, "But Hagrid said Voldemort did not die." Kevin stated, "Perhaps the wizarding world possesses peculiar magic that can circumvent death. So I am inclined to believe this. However, He has indeed faced defeat before, has he not? The first time could easily lead to a second. And haha, the boy who has survived great adversity is right here. What is there to fear? Haha. Subsequently, Kevin inquired with Hagrid about any magical tools convenient for storing items. Preferably portable, as he was not overly concerned about space, just enough to accommodate the purchases of the day. Hagrid promptly assured him that such items are not particularly rare in the wizarding world. Indeed, spatial magic can allow even the smallest objects to be packed within a multitude of items, even humans or animals. Generally, most wizards craft these storage tools themselves. Yet there are shops that sell such items. Hagrid introduced Kevin to one, which offered suitcases that could automatically fold, transforming into a large cabinet when opened. Besides these transformative storage devices, there were also bags resembling ordinary satchels, which, while appearing unremarkable, could hold a substantial amount of luggage. There were waist-mounted options akin to vintage telephone bags, featuring dual inner and outer compartments, both enchanted with spatial magic, allowing for effortless access to the desired items. After placing all his purchases inside, there remained ample space, alleviating any concerns about storing magical cards in the future. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, their excursion to Diagon Alley was drawing to a close. Before parting ways, Kevin extended his birthday wishes and gifted Harry a spatial storage device, which filled Harry with joy and excitement. The two exchanged contact information, promising to meet again in the future. Chapter 13, The Beginning of Dreams. Upon returning to his room, Kevin promptly retrieved a magical card and the wand he had taken out. The material was still vermilion, and Kevin decided to start with the simplest approach. With everything prepared, gazing at the items on the table, a surge of boldness filled Kevin's chest, as if he were transforming into a calligrapher poised to unleash an extraordinary creation. With the brush in hand, dipping it into the ink, he executed the stroke, and at the moment the tip met the magical card, a radiant golden light erupted from their point of contact. In that instant, Kevin felt as though he and the wand were merging into one, a warm current binding them together. The magical card instantly transformed into a small fireball mid-flight, striking the target with precision. The change was delightful. It is worth noting that prior to this, Kevin had only conjured fireworks, but this time it was a bona fide fireball. The writing flowed smoothly, the speed was sufficient, and the power far exceeded that of the brush, operating as if it possessed a life of its own. Kevin then tried other spells he had mastered, and without exception, their effects were amplified beyond measure. Although this wand bore an unusual shape and functioned differently from the norm, it was indeed the wand best suited to him. Glancing at the peculiar wand in his hand, Kevin suddenly felt a pang of remorse for Ollivander. His earlier attitude had been less than favorable, and he silently resolved to apologize to him when the opportunity arose. In the days that followed, Kevin's life became tranquil yet fulfilling, filled with reading and studying, with most of his time dedicated to experimenting with new magical cards. The potion materials he had purchased earlier served not only for crafting magical cards, but also for researching ink. Just as Kevin had surmised, the differing substances used in ink production yielded varied effects for the same spell. Taking the previous fire spell as an example, the power of the wand transformed from mere fireworks into a small fireball. However, when Kevin inscribed with the sap of a dragon's blood tree, the fireball morphed into a sustained flame. Even though the intensity of the flames could be extinguished by a mere basin of water, Kevin remained exhilarated for several days after confirming his hypothesis. Soon after, he began mass-producing, placing the completed magical cards into one spatial pouch, while reserving another for his wand and various materials. Yet, considering the paltry power of the spells he had mastered thus far, coupled with his lack of proficiency in crafting magical cards, Kevin refrained from large-scale production. Upon their meeting, Harry was brimming with excitement, eagerly recounting his recent transformations. The Dursleys no longer dared to treat him as they once did, and most importantly, he now enjoyed a relative freedom of movement. Kevin was delighted by Harry's changes. For both of them, the greatest joy lay in finally having a friend with whom they could converse and confide. Harry had previously lacked the opportunity to forge friendships, as Dudley would invariably sabotage any potential connections. Kevin's situation was not dissimilar. Without attending school and lacking social interaction, how could he possibly acquire friends? From that point onward, the two frequently made plans to go out together, until September 1st, the day of Hogwarts opening. Through Emma's narration, Kevin learned that Hogwarts boasted its own train for transporting students. Departing from King's Cross Station at Platform 9, Kevin was quite familiar with Platform 9, nestled between the 9th and 10th platforms, behind the third pillar, revered by numerous fans as the place where dreams commence. Now, he was about to embark on his own dream journey to this very spot. Due to traffic delays, they arrived at King's Cross Station after 10 o'clock. Although the departure time had not yet arrived, Kevin could hardly contain his eagerness and was prepared to enter early. He initially intended to accompany Harry, but Harry declined. The reason was simple. Who knew when his uncle would arrive to take him? He did not wish to delay his friend and risk missing the train. with all his luggage stowed in the spatial pouch. Kevin felt at ease as he entered the station, holding only a cup of the nutritional drink Emma had insisted he consume. However, he had no desire to drink it now. All he wanted was to quickly locate the legendary Platform 9. First platform, second platform, ninth platform, first pillar, second pillar, third pillar. He had arrived. The fabled place, yearned for by countless individuals, where dreams began, and he now stood before it. This pillar was undeniably renowned. Yet from any angle, it appeared utterly ordinary. Within the station, there were countless such pillars. He also felt fortunate to have informed Harry of the method to enter the station in advance. Otherwise, he would likely have missed the train. Approaching the pillar, Kevin reached out and found his entire arm passing through the wall. He quickly glanced around, noting that, much like in the leaky cauldron, none of the passers-by seemed to notice this peculiar occurrence. It appeared that magic had been cast here as well. Subsequently, Kevin strode forward, stepping into the column, initially enveloped in darkness. After a few steps, the scene before him blossomed into clarity, revealing a bustling platform. Gazing upwards, he noticed the sign reading Platform 9 3/4, while behind him stood an archway through which a steady stream of people flowed. To his left, the renowned steam locomotive, the Hogwarts Express, awaited on the tracks. The platform was already teeming with students. Some, like him, gazed in astonishment at the surroundings, while others strolled leisurely, likely upperclassmen. There were also several parents present, comprising both wizards clad in robes and pointed hats, as well as muggles dressed in ordinary attire. With a sudden, urgent whistle, the steam locomotive announced its readiness for departure, prompting a number of students to board. Just as Kevin prepared to embark, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Kevin, mate. As Chapter 14, the Hogwarts Express unfolds, it becomes evident that, despite his uncle's reluctant agreement to accompany him to the station, he had not been late. Moreover, thanks to Kevin's prior guidance regarding the location and entry method for Platform 9 3/4, Harry effortlessly located it. Upon entering the station, Harry felt a similar thrill to that which he had experienced upon first entering Diagon Alley. His eyes were wide with wonder. As he glanced around, he spotted Kevin, who was about to board. Kevin, mate, he shouted, clutching the cage that housed Hedwig. Upon recognizing Harry, Kevin smiled and replied, Hi, mate. I'm so glad you made it on time. But what is up with that giant bird cage? Hedwig, being an owl, required a cage far larger than the dainty ones typically carried by bird enthusiasts, and this one was nearly half Harry's height. Harry explained, All my other belongings are in the bag you gave me, but I didn't dare put Hedwig in there. After all, she's not just a cauldron or some clothes. Kevin scanned the area and reassured him, No worries. There are attendants here who handle students' luggage. I'm sure they can take care of your owl. The two then approached a conductor, entrusted Hedwig to his care, and boarded the train. Although the train was an old-fashioned steam locomotive, its interior was quite luxurious, predominantly featuring private compartments. Therefore, Kevin did not have to endure the previous experience of lugging around baggage in a crowded train while searching for a seat. However, their tickets did not indicate specific seat numbers, necessitating a search for available spots. Fortunately, as this was the exclusive Hogwarts school train, the institution had presumably prepared ample seating, sparing them the misfortune of standing room only. Quick, Kevin, there's an empty seat over here, Harry soon exclaimed, leading them to an unoccupied compartment where they settled in. Harry, brimming with excitement, eagerly surveyed their surroundings. Noting his enthusiasm, Kevin chuckled, Calm down, Harry. We'll be living at Hogwarts for 7 years. We'll have plenty of opportunities to ride this train. Don't get so excited that you faint. The compartment was devoid of other passengers, allowing the two to converse freely and dream about life at Hogwarts. Just as their animated discussion reached a fervent pitch, accompanied by the sound of a steam whistle, the train began to move. The two of them almost simultaneously turned their heads towards the window, both curious about where this clandestine train would ultimately lead them once it departed. The train swiftly exited the station, and they realized they were still within the confines of London. However, much like the Broken Cauldron pub, the passers-by outside seemed oblivious to the train's presence. Half an hour later, as they left London, a picturesque expanse of farmland unfolded before their eyes, followed by rolling hills. Kevin discerned that the train's route was deliberately designed to avoid populous areas. Nevertheless, there was an advantage to this. The scenic beauty of the countryside, with its landscapes, mountains, and lakes, was truly captivating, an experience unattainable in the bustling city. As the two conversed on various topics, a voice suddenly interrupted their discussion. Excuse me, may I sit here? Everywhere else is full. A boy, with hair like flames and striking blue eyes, stood awkwardly at the doorway, seemingly of their age. Observing this, Kevin welcomed him. You're more than welcome. It's just the two of us here. Please, come in. The boy sighed in relief and entered with a smile. Thank you so much. I thought I would have to stand all the way to school. Not at all. Kevin chuckled. Are you a new student as well? After sitting down, the boy responded. Yes. Oh, by the way, I'm Ronald Bilious Weasley. You can call me Ron. Harry remained indifferent, but Kevin began to scrutinize Ron intently. Recognizing him as one of the few he knew, Ron noticed Kevin's gaze and, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, said, is there something wrong with me? Kevin, realizing the misunderstanding, laughed and offered him a tissue. Here, wipe your nose. There's a bit of dirt. Oh, is that so? Ron quickly took the tissue and cleaned himself. I'm Kevin Ally. Kevin introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you, Ron. We'll be classmates, so please take care of me. Ron, with a thump on his chest, replied confidently, no problem. You know, I have 5 brothers at Hogwarts. I'm quite familiar with it. Sorry for not asking earlier. Harry, unbothered by the conversation, smiled and said, hello, Ron. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Harry Potter. Upon hearing Harry's name, Ron became visibly excited, his eyes widening and mouth covering in disbelief as he stammered, Harry Potter. You mean, you're Harry Potter? Merlin's beard. Yes, it's true. They mentioned Harry Potter would be attending, Ron continued, cautiously glancing at Harry's forehead. Do you really have that scar? With a grin, Harry brushed his hair back, revealing the iconic lightning-shaped scar. Wow, that is so cool, Ron exclaimed. Although Harry was accustomed to the attention, he still felt uncomfortable with others staring at him. Observing this, Kevin interjected, Ron, is your family full of wizards? Please tell us about life in a wizarding family. We're quite interested, aren't we, Harry? Of course, Harry replied, nodding appreciatively towards Kevin. Ron eagerly began to narrate his experiences, filled with humorous anecdotes. From his words, the two learned that the Weasley family was pure-blooded. Kevin had read about purebloods in the books he purchased in Diagon Alley, referring to families whose lineage consisted entirely of wizards for generations. Like those ancient families in the Muggle world, pureblood families are generally quite affluent. However, it is evident that the Weasley family stands as an exception. From Ron's descriptions, it is apparent that their living conditions are rather dire, even verging on desperate. Ron has 5 brothers and 1 sister. Among them, the eldest and second eldest have already graduated from Hogwarts, while the remaining 3 brothers are still enrolled, with the third brother, Percy, serving as the head boy and president of the Boy Student Council. Yet, this distinction seems to bring Ron little pride. Rather, it burdens him with distress. In his own words, he laments that everything he possesses has previously been used by his brothers, including his pet rat, which was handed down to him. As the 3 converse, a voice calls from the entrance, snack boxes, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, snacks, drinks, sandwiches. Come, open the door. An elderly woman pushing a cart laden with food approaches them and asks, would you like to purchase some snacks, children? Kevin chuckled at the sight, noting that snack trolleys are a universal feature on trains. However, he quickly reasoned that it was only natural, considering they would not arrive at Hogwarts until evening. Oh, no, Ron exclaimed, awkwardly producing a package of unknown food and saying, thanks, but I brought my own. Despite his words, his eyes betrayed a sincere hunger, fixated on the delectable treats. Kevin, noticing this, grinned and confidently produced a handful of galleons, proclaiming, we'll take them all. Harry, aware of Kevin's family circumstances, was not surprised by his extravagant gesture, but Ron was taken aback by such lavish spending. The elderly woman, of course, was delighted and left the cart with them. Kevin handed Ron an unfamiliar snack, saying, here, eat up, it's on me. Ron swallowed hard, feeling somewhat bashful as he replied, no, it's all right, thank you. Take it. Kevin insisted, thrusting the snack into Ron's hands. We'll soon be classmates. There's no need to be so formal. It's just a bit of food. Besides, I'm curious to try what you have. How different could wizarding food be from ours? Upon hearing Kevin express interest in his food, Ron eagerly handed over his package while unreservedly indulging in the snack Kevin offered, enthusiastically introducing the wizarding delicacies to the two. Kevin, what you have is Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Be cautious, as there are many flavors. Kevin tried one and promptly spat it out, a strong taste of lamb wafting in his mouth. These beans lived up to their name, offering not just conventional flavors like chocolate mint and milk, but also bizarre ones such as raw lamb and mustard, even nosebleed. Kevin simply could not fathom the wizard's tastes. Mustard and pepper were palatable enough, as they at least fell within the realm of spicy foods, but who in their right mind would choose to eat something resembling nosebleed? Ron, look, a frog just jumped out, Harry exclaimed in astonishment. They all turned to see a black frog appear at the window, then leap and vanish into the night. Chocolate frog, Ron remarked nonchalantly. The poor creature can only jump once. I quite enjoy them, though many buy them to collect the cards of famous wizards. Harry then noticed an elderly gentleman with a white beard on the card, with an introduction on the reverse side. The number of wizards Harry was familiar with could hardly fill a hand, yet coincidentally, he recognized this one. It was Dumbledore, just like the cards collected from the Muggle world. These cards also contained relevant biographies on the back. Harry read aloud, Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of contemporary times. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and achieving remarkable success in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore has a fondness for chamber music and the game of gobstones. What is gobstones? Kevin pondered before suggesting, is it bowling? I'm not sure. I already have 6. Ron proudly declared. Just 9 more, and I'll have the complete set. Harry opened several more chocolate frog boxes, intrigued by the cards. However, Kevin did not eat a single one, for although the frogs were merely enchanted chocolate, they were still animated. And he wasn't one to casually put anything into his mouth like Bear Grylls. The trio was enjoying their snacks when suddenly, a familiar face approached, surprising Kevin. Chapter 15, The Aroma of the Corrupt Nation. As previously mentioned, Kevin's understanding of this world was painfully limited, recognizing only a few individuals. Ron. Regarding him, Kevin knew nothing beyond the name, only recognizing him when he introduced himself. Even the protagonist Harry left little impression on Kevin aside from his name. But Hermione was a different story. The reason was simple. The actress portraying Hermione was remarkably beautiful, and as a typical young man, Kevin's attention naturally gravitated towards beauty. At that moment, standing at the compartment's door was indeed Hermione. You can't see a toad, can you? It's you. Hermione remarked upon recognizing Kevin. You are the one who visited my house to see the dentist. Kevin Ollie. He smiled, introducing himself. Hermione nodded. Hello, Kevin. I didn't expect you to be a student at Hogwarts. Are your parents wizards? Kevin replied, my mom and dad are wizards, but Emma isn't. And this is Ron Weasley. He comes from a wizarding family. As for this one, if you know a bit about the history of the magical world, you must have heard of Harry Potter. Oh my goodness, you are Harry. I've heard about your exploits. After hearing Kevin's introduction, Hermione promptly took a seat and began to chatter incessantly. She claimed to be of Muggle descent, yet her knowledge of the magical world and various wizarding lore was astonishingly extensive. Ron was not particularly fond of this somewhat overbearing young lady and sought to diminish her arrogance regarding wizardry, but to his surprise, once she opened her mouth, he found himself completely overshadowed. Hermione's profound knowledge of the history of pure-blood wizards left Ron questioning his existence, particularly as she occasionally tossed out a few challenging inquiries. Strangely enough, while he recognized each word Hermione uttered, the amalgamation of them left him utterly perplexed. Coupled with Hermione's incredulous expression, are you truly from a wizarding family? Ron felt a wave of embarrassment that nearly compelled him to leap from the train. Fortunately, Kevin's inquiry rekindled her focus on the purpose of their journey. Hermione stood and declared, if you encounter a toad, please deliver it to carriage number 20, that is Neville's pet. Additionally, I advise you to don your robes, as we are approaching our destination. Farewell. With that, she exited. Phew. The 3 of them simultaneously exhaled in relief. Observing the situation, Kevin chuckled wryly. Goodness. Is this what it means to be a top student? Ron, you truly are a source of embarrassment, lacking an understanding of magic that even a Muggle possesses. Now comfortable with the 2 others, Ron retaliated. Oh, come on, Kevin. You are also a Muggle. Why don't you display a similar, annoyance? Curious, Harry inquired. How do you know her, Kevin? Kevin explained, their family runs a dental practice, quite renowned in our area. I went there for treatment when I had a toothache. Before Harry could ask anything further, Ron interjected, let us not discuss her any longer. Merlin help us. I hope I am not sorted into the same house as her. Subsequently, Ron regaled the others with tales of the 4 houses at school, his enthusiasm palpable just as the compartment door swung open once more. This time, 3 boys entered. Leading the trio was a pale-faced boy with a sharp chin, blonde hair, and gray eyes, exuding an air of arrogance. The other 2 boys, shorter and stockier, flanked the pale boy, resembling his bodyguards. Assuming they were there to find seats like Ron, Kevin politely remarked, I don't believe there's enough room for all of you. Is that so? The lead boy interrupted Kevin rudely, striding into the compartment and directing a question at him. Is it true that everyone in this carriage is talking about Harry Potter? Is that you? Kevin and Ron turned their gazes to Harry, with Kevin asking, Harry, is this your friend? Harry, disliking the boy's tone, patiently replied, I am Harry Potter. May I inquire what you want? Oh, the boy responded casually, this is Crabbe, this is Goyle, and I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Blimey. Initially, Kevin was slightly irritated by the haughty boy, resolved to discipline the trio if they continued their arrogance. However, upon hearing the name Malfoy, he felt a surge of excitement. Glancing between Harry and Malfoy with keen interest, Ron nearly burst into laughter, finding Malfoy's introduction quite amusing. Malfoy's gaze fixed on Ron, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You find my name amusing, do you? It's clear who you are, red hair, a face full of freckles, and too many siblings to support. You must be a Weasley. Then Malfoy addressed Harry, saying, Potter, if I were you, I would exercise caution, for you shall soon discover that certain wizarding families are far superior to others. You wouldn't wish to associate with those who are different, would you? I could assist you in this matter. With that, he extended his hand, seeking to shake Harry's. If Harry had previously felt merely indifferent towards Malfoy, this remark transformed that sentiment into outright disdain. Having faced discrimination from the Dursleys, Harry harbored a strong aversion to those who belittled others, thus he ignored Malfoy, I believe I can discern who is different. Thank you very much. Malfoy, visibly incensed, turned pale with a slight flush and stood there glaring at Harry, who returned his gaze without any semblance of politeness. Just as they were locked in this silent standoff, suddenly, a melodious voice resonated. It is you who made me see a flower bloom in a desolate desert. It is you who inspires me to compose a love song for you each day, with the most romantic chorus. You too softly echoed, your gaze steadfast in our choice. An exotic melody filled the air, causing everyone in the compartment to turn towards the source of the sound, where they beheld Kevin, reclining against the seat, wearing a knowing smile as he observed Harry and Malfoy. Kevin, what on earth is going on? Harry inquired, feeling somewhat unnerved by the attention. Malfoy regarded the others in the compartment as peculiar, the atmosphere becoming suffocating. Casting a disdainful glance at the three, he departed with his two bodyguards. Once they were gone, Harry asked, Kevin, what was that song you just sang? Kevin chuckled awkwardly. That was a song my friend from the East taught me. It means to combat the vile. Oh no, I mean evil. Yes, to combat evil. Kevin possessed some knowledge of Malfoy, though it was not about the individual himself, nor related to the film's plot, but rather from a group of online enthusiasts who had paired Malfoy and Harry together, even editing clips to create a rather pink-hued visual. Thus, upon hearing Malfoy's name and witnessing their mutual glances, Kevin couldn't help but break into song. Ron remarked, that's a clever strategy. I should learn other languages too, so I can curse someone like Malfoy. Kevin, that's a brilliant idea. Sighing, Kevin thought to himself how naive he was. However, Harry remained skeptical of Kevin's words. Really? But it sounded rather romantic to me. By the way, Ron, do you know that lad from earlier? Kevin employed a diversionary tactic. With Ron's comment, Harry silently prayed that he would not be sorted into Slytherin. Chapter 16, The Lake Ceremony. Unlike Ron, Kevin was not as sensitive or averse to Slytherin. He did not subscribe to the notion that an entire house could be composed solely of rogues. After all, had not their own team once included some scoundrels and traitors? As for Malfoy, although Kevin disapproved of his behavior today, he did not simplistically categorize him as a villain. The train continued its journey, and outside, dusk was settling in. According to Hermione, they would soon need to don their robes upon arrival, yet there remained a plethora of snacks yet to be devoured within the compartment. However, Kevin soon realized that there was no need to worry about the matter, for with Ron no longer being a distraction, he began to indulge in a feast of nourishment, all the while seamlessly introducing his pet mouse to the two. At that moment, Kevin couldn't help but think that if live streaming existed in their world, he would certainly persuade Ron to embark on a food broadcasting venture, as this fellow's dining habits and his pet were undeniably internet sensations. Gradually, the scenery outside the train window became indistinct in the encroaching darkness, the sky transforming into a deep shade of violet. The train began to decelerate. And just as Ron finished his last chocolate biscuit, a voice echoed within the carriage. We shall arrive at Hogwarts Station in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the carriage. It will be collected and delivered to the school in due course. Kevin was intrigued by the source of the voice. It was loud, yet did not resemble a typical announcement. Ron elucidated his confusion, explaining that it was a sonorous charm, specifically designed to amplify sound. If previously Kevin had equated magic with superpowers based on his parents' accounts, learning about a spell like the sonorous made him feel that magic was akin to the legendary arts of Taoism, capable of transforming the mundane into something astonishingly extraordinary, whether in battle or daily life. 5 minutes later, the train began to slow considerably, the sound of metal scraping against the tracks resonating through the air, and shortly thereafter, the train came to a halt. The three of them, now clad in their robes, disembarked from the train. One of the advantages of traditional trains was that each compartment had a door, allowing passengers to exit directly upon arrival rather than traversing the entire carriage to a designated exit point. By now, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings, and the September evening bore a slight chill, though the robes provided a comforting barrier against the autumn air. As Kevin stepped off the train, his heart raced with excitement. He had finally arrived in the enchanting world of magic. The station, though not luxurious and somewhat simplistic, resembled an ancient village. Yet Kevin was captivated as he surveyed his surroundings. First years, hurry along. Don't be shy, come this way. A gruff voice called from ahead. A dim lamp flickered above the students' heads, swaying side to side. Although the figure's face was obscured, Kevin and Harry recognized him by his towering stature. They approached. Hi, Hagrid. Hagrid looked down, and upon recognizing their faces, beamed. Ah, Harry, Kevin, it's splendid to see you again. Ron followed suit, utterly awestruck by Hagrid's imposing form, exclaiming, wow, you're enormous. Hagrid, slightly displeased by Ron's exclamation, quickly understood upon noticing his shock of red hair, chuckling. Ah, you must be one of the Weasley clan. Do you know me? Ron inquired. Hagrid smiled wryly. No, but I'm acquainted with your brothers. It took considerable effort to keep them out of the Forbidden Forest. Despite having 5 brothers, Ron instantly recognized whom Hagrid was referring to and offered an awkward chuckle. The first-year students continued to disembark from the train, and Hagrid addressed the trio. "You three, come along with the others." He then bellowed, "First years, follow me." The newcomers stumbled along a narrow and steep path, following Hagrid into the enveloping darkness. The students remained closely huddled together, speaking little. As they progressed, Hagrid turned to them and said, "Stay close, children, just around the bend. You will soon witness Hogwarts for the very first time." As they rounded the narrow descent, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them, a vast, dark lake. However, it was the magnificent castle perched across the water that truly captivated their awe. The imposing structure rested between two towering mountains, its windows glimmering brilliantly beneath the starry sky. This enchanting scene was mirrored upon the lake's surface, merging artifice and nature into a grand tapestry. Amidst the marvel of the exquisite night, Kevin found himself pondering why first-year students were brought to the lakeside. Was it merely to admire the nocturnal beauty of Hogwarts, or was there some peculiar ritual involved? He turned to Ron and asked, "Ron, why is it only the first-year students?" "This is Hogwarts Lake Crossing Ceremony," Ron explained. "All first years must traverse the lake by boat to reach the castle. It emulates the journey of the four great wizards, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, when they first arrived at Hogwarts." Kevin nodded, poised to respond, when he noticed Ron's incredulous expression as he asked, "Is it really just a simple crossing? No battling any monsters?" Hermione shot him a look of disdain before resuming her conversation with a nearby girl. Ron appeared quite agitated, though his ire was not directed at Hermione. Instead, he vented to Kevin and Harry. "Those insufferable Fred and George told me the lake crossing ceremony involves fighting a monster." Kevin and Harry erupted into laughter. Ron was indeed quite gullible. The notion of battling a creature was absurd. What school would subject its newcomers to such peril? "Everyone, pay attention. This is where you board the boats. Each boat can only accommodate 4 people, so please do not crowd." Hagrid's voice boomed once more. The group boarded the small boats in an orderly fashion. Kevin, Harry, and Ron shared a boat with another first year, while Hermione took a seat in the adjacent vessel. After a moment, Hagrid, already seated in their boat, inquired, "Is everyone aboard?" "We are ready to depart." With Hagrid's considerable size occupying 2 seats, Kevin felt a twinge of sympathy for the 2 new students sharing their boat, who appeared rather apprehensive. The small boat seemed overwhelmed by Hagrid's imposing presence. As Hagrid confirmed their readiness, the boat began to glide across the still, dark waters without any visible means of propulsion or a rower. Initially, the first years felt a twinge of anxiety, but as the castle of Hogwarts drew nearer, they relaxed, marveling at the beauty unfolding before them, except for the 2 passengers who remained anxious about the potential for their boat to capsize under Hagrid's weight. Chapter 17, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Approximately 10 minutes later, a small boat carried a group of new students across a steep cliff, beneath which lay a waterway largely concealed by verdant vines. After navigating over 200 meters along the waterway, they arrived at an underground harbor. Upon disembarking, Hagrid guided them up a flight of steps, and upon reaching the top, they found themselves standing before the grand oak doors of an ancient castle. Before the doors stood a lady clad in an emerald green robe, appearing to be in her 60s. Hagrid approached her, saying, "Hello, Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here." Professor McGonagall replied, "Thank you, Hagrid, I will take them inside." After fulfilling his duty, Hagrid waved goodbye to Kevin and the others and departed. While the new students faced their first teacher at Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall, Professor McGonagall remained silent, surveying them intently. It was a form of magic employed by all teachers, capable of silencing a rowdy crowd with mere glances. Kevin and his companions experienced this firsthand, as the previously boisterous throng fell into an immediate hush under McGonagall's penetrating gaze. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall finally spoke, though her expression remained stern. "In a short while, you will pass through this door to join your fellow students. But before the start of term feast, you will undergo the sorting ceremony. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time here, this will be your home. Exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while poor conduct will result in deductions, directly influencing the outcome of the House Cup at the year's end. I hope you all." As Professor McGonagall spoke, Kevin scrutinized her closely and suddenly shivered. In that instant, he envisioned the teachers he once regarded as nightmares. And without a doubt, this unyielding Professor McGonagall gave Kevin the impression of a teacher feared by both diligent and wayward students alike. Professor McGonagall briefly outlined the school's circumstances, and the new students listened attentively. Just then, a voice exclaimed, "Trevor." Instinctively, Kevin glanced around, pondering, "Wacko, did someone bring a dog?" He then witnessed a shadow dart to Professor McGonagall's feet, excitedly clutching a toad. A plump boy, presumably Neville, the one Hermione had helped search for his pet in the carriage, emerged. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his antics, and Neville quickly realized that this setting was not conducive for introductions, hastily apologizing to a bewildered Professor McGonagall. "I'm sorry, Professor. Hermione paused for a moment, inquiring. Is there a problem? Sighing, Kevin replied, nothing. Thankfully my pet hasn't been taken. With a discreet cough, Professor McGonagall restored order. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please follow me inside. As she spoke, the grand doors opened automatically, and the students followed her into the hall. After passing through several doors, they finally arrived at the venue for the sorting ceremony, an enormous dining hall. The long tables were arranged in 4 rows, each adorned with the banners of their respective colleges, red and yellow, yellow and black, blue and bronze, and green and silver. Beneath them sat the students of various colleges, while the faculty members occupied the front. Kevin cast a cursory glance before being captivated by the ceiling above. It was impossible not to be drawn to it. Candles floated in midair, but the most astonishing aspect of this dining hall was its ceiling, which resembled a charming night sky. Indeed, it was a night sky, complete with fluffy white clouds and a hidden moon. The new students, including Kevin, gazed in awe at the ceiling, and despite their previous encounters with magic, they were still mesmerized by this extraordinarily unconventional ceiling design, as if they had stepped into a fairy tale. Kevin expressed his admiration sincerely. Just as he was lost in wonder, Harry's remark brought him back to reality. No way. The dining hall at Hogwarts is actually outdoors? Harry nodded in realization, and Kevin excitedly responded, you know what? I'm already looking forward to my days here. Believe me, it's going to be fantastic. On the other hand, Ron was not as exhilarated as Kevin and the others. He surveyed the surroundings anxiously, saying, guys, aren't you worried about the sorting ceremony? Why worry about that? Is there going to be an exam or something? Kevin teased. At that moment, Hermione, embodying her scholarly persona, interjected, of course, there's no exam. Though I think it's quite reasonable. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts only requires you to wear the sorting hat. Haven't you read about it? Ron ignored the latter part of her statement and asked, just wear a hat? Is it really that simple? Upon hearing this, Kevin realized that poor Ron had likely been misled by his brother, thinking the sorting ceremony was some sort of perilous ordeal. Hermione shot Ron a bemused glance and replied, what else would it be? The sorting hat places students into different houses based on their personalities and traits. Although I've read a lot about it, I still want to experience it firsthand. Soon enough, he found himself facing the stool positioned centrally in front of the faculty table. However, it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The sorting hat appeared quite tattered and seemed out of place amidst the hall's opulence. Kevin thought that if one were to treat this object as secondhand, it would surely be met with disbelief. Just then, Professor McGonagall approached the stage and announced, please wait here for a moment. Before the sorting ceremony begins, Professor Dumbledore has some words to share, perhaps due to the new semester. Dumbledore was dressed splendidly in a flowing lavender robe adorned with intricate patterns. However, Kevin found the vintage style of the robe unappealing, feeling it somewhat peculiar. Dumbledore stood up, surveying the room before speaking. I must first announce a few important matters to note for the new semester. First-year students, please be aware that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, wishes to remind everyone that if you do not wish to meet a grim fate, you should avoid the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. At that moment, Kevin felt uneasy. He had attended many welcoming ceremonies, but never had a headmaster warn students about matters linked to death. As Dumbledore gestured, the students beheld a peculiar figure standing before them, a disheveled man with Mediterranean hair, clad in tattered robes. Almost all of them instinctively turned away upon their first glance. His appearance was of a kind that prompted discomfort after the initial look, his expression seemingly hinting at an imminent capture. Before him stood a filthy tabby cat. The connection between the strange man and the cat often foretold mischief. Kevin scrutinized him and remarked softly, doesn't Hogwarts provide him with new clothes? Truth be told, in the Muggle world, such a custodian would frighten half the students away. A nearby black student chuckled, exclaiming, hey mate, that's brilliant. I noticed him the moment I walked in. He's definitely not a good person. However, Harry did not share this sentiment, saying, really? He's just an old man. I feel sorry for him. Look at his clothes. He must be having a tough time. Having experienced darkness himself, Harry found sympathy for the odd man. At that moment, Ron whispered, come on, Harry. Do you know who he is? It's the maniac Filch. That's what my brothers say. He is always after the students. Harry quickly made a mental note of Filch's appearance, resolving not to provoke him. Shoo, the sorting ceremony is about to begin, Hermione told them. Chapter 18, The Sorting Ceremony. Professor McGonagall glanced at the list and called out, Hermione Granger. Hermione had not anticipated being the first, momentarily stunned and feeling anxious. Kevin patted her back, reassuringly saying, it's all right. You've read about this, haven't you? It's just a hat. Go on, relax. Grateful. Hermione nodded and took a deep breath as she approached the front. Ron, puzzled by Kevin's encouragement, remarked, Kevin, she is a weirdo. Trust me. Kevin merely smiled in response. Hermione reached the chair, and as Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, it seemed to come alive. The hat's folds transformed into a face, and it spoke. Ah? Good, Very good, yes. Gryffindor. As soon as the hat finished speaking, a resounding applause erupted from the red table. Hermione beamed, evidently delighted to have been sorted into her desired house. After descending from the platform, she flashed a thumbs up at Kevin and excitedly made her way to the Gryffindor table. See, that wasn't so hard, Kevin said to Ron. Relax, put on a smile, don't look so tense. Ron nonchalantly replied, I'm not nervous about that. I just can't believe she got into Gryffindor. Despite his words, he was secretly concerned about being placed in another house. Kevin chuckled, come on, Ron. You need to display some gentlemanly grace, especially towards girls, as we must think of the future. Think of the future? What do you mean? Ron echoed curiously, while Harry looked at him in confusion. The earlier black student wore a mysterious smile, adding, what he means is to prepare for courting girls in the future. You know, my experiences have taught me never to underestimate any girl. Who knows, she may blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Kevin gazed incredulously at the young child before him, pondering, how can someone so young possess such wisdom? The black child chuckled and replied, what? Am I wrong? Kevin smiled and extended his hand, saying, absolutely correct, my friend. I believe we share a similar temperament. I am Kevin Ely. The child reciprocated with a grin, saying, Dean Thomas, Kevin, I sense we have much in common. The two then engaged in a delightful conversation, during which Kevin learned that Dean was of mixed heritage. His father, a wizard, had perished in a great battle, and he had been raised solely by his mother. Being from a single-parent household, Dean had a fondness for mature women. Although Harry and Ron were inexperienced, they navigated discussions about girls with remarkable ease. The sorting ceremony resumed, and the group began to comment on the appearances of the girls. During this time, Draco Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin, just as Ron had speculated. The sorting ceremony progressed swiftly, with each student donning the sorting hat and immediately being assigned to their respective houses. As they were discussing a girl who had just been placed in Ravenclaw, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. Harry Potter. The moment Harry's name was called, an immediate hush fell over the hall, followed by a wave of whispering. After all, that name resonated throughout the magical world like thunder. Harry hesitated for a moment, inhaling deeply before stepping forward. Unlike those who had gone before him, Harry's sorting ceremony seemed to linger, with him murmuring something that Kevin could not quite hear. Yet, it appeared that the sorting hat was inclined to place Harry in Slytherin. If that were the case, then he would choose Gryffindor. Ultimately, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, prompting a burst of applause and cheers from the Gryffindor students. Ron was elated, clapping enthusiastically. He had been anxious during Harry's sorting, repeatedly whispering a hope that Harry would not end up in Slytherin. Huh, Kevin, did you see? Harry's in Gryffindor. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Kevin chuckled. Why are you so thrilled about Harry's sorting? Ron replied with a grin, because you will surely be sorted into Gryffindor as well. And all the Weasleys belong to Gryffindor. Of course, I'm glad to be with friends. Kevin teased in return, is that so? What if you were sorted into Hufflepuff or Slytherin? Don't forget, you said that yourself. Ron's face fell, drenched in disappointment, but soon he had no reason to worry. Just as Ron had mentioned, all Weasleys were indeed in Gryffindor, and he too was sorted into that house. Kevin Ely. When Professor McGonagall called his name, only a handful of students remained. Kevin strode confidently to the front and took his place on the stool. As the sorting hat was placed upon his head, a voice echoed above him. Curious, quite curious, Kevin thought to himself, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What is so strange? Clap, clap, clap. By the way, doesn't Gryffindor symbolize courage? Could it be that I am astounded by the boundless justice and courage residing within my heart? Just then, Kevin heard a light cough from beside him. Ahem, Mr. Ellie, you may proceed to your own house. At this, Kevin hastily rose and took a seat at the Gryffindor table, where Ron immediately approached him, saying, So, Kevin, I was right, wasn't I? We are both sorted into Gryffindor. Kevin replied with a smile. Indeed, you are a true prophet. Following this, Ron introduced his three brothers, the mischievous twins, George and Fred, and the serious prefect, Percy. By this time, the remaining students had also been sorted, and the commencement feast was about to begin. Harry glanced at the empty plate before him and curiously inquired, Isn't this the start of the feast? Where's the food? Although they had snacked on the train, it hardly sufficed to quell their hunger, especially since most of the snacks had found their way into Ron's stomach. Kevin mused, could it be a buffet? No sooner had he spoken than Dumbledore stood up and declared, Welcome, everyone, to a new academic year at Hogwarts. Before we commence the feast, I would like to say a few words, fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Thank you all. Upon Dumbledore's return to his seat, applause and cheers erupted. Yet the first-year students remained bewildered. What did that mean? Was he insulting them? Kevin asked in surprise. Harry shook his head, replying, It might just be my imagination, but I always feel our headmaster is, how shall I put it, a bit eccentric. Huh, you are quite right, Potter, Percy chimed in from across the table, smiling. However, he is also a genius. Though often perplexing, it does not detract from his status as one of the finest wizards in the world. Just as Percy finished speaking, The once empty plates on the table blossomed forth like flowers, revealing an array of delectable dishes before everyone's eyes, causing an uproar of astonishment in the dining hall. Cool, Kevin exclaimed, gazing in awe at the mesmerizing spread of food. You know, this school is simply enchanting. I have already fallen in love with it. Chapter 19, the start of term feast. Roast beef, steak, roasted chicken, potatoes, fresh fruits, an assortment of pastries, all manner of delicacies from the mountains and valleys. The land and sea seemed to be available here, catering to every taste. The students feasted heartily, relishing the extraordinary and lavish start of term banquet. The moment the food appeared, Ron had not paused for breath, currently devouring a chicken leg with fervor. Kevin jested, Ron, I recall you have already eaten your fill of snacks. Be careful, mate. Watch out for a food-induced rupture of your stomach. I doubt you wish to be the first freshman in Hogwarts history to faint from overeating. Ron shot him a look, retorting, Don't worry, Kevin. I can still fit in plenty more. This is hardly anything. Huh. Kevin teased, You know what, Ron? I shall dub you the king of Hogwarts feasting. Laughter erupted from the others, though none bore malice. The dining table often serves as the best means of forging bonds. A truth that transcends borders. The first-year students began to introduce themselves, sharing tales of their pasts. As everyone relished the delightful feast, an unusual group of guests made their entrance. Just as Ron was about to grasp the first chicken leg, a head unexpectedly emerged from beneath the dining table. Startled, Ron nearly toppled to the ground, and those nearby were equally taken aback, for it is not every day that a head pops up from a dining table. Greetings. First years of Gryffindor, the head cheerfully addressed the gathering before it floated gracefully into the air. Kevin discerned the full figure of the apparition, a middle-aged man clad in medieval attire, his body semi-transparent. Without needing the upperclassmen to elaborate, Kevin instantly thought of one word, ghost. I don't think this bodes well, Kevin remarked. A ghost appearing out of nowhere is something one only witnesses in horror films. Harry nodded in agreement, while Fred chimed in, No need to be alarmed, my dear juniors. Such occurrences are quite commonplace at Hogwarts. Who knows, you might just walk through a ghost one day. We've grown accustomed to it. Believe me, you will too. Soon after, other spirits emerged from walls, doorways, and pillars, places inaccessible to the living. They were a mix of genders, all adorned in antiquated garments, with a few sporting more unconventional attire. Kevin noted that the upperclassmen remained unfazed. Percy even engaged warmly with one of the ghosts. Good evening, Sir Nicholas. How was your holiday? Upon hearing this name, Kevin couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was impossible not to think of the unfortunate fate of Sir Nicholas in Zhao C's tale. The ghost, Sir Nicholas, appeared somewhat displeased by Percy's comment and replied, Terribly. I applied to join the Headless Hunt and was rejected again. At that moment, Ron recalled something and exclaimed, I know. I've heard of you. You are nearly Headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor. Sir Nicholas grew even more disgruntled at this remark and retorted, I would prefer you to address me as Sir Nicholas. Intrigued, Kevin inquired, Nearly headless? What does that mean? The ghost seemed to loathe this topic, and in an unexpected move, he grasped his hair and detached his head, leaving just a thin strip of flesh attached. Although the ghost was transparent, the inner workings were still vividly discernible. Good heavens. Kevin was grateful he and T indulged too much, while the girls gasped in horror, promptly closing their eyes and resolutely discarding their cutlery. As the first years collectively inhaled sharply, Sir Nicholas departed with satisfaction, leaving the Gryffindor newcomers devoid of appetite. However, the arrival of the ghosts infused the dining hall with a newfound liveliness, as the first years, shedding their initial trepidation, engaged animatedly in conversation with the spirits. Kevin felt a flicker of curiosity about these apparitions. After all, to exist in such a manner after death seemed rather appealing, though he had little understanding of the ghostly existence. Otherwise, he might not have thought so. Turning to Hermione beside him, Kevin inquired, Hermione, how do these ghosts come into being? On his way, Kevin had already encountered Hermione's profound knowledge. It seemed she possessed an intimate understanding of all things magical, even surpassing that of pure-blood students like Ron. However, this time Hermione surprisingly shook her head. I have no idea, but I suppose it must relate to some form of magic, she mused. Kevin, with a hint of jest, remarked, I expected you to respond with an answer straight away, as you usually do. Hermione shot him a glance and replied, I only wish to delve into matters that pique my interest. Clearly, I have no fascination with death and the afterlife. Ron, still disgruntled from the interruption of his meal, muttered with visible reluctance, he must have done it on purpose. Kevin sighed, You should take responsibility, Ron. Who told you to speak carelessly about his nickname? Right, Harry? Harry, what is wrong with you? Upon looking at Harry, Kevin noticed he was clutching his forehead, furrowing his brows. With a teasing tone, he added, Harry, if you feel nauseated, it would be best to head to the restroom now. Otherwise, as a celebrity, it wouldn't be good to vomit on the dining table. Harry rubbed his forehead and retorted, Oh, shut it. It's just that my scar is a bit painful. Painful? Let me see, Kevin said, brushing aside Harry's hair. It looks fine to me. After all these years, how could it still hurt? Ron chimed in, scrutinizing the lightning-shaped scar. Maybe it's a psychological effect. Harry conceded, perhaps. It's just fleeting, it doesn't hurt anymore. Kevin, dismissing the matter, resumed his conversation with the others, while Harry leaned towards Percy, asking him something. After approximately an hour of festivities, and following a rendition of the school song that could rival a bustling morning market, the freshmen departed for their dormitories, guided by their respective upperclassmen. During their journey, Kevin and his companions were once again enlightened by the animated portraits, where the characters would even greet them, as well as the moving staircases. Just as the newcomers were keenly observing the directions of these staircases, Percy, the upperclassman, cautioned them to remain vigilant, as the staircases often shifted unpredictably. With good fortune, one might merely arrive late to class or suffer a day without food. With ill fortune, one might find themselves entering an indescribable door, and then they would be left to their own devices. Though Percy was also a Weasley, his demeanor was remarkably different from Ron and his twin brothers. He eschewed humor and was quite serious, exhibiting a rather pompous air. Yet one must admit he resembled a leader. The Gryffindor dormitory was situated in a corner tower, implying that Kevin and his peers would need to ascend numerous flights of stairs. Ron expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently, unable to comprehend why the dormitory was placed so high up. Kevin chuckled. Isn't that perfect for burning off some of your meals? Honestly, I'm quite concerned about your stomach. Ultimately, they halted before a portrait depicting a plump noblewoman. Password? Inquired the portrait. Percy addressed the painting, stating, password, dragon dung. The fat lady in the portrait gestured invitingly, and with a click, the painting swung open like a door, revealing an entrance to the rear. Percy did not immediately usher everyone inside. Instead, he remarked, the fat lady is not one to be easily swayed. So you must remember the dormitory password. Otherwise, you might find yourself spending the night outside. The password will change periodically, but I shall inform you in advance. Harry, perplexed, queried, do they truly not recognize faces? That seems rather unreasonable. Thank goodness I am not in that position, Ron replied, still feeling apprehensive. Hermione shot him a glance and shook her head, prompting Ron to ask in confusion, what does he mean? Kevin chuckled, what she means is that you're overthinking it. Chapter 20, Night Conversations. Passing through the archway led to the Gryffindor common room. It was a spacious lounge adorned with plush sofas and rustic tables and chairs, complete with a fireplace. The decor was in the warm hues of Gryffindor red and gold, creating an inviting atmosphere. Percy addressed the new students, saying, welcome to the Gryffindor common room. To your left is the boys' dormitory, and to your right is the girls'. You may choose your rooms freely, for to a chamber. I hope you find joy during your stay here. Upon Percy's conclusion, everyone began to seek their respective roommates. Kevin, Harry, and Ron promptly claimed one room, while their fourth roommate, Neville, stood shyly off to the side, unsure of what to do, until Harry extended an invitation to him. The luggage of the group had been arranged in the room at some point, and Kevin surveyed the space with satisfaction. The classic room featured a European-style four-poster bed draped in red curtains. The writing desk, though antiquated, harmonized beautifully with the room's style, and the burning logs in the fireplace infused the dormitory with a warm ambience, reflective of Gryffindor's brave and spirited nature, though devoid of electric lights. The atmosphere was far from the cold and oppressive feel one might expect in a castle. The flickering candlelight and the fire's glow provided ample illumination and added a touch of coziness. Most pleasing to Kevin was the large window that offered a splendid view of the Hogwarts lake. Nodding in approval, he declared, this bed by the window is mine. The other three selected their beds as well, and Harry flopped onto his, rolling around with glee, exclaiming, hee hee. This is certainly far more comfortable than my bed in the cupboard. I shall sleep soundly tonight. Ron chuckled. The best part is that we get to live together. Neville stood there, unsure of how to speak up, prompting Kevin to call out, Neville, don't be shy. Come over and chat. We'll be room partners from now on. Although Neville's demeanor was timid, it suggested he was not difficult to get along with. Having spent considerable time in dormitories, Kevin understood that comfort often depended not just on the quality of the room, but more significantly on how well roommates could coexist. He had heard numerous tales of unfortunate living arrangements in the past. Of course, if the camaraderie is strong, the bonds formed among roommates tend to be deeper than those among classmates. Neville smiled shyly and approached, to which Kevin jested, from now on, we are dorm mates. You must realize we will be living together for 7 years, which is longer than many couples spend in the same bed. Haha. The other three erupted into laughter. Kevin continued, I, Kevin Ailey, male by birth and fond of the fairer sex, am here to offer my assistance whenever needed. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. He added with a flourish, and I happen to be quite affluent. Harry teased, should you require financial support, do not hesitate to ask. With a hearty laugh, Kevin patted his chest and declared, you can count on me. Following this jovial exchange, Harry and Ron also shared their thoughts on settling in. After the light-hearted banter among the three, Neville felt considerably more at ease and shared some personal anecdotes. In essence, The first night at Hogwarts was marked by a harmonious and delightful camaraderie among the four. They engaged in a myriad of conversations until weariness overcame them, bidding each other good night as they retired to their respective beds. The beds at Hogwarts were exceedingly soft and comfortable. Kevin nestled into his and soon succumbed to the warm embrace of slumber. However, he was roused from his dreams by an urgent sensation deep within his bladder. Although he had not partaken of any food during the feast, he had consumed a fair amount of beverages. As he swung his legs over the side of the bed, ready to relieve himself, he was startled to discover someone perched on the windowsill. "Harry?" Kevin whispered, recognizing the figure as none other than Harry, accompanied by his pet owl. "Hedwig." Harry turned to see Kevin, bleary-eyed, and offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry for waking you," he said softly. Kevin replied, "No, it's all right. I was just about to go to the restroom. But you?" Noticing the unusual expression on Harry's face, he approached and inquired, "What's the matter, Harry? You seem off. Why are you up at this hour, gazing out at the scenery?" With a concerned expression, Harry confessed, "Kevin, I miss my parents." For a moment, Kevin was taken aback, but then he felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He could empathize with Harry's sentiments. Upon arriving himself, he had felt similarly, and especially in a place where his parents had once thrived. Prior to this moment, he had known little of his own parents, and being in a location they had once inhabited naturally stirred longing within him. Harry continued, "But you seem to be doing fine. I mean, you're stronger than I am." Kevin chuckled softly, saying, "Who isn't just putting on a brave face? Aren't you doing the same?" Harry laughed in response. "I thought you would tell me to be strong." "Mrs. Emma is a good person," he added. Kevin nodded. "Our experiences are quite similar. We have both lost loved ones. Thus, I can comprehend your feelings. I know it's not easy to move on, but time is on our side. I sentí it. The most important thing is that you are not alone. You have friends by your side." Harry smiled, his gloom lifting somewhat. The fixation on his parents remained buried in his heart, as Kevin had mentioned. It was not something that could be resolved with a few comforting words. Yet, Harry found solace in the presence of such a friend, which brought him some comfort. They both gazed out the window, where the night had deepened, yet the moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the inky darkness, rendering the late hour both beautiful and warm. "How lovely," Kevin murmured. Harry nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "Kevin, I heard from Percy that after graduating from Hogwarts, one can immediately enter the workforce. What do you aspire to do as a wizard?" Kevin stood up, shivering with excitement, and declared, "In the future, I aspire to become the foremost master of wizardry. But for now, I urgently need to visit the restroom. Blast it, I must hurry." Chapter 21, Transfiguration Class. The following day. "Good morning, Hermione." Kevin approached her with a greeting. "Engaging in morning exercise?" Hermione chuckled at his words. "That is indeed a commendable habit. I never imagined that the affluent could be so disciplined." Her parents had informed her about certain matters concerning Kevin. Kevin smiled. "Please do not say that. Wealth has little to do with it. One's health is the foundation of everything. How about joining me?" Hermione replied with a laugh. "Perhaps not. I would rather dedicate my time to reading more books. Look, this is my study schedule." She produced several sheets filled with dense writing, which made Kevin shudder involuntarily. There are many ways to end one's life. Why choose this path? "Silence." Hermione playfully chastised him. "I refuse to be outperformed by others. I was always first in school." Kevin nodded, resignedly saying, "All right, Mississippi first place, but without a sound body, one cannot remain at the top." As Hermione gathered her textbooks, she advised, "In that case, I suggest you wash up, otherwise you might catch a cold. Also, be sure to wake your roommates. I do not wish for our house to lose points due to their tardiness. I must be off, goodbye." With that, Hermione departed, clutching her books. Upon returning to his room, Kevin tidied up and prepared to awaken the trio for breakfast. Neville was easily roused, but Harry and Ron proved to be a challenge, merely responding with, "I'll come over in a moment." With no other option, Kevin and Neville proceeded to breakfast alone. Their first class of the year at Hogwarts was Transfiguration, taught by their headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall. At Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall held great respect, not only for her mastery in Transfiguration, but also for her equitable treatment of all students. While the heads of other houses tended to show favoritism towards their own, Professor McGonagall treated everyone impartially. As class commenced, Harry and Ron had yet to arrive, and Professor McGonagall's expression conveyed her displeasure. Her typically meticulous demeanor was particularly irked by the tardiness of Harry and Ron, especially during the first class of the new term for the new students, and given that they were members of her own house. "Please open your textbooks. Today we shall delve into Transfiguration." Transfiguration is an intricate branch of magic that allows for the transformation of objects, and even oneself. Professor McGonagall provided a brief overview of Transfiguration, but refrained from allowing the new students to practice immediately, instead continually emphasizing the precautions necessary. In many respects, Transfiguration, especially advanced Transfiguration, is a perilous form of magic. Kevin had previously been a standard underachiever, as he held little interest in compulsory education. However, He was filled with a thirst for knowledge regarding magic, viewing it as his pathway to becoming the greatest wizard. Thus, he listened intently. Professor, Kevin interjected, raising his hand to signal. Professor McGonagall nodded. What is your query, Mr. Allen? Kevin stood up and said, Professor, could you demonstrate transfiguration? Professor McGonagall, never one to decline academic inquiries, replied, Certainly. Agnimus is a form of advanced transfiguration, and I believe you all would like to witness it. A chorus of excitement erupted in the classroom. While the transformation of objects was indeed marvelous, it paled in comparison to the transformation of a human form. Kevin's enthusiasm surged. For in his understanding, self-transfiguration was akin to a legendary feat once seated. Hermione, bubbling with excitement, leaned over to him and remarked, Did you know? Professor McGonagall is one of the 7 registered Agnimus practitioners at the Ministry of Magic. Silence. McGonagall commanded, her displeasure evident. Instead of engaging in idle chatter, you ought to be taking notes. Magic cannot be mastered solely through words. The students immediately quieted, diligently picking up their quills. McGonagall nodded in satisfaction and stated, Excellent. I will not terminate the Agnimus state immediately. I have 2 stipulations for you. First, no noise. Second, ensure your notes are thorough, as I will review them in our next class. As her words faded, the transformation began. McGonagall swiftly shrank in size, leaving the students momentarily dazed. In the blink of an eye, a calico cat appeared at the lectern. Despite her prior announcement, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Yet, as the cat leaped onto the desk and fixed its sharp gaze upon them, silence enveloped the classroom, save for the sound of quills scratching on parchment. Hermione, the top student, was exhilarated, but Kevin was even more animated, muttering to himself, 72 transformations, profound mysteries. This is incredible. Hermione stared at him, a hint of concern in her eyes, and asked, Kevin, are you all right? Kevin shook his head, fervently jotting down his observations and insights. As a martial artist, encountering such a secret technique was exhilarating, especially since he perceived transfiguration as a path to transcendence. Just as Kevin reveled in his delightful imaginings, a sudden commotion arose behind him, resembling the squeak of a mouse. Kevin, turning around, he saw Harry and Ron peering through the doorway. Kevin, where's Professor McGonagall? Harry whispered. Upon noticing the empty seat beside Kevin, Harry and Ron assumed McGonagall had yet to arrive and brazenly entered the classroom. Phew, I didn't expect we would make it, Harry said, approaching Kevin with a sigh of relief. Ron, wearing an expression of a narrow escape, remarked, If McGonagall catches us tardy, her expression would be enough to petrify anyone. Hey Kevin, what's wrong? At that moment, Kevin sighed in exasperation, realizing that his friends might possess a deficiency in reasoning. Had he meant to convey that McGonagall was absent, he would have stated it plainly rather than resorting to vague gestures. Then, the cat leapt gracefully from the desk. In midair, McGonagall reverted to her true form, standing before them. You can only imagine the expressions on their faces. Harry looked as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat, while Ron wore a look of sheer astonishment, hastily exclaiming, Cool, that was amazing. Professor McGonagall fixed her displeased gaze upon the two and remarked, Thank you for your evaluation, Mr. Weasley. However, I ought to transform either you or Mr. Potter into a pocket watch. At least then you would not be late. Harry quickly interjected, We got lost. Chapter 22. Is Kevin mute? After transfiguration class, Harry and Ron approached Kevin with expressions of deep discontent. Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Kevin's demeanor was utterly awkward. Ron, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Kevin, you are truly a poor friend for not waking us up. Kevin, looking quite wronged, retorted, For heaven's sake. I tried. No matter how I called, you two wouldn't budge. I nearly resorted to splashing water on your faces. Just ask Neville. Neville, do tell, Kevin urged. Neville nodded, Indeed. We called you for quite some time. Then you should have informed us that Professor McGonagall was present, Harry said with a wry smile. To be caught out on the very first lesson is utterly humiliating. Ron nodded in agreement, and the look on Professor McGonagall's face nearly terrified me. I truly hope to avoid her again. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the trio. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, but I fear your wish cannot be granted. Sighing, Kevin lamented, These two are still rather inexperienced, unaware of the need to be discreet when speaking ill of a teacher. Ron, visibly embarrassed, hastily replied, Professor, I meant to say I shall not be late again. Professor McGonagall maintained a serious expression and stated, You had better not. Although Harry remained silent, he found himself unable to withstand Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze and asked, Professor, is there anything we may do to leave? Yes, Mr. Potter. You and Mr. Weasley may leave. But Mr. Ellie, I would like you to accompany me for a moment, she instructed. Though puzzled, Kevin followed her without further inquiry. Harry asked, What do you think Professor McGonagall wants with Kevin? Ron pondered for a moment and said, Could it be that he will be punished for not waking us up? Harry looked at him incredulously and asked, Do you really think that is possible? Ron grinned, Well, I'm not sure. Kevin, who had often frequented such offices during his student days, now felt utterly bewildered. He had committed no offense. Although he had performed poorly in Transfiguration and failed to complete any of the assigned tasks, surely that did not warrant a reprimand. Being summoned to the office on the very first day of a new term at this new school did not bode well for him. At Hogwarts, each professor possesses their own office, unlike the mundane world where teachers share a single room. Upon entering Professor McGonagall's office, the sternness of the classroom was replaced by a more relaxed atmosphere. "Please have a seat, Mr. Ellie. Would you care for a drink?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Kevin instinctively placed his hands behind his back, standing stiffly as he replied, "Thank you, Professor, but no." Professor McGonagall smiled. "There's no need to be nervous, Mr. Ellie. I simply wish to discuss a few matters with you. Please sit down." As Kevin took a seat, he couldn't help but internally ridicule himself for still harboring his old habit of feeling anxious in an office setting. Indeed, Kevin thought to himself, to comprehend these matters is fundamental, yet you have not even mastered these basics. Were you inattentive during class? Or is there another circumstance at play? Perhaps you harbor reservations regarding my teaching methods? Kevin quickly gestured in denial, exclaiming, "No, please do not misunderstand. I cannot claim to be an exemplary student. But I trust you noticed my earnest attentiveness during class." Professor McGonagall inquired curiously, "What, then, is the reason?" "Understand that these spells have been mastered by students even before their enrollment." Kevin offered a resigned smile and replied, "Professor, could you grant me a little more time?" Professor McGonagall scrutinized Kevin for a few moments before nodding. "Certainly. I hope to witness your proper learning attitude. It is getting late. You may take your leave." Kevin nodded silently, preferring not to utter empty assurances. His willingness to act spoke far more persuasively than any verbal commitment. Yet, it was evident that neither he nor Professor McGonagall grasped the peculiar nature of the issue until a week later. After the charms class, at Professor McGonagall's invitation, Kevin once again found himself in her office. He had anticipated this, having sensed that something was amiss. Throughout the week, aside from the history of magic class that did not necessitate the use of spells, Kevin's performance could be described as nothing short of frantic. He had been unable to cast any magic. Even Ron, who often dozed off in class, could manage the spells that eluded him, who had been diligently attentive. No matter how fervently he waved his wand, the spells remained stubbornly out of reach. "Mr. Allies, may I inquire if the time has been sufficient?" Professor McGonagall gazed at him sternly. Kevin managed a wry smile and responded, "Yes, Professor, I believe I can elucidate the situation now." Professor McGonagall seated herself and stated seriously, "I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I shall have to consider deducting your points." Reluctantly, Kevin recounted his previous experiences and the situation regarding the magical cards, elaborating at length. After a considerable pause, Professor McGonagall regarded Kevin with incredulity, feeling as though the child were attempting to deceive her. "Are you suggesting that you cannot wield magic like others with your wand, but instead must rely on a card?" Kevin chose not to elaborate further, instead directing her attention to a green plant on the windowsill, saying, "Professor, I apologize." He then produced a magical card from his pocket, which he had crafted after the previous charms lesson. Fiery blaze. The card soared forth, transforming into a flame that surged towards the distant windowsill under Professor McGonagall's astonished gaze. The flames lasted several seconds before dissipating, leaving the green plant reduced to ashes, while everything else nearby remained unscathed. The fire spell. Professor McGonagall instantly recognized the incantation, noting its power and precision were nothing short of exquisite. Gasping, she stared in disbelief at the charred remains of the plant. As an accomplished witch, she had faced numerous wizards and witnessed various spells and methods of casting. Yet, the fact remained that Kevin had indeed shown no response, despite his earnest wand movements. Could it be that he was merely a damp squib? No. Professor McGonagall promptly dismissed the notion, asserting that no squib would ever grace the roster of Hogwarts. The name of any child endowed with magical aptitude would manifest upon their birth. Throughout its storied history, Hogwarts had never erred in this regard. Furthermore, Kevin had indeed cast a spell moments ago, which unequivocally indicated that he was no squib. At that moment, Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words, as the events surrounding this new student seemed to transcend her understanding. Just then, a voice unexpectedly resonated within the office. "Minerva, Albus requests that you bring this child to see him." The voice emerged from a painting adorning the wall. The sudden proclamation captured the attention of both individuals, emanating from an elderly gentleman with a white beard depicted in the artwork. Kevin was certain that upon entering, the painting had featured only a shepherdess, as it hung directly opposite the entrance. Yet now, in addition to the shepherdess, the old man was engaged in conversation with her. Professor McGonagall nodded towards the portrait, saying, "Thank you, Gandalf. We shall proceed at once." The bearded figure acknowledged her with a nod before seamlessly disappearing into the edge of the painting. Casting a glance at Kevin, Professor McGonagall remarked, "Come along, Mr. Ellie. We are off to meet Albus. I believe he will address your concerns." With that, Kevin followed Professor McGonagall to the third floor, arriving before a grotesque, gigantic stone beast. Lemon tea, Professor McGonagall uttered the command, and the stone creature sprang to life, shifting aside to reveal a spiraling staircase behind it. Hogwarts appeared to be a place where incantations were required at every turn, and a mischievous thought suddenly flickered in Kevin's mind. If the passwords were akin to a whimsical recitation of menu items, what a curious situation that would create. Come along, Ellie, Professor McGonagall urged. They ascended the spiral staircase, reaching the pinnacle where a lustrous wooden door awaited them, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. As they approached, the door opened of its own accord. Stepping inside, Kevin found himself in a grand circular chamber, its walls nearly obscured by shelves brimming with books. Above the shelves hung portraits of various figures, all as animated as those in other parts of the castle. Some were engrossed in reading, others indulging in cigars, and one even appeared to be soaking his feet. Yet, upon their entrance, nearly every portrait turned their gaze towards them. The room was furnished with slender-legged tables adorned with exquisite silverware. Kevin's attention was drawn to a shabby, grimy hat resting on a cabinet behind one of the tables, none other than the sorting hat. Beside it lay a glass case housing a magnificent sword, while adjacent to the case stood a sturdy black cabinet, tightly sealed, next to which stood a venerable man clad in a gray robe. Dumbledore, greetings to you both, Minerva. Ellie, Dumbledore smiled warmly. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Kevin replied. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to speak, Dumbledore interjected, I am already aware, Minerva. Then turning to Kevin, he said, Eli, could you please demonstrate that unique magic once more? However, do be cautious not to damage anything here, as these items hold great sentimental value. Naturally, Kevin could not refuse. He produced a magical card and cast it forth, resulting in a column of water cascading over a potted green plant. Haha. Dumbledore exclaimed with a smile, Thank you so much, Eli. I appreciate your assistance in watering the plants. In my old age, I tend to forget such matters, and it has been quite a while since I last attended to these flowers. Kevin, eager to be direct, stated plainly, Professor, could you enlighten me? Dumbledore replied, Of course. Please take a seat. Would you care for some snacks? The two shook their heads in unison, and Dumbledore popped a treat into his mouth, continuing, in fact. Just 2 days ago, several professors brought up concerns regarding Eli's situation. Kevin interjected, Professor, I have also inquired with a few classmates and am aware of the existence of the squib. You mentioned in truth. Harry and Ron were quite worried about Kevin's condition, though they could not comprehend the reasons behind it. They had consulted Ron's brothers and Hermione, receiving a unanimous response. Only a squib would be incapable of performing magic. Squibs do not possess such extraordinary spells. Dumbledore chuckled. In fact, I consulted the sorting hat. It sensed your condition during your sorting ceremony. However, we can ascertain one thing, Mr. Eli. You are certainly not a squib. By the way, may I see your wand? Kevin drew forth his wand and handed it over. Dumbledore examined it closely. Ah, indeed, a creation of the Ollivander family. I have heard of that master. His craftsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. It is a pity he did not have the chance to meet you, Eli. Kevin, taken aback, asked, Professor, is this related to my wand? Ah, Kevin felt a bit awkward. Professor, you are aware that Professor Bin's classes are somewhat haha? I understand. You are not the only one who holds that opinion, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Professor Binns, the only ghostly professor at Hogwarts, indeed had a commendable starting point. As he had taught history of magic since the school's inception, no one could speak with greater authority on the subject of history. However, his lectures were exceedingly soporific, with only Hermione able to absorb every word attentively. At that moment, Kevin felt a twinge of nostalgia for Hermione. She would undoubtedly have provided an immediate answer. Do you know what spells were like before the invention of wands? Dumbledore inquired. Professor McGonagall immediately stood up and asked, Could it be they? Kevin questioned, Who are you referring to? Dumbledore assured him, Rest easy, Eli. This is not a secret that cannot be divulged. In fact, you would discover these individuals by consulting your history of magic textbooks. Kevin recalled having seen references to pre-wand magic in his parents' notes and shared his knowledge. Indeed. Dumbledore smiled. It seems you have learned a thing or two. Haha. As you mentioned, casting spells without a wand is quite time-consuming. However, there were indeed some exceptionally gifted individuals who could wield magic without such formalities. Kevin inquired, Professor, you wouldn't tell me that I am a descendant of those individuals, would you? Dumbledore chuckled with a hint of resignation and replied, I regret to inform you, Allie, that I am uncertain. We can indeed ascertain that there existed a group of extraordinary wizards in history, yet they chose to shroud their past in secrecy. I have also investigated the history of your family, the Allie lineage, and to my knowledge, they have always excelled in fiscal matters. Moreover, it appears that your ancestors concealed much behind their glimmering gold, thus leaving me with little insight. A group of remarkable wizards concealed their history, and the ancestors of the Allie family also kept certain secrets, while he himself bore a striking resemblance to those enigmatic wizards. Is it a mere coincidence? Or is there a deeper truth? Dumbledore reassured him, "Ali, what I can assure you is that you need not worry. Whether or not there is a connection to them will not hinder your path as a wizard. As you mentioned earlier, through diligent study, you too can master profound spells. That knowledge is sufficient. I shall inform the other professors of your situation, and you may utilize your, what is it called? Magic cards, yes? You are free to use them. As for other matters, feel free to explore on your own. I would be more than willing to assist should you require it." In that moment, Kevin grasped the true intention behind Dumbledore's summons. It was a comforting reassurance. Although he did not receive the answers he sought, the certainty of his well-being was a valuable revelation. Rising from his seat, Kevin expressed, "Thank you, Professor. I am truly grateful for your assistance. I am now at ease." "Excellent. Oh, the hour grows late. Why not seek out your friends? I am certain they are quite concerned for your well-being." Providing solace to friends is a hallmark of strength, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Kevin nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. I shall take my leave." Professor McGonagall, relieved of her own burdens, also stood to depart. Just as the two were exiting, Dumbledore suddenly addressed a bookshelf. "What do you think?" As he spoke, the shelf opened, revealing a man clad in a black robe with slicked back hair and an impassive expression. "You know nothing. How could I?" Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Yet. Those magic cards are indeed a product of your and Ken's efforts. That has nothing to do with me. You are aware that we merely replicated them. Furthermore, aside from that child, no one else can wield them, making them worthless to me. Do you not yet comprehend, Severus? Some things may serve us, but they will benefit those we hold dear." Chapter 24. The Initial Battle of the Magic Cards. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Kevin made his way directly to the dining hall. "Kevin, over here." As soon as he entered, Harry and Ron waved eagerly, with Hermione also present. Kevin strode over, grabbing food from the plate and devouring it. "I am famished," he exclaimed. "Harry, could you please pass me another piece of steak?" Harry promptly offered his plate and inquired, "What transpired?" "We heard from Pettigrew that you were summoned to the headmaster's office again. Was it that serious?" Hermione added, "Kevin, you aren't truly a mute, are you?" Though Kevin's enthusiasm for learning may not rival his own, it undoubtedly surpasses that of Harry and Ron. However, Kevin's performance in class is woefully inferior to that of Harry and Ron, to the extent that he seems to possess almost no knowledge whatsoever. Moreover, Kevin had approached her to inquire about his inability to wield magic. "Come on, how could that be?" Ron replied, visibly displeased. Kevin swallowed a mouthful of food and reassured him, "Rest assured, I am safe and sound. Yet, it is difficult to explain succinctly." Hermione said, "Then take your time. You will eventually elucidate, won't you?" As Kevin continued to eat, he concurred, "Indeed, let us find a quiet place to discuss thoroughly after our meal. For now, allow me to finish my food. I am quite famished." Reluctantly, the three had no choice but to wait until Kevin completed his meal. Afterward, the four chose a secluded courtyard as their discussion venue, during which Kevin recounted the events in brief. "Are you saying that your inability to use magic is due to your wand? Is that even possible?" Ron asked in astonishment. Hermione shot him a glance and replied, exasperated, "Ron, could you please listen attentively? Kevin has made it quite clear. He simply cannot wield a wand like we do. And it has nothing to do with the wand itself." Ron sought to retort, but Harry interjected, "Let us not dwell on that. I am merely curious about what that magic card entails." As the four arrived at the secluded courtyard, they found it empty since lunchtime had yet to pass. "Come on, let me show you," Kevin said with a smile. "Wait a moment," Ron suggested. "How about a wizard duel, Kevin?" Kevin's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Of course. How did I not think of that? I have yet to test the magic card in a practical setting. Let's do it." "Who's in?" "I am. Count me in." Ron volunteered eagerly. Hermione hurriedly intervened, saying, "Are you both out of your minds? What if someone gets hurt? The school forbids dueling, and getting caught would be disastrous." Ron replied, "We can't possibly duel for real. We're merely testing out Kevin's, what was it called?" "Oh yes, the magic card." Kevin nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly, Hermione. We want to use any offensive spells. That still won't do. Hold on a moment." Hermione pondered for a while before suggesting, "How about this? We let you choose the spells, and one side attacks while the other defends." "Sounds good to me," Kevin responded. Hermione selected the leg locker curse, a spell that would cause the opponent's legs to stiffen and lock together. This spell was non-harmful and easily distinguished when it struck. The affected party would often fall to the ground. First, Kevin would attack while Ron defended, allowing them to observe the effects of the magic card's attack, and then they would switch roles to assess the defensive outcome. Kevin found this arrangement quite reasonable and decided to proceed. In truth, genuine wizard duels adhere to a set of formal etiquette. However, as Ron pointed out, they could not possibly engage in a real duel, so they could simply commence. Kevin retrieved a magic card from his bag, though he had not had the opportunity to use it before. He had added a new card to his collection with each spell he learned, and now it was finally time to put it to use. "Ron, be mindful not to embarrass yourself too much if you get hit," Kevin chuckled. Ron chuckled, casting a glance at Hermione beside him. "Huh, Kevin, Wizard dueling is not merely a matter of academic prowess. It requires both courage and skill. Well, I shall await your display of courage and technique. Prepare yourself. As the words left his lips, Kevin brandished his magic card, signaling his readiness. The trio finally beheld the true nature of the magic card. Yet even Hermione could not discern its significance. Ron felt a twinge of nervousness. Upon seeing Kevin produce the card, he fixated on it with unwavering attention. Having undergone numerous practice sessions, Kevin had mastered the art of casting magic cards. Although this wizard duel was merely an experiment, it marked their first confrontation. So Kevin had no intention of holding back. After all, the leglocker curse would not cause any harm. With a flick of his wrist, the card soared forth. Ron assumed a defensive stance, his gaze locked onto the card. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light erupted, and Ron barely had time to react before he was struck. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to find his legs ensnared, leading him to stumble and fall to the ground. Awesome. After witnessing the sequence of events, Harry exclaimed with uncontained enthusiasm. Hermione, however, observed more keenly. She noted that Kevin's card magic was significantly swifter and more discreet than traditional wand spells. Yet, she refrained from rushing to conclusions, aware that spells encompass both offense and defensive control. Kevin hurried to aid Ron, helping him to his feet. How are you, Ron? Are you all right? Despite his defeat, Ron was exhilarated, exclaiming, Kevin, that card is simply magnificent. I don't care. You must give me a few. Kevin replied with a grin, of course, but let us hold off on that for now. It's not over yet. Hermione urged, unable to contain her anticipation to witness the defensive application of the card magic. As the roles reversed, Ron declared, Kevin, I've been studying spells for quite some time. You'd best be cautious. Kevin chuckled. All right, you can talk big after you've knocked me down. Here it comes. Ron swung his wand. Leglocker curse. A beam of light surged forward, and almost instantaneously, Kevin moved his hand. The magic card flew out, colliding with the beam of light. Armored Charm. Hermione recognized Kevin's spell almost immediately. The Armored Charm's function is to conjure an invisible barrier around oneself to ward off attacks, making it a common defensive incantation among wizards. Wait, there's more. Hermione identified the Armored Charm, but soon sensed something amiss. Indeed, as Ron's Leglocker curse met the Armored Charm, another spell unexpectedly shot towards Ron. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Although Ron was familiar with spells, he was a novice in dueling experience, and thus, it was no surprise when he was struck once more. Observing Ron once again fall to the ground, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, Leglocker curse. Kevin, can you really cast two spells at once? With a nonchalant expression, Kevin replied, if I shoot two cards, naturally, there will be two spells. How infuriating. Kevin, that's cheating. Ron shouted as he picked himself up. Kevin chuckled, come on, if a real fight broke out. Who would care about such trivialities? Hermione gazed at Kevin with sparkling eyes. The allure of the card spell was irresistible to a knowledge-thirsty scholar like her. Kevin, may I have a look at that magical card? Hermione inquired as she approached. I want one too. You must compensate me doubly, Ron chimed in. Kevin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Here, take these. He handed each of them a magical card. Ron examined his treasure with great care, while Hermione, unable to contain her excitement, waved her hand. A card drifted languidly to the ground. What's going on? Hermione exclaimed, bewildered. Kevin, why did mine just? Chapter 25. Do you wish to compete with me in wealth? Seizing the opportunity, Ron stepped forward to tease. So, it seems that being diligent in class and excelling academically isn't always ineffective after all. Hermione, that's not how you use it. You need to learn to throw the card like Kevin does. I was watching closely, see? With that, he mimicked Kevin's motion, sending a card flying only half a meter, landing just like Hermione's, like a leaf gently falling to the ground. Huh, Mr. Weasley, what are you showing me? Hermione asked with a playful smile. Ron's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained, it was a mistake. I just haven't mastered the technique yet. At that moment, Harry's voice resonated from behind the trio. Guys, even if we mastered the technique, it seems we wouldn't be able to use it. This thing appears to be usable only by Kevin himself. Ah. The three of them were taken aback. Ron queried, how do you know, Harry? Harry replied, I was once restricted in my freedom, and during my idle hours. I enjoy tossing playing cards, so I know we can't use this. Kevin, are you intentionally trying to frustrate us? Hermione expressed her discontent. Harry and Ron felt a twinge of disappointment. To them, casting spells with magical cards seemed incredibly cool. Yet, Hermione, undeterred, stepped forward and declared, I believe I can figure it out. Kevin, you must cooperate with me. Cooperate? How? Kevin inquired. Hermione answered, just do as I say, and watch. I'll certainly unravel it. TCH. Ron was quite displeased with Hermione's commanding tone, yet Kevin readily agreed. Having the assistance of a top scholar was far better than stumbling through it alone. Harry, amused by Ron, remarked, haha, Ron, I've realized you have quite a knack for imitating girls. You should try wearing a dress one day. Goodness. The boys at Hogwarts would surely go wild over you. Shut up, Harry. I would rather be naked for the rest of my life than wear a dress. Ron declared emphatically. Haha. Kevin chose not to explain anything to Ron, as he had his own thoughts. The magical card seemed to hold other possibilities. But his own abilities were indeed limited. Having Hermione's assistance was a stroke of good fortune. He knew her magical talent surpassed that of ordinary wizards. He recalled Hermione's experience in potion making, and most importantly, her meticulous attitude towards her endeavors. With her help, Kevin was more than willing to proceed. In the afternoon's transfiguration class, Kevin finally emerged from the shadows, no longer the tail end of the class, and with the privilege of wielding a magical card, he instantly captured the attention of his peers. The students were accustomed to wizards wielding wands, so Kevin's unconventional approach was undeniably eye-catching. Notably, his unique method of casting spells surpassed that of most of his classmates. Hermione, a standout among her contemporaries, was taken aback, and the reaction of the others was equally predictable. Although Hogwarts lacked computer classes and the internet, word spread rapidly among students. And by dinner, nearly everyone was aware of the peculiar new student among them. At the dining table, both acquaintances and strangers approached Kevin to inquire about the magical cards, including notable figures from various houses, such as Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and Cedric Diggory, a legendary student from Hufflepuff, whose presence elicited gasps of admiration from Gryffindor's female admirers. Under normal circumstances, Kevin would have relished the attention. After all, vanity is a human trait, but soon he sensed something amiss. While Cedric and others approached out of genuine curiosity and polite conversation, the majority seemed intent on purchasing the magical cards. This item was not available for sale. And quite frankly, Kevin had no intention of selling it, as he was still a student. You're right, but this isn't about money, he insisted. Wait, what do you mean? Add money. Blast. As he spoke, Kevin pulled out a hefty bag of galleons and slammed it onto the table. Are you trying to outdo me in wealth? After dismissing yet another eager customer, Kevin felt on the verge of tears, while Harry and Ron were doubled over with laughter at the absurdity of Kevin's interactions, especially the expressions of those who had seen his stash of coins. Hey, have you two finished laughing yet? Kevin asked, disgruntled. Haha, you know, mate, if I were you, I'd be rolling in galleons. Harry replied, clutching his stomach. Exactly. And then those fellows would come back to return their purchases. Haha. Ron chimed in. This meal is ruined. Are you two leaving or not? Kevin inquired, rising from his seat. Unable to contain their laughter, the two friends joined him in departing. On their way, they encountered Neville, who informed Harry that his owl had delivered a letter after he had left. Grateful, Harry opened the letter. Oh, it's from Hagrid. He has invited me for tea tomorrow afternoon. Should we go? Harry suggested. Kevin asked, don't you have classes tomorrow? Why? Harry queried. Ron explained. It's common knowledge that Slytherin and Gryffindor aren't exactly on friendly terms, and I've heard that Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, is notoriously biased. Harry promptly asked, Professor Snape? Is he the middle-aged man in black who seemed expressionless at the start of term feast? Exactly. Ron nodded, then sighed. I wish Professor McGonagall would show us some favor. Oh dear, I forgot. We still have a mountain of homework she assigned us. No. Harry, trust me. That's a terrible idea, Ron cautioned. Kevin pondered thoughtfully, recalling that he had once observed this professor whose popularity and status among fans were even higher than that of the protagonist Harry, though he could not discern the reason for such admiration. Nevertheless, what mattered was that as a potions professor, he must possess a unique perspective on the subject. The prospect of encountering this esteemed figure and seeking his counsel filled him with anticipation. Indeed, tomorrow's lesson promised to be splendid. Chapter 26. Potions class. The following day, Potions class commenced. The classroom was situated in the basement, its atmosphere naturally cold and eerie, with glass jars lining the walls, each containing peculiar specimens of animals immersed in strange liquids. Although the aesthetic was rather unappealing, it was fitting for a potions class. Cauldrons were placed upon the students' desks, and Kevin busily experimented with the odd concoctions, eagerly anticipating the lesson ahead. Harry, meanwhile, busily completed the homework he had neglected from the previous day. His head bowed in concentration. Though Slytherin and Gryffindor were often at odds, there was no confrontation at that moment. Each group sat together, behaving far more formally than they would in classes with other houses. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure resembling a black bat swiftly entered the room. Before anyone could discern the identity of the newcomer, the individual had reached the podium, arms crossed, surveying the classroom. In an instant, the previously animated classroom fell silent, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. In my classroom, reckless wand waving and incantations are strictly prohibited. Kevin scrutinized the newcomer. It was none other than the illustrious Severus Snape. Snape paused for a moment, dispensing with any pleasantries or introductions, and delved directly into the subject at hand. You are here to learn the art of potions, a discipline of intricate science and rigorous craft. His voice was not loud, devoid of any emotional inflection, yet every word he uttered was crystal clear. This professor, akin to Professor McGonagall, possessed an enchanting authority that silenced the classroom without uttering a single syllable. Since there is no foolish wand waving here, many of you may doubt the existence of magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the marvel of a cauldron simmering gently, wafting aromatic vapors. Nor will you grasp the exquisite allure of a potion coursing through one's veins, beguiling the senses and enchanting the will. I can teach you how to elevate your reputations, brew glory, and even stave off death, but all of this is contingent upon your not being the imbeciles I often encounter. Though devoid of emotion, this proclamation resonated with Kevin like a symphony, embodying the essence of a true master. The class quickly descended into a point deduction mode. 2 students were caught cheating and penalized, leaving Harry's face flushed with embarrassment while Kevin was assigned detention and extra homework. In that moment, a sense of familiarity washed over Kevin as he anticipated the unfolding events. Malfoy reveled in the chaos, occasionally taunting, which nearly provoked Ron into a confrontation. Kevin, having recently garnered attention due to the incident with the magical card, was further discontented by the events on the train and Harry's disregard, all of which contributed to Malfoy's delight in his misfortune. Finally, the arduous potions class had come to an end. With a look of guilt etched upon his face, Harry gazed at Kevin, who was slumped over the desk, and apologetically uttered, "I'm sorry, Kevin. This is all my fault. I dragged you into this. I've known for ages that Snape despises me. I should have heeded Ron's advice." Kevin waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Don't say that, Harry. The person I loathe most right now is myself. I had such high hopes for this, and now, damn it, I have to serve detention. How many years has it been? I'm once again reliving this delightful moment. I'll stay with you," Harry immediately declared. "Count me in," Ron proclaimed, thumping his chest with camaraderie. "We share our misfortunes. However, I must say, Snape is truly insufferable." Just as Ron was about to voice his thoughts, Kevin suddenly transformed his demeanor and swiftly covered Ron's mouth. Unbeknownst to them, Snape had appeared behind Ron, his expression as impassive as ever, casting a disdainful gaze upon the 3 of them. "Ah, heh, you're still here, Professor?" Kevin forced a grim smile. Snape responded coldly, "That question should be directed at Potter and Weasley. Do you 2 wish to serve detention as well?" In an instant, Harry and Ron vanished, their speed astonishing, almost as if they had blinked out of existence, dashing to the doorway. Kevin, we'll bring you some treats from Hagrid. Farewell." Is this truly what it means to share in adversity? Kevin, with a grave expression, watched the doorway, only to hear a loud thud as a thick notebook was tossed in front of him. "You won't leave until you finish copying this." Kevin was now at a loss, on the verge of tears, and resignedly sat down to prepare for his monumental task. The uses of vermilion, the recipe for wolfsbane, and the dangers of dragon's blood. In what circumstances do these potions exist? Which potions can prolong the effectiveness of a wand? Yet, confronted with a hefty tome, even a colorful novel would fail to inspire him. Most importantly, he realized that completing this would take him until dawn, if not longer. Ultimately, Kevin could no longer endure it. Outside, darkness had fallen, and he glanced around, finding no one. He stealthily approached the classroom door and peered outside, still met with solitude. The basement housed not only the potions classroom, but also Snape's office. Kevin tiptoed like a thief, straining to listen, but heard nothing. He knocked on the door and quickly hid aside, yet still, there was silence. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes. Potions won't resume until next Friday. Time to make my exit. With that, Kevin swiftly gathered his belongings and dashed out. He had already devised a plan. Apart from potions class, students rarely saw Snape, and he could always write the rest later. If Snape inquired about it next week, he could simply claim he had completed the work but hadn't seen Snape to submit it. Unbeknownst to Kevin, after he departed, the wooden door of Snape's office creaked open. With an expression devoid of emotion, Snape glanced into the corridor, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passing through his eyes before he closed the door once more. Chapter 27, The First Magical Card Symposium. In the Gryffindor common room, Kevin held a piece of brownish-gray pastry in one hand, marked with a bite, and with the other hand covering his mouth, his eyes fixated intently on Harry and Ron, who were fidgeting restlessly, their faces flushed with shame. "Is this the dinner you brought me?" Kevin exclaimed. "Ah," Harry hastily clarified, "this is Hagrid's special rock cake. He insisted that I bring you some." "Oh." Kevin suddenly understood and then inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" Ron instinctively replied, "We did, but we couldn't finish it, so we brought some." "Blimey," Kevin fumed, pointing at the 2. "What kind of misfortune led me to befriend you 2 clods? You promised to share in times of trouble, yet here you are, fleeing faster than rabbits at the first sign of trouble, bringing me leftovers from your meal." Harry quickly interjected, "Kevin, let me explain. We spent too long at Hagrid's and missed mealtime. Ron and I didn't get to eat dinner either." Ron nodded vigorously, adding, "It's true. We're starving. I swear I'll never eat at Hagrid's again. His tastes are not for the faint-hearted." Sighing, Kevin flopped onto the sofa, saying, "Forget about that. Let's find something to eat. I've been studying all afternoon and am about to starve. Who has food? Harry glanced at Ron and replied. Neville had some snacks, but Ron accidentally ate them. Kevin had intended to ask if there was anything left. But upon recalling Ron's title of King of Munching, he promptly gave up. After quenching his thirst, he went straight to bed. The next day, being the weekend, breakfast at Hogwarts was served later than on weekdays. At the table, Kevin attacked his food as if it were his sworn enemy. Simon, sitting nearby, asked in astonishment, Kevin, did you not eat yesterday? Without pausing, Kevin replied, well, it wasn't like I had a proper meal, was it? Cough cough. Simon quickly offered him a cup, saying, try this. Kevin took a sip. And Simon eagerly inquired, how does it taste? TSK. Kevin smacked his lips and remarked, is this tea? It's a bit bland. Hearing this, Simon looked somewhat disheartened. Curiously, Kevin asked, what's wrong? Simon explained, I wanted to turn it into wine. What? Kevin paused, surprised. Are you suggesting I become your test subject? After a satisfying meal, Kevin patted his belly and said contentedly, I'm full. Ron chuckled. 3 steaks, 3 chicken legs, 4 pieces of bread, plus a serving of potato chips. Impressive. You have no right to criticize me, King of Munching, Kevin retorted while savoring his drink. What shall we do this weekend? Harry suddenly asked. At that moment, Ron produced a large box, exclaiming, let us play wizard's chess. I borrowed it from Percy. Wizard's chess? What is that? Kevin inquired. Ron immediately transformed into a male version of Hermione, enthusiastically explaining, wizard's chess is essentially wizard chess. The difference is that the pieces are alive. When one piece is captured, it is smashed by the opponent. But once the game concludes, the pieces are restored. Ron also boasted about being a wizard chess expert, claiming none of his brothers could match his skill. Having never seen living chess pieces, Harry eagerly agreed to play, but Kevin remarked, you all go ahead. I have plans. Who? The two asked. Kevin, he replied. Hermione's voice echoed as she approached. Holding a thick notebook, Kevin remarked, look, here she comes. No way. You're going on a date with that troublemaker? Ron exclaimed incredulously. Rising to his feet, Kevin replied, it's not a date, it's an academic discussion. I must take my leave now. Oh, and Ron. Thank you, he added before departing the dining hall with Hermione. Once they left, Ron turned to Harry and said, what does Kevin mean? Goodness, it's a nightmare that Kevin likes Hermione. Harry chuckled. Didn't Kevin say it was an academic discussion? Do you believe that? How could it be? Ron countered. Whether I believe it or not. I'm certain Kevin is not dating Hermione. She isn't his type, Harry stated. Oh, what is his type? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued. Isn't it obvious? It's Granger. Ron hurriedly responded. So, could they be going on a date? Harry pondered. At that moment, Simon and Dean, overhearing the discussion about dating, eagerly joined the conversation. The four delved into the dynamics of romantic interactions, and before long, even the bashful Neville became part of the discourse. In truth, Kevin and Hermione were not on a date. Rather, they were engaged in the research Hermione had mentioned regarding his magical cards. Kevin held great admiration for Hermione. When he revealed that he used vermilion ink to inscribe spells, she promptly inquired whether other materials could be employed. She even attempted to write with them, but regrettably, her spells did not resonate with the magical cards, rendering them ineffective. Consequently, Hermione shifted her focus from using the cards to exploring their characteristics and potential applications. It is undeniable that disparities exist among individuals, particularly in intellectual pursuits, and such gaps are often irreparable and irreversible. For instance, upon merely catching a whiff of a peculiar black liquid, Hermione confidently identified it as aconite juice. She explained that, strictly speaking, this liquid cannot be classified as a potion. For aconite primarily serves to concoct magical elixirs, often being mixed into various potions. In layman's terms, it is akin to a universal remedy. However, the properties of aconite juice correspond remarkably with straightforward offensive spells, as its efficacy can be amplified through the incorporation of other elements. Subsequently, Hermione continually shared her insights and meticulously documented the effects Kevin had previously observed, retracing the steps of their forebears. After a morning of diligent experimentation, they indeed discovered several exquisite combinations. For instance, the combination of hallucination grass with the sleeping spell astonishingly induced hallucinations in a mouse, causing it to scurry about in fright. And Hermione's attempts to dispel the enchantment proved futile. Additionally, Hermione concocted a potion for hiccups, which was the only genuine potion they could procure at that moment. This mischievous elixir, invented by students, induced relentless hiccups. When combined with ink and an offensive spell, it resulted in a hiccuping effect on the target, the mouse. Upon creating this magical card, Hermione was elated, declaring it might even be considered a new spell, as there was no existing spell that could induce hiccups. Kevin found it rather normal. It seemed unlikely that any wizard would concoct a spell devoid of harm or practical application. It was akin to hiccup water, something only students would dabble in. Nevertheless, Hermione dutifully took note of it, asserting that as further research unfolds, this record could evolve into a legendary tome. In truth, there existed a new spell, the components of which Hermione had meticulously gathered. Due to their limited knowledge, they were unable to brew more potions independently. Thus, Hermione opted to seek assistance from upperclassmen, one of whom provided her with a potion of infatuation in exchange for a set of Muggle cosmetics. The potion could induce an overwhelming obsession in its drinker, compelling them to fall deeply in love with another. However, it could not genuinely create love. And once its effects wore off, the infatuation would dissipate. At Hogwarts, its primary use was for pranks, as no one dared utilize it in earnest for romance. Many wizards throughout history had attempted this, only to meet with tragic ends. Yet, when the potion was transformed into magical ink for crafting spell cards, Kevin felt fortunate. For they had discovered a plethora of mother mice in the abandoned classroom. Merlin could attest. Neither Kevin nor Hermione had anticipated such an effective outcome from combining the potion with magic cards. They were astounded by the results. Although Kevin considered this a novel form of magic, he was firmly rebuffed by a blushing Hermione, who insisted that her notebook must remain unsullied by such content. Disappointed, Kevin pondered how the continuity and legacy of life could be deemed impure. After a morning of limited progress, Hermione was unable to make adequate preparations due to her lack of understanding, resulting in only a few rudimentary spell effects. Moreover, as first-year students, even Hermione's brilliance could not elevate them to the level of Kevin's father and his contemporaries. Their comprehension of magic was still scant, yielding no substantial breakthroughs beyond the spell cards. In the common room, Harry and Ron were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Harry greeted them before continuing his game, and this time Ron refrained from boasting, as he truly exhibited talent in chess. Throughout the morning, Harry had not won a single match. Kevin approached and placed a rat beside the chessboard, saying, "Ron, please keep an eye on your pet. I spotted it at the entrance just now. You owe me one." If Filch's cat had seen it, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Ron immediately gathered his rat, Scabbers, into his arms, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Kevin. I've been searching for him all morning. He must have been off looking for food." "Oh, poor Scabbers, just look at him, trembling from hunger while incessantly hiccuping." Chapter 28, The Nimbus 2000. The next day, while Harry and Ron slept in, Kevin rose early to seek out Hermione. Compared to the previous day, their progress was nearly non-existent. The vast array of potions could not be tested one by one, for that would take an eternity. Moreover, even if they could find some spells, the duo had yet to master several of them, and persisting would yield minimal progress. Thus, after a discussion, they resolved to first amass a reservoir of knowledge before proceeding further. During lunchtime, Kevin noticed Harry intently gazing at a piece of paper. "Harry, what captures your attention so?" Kevin jested. "Is it a love letter?" Harry replied, "It's merely the class schedule. You know, we have flying lessons next week." Flying lessons? Kevin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as wizards ride broomsticks, akin to celestial beings in China riding on clouds, it was a quintessential experience. He had long coveted a flying broomstick, but Hogwarts had stringent regulations regarding their use. Aside from flying lessons and Quidditch practice, students were generally prohibited from handling them. At that moment, Hermione, having overheard their conversation, chimed in, "Harry, if you wish to learn in advance, I could recommend a few books." "Stop." Harry swiftly interrupted Hermione's suggestion, stating, "While I am quite intrigued by flying broomsticks, my interest in books is another matter entirely." He then turned to Ron, who was busy eating, and asked, "Ron, is the school's broomstick the Nimbus 2000? Ron nearly choked on his food, coughing before replying, "Ahem. Harry, you really are naive. What is the Nimbus 2000? It is the fastest and finest broom in the world. Do you think the school would provide us with that? Dream on." I heard Bill mention that the school's broomsticks are shooting stars, and riding such a broom requires utmost caution. Kevin, unfamiliar with flying broomsticks, inquired, "Shooting stars? Are broomsticks categorized by model?" "Of course," came the simultaneous voices of Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, startling everyone as they turned to face them. Fred and George, both beaters on the Gryffindor team, were well versed in the realm of flying broomsticks and proceeded to elaborate in detail. However, their good-natured intentions often accompanied mischievous antics, as they painted a rather dismal picture of the school's broomsticks, causing an undercurrent of apprehension among their peers even before the lessons commenced. Meanwhile, Kevin sat there, deep in contemplation, seemingly frozen in thought. Harry nudged him, asking, "Kevin, what occupies your mind?" Hermione, curious, probed, "Are you writing a letter home? Sort of, any suggestions?" Kevin responded. He understood that sending a letter would incur costs. After all, even owls needed sustenance. After lunch, Kevin approached the teacher in charge of the owl post, inquiring about several matters before sending off a letter. In the afternoon, Ron and Harry engaged in a game of wizard's chess, while Kevin continued transcribing the assignment left by Snape. Although it was rare to encounter this professor, one could never predict when he might remember, and Kevin believed he would certainly hold him to his word. ensuring a fulfilling semester. Unexpectedly, Snape's punishment had proven to be exceedingly beneficial, and Kevin thought, now, to seek out Hermione. However, before rising, he composed himself once more. This notebook is undoubtedly invaluable. However, currently, it is nearly impossible to gather such an abundance of materials. Even if I managed to find them, I doubt that Hermione and I alone could accomplish the intricate art of potion making. It appears I must heed Hermione's advice to accumulate experience and knowledge. For instance, had I not been guided by Hermione to acquire some knowledge about potions, I would never have realized that serving detention could actually be beneficial to my research on magic cards. After some introspection, Kevin made two resolutions. First, to abandon the notion of diving into research at this moment. Second, unless Snape mentions it, he has no intention of returning the notebook to him in this lifetime. Time passed quietly. The second week at Hogwarts had unknowingly reached its midpoint, and both Kevin and Harry were quite exhilarated. For this afternoon marked the beginning of their flying lessons. Unlike Ron and other students from wizarding families, those of Muggle origin or without prior exposure to magic found flying lessons immensely appealing. After all, for those who dwell on solid ground, the prospect of flight is always imbued with a sense of enchantment. During breakfast, Harry noticed Kevin occasionally glancing upward and, driven by curiosity, inquired, "Kevin, is there something on the ceiling?" Kevin looked up once more and replied, "Just my package." "By the way, what did you purchase the other day?" Ron asked. With a mysterious smile, Kevin responded, "You'll find out soon enough." Before long, an owl delivery arrived, with nearly hundreds of owls soaring into the dining hall, accurately locating their respective owners or delivery targets before dropping their parcels. Neville received a small package, while Ron received a letter from home along with a copy of the Daily Prophet. Observing the flurry of owls, Kevin chuckled. "I am actually quite curious about what it would look like if an owl were to relieve itself." "Ugh, must you utter such disgusting things?" Hermione replied with a look of disdain. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Neville has received a memory ball." Neville held a palm-sized transparent glass sphere, within which seemed to float a substance resembling smoke. Hermione immediately remarked, "I read about this. When the smoke turns red, it signifies that you have forgotten something." Neville had previously confided in Kevin and the others about his forgetfulness, which left his grandmother perpetually concerned for him. Thus, the arrival of a memory ball might be her hope to assist Neville in overcoming this troublesome habit. As they spoke, the memory ball in Neville's hand unexpectedly turned red, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he said, "The only problem now is that I can't remember what I've forgotten." "Huh." Kevin laughed, teasingly adding, "It seems the memory ball still requires enhancement." By this time, most of the owls had departed from the dining hall. Harry queried, "Did you not say you bought something?" Kevin, "Why?" Before Harry could finish, another owl hooted, and looking up, they saw a gray owl flying into the dining hall, delivering a rather sizable item. Perhaps due to its size, it was the last to arrive. "Here it comes," Kevin exclaimed with delight. The owl flew directly above Kevin and dropped the item, which resembled a large paintbrush, wrapped securely in oilskin paper. Recognizing the familiar shape, Harry gasped, "Kevin, you didn't buy." Kevin, with a grin, promptly tore open the packaging, revealing a brand new broom that captivated the crowd's attention. "Cool. The Nimbus 2000. Chapter 29. Apologies. Wealth truly affords one the liberty to indulge. The significance of a flying broom in the eyes of a wizard is akin to that of an automobile in the eyes of a muggle. A remarkable broom can elicit admiration comparable to that of a luxury car cruising down the street. It was simply magnificent. Ron gazed at it as if admiring a stunning painting, his eyes sparkling. "May I touch it, Kevin?" "Of course," Kevin replied. "It's just a broom." The surrounding classmates gathered around, marveling at the elegantly designed and lavishly priced new broom. Harry felt a pang of envy. He had fallen in love with the Nimbus 2000 at first sight in Diagon Alley, but the price tag, laden with zeros, deterred him. Despite the substantial inheritance left by his parents, Harry hesitated to splurge on such an extravagant item. "It must be nice to be wealthy," Harry remarked wistfully. At that moment, Hermione interjected, "Kevin, why do you want it?" Kevin answered matter-of-factly, "To ride it, of course. Would I buy it merely as a decoration?" Hermione chuckled, "Apologies, Kevin. I don't mean to discourage you, but you have indeed purchased a mere ornament, at least for this term." "What do you mean? Are you jealous, Granger?" Ron asked, visibly irked. "Huh." Hermione raised her chin slightly and replied, "Do you really think that's possible?" Kevin, sensing Ron's desire to retort, interjected, "I am well aware that the school prohibits its use, but what about flying lessons?" Noticing the teasing expression on Hermione's face, Kevin felt as though he had overlooked something. Hermione teased, "You cannot use your own broom during flying lessons, and didn't you read the enrollment list? I mean, the final note." With Hermione's reminder, Kevin recalled that the enrollment list did indeed state that first-year students were not allowed to bring flying brooms. "Don't listen to her, Kevin," Ron urged. "This is a Nimbus 2000. If I had the money, I would buy one too, even if I couldn't use it right now." "Huh, how amusing, Weasley." A derisive voice chimed in from behind. as Malfoy approached, mocking Ron. Can anyone in the Weasley family truly afford such a thing? If you were wealthy, you should consider sharing some of your riches with your impoverished friend. Ron, his face flushed with anger or humiliation from Malfoy's public ridicule, stood up abruptly, glaring at Malfoy. What is the matter, Weasley? Did I strike a nerve? Malfoy continued to fan the flames. Enough, Malfoy. This has nothing to do with you, Harry said, standing up in anger. Malfoy cast a contemptuous glance at Harry. What is the matter, Potter? Our little celebrity wants to play the hero, always flaunting like a peacock, yet unaware of how foolish you appear when you turn around. You. Kevin grasped Harry, who was on the verge of losing his temper, and smiled at Malfoy, saying, Malfoy, I offer this in good faith. If you wish to avoid public embarrassment, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Huh? Malfoy sneered. What is that? Are you seeking a duel with me, Ailey? With your playing cards? Kevin chuckled. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? It would be exceedingly simple to deal with you. However, I must remind you that the Weasley family consists of more than just Ron. I trust you are aware that he has two exceedingly affable brothers. If you are unaware, I suggest you glance in this direction. Malfoy followed Kevin's gesture and beheld George and Fred, who were standing beside Ron, wearing benign smiles that were fixed upon him. Malfoy momentarily faltered, his heart beginning to race. He had indeed heard tales of these two, notorious for their fearlessness and penchant for mischief, which often involved pranks on unsuspecting victims. It was even rumored that they had hosted betting games at school on more than one occasion, and astonishingly, they were seldom penalized. Malfoy, not wishing to provoke these troublesome rascals, swiftly redirected his focus. Ailey, have you become so cowardly that you must cling to others for support? Huh? Kevin laughed. Listen, Malfoy, if it weren't for their presence, you would already be lying on the ground, bloodied and bruised. In Malfoy's eyes, although Kevin maintained a jovial demeanor and a calm tone, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart, as if the man before him might spring into action at any moment. He silently retreated a step. Do not assume that merely purchasing a Firebolt 2000 makes you wealthy. To be frank, my father has already contacted the Firebolt company to reserve the latest 2001 model, which he will acquire for me once I join the Quidditch team. Upon hearing this, Kevin's amusement intensified. Oh, the market has risen, has it? Do you believe yourself to be wealthier than I? In the realm of Slytherin freshmen, Malfoy held a position of vague leadership, and through inquiry, he had gathered information about Kevin's lineage. Although the Ailey family hailed from a Muggle background, their financial standing was quite considerable even within the entirety of Britain. While the Malfoy family was among the most esteemed of pure-blood lineages, with a substantial accumulation of wealth from generations past, Malfoy was acutely aware that their circumstances were no longer as illustrious, as his father had been continuously funneling money to various organizations. Are you suggesting that wealth grants one the liberty to act without consequence? Malfoy's confidence began to wane. Kevin rose, grinning. I apologize, but wealth indeed affords one certain privileges. However, I doubt you can fathom such a reality. Moreover, let me make this clear, Malfoy. I have taken note of your previous statement. Today, I declare this. Should your father genuinely provide a generous sponsorship for a new broom upon your joining the Slytherin team, I, Kevin Ailey, swear by my family's name that I shall cover all the brooms and equipment for the Gryffindor team each year. If there is even one outdated model, I shall concede defeat. By the way, I advise you, your desire for attention is your own affair, and I harbor no objections. However, do not seek me out unnecessarily. You cannot afford the game, while I can end you. With that, he seized his broom and turned to depart, leaving Malfoy flushed and panting heavily. Ron and Harry were elated, thoroughly enjoying Malfoy's discomfiture. Returning to the common room, the Gryffindors were in high spirits, relishing the sight of Slytherin's students facing setbacks. However, Ron found himself somewhat apprehensive. Kevin, will you truly do that? Ron inquired. Do what? Kevin queried. Buy brooms for Gryffindor, Ron replied. His concern for Kevin was genuine. With so many listeners in the dining hall that day, if either of them failed to fulfill their promises, it would be a considerable embarrassment. The issue was that, given the Malfoy family's circumstances, acquiring luxurious items was rather effortless, yet Kevin's remark struck Ron as rather excessive. Kevin shrugged dismissively. What is the big deal? If you're suggesting I should confront Malfoy, I must confess I wouldn't dare. I have no desire to be expelled. But when it comes to finances, you might want to consult Harry. Ron was puzzled as to why they should inquire of Harry. Harry chuckled. Oh, Ron, have you ever seen a mountain of gold? A literal mountain made of gold? Does such a thing truly exist? Ron appeared skeptical. Of course it exists, right in Gringotts' vault, the vault of Mr. Kevin Ailey. Harry asserted. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean Kevin has a mountain of gold in Gringotts? Harry nodded. I've seen it with my own eyes. Ron had no reason to doubt his friends, yet he remarked, but the Malfoy family is wealthy as well. My father mentioned that Lucius Malfoy has been donating substantial sums to the Ministry of Magic ever since he was acquitted of his crimes. Even Hogwarts has accepted their contributions. And Lucius is one of the governors. You need not worry about your affluent friend, Hermione interjected. You know, the Ailey family is quite renowned in the Muggle world. having built their fortune through commerce. Their family motto is, wealth replaces nobility. Even the former royalty sought their assistance financially. If you familiarize yourself with the Muggle world, you will discover that almost every notable enterprise in Europe holds shares from the Ailey family. Are you implying that Kevin has access to more wealth beyond that mountain of gold in Gringotts? Merlin's beard. Although Ron was aware of Kevin's affluence, he never anticipated it to be so extraordinarily vast. Kevin laughed. Well said, Hermione. Truly, you are the encyclopedia of our group. You know our family affairs even better than I do. Chapter 30, Flying Lessons. In the afternoon, flying lessons finally commenced. The classroom for flying was simply the outdoor lawn, where numerous brooms were laid out upon their arrival. For many of the first years, this was their inaugural encounter with flying broomsticks. Yet, as Kevin remarked, these brooms appeared rather disconcerting, being quite worn, with many of their twigs missing in the rear. Nevertheless, this did little to dampen the new students' enthusiasm for flight. However, for Gryffindors, the experience would have been even more splendid had they not been sharing the class with Slytherin. As the students excitedly observed the flying broomsticks, their flying instructor, Madame Hooch, approached with a whirlwind of energy. This short-haired woman with graying locks possessed yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, her nose slightly hooked, giving her an unmistakable resemblance to a hawk. Good afternoon, students, she greeted. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch. As she greeted, Madame Hooch did not pause in her stride. Directly approaching the students, her demeanor mirrored her brisk gait, devoid of superfluous words, as she commenced without delay. The assembly promptly chose a broomstick and positioned themselves to its left. Madame Hooch continued. Now, place your right hand above the broomstick and say up. Kevin's voice resonated. And at last, the broomstick soared into his grasp, while Hermione, the academic overachiever, struggled, her broom merely rolling on the ground, a fate shared by many others. Add some feeling, Madame Hooch advised. Consequently, the cries of up transformed in tone, producing a rather humorous effect. The most amusing was Ron. Whether it was his pronunciation or the broom's defect, that old broom suddenly sprang up, the handle striking him squarely in the face. Just as Madame Hooch was about to continue, a student unexpectedly began to ascend. Madame Hooch, visibly irritated, exclaimed, Mr. Longbottom, come down. Did you not hear my instructions? The one rising was Neville, his face a mask of terror as he trembled. I can't. It won't listen to me, Neville stammered, fear rendering his speech incoherent. Suddenly, the broom seemed intent on launching skyward, and Neville clung desperately to it. In that instant, another student leapt forward, seizing Neville's clothing and bringing him crashing down, while the brooms spiraled wildly above. Kevin, Harry, and Ron hurriedly abandoned their brooms to assist the two, with Neville still shaken, his face lingering in a state of panic. After being helped by Harry, Kevin too felt a lingering dread, unable to fathom the potential catastrophe had Neville not been rescued. Madam, I believe the school should consider replacing the broom, Kevin remarked, still shaken. Madame Hooch exhaled in relief, nodding as she replied, I think you are correct. Well done, Mr. Eiley. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Coming to his senses, Neville repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Kevin, while Madame Hooch selected another broom for him, though Neville, now apprehensive, hesitated to accept it. Following the small mishap, everyone diligently adhered to Madame Hooch's instructions, each attempting to experience the thrill of flight. After much persuasion, Neville slowly circled the ground. Having lived on the ground for so many years, the exhilaration of soaring freely in the air thrilled the students, with Harry feeling particularly elated, as he seemed to excel in flight among them. For reasons unknown, he found controlling the broom effortless and yearned to attempt a faster pace. Yet Madame Hooch's keen eyes were fixed upon them. For Kevin, the first flying lesson finally resolved a long-standing puzzle. A broom was merely a stick, disregarding long-distance flights. A Quidditch match lasted at least an hour, yet they seemed unfazed by discomfort. It was only when he mounted the broom that Kevin realized an enchantment, known as the cushioning charm, effectively provided an invisible seat. During the flying lesson, Harry, whose magical talent had been rather ordinary, surprised Kevin with his remarkable aptitude for flight. In addition to that, there was Malfoy, who exhibited impressive aerial skills, even daring to perform a technical maneuver while Madame Hooch was momentarily distracted. Malfoy's motives for such antics were not solely rooted in showcasing his prowess. Each time he elicited gasps of astonishment, he would cast a smug glance at the sluggish Kevin. However, Kevin remained largely indifferent, not out of magnanimity, but rather because he was not adept at dealing with treachery that led to one's demise. He struggled to control his broomstick, while Malfoy navigated the skies with remarkable ease. Engaging him in aerial combat would likely result in Kevin tumbling down, even if Malfoy refrained from attacking. After Madame Hooch departed, an initial tranquility prevailed, with the two houses engaged in playful banter and light-hearted skirmishes. Yet, it wasn't long before tensions escalated between them. The catalyst for this discord was Malfoy's theft of Neville's memory ball, followed by mocking him. Neville demanded its return, but Malfoy was unwilling to comply, prompting Kevin and others to intervene promptly. "Malfoy, are you truly seeking a beating to gain some sense?" Kevin remarked, gesturing with the broomstick in his hand. Malfoy's audacity stemmed from his belief that Kevin and his companions lacked flying skills on par with his own, allowing him to toy with them in the air. "Huh," Malfoy scoffed, retorting, "No, I intend to hide it and make this fool search for it." With that, he mounted his broom and soared into the air, looking down at the crowd below. "Do Gryffindors only boast? Where's the courage you take pride in?" Kevin felt genuine anger rising within him. Malfoy's behavior was exceedingly infuriating. While he acknowledged that his flying skills did not match Malfoy's, he refused to believe he was powerless against him. Reaching into his pocket, Kevin produced a magical card, prompting Hermione to seize his hand in alarm. "Are you out of your mind, Kevin? If he falls, you will be expelled." Kevin fixed his gaze on Malfoy and chuckled coldly. "Fear not. I shall make him wet his pants, but he shall not meet his end." "That is unacceptable," Hermione insisted, gripping Kevin tightly. Just then, a shadow darted past, and another figure ascended into the air. It was Harry. Chapter 31, Confrontation. Although Harry excelled in flying lessons, he did not believe his skills surpassed the well-practiced Malfoy's. Yet Malfoy's provocations were infuriating. Fueled by indignation, Harry impulsively charged up. The altitude they reached nearly surpassed that of the adjacent tower, and Malfoy was taken aback by Harry's audacity. He had not anticipated anyone would dare approach him. Harry hovered steadily in the air, while Kevin held another magical card, ensuring that neither of them would sustain injury should they fall, even Malfoy. Meanwhile, Ron began rallying the crowd to cheer for Harry. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry shouted, "or I shall knock you down." "Oh, is that so?" Malfoy replied, feigning nonchalance, though his expression betrayed his anxiety. The truth was that a fall from this height would certainly be fatal. Despite his disdain for Harry, he had no desire for harm to befall him, nor did he wish to face such a fate himself. Just moments ago, Harry and his companions had merely circled at a low altitude. For those who had not previously mastered flying, like Malfoy, it was nearly impossible to have acquired such skill in such a brief time. Yet, Harry seemed to possess an innate understanding of the craft, with his hands firmly gripping the broom and his body leaning forward. The broom soared forth like an arrow aimed at Malfoy. In an unexpected turn of events, Malfoy executed a 360-degree flip in midair, narrowly evading Harry as he zipped past. On the ground, Kevin was taken aback by Malfoy's maneuver, silently commending his skill. The Slytherin students, unlike Kevin, erupted in cheers. However, unbeknownst to them, including Kevin, Malfoy was drenched in cold sweat. Though he frequently practiced flying solo, he had intended to dodge Harry, but was overwhelmed by anxiety, resulting in that astonishing move. No one anticipated that Harry would seize the golden snitch at such remarkable speed and regain control of his broom just as he was about to collide with a wall. "Awesome!" Kevin was exhilarated, cheering loudly. The Gryffindor crowd, including Hermione, who had previously disapproved of Harry's actions, was now in awe of his performance. "Hey!" Kevin pointed to the window where Harry had just halted and inquired, "Ron, doesn't that window seem familiar?" Ron glanced over and replied, "Does it?" He could not discern its significance, but Kevin recognized it all too well, having visited there more than once during the first week, even burning a pot of greenery in that very spot. It was Professor McGonagall's office. Kevin chuckled wryly. "What? Professor McGonagall?" Ron was taken aback, realizing that if McGonagall had witnessed Harry's display, while the crowd continued to applaud Harry, he basked in their admiration until a voice that sent shivers down the spines of all Gryffindors rang out. "Harry Potter." The cheers faded into an eerie silence, revealing Professor McGonagall standing beside them on the grass. "Come with me," she instructed Harry. Trembling, Harry recalled Kevin's words. When someone calls you by your full name, it often precedes something unpleasant. At that moment, Harry felt the weight of her gaze. What had Madame Hooch said earlier? He dared not contemplate it further. Kevin approached him, saying, "Go on, McGonagall may be strict, but she is fair. Just tell her the truth." Feeling slightly reassured, Harry nodded and hurried after her. Meanwhile, Kevin strode confidently toward Malfoy. Though Malfoy felt a flutter of anxiety, he assumed Kevin would not dare to draw his wand in school. Unfortunately for him, he was only half correct. While Kevin would not brandish his wand, he was prepared to take action, under the watchful eyes of both Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Kevin swiftly approached Malfoy and, before anyone could react, executed a shoulder throw that sent Malfoy crashing to the ground. At that moment, chaos ensued. No one had anticipated that a physical confrontation would take place. The Slytherin members, naturally, would not remain passive in their response. Among them, Draco Malfoy's two henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe, were the first to charge forward. Kevin exhibited no intention of retreat. With a sweeping kick, he sent Goyle crashing to the ground. Before Crabbe could lay a hand on him, he received a powerful kick to the chest, resulting in his immediate downfall. This sudden display left the Slytherins in stunned silence. While they had witnessed fights before, they had never encountered such ferocity. Goyle and Crabbe were not as slender as Malfoy, Yet Kevin effortlessly brought them both down one after another. Did they truly think his years of training were in vain? Ron and the others had anticipated that Kevin would be targeted by the Slytherins and rush to his aid. However, they were taken aback to see Kevin handle 3 adversaries by himself, effectively intimidating the entire Slytherin crowd. Lying on the ground, Malfoy was poised to report, "Madam Hooch. It's like this." But Kevin, drawing from his wealth of experience, swiftly interjected, "Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe were merely attempting to consolidate the knowledge you imparted today. And unfortunately, they stumbled and fell. I was just about to assist them up." He then turned to the trio, extending his hand toward Malfoy with a menacing grin. "Isn't that right, gentlemen?" Though Malfoy said nothing, he obediently extended his hand, only to feel a painful squeeze. "Ah!" Malfoy exclaimed, as his body was involuntarily yanked upward. He was met with Kevin's feigned concern. "What's wrong, Malfoy? Did you injure yourself? Do you need me to escort you to the infirmary?" Chapter 32, The Youngest Seeker in a Century. Haha. After flying class, Ron threw his arm around Kevin's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Mate, you are simply unbeatable. Did you see Malfoy's expression? It was as if he had an upset stomach but couldn't find a restroom. It was utterly hilarious." The other Gryffindors were equally amused, recognizing that Malfoy had instigated the conflict, and in their eyes, Kevin was merely compelled to retaliate. Hermione acknowledged the situation but disapproved of Kevin's methods, remarking, "You should be grateful Madam Hooch didn't witness that. Who knows what might have happened to Harry?" Upon mentioning Harry, the group's spirits dampened, particularly Neville, who felt responsible for Harry's predicament. "Harry? Is that really Harry?" Simon suddenly pointed toward the distance. The group quickly turned their gaze, and who else could it be but Harry? He approached with a smile, waving nonchalantly, seemingly unscathed. Though Kevin couldn't shake the feeling that Harry's stride exuded an air of arrogance. "My goodness, are you saying Professor McGonagall recommended you for the Gryffindor Quidditch team?" "As a seeker," Ron exclaimed incredulously. "What's the big deal?" Kevin replied. "Harry's performance in class clearly demonstrated his capability to join. By the way, what exactly is a seeker?" "Get out of here," Ron waved dismissively. "The seeker is an incredibly vital position in Quidditch. Their sole task is to catch the golden snitch." "Be quiet, Kevin, I know what you're about to ask." Ron promptly provided a brief introduction to Quidditch for the two, explaining that the golden snitch is one of the essential balls used in the game, crucial to its conclusion. A match is only deemed finished when the snitch is captured, and the team that catches it immediately earns 150 points. Kevin, somewhat perplexed, inquired about the nature of the competition. "What kind of game is this? If that's the case, why do the players exert themselves so much? Why not just go for the snitch directly?" Ron had to clarify once more, succinctly explaining that a formal Quidditch match does not solely determine victory based on a single outcome, but rather operates on a point system. Similar to a football league, the team with the highest total score across all matches is declared the winner. For instance, if the point differential between two teams exceeds 150 points, the trailing team seeker would not immediately pursue the snitch during the final match. Instead, they would endeavor to prevent the opposing seeker from capturing it, only attempting to seize the snitch once they have mitigated the point deficit. In essence, while the capture of the golden snitch signifies the end of the match, leading in points determines victory. Do you understand? Ron, a devoted Quidditch fan, spoke with an eloquence that was unusual for him, clearly elucidating the rules for Kevin, who had previously known nothing of Quidditch. As a fan, Ron expressed his envy over Harry's opportunity to join the team. "Did you know? No first-year students have ever been recruited by the teams of Hogwarts. You are the youngest in a century," as Professor McGonagall herself stated. Harry, feeling a bit proud, responded with a hint of arrogance. Just then, 2 cheerful figures sprang forth, Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George, who approached and embraced Harry, exclaiming, "Hi, Harry. We've heard from Wood." Ron explained, "George and Fred are the beaters for Gryffindor." With a mischievous grin, George remarked, "Indeed. Our task is to ensure you won't be knocked askew." Fred chimed in, "Of course, there is no guarantee of absolute safety. Quidditch can be quite brutal. But fret not. No one has ever died. There have been a few mysterious disappearances, but they tend to reappear after a month or so." With that, the two laughed and dashed away, leaving Harry feeling somewhat disheartened by what had sounded like a comforting remark. Kevin reassured him, "Don't listen to their nonsense. If it were truly that dangerous, would the school still hold matches? Injuries are a common occurrence in competitive sports. Haven't you seen football?" "Exactly, Harry," Ron added. "Quidditch is exhilarating." Harry managed a wry smile, responding, "Thank you for your consolation, but I've never played Quidditch. I've only flown once. What if I make a fool of myself? Damn it, I bet the whole school knows about this. I'd be utterly humiliated, and I certainly don't want to see Malfoy and his friends mocking me." "You want to make a fool of yourself?" Hermione interjected as she approached. "You have a natural talent. Come, follow me." Without waiting for the three to respond, she led them to the trophy display room on the 4th floor. It was a glass cabinet adorned with crystal, showcasing trophies, shields, medals, and statues awarded to students throughout the years. The trio was perplexed, and Kevin inquired, Miss Granger, are you intending to inspire Harry with the glorious deeds of his predecessors? Indeed, Hermione replied with a smile. I believe this method will be quite effective. Look at this. Wow. Ron exclaimed in surprise. Harry, you never told us your father was also a seeker. Kevin, noticing the tears in Harry's eyes, remarked, I am confident you will surpass your father. Absolutely. You will lift the house cup. Ron said excitedly. Harry wiped his eyes and replied, Thank you. I will, I promise. Hermione's eyes glistened with moisture as she urged. Come on, Harry. We will help you. Let's go and show you how to become an excellent seeker. Ron, unusually in agreement with Hermione's suggestion, added. We all want to help you, you know. I am quite familiar with Quidditch. Thus, Hermione led the group to the library, where she found several books about Quidditch. Ron then meticulously explained the rules and strategies of the game to Harry, while Kevin, unfamiliar with the sport, listened attentively from the sidelines. Chapter 33, A Misstep into the Forbidden Zone. Afterward, the lives of the four became quite fulfilling, with their days spent assisting Harry in gathering information about Quidditch alongside their classes. Moreover, due to the utilization of magic cards, Kevin's academic performance began to improve significantly, with various subjects starting to shine. However, he was particularly dissatisfied with defense against the dark arts, which was supposed to be the most practical subject. Unfortunately, their instructor, Professor Quirrell, was an eccentric character. It was hard to imagine that a teacher tasked with instructing students on how to combat danger could be such a quivering coward, seemingly terrified by the slightest noise. Such a teacher held no authority, leading Fred and George to shift their pranks from students to this peculiar Professor Quirrell. Nevertheless, the discussions among the four today were far from peaceful, primarily due to the ongoing feud between Hermione and Ron. Ron believed that no one understood Quidditch better than he, a seasoned fan, and suggested that Harry learn through practical experiences rather than remain cooped up in books. Conversely, Hermione argued that Harry, who had never participated in a Quidditch match, should first acquire ample knowledge about the game. Their argument persisted even at the dining table, and Kevin's ears were beginning to ache. Stop, you two, let us take a breather. Do you not see that there are others around? Kevin remarked with a wry smile. The two glanced around, noticing that the dining hall was nearly empty, with no one sitting nearby. Kevin continued, It's commendable that everyone is eager to assist Harry, but it shouldn't escalate to this extent. To be honest, it seems more like a clash of ideologies between you two than a genuine effort to help Harry. In my opinion, a balance is necessary. Harry can certainly read the books you both recommend in his spare time, and since he is already training with the team, he will naturally not neglect practical experience. You both have already made significant contributions. Harry's words prompted the two to shake hands and reconcile, and thus the four of them rose to leave the restaurant. On their way, Kevin jested, You know, I have developed a newfound admiration for Hermione, particularly in her vast knowledge. Hermione responded, Are you complimenting me? Of course. Ron chimed in. At least in terms of information, I must concede that you are quite knowledgeable. You understand Kevin's family situation, and regarding Harry's heritage, you know even more than he does. Hermione, unamused, retorted, That is not mere information, Mr. Weasley. If you pay attention to life, you will discover many things that escape the notice of ordinary people. Ron hastily exclaimed, Quick, let's head upstairs. Otherwise, they will change positions again. The four immediately ascended to a platform, where Harry sighed in relief, saying, The shifting stairs won't affect this place. Kevin teased, Impressive, Harry. Quite the seasoned veteran. Hermione glanced at the dusty wooden door and remarked, I believe this is not a wise approach. Kevin countered, I think this is undoubtedly a good idea. Hermione, you wouldn't want to sleep here, would you? Ron wholeheartedly agreed with Kevin's method, but when he pushed the door, he discovered it wouldn't budge. Darn it. This door is locked, Ron said. No problem, Kevin replied, retrieving a spell card. Stand back, Ron. The spell card transformed into a beam of light, striking the wooden door, which then creaked open. Impressive, Harry exclaimed, giving Kevin a thumbs up. Your spell card can cast silently. Such silent and wandless casting is typically reserved for advanced students or graduates. Kevin raised an eyebrow, saying, No big deal. Let's go inside. As they entered, they halted abruptly, for darkness enveloped them. With the light from outside, they discerned the floor was covered in dust and spider webs adorned the walls and statues, which appeared even more ominous in their dilapidated state, indicating a long abandonment. I don't think we should be here, Ron swallowed nervously. Hermione asserted, Of course we shouldn't be here. Remember what Dumbledore said at the feast? This is the third floor, a restricted area for students. Suddenly, Ron recalled something, his voice tinged with panic. I remember Dumbledore saying that if we didn't want to meet a grim fate, we should stay away. Kevin, is this your brilliant idea? Kevin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, Don't put it that way. At least it's peaceful here now. Not like in a horror film where everything suddenly bursts into flames. Just as Kevin finished speaking, several previously extinguished candelabras burst into flame. Although light was restored, the flickering flames rendered the already abandoned corridor even more eerie. All right, I concede this is not a good idea. Let's leave immediately. By the way, don't you think that cat looks familiar? Kevin asked. Hermione quickly replied, that's Filch's cat. I've heard it reports any students breaking school rules directly to Filch. Ron, close to tears, exclaimed, I would rather endure a week of detention with Professor McGonagall than fall into his hands. Enough chatter, let's run, Kevin urged. Several individuals dashed forward, the atmosphere thickening with terror. Each time they passed a candelabrum, its flames flickered to life. There's a door ahead, Harry pointed out. No need to report. Let us hide inside, Kevin replied. Ron, with his short legs, accelerated and swiftly overtook the three, reaching the door first. Damn, it's locked. We're doomed. Move aside, Kevin shouted, promptly tossing a spell card that successfully unlocked the door. Ron exhaled in relief and gave Kevin a thumbs up, exclaiming, Cool, Kev. Cool your jets, just get inside. Kevin retorted, shoving Ron through the door. Once they were all inside, they quickly shut the door behind them. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from outside. Is anyone in there, my dear? Chapter 34. The lock has its reasons. Though the door was secured, Kevin pressed his hand against it. At that moment, someone poked him from behind. Turning around, he found Ron, who looked as if he might burst into tears and seemed to want to say something. Kevin quickly gestured for silence. After a while, the silence outside reassured them, and Hermione remarked, It seems Filch has left. Kevin added, Perhaps he thinks no one can enter since it's locked. Ron, you little wait, Ron? They noticed Ron staring wide-eyed ahead, his expression resembling that of someone about to weep. There's a reason the door is locked, he uttered. The trio followed his gaze, and upon seeing what lay before them, they were rendered immobile. As if struck by lightning, before them lay a three-headed hellhound. Whether it hailed from the underworld, Kevin could not ascertain, but if a hellhound could be of such size. A massive black dog, with 3 heads, lounged on the ground, each head yawning lazily. Ron instinctively looked to Kevin for help. Kevin swiftly covered his mouth, while Hermione and Harry hurriedly did the same. This expansive chamber felt vast, yet when the 3-headed dog stood, the previously spacious room appeared alarmingly cramped. Ah, Harry, Ron, and Hermione screamed in unison. Run, Kevin shouted. Hermione, irate, exclaimed, Are your eyes merely for decoration? Did you not see it standing there? You couldn't have warned us in advance. Ron immediately countered, I told Kevin, but he told me to shut up, and I saw its heads. Perhaps you didn't realize it has 3. All right, it's all my fault, Kevin interjected, halting their quarrel. But we can't blame the school, after all. We were warned before the term began, Harry remarked, but as Ron said, such a dangerous creature shouldn't be allowed in school. Is it considered an animal? A guardian? What exactly is it guarding? Harry and Ron asked in bewilderment. Hermione, with a look of exasperation, responded, Did you not notice it standing on a trapdoor? It indicates it is guarding something. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a nap. Otherwise, you 3 geniuses might concoct yet another scheme to meet your demise, or, worse, get expelled. Good night. She should contemplate thoroughly before determining which is worse, Ron remarked. Then turned to Kevin. Kevin, today's misadventure was entirely your idea. Don't you think you ought to compensate us? Kevin, stretching and appearing somewhat fatigued, replied, Of course. But I would prefer if you waited until I've had a proper rest before we delve into this topic. Silence reigned throughout the night. Charms class. Charms is one of the essential subjects at Hogwarts, holding immense significance, as spells are the primary manifestation of magic. It is also Kevin's most cherished and prioritized course. The instructor for Charms is Professor Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Despite his diminutive stature, Flitwick's position as the head of Ravenclaw and his role as a Charms professor testify to his formidable capabilities. Within the school, Professor Flitwick is held in high regard, and his gentle, humorous disposition endears him to the students. This year, we are studying the levitation charm. As the name suggests, it enables objects to float and soar. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books while delivering his lecture. After elucidating the key aspects of the levitation charm, he produced a feather, Wingardium Leviosa. Upon uttering the incantation and waving his wand, the feather ascended gracefully under his control. After demonstrating, he instructed, Remember the essential movements and enunciate the spell clearly. I trust you all have your feathers. Now you may attempt to practice. Soon, the Charms classroom became a cacophony of chaos, as students vigorously waved their wands and recited the incantations. It is no wonder that Hogwarts students often proclaim Charms class as notoriously noisy and disorderly. Occasionally, there would be particularly explosive incidents. For instance, a loud explosion suddenly erupted within the classroom, revealing Simon with a soot-blackened face and tousled hair, while the feather before him had transformed into mere remnants. Haha. Kevin, seated behind him, offered a tissue and jested, Mate, have you been experimenting with explosions? It seems our house now has not just Ron, the glutton, but also you, the explosion king. Shut up, why bring me up? Ron retorted, visibly annoyed. At that moment, Hermione inquired, Kevin, how's it going? Kevin smiled and gestured, producing a magical card. Upon noticing, Professor Flitwick hurried over, nearly tumbling from his stack of books in his eagerness. "Mr. Ailey, please allow me to admire that once more," Professor Flitwick implored. Kevin, having grown accustomed to this, realized that ever since he had used his first magical card in Charms class, Professor Flitwick had developed an extraordinary interest in this unconventional method of spellcasting, frequently observing Kevin's use of magical cards during each session. As the magical card struck the feather, it ascended into the air, continuously changing direction with Kevin's finger movements. "Merlin, what a masterpiece! It is truly unimaginable that a charm requiring sustained control could be executed so fluidly," Professor Flitwick exclaimed with genuine admiration. The levitation charm is the first enduring control spell that Kevin and his fellow freshmen studied in class, which explains Hermione's inquiry to Kevin. This spell necessitates a sustained exertion of magical energy, unlike the spells previously employed that required merely striking a target. The levitation charm affirms that magical cards remain applicable for spells demanding a continuous output of magical energy. Professor Flitwick remarked, "Eli, I recall you mentioning that one must master a spell before one can employ the corresponding magical card. Is that correct? Thus, you have indeed mastered the levitation charm. It is truly remarkable." Kevin rose and replied, "This is all thanks to your guidance, Professor." His words were not mere flattery. The diminutive professor had indeed provided substantial assistance to Kevin in the realm of charms. Chapter 35, A Halloween Fright. Ron's perspective on charms was straightforward. If the initial attempt failed, he would simply try again several times, and if that too was unsuccessful, he would exert greater force. And if he still failed, he would take a moment to rest before restarting from the beginning. At this moment, he was engaged in the third step, vigorously waving his wand. Hermione could no longer bear to watch and hurriedly intervened. "Stop! Stop! Are you trying to poke someone's eye out? Your wand movements are incorrect, and you've mispronounced the incantation. It's Leviosa, not Areviosa." Ron, somewhat incensed, retorted, "If you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Come on." Hermione calmly lifted her wand and recited the incantation. The feather gracefully ascended into the air with her movements, much to Professor Flitwick's delight, who immediately praised her. As Hermione cast a self-satisfied glance in his direction, Ron, in a fit of annoyance, slumped over the desk. After class, Ron could not shake off his irritation, continuously bemoaning the incident with Hermione. "You should have seen her pompous expression. Kevin, you succeeded before her, yet you don't gloat like that." Kevin attempted to mediate. Hermione meant well. Why should a man hold a grudge against a woman? Ron replied, "This isn't about grudges. I simply can't stand her smug demeanor." He then mimicked Hermione's expression, declaring, "It's Leviosa, not Areviosa. It's utterly unbearable. No wonder she has few friends." Just then, Ron was unexpectedly bumped into, and in his irritable state, he was about to lash out, only to realize it was Hermione, clutching her books and striding forward. For a moment, Ron stood there, awkwardly frozen. Harry remarked, "Do you think she heard that?" Kevin, exasperated, glanced at Hermione's retreating figure and said to Ron, "You really have no tact. Let us see how you handle this." "I didn't know she would hear me," Ron replied defiantly, though inwardly he felt a twinge of regret, at worst. "I'll apologize to her." Just then, Harry inquired, "Has anyone seen Hermione?" Kevin and Ron looked up, and indeed, there was no sign of her. At that moment, Neville commented, "I heard Barty say she's in the restroom and refuses to come out." Upon hearing this, Kevin turned to a girl nearby and asked, "Barty, have you seen Hermione?" The girl named Lavender nodded and said, "I heard from Parvati that Hermione has been crying in the restroom all afternoon and refuses to be comforted." Ron's expression turned to one of guilt as he mumbled, "I'll go talk to her." Before he could finish his sentence, the great door of the dining hall was suddenly flung open, and Professor Quirrell rushed in, panic-stricken. "Troll! In the dungeon! There's a troll in the underground classroom." This sudden revelation rendered the dining hall silent, and Quirrell, appearing dazed, uttered, "You ought to know," before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the floor, accompanied by a thunderous crash from above. A chorus of startled cries erupted from the students, some of whom, in their fright, began to prepare for escape. Amidst the chaos, Dumbledore's voice, imbued with an unusual authority, commanded silence. "Be quiet." He did not employ a sonorous charm, yet his voice resonated clearly. The heads of houses promptly sprang into action, guiding their respective students out of the hall in an orderly manner. Kevin, bewildered, remarked, "How could a troll have entered the school again?" Ron, scanning the surroundings, replied, "Trolls are quite dim-witted. They couldn't have come in by themselves. I suspect someone is playing a prank." At that moment, Harry rushed over and grabbed Kevin. "What's wrong, Harry?" Kevin inquired. Harry hurriedly responded, "Hermione. She's still in the restroom. I fear she remains unaware." Ron felt a surge of guilt upon hearing this. Despite his fear, he insisted, "Let us go. We can't let Percy see us." The trio quickly sought out Lavender to ascertain Hermione's whereabouts and then hurriedly departed the group towards the girls' restroom. They crouched low, using the Hufflepuff students as cover as they made their way to the dungeon, since the Hufflepuff dormitory is situated beneath the kitchen. Just as the three parted ways with the Hufflepuff group, Kevin suddenly pulled Harry and Ron into his statue's alcove. Shoo! He gestured for silence, pointing ahead. The two turned to see a figure traversing the corridor. It's Snape. Harry recognized the other individual and questioned, why isn't he with the other teachers? Kevin, equally puzzled, replied, I don't know, but now is not the time for questions. Let us move. As Snape disappeared around a corner, the trio swiftly made their way to the girls' restroom. At that moment, Hermione, her face streaked with tears, was preparing to leave when the door swung open, revealing Kevin and the others, breathless and panting. Startled, Hermione momentarily forgot her sorrow and gazed at them in astonishment. You three. Ron hurried over, saying, I'm sorry, Hermione. I apologize for my words this morning, but you must come with us. Their essay troll. Before he could finish, an overpowering stench filled the air, accompanied by heavy breathing. Hermione, standing opposite the three, pointed in terror at something behind them and began to retreat. Ron, sensing the danger, choked back tears and urged, Hermione, don't tell me. Get down. Hermione suddenly shouted, prompting the others to hastily drop to the ground. They felt a fierce wind that chilled their scalps, followed by a thunderous crash as splintered wood scattered in every direction. The three, fearing for their safety, scrambled to their feet and ran into the restroom. There, they beheld a towering, grotesque creature wielding a large club, panting as it regarded them. The giant assessed the quartet, but did not immediately attack. Kevin recalled Ron mentioning that giants were rather dim-witted and quickly urged, spread out, quickly. The three dispersed in different directions. Seeing four potential targets, the giant hesitated for a moment before abandoning Harry and Ron and lumbering towards Kevin and Hermione. As Kevin retreated, he suddenly bumped into someone. It was Hermione, who had also shifted her position. Both were fixated on the giant and had unwittingly converged. The giant, perceiving this combined target, raised its club and swung it in a sweeping motion towards them. Kevin yanked Hermione down just in time, hearing a deafening crash as the wooden stalls of the restroom were smashed into splinters. Fortunately, they had ducked low enough to evade the onslaught. Hermione appeared frozen in shock, lying on the ground and staring vacantly at the giant, which was now advancing towards them once more. Chapter 36, Confronting the Giant. Although Kevin had never encountered such a creature, his extensive combat experience prompted him to rise and pull Hermione backward. The giant, growing irate after several missed attempts, began to wildly swing its club in indiscriminate attacks. Luckily, its movements were clumsy, allowing Kevin to maneuver with Hermione to evade the creature's strikes. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, disregarding their own safety, grabbed nearby objects and hurled them at the giant in hopes of diverting its attention. Hey, over here you big oaf. I'll smash you, shouted Ron as wood and stones rained down upon the giant. However, using such feeble projectiles against the giant was futile. Even a champion shot putter would be ineffective. Fools. You're wizards, not warriors. Where are your wands? Kevin shouted. Sleep now. Harry cast a sleep spell that struck the giant, but it merely squinted momentarily before shaking its head and regaining its senses. Ron, moved by Hermione's admonishment, replied, Miss Know-it-all, this isn't the time for lectures. Sleep now. For heaven's sake. Ron seemed to transform into the Kevin of months past, waving his wand haphazardly without producing any effective spells. Regretting why he hadn't paid attention in class, Harry's spells, however, continued to hit the giant, despite Hermione's earlier assertion that such magic was ineffective against giants. Harry had grown adept at these few incantations. Fortunately, Harry's relentless assault redirected the giant's attention towards him and Ron. Realizing they could not delay any longer, Harry and Ron hurriedly retreated, but the restroom was limited in size, and soon a solid wall obstructed their escape, leaving them seemingly awaiting their doom. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, Kevin pulled out several magical cards. Legs freeze. The leg-locking curse struck the giant, but, much like Harry's sleep spell, it proved utterly ineffectual. The giant staggered a few steps, its uncoordinated limbs leaving the anxious Kevin momentarily at a loss. As Kevin's immobilization spell repeatedly struck the creature, Hermione, noticing the two still standing there, urgently called out, Aren't you two planning to flee, or do you intend to greet it? Hearing her words, Harry and Ron scrambled to escape from beneath the giant's feet. Although they managed to evade danger, Kevin remained troubled about how to deal with the clumsy behemoth. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the massive club in the giant's hand. With his magical resistance fully charged, he wondered about the creature's physical resilience. Without hesitation, he cast two spells, Disarm and Wingardium Leviosa. Perhaps startled by the earlier commotion, the giant's neural pathways became disordered, allowing the disarming spell to successfully wrest the club from its grasp. Following this, the levitation charm struck the fallen weapon, and Kevin guided it to hover above the giant. The creature, seemingly fond of its club, abandoned its assault, reaching out towards the floating object. Elated, Kevin swiftly gestured downward, bringing the massive club crashing onto the giant's head. Its eyes, previously animated, began to spin uncontrollably before it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The four of them exhaled in relief. Harry and Ron plopped down onto the ground, while Hermione wore a smile that reflected their narrow escape. Kevin bent over, gasping for breath, not from fatigue, but from fear. Had there been the slightest miscalculation, they might not have made it. Is it dead? Harry asked from his seated position. Kevin straightened up and exhaled, responding, no, it should be unconscious. However, that blow could likely keep it asleep for a couple of hours. Ron stood up, somewhat bashful, and said, I owe you all an apology. Kevin chuckled and nudged the fallen giant, saying, no need for apologies. The real culprit here is this fellow. They all laughed, the misunderstanding dissipating in the warmth of their amusement. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside as a group of professors rushed in. Due to Quirrell's vague report on the giant's whereabouts, they had been searching until they heard commotion from the restroom. Professor McGonagall was the first to enter and was startled by the sight of the giant sprawled on the ground. Oh, Merlin, she gasped, placing a hand over her chest. Then, upon seeing the four of them unharmed, she sighed in relief and asserted, I believe you four owe us an explanation regarding this situation. Other professors followed suit, including Severus Snape, who had been patrolling alone. Just as Kevin was about to speak, Hermione interjected, This is all my fault, Professor McGonagall. What? Exclaimed McGonagall, taken aback. Hermione, a top student known for her adherence to rules, had earned the admiration of all her teachers, making McGonagall's incredulity at her sudden admission of guilt understandable. Kevin and the others were momentarily stunned as Hermione continued, I sought out the giant after reading about it in a book, believing I could handle it. But I was mistaken. If not for Kevin, Harry, and Ron coming to my aid, I might have met my demise. Ron felt an overwhelming sense of guilt upon hearing Hermione, who has always upheld school rules, take the initiative to admit her fault and defend them. Professor McGonagall cast a stern gaze upon Hermione and remarked, Miss Granger, your actions are exceedingly foolish. I had believed you to possess more sense than others. Yet today you have left me profoundly disappointed. Do you realize that due to your behavior, Gryffindor will lose 5 points? Hermione lowered her head in silence. And then McGonagall turned her attention to Kevin and the others, stating, As for the three of you, I hope you understand how fortunate you are. It is a rare occurrence for first-year students to defeat a troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points for Gryffindor, she added with a shift in tone. Each of you will receive 5 points. The four of them erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione and Ron exchanged apologies and expressions of gratitude, indicating that their relationship would likely become much more harmonious. However, Harry appeared to be preoccupied with his thoughts. When they entered their room, Neville was already asleep. Noticing Harry's troubled demeanor, Kevin inquired, What's wrong, Harry? You aren't still frightened by the troll, are you? Ron joined them as Harry voiced his lingering concern. I noticed that Snape's leg was injured in the restroom earlier. Do you think he could have released the troll? Professor Snape? Kevin replied in astonishment, That seems implausible. He doesn't strike me as someone who would engage in such actions. What benefit would that serve him? Harry found this reasoning to be valid. Although Snape appeared to have a vendetta against him, it truly made no sense for him to orchestrate such a scheme. However, Ron then spoke softly. You know, Snape is not only Malfoy's godfather, but... His voice lowered further. I've heard rumors, just rumors, that he was once a Death Eater. But for some reason, he switched sides. Perhaps Harry is onto something. Kevin remained non-committal. That may be true. But surely Dumbledore would never allow such a person to teach at this school? Ron retorted, Come on, isn't Lucius also a Hogwarts governor? The more I think about it, the more I suspect he could be involved, targeting Harry. Kevin furrowed his brow, contemplating aloud. We encountered the troll because we were searching for Hermione. He couldn't possibly have known that you and Hermione would argue, leading us to her. Ron paused for a moment and replied, Well, that's a fair point. Kevin concluded, Let's not overthink it. All of this is merely speculation. Remember, we are at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore is here. No petty villain could evade his watchful gaze. Now, let us get some rest. Today has been exhausting. Chapter 37. Harry's momentous day. Thus, a day filled with tension passed, and the following day. The tale began to circulate throughout the school that the 4 new Gryffindors had vanquished a troll, bringing a modicum of fame to the 3, excluding Harry. An anonymous gossiping student claimed that their victory was due to their use of Kevin's magical cards. Though Hermione did not entirely agree with this assertion, she eventually became desensitized to the repeated claims and ceased to inquire further into the matter. During this period, Snape refrained from mentioning the punishment of writing lines. However, in potions class, Kevin and Harry remained the targets of his disdain, albeit under differing circumstances. In Harry's own words, it seemed that Snape harbored a particular aversion towards him, a simple case of being singled out. On the other hand, Kevin appeared to receive a peculiar form of attention, albeit one that was quite painful. Nonetheless, this very attention resulted in Kevin achieving far superior grades in potions compared to his peers, even rivaling Hermione's excellence. Kevin shared the assignment he had been punished with for copying lines with Hermione. While Hermione possessed an extraordinary talent for magic, Kevin's imagination soared with creativity. After half a semester of study, bolstered by this unique resource, they gradually began to unearth innovative ideas for developing magical cards. Among these was a concept proposed by Kevin, inspired by Snape's notes and his own memories, suggesting the possibility of presetting magical cards that could combine various spells and launch sudden attacks against foes. Hermione found this proposal intriguing. Although it seemed fantastical, they indeed discovered within Snape's notebook some relevant information about constructing simple magical arrays using delayed potions. Their battles against trolls had even demonstrated the feasibility of launching multiple magical cards simultaneously. Of course, if a fellow countryman of Kevin's had overheard their conversation, he might have exclaimed, "Yu-Gi-Oh! What's in your deck?" Though Quidditch boasts a history spanning centuries, its rules are thoroughly refined, including the myriad methods of fouling. According to the research gathered by Hermione and Kevin, there are over 700 dubious ways to commit a foul in Quidditch. This prompted Wood to gift Harry a book specifically about fouls, recognizing the critical importance of seekers, who often receive the most protection from adversaries. Harry appeared to have prepared as best he could, yet as the match approached, he felt increasingly unready. On the eve of the competition, he was so anxious that even sleeping and eating became daunting challenges. Ron and Hermione wished to alleviate Harry's anxiety, but Kevin advised against it. Anyone in Harry's predicament would likely experience similar feelings. In such moments, only self-reliance could provide assistance, as excessive interference from outsiders could yield contrary effects. The following morning, the weather, though brisk, was brilliantly sunny with not a whisper of wind, ideal conditions for a Quidditch match. The dining hall was filled with the enticing aromas of various dishes as students from all four houses animatedly discussed the day's competition. This match was not merely a rivalry. It was of paramount importance for Gryffindor. A victory would propel them past Ravenclaw into second place in the standings. If they aspired to claim the House Cup this academic year, winning this match was essential. Otherwise, they would bid farewell to the cup due to the disparity in overall points. Wood had long since impressed upon the team the significance of this match, yet this only heightened Harry's anxiety. He could scarcely eat his breakfast. Poking at the food on his plate, Harry wished to consume it, but found himself devoid of any appetite. Do eat something. Lacking stamina is not an option. Today, we shall witness your performance, Hermione urged. Harry nodded and took a few bites. Hermione, observing this, shook her head helplessly and glanced aside, only to find that Ron and Kevin were absent. They wouldn't dare miss such an important day, would they? Hermione inquired. Harry replied, "They were tinkering with something when I got up this morning. When I asked those two, they merely spoke of a surprise." How infuriating. I'm already nervous enough without those two adding fuel to the fire. Hey, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. They turned to see Kevin and Ron grinning at them, with Kevin holding his Firebolt 2000. What are you doing with that? You don't intend to ride it to watch the match, do you? Hermione asked. Kevin chuckled. Of course I do. But I lack the skill. I brought it for Harry. For me? Harry pointed to himself in disbelief. Kevin nodded, saying, "Indeed, just lending it to you. This is your first match, and with it, your performance will surely be enhanced." Gratefully accepting the Firebolt 2000 from Kevin, Harry exclaimed, "With this, I feel much more at ease." Haha, there's still a surprise in store, Harry. Ron laughed. You'll see it during the match, and I assure you, you will be satisfied. Soon after, Simon, Dean, Neville, and others gathered around to offer their encouragement to Harry. Chapter 38, The Quidditch Match. Just as Harry was basking in the confidence bestowed by his friends, a low, mocking voice struck his sensitive nerves. "Good luck today, Potter," Snape sneered, adding, "Since you can handle a troll, a trivial game of Quidditch should be a piece of cake, even with Slytherin as your opponent." With that, he shot Harry a glance and limped away. Harry, contemplatively watching Snape's retreating figure, remarked, "No wonder he is bleeding." "Bleeding?" Hermione asked, astonished. Harry whispered, "Do you remember the troll? I noticed Snape had an injury on his leg. I suspect he was the one who let the troll in." "What?" Hermione exclaimed in disbelief. Kevin shook his head, saying, "Here we go again." "No, Kevin. I have come to a conclusion. Do you remember the three-headed dog?" Harry quietly inquired. Kevin responded, "Are you suggesting that you suspect Snape intended to steal whatever the three-headed dog was guarding?" "Precisely," Harry affirmed. "He likely used the troll as a distraction to steal it. Which explains why we saw him acting alone. But he was thwarted and bitten by that dog." "Kevin, do you recall the Vault 713? Kevin replied, "Vault 713? The one at Gringotts? I remember you mentioning that Hagrid took a small package from there." Harry nodded, stating, "Indeed, I asked Hagrid about it. And he said it pertained to Hogwarts' utmost secrecy. Clearly, the three-headed dog was guarding that object, and Snape is intent on obtaining it." Hermione pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have any evidence?" Harry hesitated, saying, "No, not really. But Snape's behavior that day was certainly suspicious." "Harry," Hermione remarked, "the police would not convict someone merely based on peculiar behavior. What you just mentioned may indeed be the truth, but I must remind you that these are merely your own conjectures. Kevin chuckled. In fact, I've already warned him about that, but I believe I have a method that might clarify things. What method? Harry inquired eagerly. Kevin smiled and replied, in Hogwarts, there is only one person who would keep a three-headed dog. Hagrid. The trio exclaimed in unison. Kevin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that secret of Hogwarts was extracted by Hagrid, and he is the one who raises the three-headed dog. Since both of these elements pertain to him, it would be prudent to question him. Of course, that is a matter for later. For now, my friends, especially you, Harry, must focus your energy on the match. I do not wish to see Malfoy's arrogant expression after the game. At 11 o'clock, the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was already packed with spectators, many of whom had even brought telescopes. Given that Quidditch is played in the air, the stands for Quidditch are naturally much higher than those for other sports. As previously mentioned, this match garnered considerable attention, with even the professors from the colleges in attendance. Kevin and his companions arrived early at the Gryffindor's designated stand, where Hagrid had already occupied a prime viewing position for them. With the sound of a whistle, the players from both teams soared into the air on their broomsticks, performing dazzling aerial maneuvers that elicited waves of cheers from the crowd, creating a cacophony of shouts and encouragement. At that moment, Kevin and Ron unveiled their surprise, a massive banner crafted from one of Ron's bed sheets, which had been soiled by his pet. Kevin had magically inscribed the words, Harry for the win. The letters then transformed into Gryffindor for victory. Although Harry felt a twinge of nervousness in the air upon seeing the enormous banner, he broke into a smile. Ron and Hagrid noticed Harry's gaze and waved enthusiastically. In response, Kevin conjured a magical card, a spell he had mastered before his enrollment, reminiscent of small fireworks. The vibrant fireworks burst into the sky, forming the words Go Harry. Despite it being daylight, the display was remarkably clear. Unfortunately, Kevin could only perform this once, as he was soon interrupted and reprimanded by Professor McGonagall's amplification spell, as the use of wands by spectators at Hogwarts Quidditch matches is prohibited. Observing his friends, Harry felt an unprecedented surge of confidence, and his anxiety dissipated.
He urged his broom into action, joining his teammates. It is entirely normal for most individuals to feel nervous in a grand spectacle, yet some experience anxiety before the event,
only to have that tension transform into an eager anticipation once they take the plunge. At this moment, Harry was one of those individuals. Simultaneously, a commentator's voice resonated across the pitch. Welcome, everyone, to the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. We can now see Madam Hooch has arrived on the field, and the match is about to commence. The commentary is provided by a Gryffindor student, Lee Jordan, a close friend of George and Fred, and well acquainted with Kevin and others. Madam Hooch raised her gaze to the two teams and remarked, I hope both teams can showcase their prowess and style, but most importantly, do not commit any fouls beneath my watch. With that, she opened the box, and two bludgers shot into the air like wild stallions, darting about chaotically. Following closely, the golden snitch emerged, but it was exceedingly small, merely the size of a ping-pong ball, and its peculiar speed made it almost impossible to track as soon as it was released. Lee Jordan's eloquence was remarkable, and he immediately commenced his commentary, introducing the players of both teams with rapid-fire precision. In Quidditch, 3 types of balls are utilized. The first to emerge was the black bludger, roughly the size of a cannonball, enchanted to attack the nearest player. The beaters, specifically tasked with defending their teammates from these rogue balls, aim to redirect them towards opposing players. The golden snitch, the fastest ball in the game, varies its speed according to the skill level of the match. Prior to the commencement of the game, these 2 balls are released, but the true contest begins only when the quaffle is thrown into play. The quaffle, resembling a soccer ball in size, scores 10 points for the team that successfully throws it through one of the 3 goal hoops, serving as the primary scoring method for players other than the seekers. Madam Hooch tossed the quaffle, and the match began. As Lee Jordan's commentary unfolded, the spectators' emotions and cheers reached a fever pitch. Chapter 39, The Thrilling Quidditch Match. Each team fields 7 players, 1 keeper, 1 seeker, 2 beaters, and 3 chasers. The keeper, as the name suggests, is responsible for guarding the goal and preventing the opposing team from scoring. Gryffindor's keeper is the captain, Oliver Wood, a seasoned veteran. The beaters are the Weasley twins, George and Fred, whose exceptional flying skills and seamless teamwork have made them nightmares for the other teams. To Kevin's surprise, Gryffindor's chasers included 2 female players. Hermione, standing beside him, introduced them as Angelina Johnson and the newly recruited Aaliyah Spinnet. Angelina Johnson, notably esteemed among the female students of Gryffindor, is an exceptionally competitive individual. At the onset of the match, she seized the quaffle, executing a dazzling display of evasive maneuvers to evade Slytherin's relentless pursuit, thereby scoring the first points for Gryffindor. As the commentator, Lee Jordan sang her praises, unreservedly lauding her prowess. The entire sequence from the start to the goal took merely a few seconds. Yet those fleeting moments illuminated for Kevin why Quidditch captivates the entire wizarding world. It is exhilarating and fiercely thrilling. The exceptional flying skills, the ferocious collisions, the harmonious teamwork, and the visually stunning spectacle all enchanted Kevin, who found himself irresistibly enamored with the sport, even feeling a twinge of envy towards Harry, who was on the field. As the seeker, Harry did not take part in the offense. He enthusiastically applauded when his teammate opened the scoring. Suddenly, a rogue bludger hurtled towards him. Harry was unable to dodge it, but fortunately, George had been vigilantly observing his target and managed to strike the rogue bludger away just before it could hit Harry. Sighing in relief, Harry turned to George and said, "Thanks, George." George, abandoning his usual playful demeanor, sternly replied, "Hey, rookie, you must concentrate. This is not a game." Harry nodded quickly and began searching for the elusive golden snitch. Meanwhile, the two teams engaged in an intense exchange of offense and defense, leaving the spectators struggling to keep up with the action. Thankfully, commentator Lee Jordan, like a sharpshooter, accurately narrated every thrilling moment on the pitch. "Oh, it's Angelino again. She intercepted a pass from Slytherin. Look, the Slytherin boys cannot keep up with her and can only watch helplessly. Beautiful. A perfect behind-the-back pass and a goal. Gryffindor scores again, and the scorer is Alicia Spinnet. Oh, how infuriating. Alicia was knocked by Flint from Slytherin, and the bludger was intercepted. That was undoubtedly a foul. A pass. Oh no, a shot. It's Wood. Our last line of defense, the great Captain Wood, exudes a reassuring calmness as he skillfully keeps Slytherin at bay. As a Gryffindor, Lee Jordan naturally favored his own house. On the field, Slytherin's offense faltered repeatedly under Gryffindor's staunch defense, while Gryffindor continued to score, prompting Lee Jordan to sing their praises until Professor McGonagall had to remind him. In the stands, Kevin looked puzzled and asked Ron, Gryffindor is strong. So why do they get trounced by Slytherin year after year? From what I see, Slytherin doesn't seem to be their match." Ron, an expert in Quidditch, understood the nuances and explained with a wry smile. "You see, Kevin, Quidditch is not a sport for the faint-hearted." Huh. Soon, the unfolding scene clarified Kevin's confusion. Slytherin used one player as a decoy to obscure Madame Hooch's view, while two chasers flanked Angelina, causing her to crash into the stands and exit the field. Seizing the opportunity, Slytherin scored a goal. "Blimey," Kevin exclaimed incredulously as he watched the celebrating Slytherins. "Is that even allowed?" Ron shrugged helplessly. "That's Quidditch for you." Although Kevin had read some material beforehand indicating that fouls were rampant in Quidditch, his experience with Muggle sports left him struggling to comprehend the current situation. He quickly understood why Gryffindor lost to Slytherin year after year. It appeared that Slytherin had discovered their gameplay style, perfectly illustrating the examples from the book fouls in Quidditch they had seen prior to the match. First, a Slytherin player deliberately kicked Alicia mid-flight, nearly causing her to fall. To make matters worse, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, audaciously snatched the beater's bat to strike the quaffle, resulting in Gryffindor's captain Wood being hit and forced to drop out of the match. In Kevin's view, fouls are an inevitable aspect of any sport. Thus, he is not surprised by their occurrence. However, the scenes unfolding before him starkly deviate from his understanding of what constitutes a foul, particularly the recent incident involving Wood. The fall from such a height was akin to an act of murder. Had it not been for his broomstick momentarily halting his descent, Wood would surely have met his demise. Jordan's voice rang out in a hoarse shout, demanding a foul. Yet Lady Hawke's line of sight was entirely obstructed. Even though she was aware of the foul committed by the Slytherin players, according to Quidditch rules, a foul cannot be called unless the referee has witnessed it firsthand. After all, in Quidditch, severe injuries and even fatalities are not uncommon. If fouls were called indiscriminately, the flow of the game would be irrevocably disrupted. Harry watched anxiously, his heart racing. He was tempted to rush in and intervene, believing it far better than witnessing his teammates suffer. However, Wood had repeatedly cautioned him that once on the pitch, his sole focus must be the golden snitch, regardless of whether his teammates fell to the ground around him. With urgency igniting within him, Harry scanned the vicinity, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive snitch. Suddenly, a flash of golden light caught his eye, and without hesitation, he urged his broom forward. Below, Kevin observed Harry's sudden movement and exclaimed, "Is Harry in trouble? What is happening? What is going on?" Hermione urgently inquired. Ron shook his head, replying, "How would I know? This has never happened before." "Kevin, your broom isn't secondhand, is it?" Kevin fixed his gaze on Harry soaring above, certain of his broom's quality. There was no way Harry would recklessly endanger himself. Excluding other possibilities, the only explanation left was that something foul was afoot. "Someone is casting a spell on Harry, quickly," Kevin declared, scanning the stands. Although Ron and Hermione were taken aback, they wasted no time in looking around. The Hogwarts Quidditch stands towered several meters high, each stand standing alone, disconnected from the others. At such a distance, it was impossible to discern not only the spells being cast, but even the expressions on the faces of those in the neighboring stands. Fortunately, Hermione seized Hagrid's brass telescope and swiftly began searching the surroundings. Before long, she spotted her target. "It's Snape," she exclaimed. "I see him casting a spell." "What?" Kevin uttered in disbelief, quickly taking the telescope from her. Indeed, Snape sat there, his eyes fixed on Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. Chapter 40. A terrifying moment on the field. Kevin struggled to comprehend that Snape would stoop so low, while he often targeted Harry. Surely he did not wish for his death. "This is bad," Ron suddenly shouted. "Harry is about to fall." Kevin looked up just in time to see Harry flung from his broom, desperately clutching the handle with both hands. Without a second thought, Kevin grasped Hermione's arm and pulled her down the stairs. On their way, Kevin instructed, "Listen, Hermione, I will stay below to prevent Harry from getting hurt. You must go to the teacher's stand immediately. Whatever you do, even if you have to blow the stand up, you must stop Snape." Hermione nodded, affirming, "I know what to do." The two individuals descended to the ground, where Kevin produced a floating charm card, poised to rescue the plummeting Harry, while Hermione dashed towards the teacher's stand. Seconds ticked by, and Harry, now nearly spent, clung to his broom with but one hand. Just as Kevin prepared to cast his spell, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant teacher's stand, followed by a billow of thick smoke. In the air, the Nimbus 2000 appeared to function normally again, and Harry summoned his last reserves of strength to clamber onto the broom. Observing this, Kevin let out a sigh of relief, sensing Hermione had succeeded. Yet confusion gnawed at him. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was Snape truly the villain? Kevin pondered, recalling the exceptionally high regard in which Snape was held online. Yet just moments ago, Snape had indeed been reciting a spell. As the two of them clutched the golden snitch, Terrence Higgs was the first to strike. Relentlessly colliding with Harry, an action not deemed illegal in Quidditch, Harry showed no sign of yielding, gripping the broom tightly to maintain his balance while accelerating. At this juncture, the advantages of the broom became apparent. Terrence found himself gradually falling behind, prompting him to intensify his attempts to ram into Harry. Harry yearned to retaliate, yet he recognized the sheer strength of his opponent. Any collision would be tantamount to courting disaster. At the same time, he felt fortunate that Terrence did not resort to the foul tactics employed by other Slytherin players. Though Harry was well aware that such restraint would not guarantee leniency in their ongoing confrontation. Soon, Terrence charged again. This time, Harry chose not to withstand the impact, but deftly evaded to the side, successfully dodging Terrence's assault. As a seeker for Slytherin, consistently dominating 3 teams, Terrence was by no means inept. After his initial miss, he did not press on with further attacks, but instead positioned himself firmly along the edge of the golden snitch's trajectory. This strategy rendered Harry's broom's superior speed ineffective. Harry opted to leverage the Nimbus 2000's velocity, maneuvering around a stand, preparing to cut in from the outside. However, in a twist of fate neither anticipated, the golden snitch seemed to sense the urgency of its pursuers, suddenly plummeting towards the ground without losing speed. Both Harry and Terrence, audacious in their pursuit, showed no signs of slowing down as they dove vertically. This spectacle left the spectators in the stands breathless, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. And even Lee Jordan ceased his commentary, fearful of missing a pivotal moment. The golden snitch showed no intention of decelerating, and both competitors inwardly wagered on who would yield first. As the ground loomed closer, Terrence conceded defeat, decelerating just before impact, thereby ensuring he could no longer catch Harry. Yet Harry remained resolute, refusing to slow down. Noticing Terrence had ceased his chase, he exerted himself, standing on the broom with his feet, nearly skimming the ground. With a remarkable shift from a vertical position to parallel with the earth, Harry maintained his speed undiminished. In a bold move, he stood upright on the broom, with the elusive golden snitch tantalizingly within reach, as if a mere extension of his hand could grasp it. The audience was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. As it occurred on the ground, with everyone crowding by the railing to gaze down, the golden snitch seemed to sense Harry's magical hand constantly shifting positions, making a final desperate struggle. Harry's eyes were fixated intently, and suddenly, to everyone's surprise, he leaped forward. A gasp erupted from the stands as Harry tumbled several times on the grass before coming to a halt. The spectators were eager to discover whether Harry had indeed captured the golden snitch. Kevin, watching closely from the ground, noticed that Harry had one hand clutching his stomach, his expression suggesting he might be sick. With a sudden retch, Harry expelled what turned out to be a golden ball, the snitch. A whistle pierced through Lee Jordan's passionate commentary, and Madam Hooch declared, "The match is over, Gryffindor wins." Laughter erupted as Harry, the youngest seeker in a century, had caught the snitch, leading Gryffindor to triumph over Slytherin. That evening, the Gryffindor common room transformed into a jubilant celebration, with even the usually serious Percy turning a blind eye to the revelry. However, after the festivities subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the room. In the dead of night, Kevin, Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained awake, discussing the earlier match. It was then that Harry learned he had nearly met a fatal end due to Snape's interference. In a fit of anger, Harry contemplated confronting Dumbledore about the incident. Ron, however, voiced a differing opinion, stating, "I don't think it's that simple." Snape's intentions towards Harry seemed far more sinister now. The broom incident during the match could be considered attempted murder. Are we to face a professor who could harm Harry at any moment? Harry found himself at a loss, recognizing the validity in both their arguments. With no other choice, he turned to Kevin, who was equally perplexed. He trusted his memory but could not dismiss what he had witnessed, leaving him in a quandary. After a long moment of contemplation, Kevin proposed, "We must take the initiative. Tomorrow, we should inform Hagrid about this incident and see if we can extract any information from him. Based on our earlier suspicions, Snape appears to be after whatever the three-headed dog is guarding, so we must first ascertain what that is. Until the truth surfaces, our only course of action is to remain vigilant against Snape." Chapter 41, Nicholas Flamel. What? You saw Snape casting a spell on Harry? Hagrid's tone and expression clearly indicated his disbelief, and Harry silently thanked Hermione for advising him against approaching Dumbledore the previous day, without concrete evidence. Even Hagrid was reluctant to believe such claims. Ron immediately interjected, "It's absolutely true. All three of us witnessed it. Oh, by the way, weren't you present as well, Hagrid? We used your brass telescope to see it, and you also witnessed Harry's broom going out of control." Hermione also remarked, "I personally went to the teacher's stand to interrupt Snape, and at that moment, Harry's broom had also been restored. If this is merely a coincidence, then I would rather believe that Malfoy would gift us Christmas presents." Utter nonsense. Hagrid remained unconvinced and stated, "What reason would Snape have to cast a spell on Harry's broom?" Hagrid, upon hearing this, inquired with surprise, "Who informed you about the creature?" "The creature." Kevin chuckled, saying, "You call that monstrosity the creature? The name hardly suits its size." Hagrid laughed too, replying, "I quite like him. I bought him from an Irishman at the pub last year and lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping." "What?" Harry immediately asked. Hagrid hastily changed the subject. "Nothing. Do not ask any more questions. This is classified information." Harry, feeling anxious, said, "But Snape is trying to steal that item. I saw his leg get injured with my own eyes." "Stop with the nonsense." Hagrid, somewhat irritated, retorted, "Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. I cannot believe he would do such a thing. Listen carefully. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you, and that is perilous." He hurried after Hagrid, saying, "I understand your point, Hagrid. We truly should not inquire further into this matter." "You are a clever child," Hagrid complimented. Kevin continued, "Nevertheless, we are already aware of this matter. That item pertains to the very existence of Hogwarts. Therefore, I believe it necessary to advise you to enhance your defenses. Regardless of whether the individual attempting to steal it is Professor Snape." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, wondering when they had learned what that item was, let alone its significance to Hogwarts survival. Hagrid, clearly perplexed, asked, "Who told you that?" "That item is known only to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." Hagrid paused, realizing that this young lad was trying to extract information from him. Annoyed, he walked away. "Well done." Hermione approached with a smile. "Whose technique is that?" Kevin replied with a grin, "It matters not from whom I learned it. What is significant is that we now know the item is related to someone named Nicholas Flamel." Harry inquired, "But who among you knows who Nicholas Flamel is?" Kevin shook his head. "I do not know. Perhaps we should investigate. Yet, for some reason, I feel as though I have heard that name before." Hermione remarked, "I believe you might be mistaken." However, Harry interjected, "No. I too feel I have encountered that name somewhere." Ron, looking puzzled, asked, "Are both of you experiencing illusions?" Hermione has never heard of him. "Was he someone you learned of before your enrollment?" Kevin shook his head. "Before we entered, we were merely muggles." "Do you think Dumbledore would place a muggle artifact within the heavily fortified walls of Hogwarts? Unless, of course, it were a nuclear bomb." As Kevin and Hermione packed their belongings to bid farewell to Harry and Ron, the two were engaged in a tense chess match, preparing for the Christmas Eve dinner. Upon entering the dining hall, Harry and Ron's battle was fervently underway. However, with Ron's masterful move, Harry found himself checkmated. "Damn it, I've lost again," Harry exclaimed, gripping his head in frustration. Ron, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, "You shouldn't be surprised by your defeat. After all, you've yet to win since we began our chess match. I truly wish you could exhibit such confidence in your studies." Hermione's voice chimed in as Kevin and she approached. Harry inquired, "Have you two finished packing?" Kevin nodded, replying, "All set. Just came to bid you farewell." Chuckling, Harry rose to embrace his two friends. "Merry Christmas. Enjoy your holiday." "Merry Christmas," Kevin exclaimed as he produced two gifts from his waist pouch, presenting them to Harry and Ron. "Here are your Christmas gifts, a bit early." "Thank you. What's inside?" Ron eagerly asked. Kevin grinned. "It's definitely something you'll love. Oh, by the way, you two will have your work cut out for you during the break. Look into the news about Nicholas Flamel." "Oh, come on," Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Haven't we already scoured nearly all modern wizards? After handing over her Christmas gift, Hermione smiled mysteriously, saying, a friendly reminder. You haven't checked the restricted section yet. Merry Christmas. Chapter 42, An Unexpected Discovery. Upon entering platform 9 3/4, Hermione had already arrived early, awaiting Kevin. Once inside the compartment, Kevin promptly handed her a letter. What's this? Hermione inquired. A letter from Harry, Kevin replied. He mentioned receiving a mysterious package containing an invisibility cloak. He asked quite smug about it. The day after Christmas, Kevin received Harry's letter detailing this event. An invisibility cloak? Who sent it? Hermione asked. Unknown, Kevin replied. Harry said there was no name on the package, merely that it belonged to his father. Intrigued, Hermione began perusing the letter. Oh, Harry's handwriting could use some improvement. Goodness. He actually ventured into the restricted section and nearly got caught. Fortunately, he had the invisibility cloak. He mentioned something important, but it wasn't written in the letter. Kevin nodded. Indeed, he likely feared being seen. It seems related to whatever the Grim was guarding. I wonder what he found. Just then, the snack lady with a cart approached, and Hermione suggested, would you like some snacks? Not a chance, Kevin replied. After nearly being stuffed by what Emma made at home, you can have it all. He took a bite and chuckled. You should say that to Harry. Ever since he tasted those cards at the start of term, he has gone mad buying them, claiming he wants to collect all the wizards. Look at this one, it's Dumbledore. As Kevin gazed at the Dumbledore card, a realization struck him, and he quickly flipped it over, slapping his thigh. Ouch! Kevin displayed an expression of profound regret. Hermione, startled, asked what's wrong. Too fake? Kevin handed the card to Hermione, saying, take a look at the back. Perplexed, Hermione accepted the card, uncertain why it had caused Kevin such remorse. She glanced at the card and read aloud, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts with partner Nicholas Flamel, in alchemy, Nicholas Flamel? Kevin nodded with a wry smile, recalling that Harry had read aloud from the card the first time he saw it. No wonder both Kevin and Harry found the name so familiar. That very card had been lying beneath his bed since the beginning of the term. The four of them searched frantically, only to realize that the answer lay right beside them. Hermione, as if struck by inspiration, promptly retrieved a thick tome from her beaded bag. A Christmas gift from Kevin that also served as a magical storage device. After flipping through the pages for a few moments, her face lit up with delight. I found it. Look, Kevin hurriedly leaned in to see, and the inscription read, Nicholas Flamel, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Kevin smacked his forehead in realization, while Hermione, puzzled, inquired, what's wrong with you? Is something the matter? He should have known, for although he was not well versed in those books and films, he was aware that the first installment was indeed titled The Philosopher's Stone. Ironically, it was the only title he had committed to memory. Hermione continued, now it makes sense. The three-headed dog guards the Philosopher's Stone, which, as it states, can produce the elixir of life. Upon returning to school, the two could hardly contain their excitement as they found Harry and Ron lounging on the bed. Without waiting for questions, they hoisted them up and recounted their discoveries from the train. No wonder we couldn't find it, Ron remarked. We thought anyone acquainted with Dumbledore must be a contemporary wizard, yet we didn't realize he has lived for over 6 centuries. Naturally, he cannot be considered a modern wizard. Harry quickly interjected. Oh, I forgot to tell you. One night, I ventured into the restricted section to research Nicholas Flamel and nearly got caught by Filch. Do you know who I encountered on my way out? Snape and Quirrell. At that moment, Snape was threatening Quirrell, insisting he determined to whom his loyalty belonged. Kevin furrowed his brow and asked, threatening Quirrell? Why would he threaten him? Ron shook his head, saying, we're just as perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione remarked, I believe it must be related to the Philosopher's Stone. Given its significance, Dumbledore wouldn't have entrusted its protection solely to a three-headed dog. A light bulb went off in Kevin's mind as he exclaimed, brilliant. You mean there are other professors involved in the guarding, including Quirrell? Of course, Hermione replied. After all, he is the defense against the dark arts professor. He is undoubtedly included. Ron, looking a bit anxious, said, this is bad news. Quirrell is so timid he will surely reveal the method to bypass the defenses. And Snape will be quick to take advantage. Kevin pondered for a moment and concluded, it is now clear that the creature guarding the Philosopher's Stone is indeed the remaining one, and there are more defenses than just the three-headed dog. Regardless of whether the thief is Snape, he certainly cannot dismantle all the protections so swiftly. Thus, we still have time. What shall we do? Hermione asked. The three turned to Kevin, the most resourceful among them. Rubbing his temples, Kevin responded, we must seek out Hagrid. He is our only lead at this point. Upon uttering their intentions, the four could no longer wait for the morrow and resolved to seek Hagrid immediately. Along the way, Harry regaled Kevin and Hermione with tales of their holiday encounters. On the night they ventured to the restricted section, Harry had stumbled upon a wondrous mirror, within which he beheld the visage of his parents. However, when Ron gazed into it, he saw himself transformed into the head of the student council and captain of the Quidditch team. Later, he encountered Dumbledore, who enlightened him about the mirror's identity as the Mirror of Arist, a portal through which one could glimpse their innermost desires. Harry became infatuated with the reflections of his parents, returning to the mirror repeatedly until Dumbledore intervened, warning him of its perilous allure. The mirror ensnared souls in a beautiful illusion, revealing the deepest yearnings of one's heart. Indeed, this is a most terrifying enchantment, Harry, Dumbledore cautioned. You should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Should you succumb to its enchantment, the consequences would be dire. The mirror offers no sustenance. Illusions are mere illusions. As ephemeral as flowers in water or the moon in a well, beautiful, yet devoid of substance. Despite Kevin's admonitions, he harbored a profound curiosity to behold the mirror, eager to uncover the greatest desire of his own heart. By this time, the night had enveloped the world in darkness, with curfew fast approaching. Hogwarts forbade students from wandering the grounds at night, and being discovered would surely invite punishment. The four hastened their pace, oblivious to the shadowy figure trailing them from afar. Chapter 43. The little dragon Norbert Hagrid's quaint hut stood beside the forbidden forest, shrouded in the eerie blackness of night that rendered the surrounding woods even more foreboding. Upon reaching the hut, Harry knocked on the door, which did not swing open as it typically would. After a considerable wait, Hagrid emerged, clad in a large apron and seemingly preoccupied with cooking. He regarded the four with surprise and inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Glancing into the hut, he added, "I know this may seem rude, but I am unable to entertain you today." With that, he began to close the door, leaving the four momentarily taken aback, for Hagrid was renowned for his warm hospitality, especially towards friends. "What shall we do?" Harry asked. "Leave this to me." Kevin replied with a grin, calling out, "Hagrid, we know about the Philosopher's Stone." A flurry of hurried footsteps ensued, and the door swung open abruptly. Hagrid stared at the four in astonishment, before relenting. "All right, come in." Once inside, Harry promptly declared, "Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid approached the fireplace, responding, "Snape? You still suspect him?" Harry reiterated, "We know he aims to steal the stone, but we are unsure of his motives." Hagrid looked at them incredulously and said, "Well, since you're aware, I shan't hide the truth from you. Snape cannot steal the stone. He is one of its guardians. Do you understand? It is simply impossible." With that, he turned back to the fire, gazing into the cauldron, prompting Kevin to ask, "Is cooking all you're busy with?" "Yes, it seems so," Hagrid replied. The cauldron over the fire suddenly began to sway, producing a clattering sound. Harry and Ron, well aware of Hagrid's culinary skills, inquired, "Hagrid, you aren't concocting something peculiar, are you?" Noticing the cauldron's movement, Hagrid hurried over and, donning asbestos gloves, retrieved a dark object from within. Even so, he gasped in discomfort from the heat. Quickly placing the item on the table, his expression betraying a sense of eagerness, Kevin and the others, intrigued, approached for a closer inspection. "Hagrid, is that an egg?" Kevin asked. Hagrid seemed eager to share the news, but hesitated momentarily. Observing intently, Ron exclaimed with delight, "I know what this is. Wow, cool. But Hagrid, where did you get it?" "I won it from a stranger," Hagrid replied, brimming with excitement. Just then, the enormous egg began to tremble violently, indicating an imminent hatching. The four instinctively took a step back, and Kevin asked, "Ron, what kind of egg is this?" "It's a dragon egg," Ron declared. "Remember? My brother Charlie studies dragons in Romania. He has shown me various dragon eggs." "A dragon egg?" The three exclaimed in unison, while Hermione gazed incredulously at the egg, exclaiming, "Goodness, Hagrid, you're raising a dragon at school." As they spoke, the egg shook even more vigorously, cracks appearing on its surface. Suddenly, with a burst, a small dragon, resembling a lizard with wings, emerged onto the table. For the four of them, it was their first encounter with a living dragon, and Hagrid wore an expression of profound joy, akin to that of a parent witnessing their child's birth, nearly brought to tears. Although Ron had never seen a living dragon, he carefully observed and identified it, saying, "This is a Norwegian ridgeback. Isn't it beautiful? Look at this little one. Oh, it thinks I'm its mother," Hagrid said, his voice tinged with emotion, as he playfully teased the dragon, saying, "Hello, Norbert." "Norbert?" Harry echoed, puzzled by the name. Hagrid responded with a look of certainty. "It has to have a name, doesn't it?" The four were in disagreement with Hagrid's naming style. He seemed to delight in assigning endearing names to rather unappealing creatures, such as his three-headed dog, Fluffy, and the large black dog, Fawn. Although the ridgeback was small now, Ron noted that it could grow to be 30 or 40 feet long, and it was quite fierce. Hagrid continued to play with Norbert, even as the dragon breathed a small fireball, singeing part of Hagrid's beard, yet he remained joyful, treating it as a mischievous child. Ron, Harry, and Hermione curiously observed Norbert, as living dragons were a rarity, with wizards typically concealing them. "How do you know?" Hagrid asked, surprised at Kevin's knowledge. "That's right, he asked me about Fluffy. How intriguing. Can you imagine if he knew about my Fluffy? He would surely regret it." It is commonly known that the three-headed dog takes turns resting its heads, thus serving as a vigilant guardian, instilling a profound sense of security since at least one head remains alert at all times. However, I am quite familiar with Fluffy and understand that soothing, melodious music can lull him into slumber. The individual in question must also possess this knowledge, for upon my revealing the answer, he willingly handed over the dragon egg. What expressions do you all bear? Hagrid's proud and loquacious discourse left the four of us utterly dumbfounded. He had repeatedly asserted that it was a closely guarded secret, yet he openly divulged one of the methods to circumvent this secrecy. Harry quickly interjected, "Hagrid, how could you disclose Fluffy's particulars to that person?" Hagrid, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head, replied, "It should be fine. That person is not." At that moment, Hagrid abruptly turned his gaze towards the window, a gesture mirrored by Kevin, who had heard a noise outside. "There is someone out there. I saw him," Hagrid exclaimed urgently. The group hastily exited through the door, and indeed, they spotted a boy-esque silhouette fleeing rapidly. "Catch him. We cannot let him learn of Hagrid's dragon," Ron declared. Kevin sprinted after him without hesitation. Even had Ron not spoken, he would have pursued, for Hagrid had just reiterated how to evade the three-headed dog's defenses. At that moment, the fruits of Kevin's years of morning exercise manifested, and although his speed was not what it once was, catching up to a student posed no challenge. Dismissing the need for spells, Kevin swiftly closed the distance, delivering a decisive kick that sent the boy sprawling to the ground. He then seized the collar of the boy's shirt, using the moonlight to discern his features, prompting a smile from Kevin. Well, is this not Mr. Malfoy? Out for a midnight stroll, are we? Quite the connoisseur of leisure." Kevin jested, feeling a wave of relief, despite Malfoy's antagonism. He surely could not be the one plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. "Shut up, you oaf," Malfoy retorted, his face flushed with humiliation. Chapter 44, The Informant, Malfoy. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he did not catch the four's conversation, but he did glimpse the baby dragon, Norbert. Unfortunately, at that moment, Hagrid and Kevin noticed him. After Kevin had dispatched Malfoy to the ground, the others soon caught up, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the fallen figure. "Malfoy!" they exclaimed in unison. With a sneer, Malfoy remarked, "Just wait. I will certainly reveal to the school that this big oaf is raising a dragon, and you all will be expelled." "Oh, how brazen," Kevin retorted, yanking him up. "Do you believe that before we face expulsion, I won't incapacitate you to the point of silence? Why you wouldn't dare?" Malfoy's voice quivered. Kevin gestured around them, smirking as he said, "Do you see anyone else in this vicinity besides us? And right behind us lies the Forbidden Forest. We could easily deal with you and toss you into the forest. I wager that in a few days, the Daily Prophet's headline will be shocking. Hogwarts' first year mysteriously perishes in the Forbidden Forest, the truth revealed. What do you say? Care to take that bet?" Malfoy's face paled in fear, and he quickly shook his head. Yet, Kevin suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, no need to be frightened. I was merely trying to intimidate you. You may go now." Do not mention that Malfoy was taken aback. Even Harry and Ron, who stood behind him, seemed perplexed. Although it was not possible to handle Malfoy as Kevin had suggested earlier, they needed to devise a strategy to ensure he would not disclose what he had witnessed. Just as they were about to approach, Hermione restrained them. Kevin looked at Malfoy and said, "Is this truly so perplexing? If you wish to inform the teachers, feel free to do so. However, I would hold you in disdain for such an act. Frankly, Malfoy, we are adversaries, bitter enemies. Yet my principles dictate that even when confronting an enemy, I shall conduct myself with integrity, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, you lack the qualifications to be a worthy opponent. Reflect on your actions. Have we ever reported even a single one to the teachers? Ultimately, the choice is yours. But rest assured, you cannot bring us down. Do you believe that?" With that, Malfoy cast a glance at the group without uttering a word and turned to leave. At that moment, Ron hurried forward and said, "Kevin, I can assure you that your actions are utterly misguided. Malfoy will not let us off the hook simply because of your earlier words." Kevin replied, "I believe he will." "Why?" Ron asked, bewildered. Hermione stepped forward and explained. "Because Malfoy is a proud individual. Pride can be provoked by words." Ron shot a glance at Hermione and remarked, "Are you referring to yourself? Be quiet." In truth, Hermione's explanation mirrored Kevin's sentiment. He had encountered many students like Malfoy and dealt with some of them. Thus he understood how to ensure Malfoy would remain silent about the matter. Send Norbert away? No, he is still a child, Hagrid vehemently opposed. Ron interjected, "Come on, Hagrid. You must know that the law prohibiting the keeping of dragons was enacted during the Wizarding Conference of 1709. This is common knowledge." Due to his brother Charlie's involvement with dragons, Ron was well informed on the subject, which is precisely why he insisted on stopping Malfoy. Otherwise, if the school found out, Hagrid would surely face punishment. Hermione added, "Moreover, it won't be long before he grows larger than this entire room. What will you do then, Hagrid?" Hagrid, feeling quite dejected, recognized that Ron and Hermione were speaking the truth. So what should we do? Where should we send him? Hagrid inquired. Kevin turned to Ron and said, Ron, didn't you mention that Charlie is raising dragons in Romania? Write to him about this situation and see if they can take Norbert in. If it's possible, urge them to come quickly. Otherwise, as Hermione stated, even without Malfoy's betrayal, the entire school will eventually find out. Hagrid's spirits sank further as he playfully teased Norbert, seemingly wishing to spend as much time with him as possible before the inevitable. The four friends, recognizing the situation, chose not to say anything further and bid farewell to Hagrid as they departed. On the way back, the four of them deliberated on the stranger who had gleaned Norbert's vulnerabilities from Hagrid. Now, Snape was at least aware of two methods, and it was possible that he had learned of Quirrell's technique as well, considering Professor Quirrell's timidity. Harry voiced his concerns. Ron counted on his fingers and asked, How many defenses do you think there will be? Kevin extended his hand and replied, At least 5, the 4 house heads plus Quirrell from the defense against the dark arts class. So that leaves 3 more, Hermione noted. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, they entered the castle, unaware that they were already being awaited. Professor McGonagall appeared suddenly, holding a lantern and casting a stern gaze upon them, while a self-satisfied Malfoy stood behind her. Harry, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Damn it, Malfoy you! Silence, Potter! Professor McGonagall interrupted furiously. Follow me. Inside the Transfiguration classroom, upon learning that Kevin and his 3 companions were each deducted 50 points for venturing out at night, Malfoy was elated, nodding in satisfaction with his arms crossed. However, the mood shifted when Professor McGonagall added, To ensure you remember this lesson, all 5 of you will be in detention. Ah, excellent. And detention is simply perfect, isn't it? Wait, why 5? You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. It is indeed the 5 of you. Although your intentions may have been good, you still violated school rules by being out at night, and you must serve detention alongside your classmates. Ron nearly burst into laughter, while the other 3 looked on with glee at Malfoy. After all, detention at Hogwarts was not a trivial matter. It was quite distinct from the kind of detention Kevin had known. Hogwarts did not merely confine students to a room for contemplation. Instead, detention required students to complete laborious tasks. Simon, for instance, had once been assigned to clean the Transfiguration classroom during his detention. Before they departed, Professor McGonagall generously informed the 5 of them about the nature of their detention, which, unlike the usual cleaning of classrooms or polishing of trophies, would involve patrolling the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. The specific timing would be communicated to them later. Kevin and his friends felt exceptionally disheartened by the point deduction, as it amounted to 200 points. After all, the golden snitch, which Harry had caught at great peril, was worth only 150 points. However, the prospect of spending detention time with Hagrid did not seem too dreadful to the 4 of them. Malfoy, on the other hand, was incredulous at the thought of being sent into such a perilous place as the Forbidden Forest with a bunch of dimwits. He hastily pushed past the others and declared, I didn't inform Professor McGonagall about that oaf and that lizard because of the incident in flying class. You, Alien Potter, will pay for this. Just wait and see. With that, he hurried away, fearing any further peculiar antics from the group. Chuckling at Malfoy's retreating figure, the 4 friends found amusement in their predicament. While they had been penalized 200 points and would have to patrol the Forbidden Forest, the silver lining was that Hagrid would not face any punishment. That night, upon returning to their dormitory, Ron wrote a letter to his older brother Charlie, which he entrusted to Hedwig for delivery. The following morning, the Gryffindor students awoke to the shocking news that their house had been docked 200 points while they slept. The 4 culprits faced a day filled with discomfort, becoming the targets of scornful whispers wherever they went. There was little they could do about it, considering it was indeed a deduction of 200 points. After all, the Gryffindor team had barely managed to earn that many points in their last Quidditch match, making the loss of points seem even more preposterous. Particularly Harry, during Quidditch training, could acutely sense the dissatisfaction emanating from his peers. In fact, it seemed that his name would scarcely be uttered unless absolutely necessary. Although Kevin, Ron, and Hermione were not required to partake in Quidditch practice, their circumstances were hardly more favorable. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that not only Gryffindor, but even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were casting them disapproving looks. The reason was rather straightforward. Slytherin had secured the House Cup for several consecutive years, and this year, Gryffindor's unexpected rise had ignited a glimmer of hope, suggesting that Slytherin could potentially lose the cup. However, the contributions of the few had not only extinguished this hope, but also buried it deeper. Upon receiving a letter, Kevin and his friends began to devise a plan. They promptly informed Hagrid to prepare himself and decided that on Saturday evening, Ron and Harry would utilize the invisibility cloak to escort Norbert away. That evening, Hagrid was so emotional that he even shed tears. However, Ron assured him that Charlie would take good care of Norbert and that Hagrid was welcome to visit any time he wished. As they were about to depart, Hagrid had prepared a plethora of food for the little dragon. At this moment, Norbert had grown several times larger than when he was first born. He had started off the size of a lizard, but was now approximately the size of a teddy bear. This realization brought relief to Kevin and the others, as they feared that if they delayed a few more weeks, they might struggle to carry him. On Monday afternoon, Professor McGonagall informed the four that the evening would mark the beginning of their detention. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the sky, Filch escorted Kevin, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco Malfoy to Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Malfoy wore a displeased expression and was rendered speechless by Filch's intimidating demeanor. Regrettably, they would not be subjected to the usual punishments. Previously, students were confined to the dungeons, and he nostalgically recalled the echoes of their screams. Kevin found it perplexing that Filch harbored such animosity towards the students, especially since he did not appear to be a blood purity enthusiast, as he seemed to disfavor even the Slytherin students. Upon arriving at the hut, Hagrid was already awaiting them. Due to Norbert's situation, Hagrid appeared rather despondent, and Kevin and the others felt it inappropriate to offer consolation in Filch's presence. The Forbidden Forest was perilous, home to centaurs, werewolves, and even more dangerous magical creatures. However, their patrol route lay on the outskirts, where such threats were unlikely to venture. Additionally, with Hagrid's formidable crossbow and his massive black dog, their safety was not in jeopardy. As they entered the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy remained silent, akin to a timid bride on her wedding day, acutely aware that the camaraderie among the five could lead to dire consequences if he provoked them. Despite this, Kevin and his companions dared not raise their voices, dutifully following Hagrid. Before long, Hagrid's large black dog, aptly named Fong, seemed to detect something unusual and approached a fallen, withered tree. Hagrid halted and bent down to inspect it, prompting the five to rush forward. They discovered a puddle of liquid that shimmered like mercury on the ground. Hagrid dipped his finger into it and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Kevin inquired, "Hagrid, what is this?" Hagrid's expression turned grave as he responded, "This is why we are here. It is the blood of a unicorn. One was killed a few weeks ago." Blood of a unicorn. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Kevin's eyes. The unicorn is indeed an exceedingly rare entity. He vividly recalled the descriptions found within the pages of his books, portraying it as a sacred creature favored by the heavens. Much like the revered Qilin and Phoenix in Chinese mythology, unicorns are auspicious beings, their blood, hair, and bones regarded as priceless treasures. Consequently, unicorns, akin to the rarest of creatures in the Muggle realm, are safeguarded by the laws of wizards. Only with the explicit permission of the Ministry of Magic can one obtain the hair of such a magical beast. As for its blood, that is a mere fantasy. The act of hunting a unicorn is not only a grave offense, but also invites curses that would deter most individuals. Thus, even the black market's unicorn blood is exceedingly scarce. However, Kevin pondered whether acquiring some at this moment might invoke a curse. Yet, before Hagrid, he dared not voice this thought outright. At that moment, Hagrid surveyed the area and remarked, "From the bloodstains on the ground, it appears this creature has sustained significant injuries. Our mission is to locate that poor beast. We must split into two groups. Ron and Hermione, you shall accompany me, while Kevin, Harry, and Malfoy will form the other group." "What?" Malfoy exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Admittedly, he harbored a dislike for Hagrid, yet given the circumstances, he preferred to remain by Hagrid's side. "Very well," he conceded, not wishing to lose face before Kevin and the others. "I want this dog to come with us." "Not a problem," Hagrid replied, "but I must warn you, Fong is quite a coward." Upon hearing this, Malfoy nearly burst into tears. However, Harry and Ron did not mock him, for they too were filled with trepidation. "Remember, in the event of an encounter, do not act impulsively. Inform me at the first opportunity, understood?" Hagrid reiterated to the trio. Harry, already on edge, felt his anxiety intensify due to Malfoy's complaints, and he retorted sarcastically, "If I am not mistaken, Malfoy, you seem to be the one who is afraid." "Enough. I believe it is you who is truly frightened, Potter." Malfoy shot back. "All right." Kevin interjected, "We are all in the same boat now. If you have the energy, stay alert to your surroundings. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. I have no desire to spend the night here." Both Malfoy and Harry acquiesced, ceasing their quarrel and cautiously scanning their surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes of trudging through the forest, Harry and Malfoy were panting heavily, and Kevin was equally exhausted, for the Forbidden Forest was indeed a challenging terrain. Just as the trio contemplated a moment's respite, Fong appeared to sense something, standing completely still. Malfoy was the first to notice Fong's unusual behavior and quickly exclaimed, "Look at him. Why isn't he moving?" "Shoo!" Kevin urgently hushed them, gesturing towards the front. The three peered ahead, and indeed, beneath a great tree lay something that stood out starkly against the darkness of the woods, something white, with a dark mass shifting beside it. They held their breath, fixated on the sight, hesitant to make a move. Kevin had already drawn a magical card when suddenly, Harry groaned, clutching his forehead. "What's wrong?" Kevin inquired swiftly. "My scar is hurting," Harry replied, still pressing his hand against his brow. As the tension mounted, the dark mass was startled, raising what appeared to be a head. Bathed in the moonlight, the trio discerned a grotesque visage, with silver liquid trickling from the corners of its mouth. Ah! Malfoy executed Hagrid's command flawlessly, emitting a startled cry before turning on his heel to flee without a moment's hesitation. However, a figure even quicker than he darted past, vanishing into the thicket in mere moments. Chapter 46, The Oath with the Unicorn. Malfoy's scream roused the dark entity completely, which then rose with a serpentine motion, transforming into a humanoid figure clad in a black cloak, gliding ominously towards them. Harry, terrified, gasped for breath and retreated incessantly, while Kevin, equally unnerved by the spectral creature, broke into a cold sweat. Yet, retaining his composure, he cast a spell without hesitation. A burst of flames surged towards the shadowy monstrosity, engulfing it in a fiery embrace. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past Kevin's head. Alarmed, he realized someone was approaching from behind. He could not afford to lose focus. Glancing up, he saw a shadow soar upward and dash across the clearing. Illuminated by the flames, Kevin recognized that it was a creature that was part human, part horse, a centaur. "Cease your magic, young wizard," the centaur commanded, prompting Kevin to immediately retract his spell. He understood that while centaurs preferred to avoid human interaction, they were sentient beings and posed no threat unless provoked. However, with the flames dissipated, the dark entity had vanished. "Where did it go?" Kevin inquired urgently. "You know me?" Harry asked in astonishment. Kevin pressed on. "What was that just now?" He approached the unicorn, unimpeded by the centaur, who began conversing with Harry. As Kevin drew closer, he noticed the unicorn's pristine form was torn, silver blood seeping from its wounds. It was on the brink of death, yet its eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, revealing a fervent thirst for life. It was indeed a cruel irony. The unicorn's blood could prolong life, yet it could not save itself. Kneeling beside the creature, Kevin gently stroked its pure white fur, lamenting, "I am truly sorry for not being able to save you. I vow to seek vengeance upon your assailant. I shall take a small amount of your blood, but not for the sake of prolonging life. Rather, I will use it to aid others. If you are willing, please rest peacefully. I assure you, I will not let the one who harmed you escape." Kevin did not intend to consume the unicorn's blood. His sole desire was to harness it for crafting magical cards. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he expressed his sentiments aloud, a wave of sorrow enveloping him entirely. The unicorn seemed to sense Kevin's words, lifting its head slightly to regard him. He did not shy away from its gaze, aware that this intelligent being was assessing his oath. After a moment, the unicorn lowered its head, its bright eyes fluttering shut. Discreetly, Kevin retrieved a small vial from his satchel, collecting some of the unicorn's blood before placing it back within. Just as he prepared to rise, he felt an unfamiliar object in his hand, an actual horn. He quickly glanced at the unicorn's head, realizing that its sharp, white horn had vanished. Kevin understood that the unicorn had discerned his thoughts and affirmed his vow. Its horn was the most precious possession now entrusted to him. Rising, he placed the horn into his satchel and bowed deeply to the unicorn. At that moment, the centaur approached and inquired, "Are you feeling troubled, little one?" Kevin's heart was heavy, uncertain whether it was guilt for taking its blood and horn or if he was merely moved by the purity of this creature. The centaur remarked, "Your friend posed a similar question. You should be able to guess, and I am aware of your intentions. However, I must caution you. You will face an unimaginable horror." Kevin asked, "Can you bury it?" The centaur smiled faintly, responding, "I believe your friends will handle this matter upon their arrival." A chorus of barking erupted, followed by Hagrid's heavy voice. Harry, Kevin, Hagrid, armed with a crossbow, rushed over. Upon seeing the two with the centaur, he sighed in relief and greeted, "Good evening, Firenze." He then glanced at Kevin and said, "You possess a brave and steadfast heart, but I hope your oath is as resolute as your spirit." Momentarily taken aback, Kevin realized that his earlier actions had not escaped the notice of the centaur named Firenze. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, "I have always believed in him, and I always will. Thank you for saving us, Firenze." The centaur nodded and departed without further comment. After Firenze left, Hagrid assessed the situation of the unicorn and, unsurprised by the missing horn, prepared to report the incident to Dumbledore as he led the four away. Upon returning to the dormitory, the group convened an urgent meeting, during which Harry relayed Firenze's words to the others. Ron suddenly understood. No wonder Snape asked Quirrell to whom he pledged loyalty. It all makes sense now. Hermione nodded, adding, "The Philosopher's Stone can be used to create the elixir of life, precisely what Voldemort requires. However, Snape cannot breach all the defenses, so he must rely on drinking unicorn blood to sustain his life. What are we waiting for? We must inform Dumbledore immediately," Ron declared as he stood. Hermione countered, "Dumbledore is not at the school. I encountered Professor Flitwick at noon, and he mentioned that Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry and should be in London now." Harry, pacing anxiously, exclaimed, "Tomorrow, we shall tell the other professors. But what if they do not believe us? Why is it that no one is willing to trust us?" He turned to Kevin, "You usually have the best ideas. Think of something, Kevin. Kevin? The trio noticed that Kevin had been silent, fixated on a piece of paper. As Harry called his name, Kevin closed the paper and replied, "What is it? Please, this is not class time. How can you get distracted like this?" Ron complained. Kevin smiled, saying, "I heard everything you just said. I was contemplating some thoughts. At present, I find myself at an impasse. However, we have secured the Philosopher's Stone. If anything were to befall it, the next target could very well be Harry. We've not yet had enough time to forge our friendship, and I do not wish for it to end so abruptly." "Curse you," Harry retorted, his voice a mix of gratitude and playful rebuke. "Even in death, I shall endure. But what do you propose we do?" Kevin rose, folding the paper he had been holding, and replied, in the absence of a clever solution, "We shall resort to a simple one. Tomorrow, we shall seek out Professor McGonagall. This matter transcends the mere existence of a Philosopher's Stone. It pertains to Voldemort. Hagrid once remarked that this situation is beyond our capabilities to resolve. Hence, we must consult the teacher tomorrow." Chapter 47. Who Dares to Venture Forth? The following day, the four of them approached Professor McGonagall to explain the situation, only to find her reaction aligned perfectly with Kevin's expectations. Not only did she express disbelief in their claims, but she also chastised them for even being aware of the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Her response effectively extinguished any hope of seeking assistance from their professors. That evening, the common room was once again the venue for an urgent meeting. Harry even suggested venturing to London to find Dumbledore, but Hermione swiftly dismissed the idea. "If we succeed, it would be fine. However, if we fail and are caught leaving the school without permission, our return next semester would be out of the question." Kevin, why do you keep staring at that blank sheet of paper?" Ron asked, growing increasingly frustrated as he noticed Kevin's fixation. At that moment, Kevin suddenly stood up and declared, "I can assure you of two things." "What?" The trio stared at him in confusion. Harry inquired, "Kevin, are you unwell?" Kevin replied, "No, I am perfectly fine. I can now reveal that the individual intent on thievery is not Snape, and that this thief has either already deciphered the protections or is in the process of doing so." What shall we do?" Harry's concern led to a flurry of anxiety, momentarily ignoring the implications of Kevin's knowledge. Hermione, maintaining her composure, asked, "Kevin, how do you know this? Are you concealing something from us?" Kevin responded, "There is no time for explanation. The professors do not believe us, and we alone can thwart this individual. So, who among us is willing to take the risk?" The three paused momentarily, but Harry quickly declared, "I shall go. I will join as well." Ron echoed. Hermione looked at them incredulously and said, "For the sake of your lives, I shall accompany you. After all, without me, who knows what foolishness you might undertake." With a shared smile among the four, they prepared to take action, only to be unexpectedly halted by someone at the door. Neville. It seemed he had been watching them for some time. Just as they were about to exit, he appeared, blocking their path. Kevin stared at Neville in surprise and asked, "Why are you not in bed?" Neville, somewhat irate, replied, "That question should be directed at you. I knew you would attempt to cause trouble again. You have already led Gryffindor to lose the House Cup. I must stop you from making further mistakes." Ron was nearly beside himself, eager to explain to Neville, but at a loss for words. At that moment, Kevin chuckled and said, "Well done, Neville. That is the spirit of a true gentleman. However, this time, we cannot heed your advice, so my apologies." As a spell struck Neville, he suddenly stiffened, standing in a daze, his body beginning to sway as if on the brink of collapse. Kevin promptly rushed forward to support him onto the sofa. "Kevin, are you insane?" Harry exclaimed urgently. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "What are you so worried about?" Kevin used the petrifying charm. "Neville will be fine." After ensuring Neville was safe, the four hurried towards the trapdoor. Along the way, they donned Harry's invisibility cloak, relieved that they were not overweight, or else the cloak would have been ill-fitting. Upon arriving at the door, they carefully removed the cloak and gently pushed open the wooden door. As it creaked ajar, a melodious tune emanated from within. "Is it asleep?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Kevin chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, the one who provided Hagrid with the dragon egg was likely seeking a method to lull Fluffy to sleep." With a grave expression, Hermione said, "But how do we get inside?" "Look, its paw is blocking the door." Harry glanced and declared, "We can only lift it." "Lift it? Are you certain?" Ron replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Kevin countered, "Do you have any other suggestions?" "As long as we proceed cautiously, we should be fine." Thus, the four stealthily approached the three-headed dog, carefully reaching the paw, which was the size of a round table. "Follow my lead," Kevin whispered, and then shifted to the side together. "Remember to be gentle." The others nodded, and Kevin counted, 1, 2, 3, go. Holding their breath against the dog's foul odor, they slowly exerted their strength, cautiously maneuvering the massive paw aside, revealing the trapdoor beneath. Phew! They collectively sighed in relief. Kevin then gingerly opened the trapdoor, and the others peered down into the inky darkness below. "Only one of us should go down. I'll enter first. Wait for my signal before you follow," Kevin instructed. "No way. We have no idea what awaits down there. We can't let you take the risk alone, Harry insisted. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Kevin smiled. Precisely why you must remain above. Should anything happen to me, you must flee immediately. Do not utter that you can't leave me behind. Only by escaping can you summon help. Harry wanted to argue further, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Hey, don't you think it's eerily quiet? He inquired. Quiet? Indeed, too quiet. What about the music? Kevin finally grasped Harry's implication when an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses. They looked up to find 3 enormous dog heads glaring at them. Ah, Harry, Ron. And Hermione screamed in terror, while Kevin marveled at their nerve. In such a moment, why were they still standing there? Grabbing Harry and Hermione, he shouted, "Jump!" The two were propelled downward, with Ron, never one to lag behind, promptly following suit. The fall lasted approximately 2 to 3 seconds, during which 4 individuals were caught by semi-soft, elongated tendrils. Bathed in the faint light from the entrance, they discovered that beneath them lay a collection of unevenly thick vines. Fortunately, these tendrils prevented them from plummeting to the ground in a disastrous manner. Ron displayed a look of relief and remarked, "Thank goodness for these plants." However, before they could fully exhale in relief, the vines suddenly animated, transforming into tentacle-like creatures that ensnared the 4 of them with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to react. At that moment, Kevin's hands remained unbound by the vines, and he contemplated igniting them with fire. Yet, as he drew a magic card, he quickly abandoned the thought. A blaze might ignite the vines clinging to them, leading to a swifter demise. Chapter 48, The Real-Life Wizard's Chess. Fortunately, just as the 4 were about to be bound like dumplings, Hermione recognized the plant and urgently advised the others, "Do not struggle, it is a devil's snare. If we relax, it will release us automatically. The more we thrash about, the quicker our demise." Heeding her words, Kevin and Harry ceased their struggles, and indeed, after a brief moment, the vines loosened their grip, allowing their bodies to drop down into a cavern-like chamber. Upon landing on the solid ground, the trio had scarcely caught their breath when they realized Ron had not descended with them. Suddenly, they heard Ron's cries from above. "Help me, help me. I can't hold on." Ron was still ensnared. Hermione exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, their ears were filled not with Ron's shouts, but with whimpers, indicating that he was either silenced by the devil's snare or was being choked. "Hermione, you recognized the devil's snare, didn't you? Think of something," Kevin urged. Hermione forced herself to remain calm and recalled, "The devil's snare is deadly, but it fears sunlight." "Yes, it fears sunlight." She then drew her wand and proclaimed, "Lumos Solum." Harry quickly helped Ron to his feet, asking, "Are you all right?" Ron exhaled in relief, standing and looking upwards, boasting, "I'm fine. Thankfully, I didn't T-panic." The trio looked at Ron, who seemed quite pleased with himself, and Harry remarked, "Thank goodness Hermione paid attention in herbology class." The devil's snare in herbology class. So, this must be Professor Sprout's defense mechanism, Kevin noted. Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor, also served as the head of Hufflepuff House. Just then, an odd sound echoed through the air, and the 4 steadied themselves as they approached the source of the noise. On one side of the cavern, a staircase led to the sound. "It sounds like the flapping of wings," Harry said. "Let us go check it out, but be cautious of your footing," Kevin advised. They ascended the staircase, which led to a wooden door at its end. The noises grew clearer as they pushed the unlatched door open. Upon entering the room, they looked up to find a lofty chamber resembling a cave, filled with numerous peculiar winged creatures. As they drew closer, they realized they were confronted by a swarm of winged keys. "So many keys, and they have wings," Ron exclaimed. "And look, there's a broomstick." Hermione remarked, "This is undoubtedly the work of Professor Flitwick. There is another door over there. It appears that our task is to locate a key that will unlock it," Kevin inquired. "But how are we supposed to find it?" Ron, gazing at the multitude of keys in astonishment, drew his wand and said, "Allow me to try the unlocking charm." He approached the door and cast the spell, yet it remained firmly shut. Hermione noted, "Professor Flitwick would not make it so simple for us to open the door. If I am not mistaken, during our search for the key, we may very well be attacked by the other keys. But there could be thousands of keys here. Which one is the genuine article? We cannot possibly try them all," Ron exclaimed. At that moment, Harry pointed into the air and announced, "I see it. There's a key with a wounded wing." The others, lacking Harry's keen dynamic vision, struggled to spot the injured key. Kevin turned to Harry and said, "Harry, it's time for us to witness the prowess of a Gryffindor seeker." Among the 4, Harry possessed the finest flying skills, so it fell to him to navigate this challenge. Taking a deep breath, Harry approached the flying broomstick. As soon as his fingers brushed against it, the keys, as if disturbed from their nest, swiftly converged around him. Feeling as though countless fine needles were pricking his face, he could not afford to hesitate. He quickly mounted the broom and soared into the air. It was impossible for him to locate the correct key amidst the swarm, so he decided to shake off these bothersome bees first. Harry broke through the throng, with the keys hot on his heels. However, He cleverly utilized the haphazardly positioned stone pillars above the cave for cover, weaving through them until he successfully reached the back of the swarm, where the injured key hovered. With his exceptional reflexes and dynamic vision, which even allowed him to catch the elusive golden snitch, capturing this key posed no challenge. Without any mishap, Harry darted forward and grasped the key, then descended towards the door as Kevin and the others stood waiting. Harry flew over them, tossing the key down, and then soared upward once more to continue diverting the swarm. Kevin caught the key and unlocked the door, and as the three entered, he called out, "Harry, it's done." "Goodness, that was perilous," Ron exclaimed, staring at the door in disbelief. Hermione added, "Did you think this was merely a game? We must hurry. Who knows what awaits us inside?" Kevin urged. And the four of them traversed a dimly lit corridor until they arrived at a grand door. Upon entering, the interior remained shrouded in shadows. But it was evident that they had entered a spacious room, unlike the previous caves. Though ample, the space felt crowded, filled with numerous towering statues that appeared even more eerie in the dim light, evoking the sensation of being in a crypt. "Ugh, I really do not like this place." "Not at all," Hermione said, her voice trembling. Harry surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What are we supposed to do here?" Kevin shook his head, responding, "I don't know. Are we meant to play hide and seek in this room?" "No." Ron discerned the situation and remarked, "I understand now. This is a chessboard." With that, he ascended the steps, and suddenly, flames erupted around them. The others hastily drew their wands in defense. As the flames illuminated the room, the four soon recognized the scene within. Just as Ron had indicated, they were in the midst of a colossal game of international chess. Kevin and the others joined him on the chessboard, facing the white pieces, while a door could be vaguely seen behind the queen. They hurried to approach it, but as they drew near, the white pawns unsheathed their twin blades, as if to warn that any further advance would result in them being cleaved into mincemeat. Without needing Kevin's prompting, the three began to retreat slowly. They had no desire to challenge the armed pawns. As they crossed the midline, the white soldiers sheathed their daggers. Kevin declared, "This is no ordinary chess. This is wizard's chess." Hermione furrowed her brow and said, "These pieces are enchanted, undoubtedly the work of Professor McGonagall. Look, 2 black pieces are missing, not 3. Familiar with wizard's chess, Ron pointed out his discovery. Indeed, among the black pieces, there was a bishop and a rook absent, which corresponded to the bishop and rook in standard chess, and there was only 1 knight. Ron suddenly realized, "I see, Professor McGonagall's challenge is to play chess. We can only pass through that door if we win the game. So, Harry, you take the bishop's position." Harry nodded and stepped into the place of the bishop. And then Ron said, "Kevin, you stand next to the queen, in the rook's position, and I shall be the knight." "Wait, what about me?" Hermione interjected anxiously. Chapter 49, Overcoming Obstacles. In response to Hermione's inquiry, Ron chuckled and said, "Ladies, please wait below. This is a boys' game." "How infuriating." "I am not one of those delicate girls," Hermione retorted, displeased with Ron's statement. Ron replied with a smile, "I understand, and I am well aware. However, you are still a girl, are you not?" "Wait." Kevin suddenly recalled something and said, "This is wizard's chess, right? So that means those pieces." His reminder sparked an epiphany among the three. Ron quickly climbed onto the knight, saying to Hermione, "Hermione, you should step back from the board." This time, Hermione said nothing and promptly moved aside. Ron gazed at the opposing side and announced, "Pieces in position, the game begins." As white moved first, a white pawn advanced 2 squares. Ron pointed to a black soldier and commanded, "You, move to 5. Moving to 5 essentially meant advancing 2 squares forward. And the black soldier complied with Ron's command. The rules of wizard's chess mirror those of international chess, where pawns can only move straight forward, advancing 1 square at a time, though they may opt to move 2 squares on their initial move. Unlike the pawns in Chinese chess, which advance differently, international chess pawns capture diagonally. The previous white pawn had already advanced 2 squares, meaning Ron's command placed the black pawn directly in the path of the white pawn's blade. As the move concluded, it was the white's turn, and indeed, the white pawn unsheathed its twin blades and swung down at the black pawn. Clang! With a swift stroke, the black soldier was obliterated into fragments. The 4 onlookers shuddered in fear, although they had previously witnessed Ron and Harry engage in a game of wizard's chess. The miniature version paled in comparison to the overwhelming spectacle before them. Hermione, watching from the sidelines, urgently exclaimed, "No, stop." Ron, his face a mask of despair, replied, "In truth, I wish I could, but once the pieces have made their first move, there is no turning back. I wager those pieces would reduce us to mere pulp." Now it was Kevin's turn to be on the verge of tears. Was he afraid of death? Undoubtedly, he was terrified, and even after having faced it once, his fear remained palpable. However, if it came to a noble demise, he would muster the courage to charge forth. Yet, this was not such a moment. The game was doomed, and should he encounter his resurrected comrades to recount their respective tales of demise, he would find himself at a loss for words. He turned to Ron and asked, Ron, you mentioned you have never lost a game, correct? Ron, bracing himself, asserted, Indeed, I have never lost. Though I have yet to play against Professor McGonagall. Presently, they could only rely on Ron, as neither Kevin nor Hermione possessed the knowledge of chess. And Harry was notoriously inept at it. Their hopes rested solely on Ron's shoulders. Thus commenced an epic battle of chess, with Ron issuing commands to the pieces. The board becoming a flurry of stone debris and the sounds of combat echoing through the air. As the game progressed, Ron realized that defeating his opponent was not particularly difficult with his skill, but the true challenge lay in safeguarding the three of them, himself included. He racked his brain, gradually formulating a decisive move in his mind. As the White Queen severed one of the black rooks, Harry, observing the board intently, discerned Ron's strategy. Wait, Ron, you. Ron nodded and replied, Indeed, Harry. My next move will result in the opponent's queen capturing me, allowing you to checkmate the king. No, Ron. No. Harry shouted in alarm. Hermione, anxiously watching from the sidelines, but unable to comprehend the intricacies of chess, urgently inquired, What does Ron mean? Harry responded, Ron is willing to sacrifice himself. Hey, buddy, what do you mean? Are you trying to be a hero? Kevin interjected hastily. Hermione also protested, No, you can't do this. There must be another way, right? Don't you want to stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Ron replied with a wry smile. This is all I can do. I'm not as adept at flying as Harry. I don't possess Kevin's extensive spell knowledge, and I don't have Hermione's vast intellect. All I can do is assist you in this game. Listen to me. You must stop Snape. Without waiting for a response, Ron took a deep breath and declared his move, knight to 3. This was a check move, but not a guaranteed victory, as the White Queen could capture Ron's knight, with the true lethal blow following thereafter. Check, Harry announced, while Kevin, acting as the rook, blocked any potential escape routes for the White King. It was a certain demise. And victory in the game was imminent. As the Stone Knight advanced to deliver check, the White Queen slowly turned towards Ron. With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn, revealing the enormous stone blade being raised aloft. Ron believed he was adequately prepared, yet upon witnessing the colossal sword thrust towards him, he instinctively cried out, Ah! The sword struck with tremendous force, piercing the Stone Knight beneath him, and Ron fell heavily to the ground. Ron! Hermione exclaimed, her impatience urging her to rush forward. But Kevin swiftly interjected, Stay back. Don't move, Hermione. The game is not over yet. He then turned to Harry, saying Harry, nodding in understanding. Harry advanced to make a decisive move. Checkmate. The enormous sword held by the White King clattered to the ground, and simultaneously, the door swung open. With the game won. The trio hastily approached Ron, and Kevin helped him to a position beneath the chessboard. Ron, Kevin called out. After several urgent calls, Ron slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead. The three of them exhaled in relief, and Kevin jested, You were indeed dead, but the Grim Reaper remarked upon your valiant spirit, thus returning you to us. Ron chuckled softly and attempted to rise, only to be struck by a sharp pain in his leg. Ouch, my leg. Don't move, he's injured. Kevin cautioned. Ron, clutching his leg, insisted, Don't worry about me. You three must hurry. Harry, reluctant to abandon his friend, replied, But what? Ron interrupted, asserting, This minor injury can be swiftly treated by Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. The Philosopher's Stone is what truly matters. Go. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, the trio understood that any further hesitation would undermine the sacrifice Ron had made. They settled Ron as best they could and, buoyed by his encouragement, ventured through the door. As before, they found themselves in a dimly lit, narrow passage, leading to yet another wooden door. When Kevin pushed it open, he nearly slammed it shut again. Overwhelmed by a nauseating stench, a foul odor assaulted their senses, and without any means to shield their noses, they resorted to lifting their garments. Though their eyes suffered as tears streamed down their faces. On the ground lay a gigantic troll, even larger than the one they had encountered previously, instilling fear in the trio. Yet, they soon realized there was no cause for alarm, as the troll lay motionless on the floor, a gruesome lump on its head suggesting it had lost consciousness. Hermione fought against her nausea, managing to say, That must be Professor Quirrell's. Ugh, I can't take it. Harry, pinching his nose, remarked, While I'm relieved we don't have to battle a troll, this stench is unbearable. Kevin nudged him, urging, Quit the chatter. We need to leave this place, Merlin. Thankfully, I didn't eat much for dinner. Harry hastily opened the next door and promptly closed it again. Fortunately, this door seemed enchanted. Although it was merely a wooden barrier, the room beyond was devoid of any foul odor. The trio sighed in relief, greedily inhaling the fresh air, and began to survey their surroundings. Based on their earlier deductions, this appeared to be the final line of defense. Unlike the previous challenges, there was nothing fearsome here, just a table adorned with 8 distinctly shaped bottles. Hermione gazed at the table and remarked, Hagrid's three-headed dog, Professor Sprout's devil's snare, Professor Flitwick's flying keys, Professor McGonagall's giant wizard chess, and Professor Quirrell's troll. Then this must be Snape's potion. As soon as Hermione's words fell, a sudden explosion resonated behind the trio, and a wall of purple flames erupted from the ground, effectively blocking their retreat. Before they could react, another wall of black flames arose, obstructing their path forward as well. Two of these contain nettle wine, and 3 are lethal. They are currently lined up, waiting. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here forever. We also provide 4 clues to assist you in your selection. First, regardless of how cunningly the poisons conceal themselves, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ. If you wish to proceed, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will notice that the sizes of the bottles vary. Neither the giant nor the dwarf conceals the Grim Reaper. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, although they appear dissimilar, possess the same fragrance. Which will you choose? Hey, Kevin, I think you could totally pursue a career in rap music, Harry chuckled, playfully bumping fists with Kevin in a hip-hop manner. Hermione looked at the two, exasperated, and said, Enough of your antics. Is this really the time for jokes? Hand me that paper. Kevin passed it over. The meaning of the paper was quite straightforward, akin to the detective stories they had played before. A, B, C, and D each made a statement, with only one being true or false, allowing them to deduce who the culprit was. Kevin's logical reasoning had never been particularly sharp, and Harry felt he was not much better in that regard. However, they were unconcerned, confident that with Hermione, the academic prodigy, they would surely unravel the problem. Upon reaching a conclusion, Hermione did not bask in self-satisfaction but instead expressed her admiration, stating, Honestly, I have great respect for Snape. This challenge is unlike the previous ones. It is not magic, but rather logical reasoning. Many of the greatest wizards lack the skills for logical deduction, and thus, they would remain trapped here forever. Kevin chuckled and remarked, Indeed, more friends make the journey easier. Who would have thought we would have a genius among us? Hermione blushed slightly and then inquired, By the way, how should we divide the potion? Harry agreed with Kevin's statement, but Hermione, somewhat irritated, retorted, I've told you before. Do not treat me like those delicate girls. Kevin, my magic is no less formidable than yours. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Kevin elaborated, Once we enter, we will confront that thief. Honestly, whether the individual inside is Snape or not, do you think the 3 of us can defeat him? Understanding Kevin's implication, Hermione replied, We need to seek help. Kevin nodded. Yes, Ron cannot walk at present. Only you can breach the defenses we encountered upon entry. As long as you can bring the professors here, the truth will be revealed. Precisely, there is no better evidence than witnessing it with our own eyes, Harry affirmed. Hermione nodded and said, All right, I know what to do, but you two must be cautious. Kevin smiled and nodded, then handed Hermione a vial of potion that could pass through the violet flames, while he and Harry each took a vial of the potion for their advance. Kevin raised his bottle and proclaimed, Victory belongs to Gryffindor. Victory belongs to Gryffindor. The 3 clinked their glasses and drank the potions. Hermione, not one to be burdened by doubt, glanced at the 2 and dashed into the violet flames. Kevin turned to Harry and said, Let's go meet him. Harry nodded, and they both plunged into the black flames. Beyond the black flames lay a staircase. As they descended, Harry suddenly felt a searing pain in his forehead, akin to flames scorching him. This sensation was identical to when he had encountered that creature in the Forbidden Forest. In the room stood a figure before an ornate mirror, and Harry immediately recognized him. It was impossible to overlook the distinctive tire-like turban atop his head, making it hard for Harry to comprehend why it was him instead of Snape. Kevin remained composed and remarked, Indeed, it is you, Quirrell. Harry looked at Kevin and questioned, But why? I thought it was Snape. Quirrell regarded the two, his previous timidity replaced by a chilling demeanor as he said, Yes, he does seem like a villain. With him around, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell, right? Except for you, of course. Quirrell turned to Kevin and inquired, How did you guess it was me? I thought I was well concealed. Or is this merely your bravado before death? Kevin smirked and replied, I'm afraid not, Professor Quirrell. In truth, I never believed for a moment that Snape was the thief when Harry mentioned it, for I have ample reason to trust him as a good man, disregarding classroom antics. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, Snape must have suspected you long ago, correct? Indeed, he has harbored doubts about me, Quirrell stated calmly, aware that he could easily eliminate the 2 children, though he refrained from doing so at that moment. Clever, Quirrell laughed. That night I unleashed the troll. Yet when everyone rushed to the basement, he went to the 4th floor to thwart me. Kevin said, Harry, in your charms class, you must have learned the stunning spell. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dark curse. It could also be a counter curse. Harry looked at Kevin and asked, Are you suggesting that Snape was saving me then? Why else? From the moment you entered the school, I knew you would ruin my plans. If it weren't for Snape's robes catching fire and colliding with me, you would have met your demise at the outset, Quirrell seethed. At this moment, Kevin felt a wave of fear. They had been oblivious to the fact that Quirrell was the perpetrator. He pondered the implications. Had Snape not been seated before Quirrell, but rather in another position? And if Hermione had interrupted Snape's counter-curse with a burst of flames, then Harry. Kevin continued, since that incident, although you haven't admitted it, Professor Snape no longer trusts you, for Harry witnessed him threatening you. If Snape were to uncover the truth, and yet he is not a villain, then his threats would not come from a place of malice. Harry nodded in sudden realization. In truth, Kevin had only recently come to this understanding himself. When he witnessed Snape casting spells, he harbored doubts about the meager memories. However, when Harry mentioned that Snape had threatened Quirrell, clarity dawned upon him. If Snape was not a villain, then the individual he threatened could not be virtuous either. Most importantly, he had acquired something that not only validated his suspicions, but also allowed him to track Quirrell's movements. Chapter 51, The Unexpected Magical Map. Clap, clap. Quirrell applauded while gazing at Kevin, exclaiming, Eli, you are remarkably clever, so clever that I am reluctant to kill you. Kevin replied, I am not clever. I merely received some advance information about Snape. Otherwise, I might have been like Harry and the others, suspecting Professor Snape instead of you. A chilling smile spread across Quirrell's face as he remarked, Is that so? Then why do you not share this revelation with others, say Dumbledore? With a wry smile. Kevin replied, In truth, we have informed our professor about the matter, but no one believes us. As for Dumbledore, there is no need. If it were possible, Professor Snape would have informed him long ago. Honestly, had I not known you entered through the trapdoor, I would not have wished to confront you so soon. After all, you are a professor, and I cannot guarantee your demise. Haha. Quirrell seemed to find amusement in something, saying, Eli, I am beginning to think you are not as clever as I once believed. First, you should be contemplating how to avoid being killed by me. Secondly, I have never been alone. You cannot ascertain my whereabouts, for what is that? Suddenly, a piece of parchment appeared in Kevin's hand. Both Quirrell and Harry gazed at him in bewilderment, having witnessed Kevin scrutinizing such parchment on multiple occasions before. Professor Quirrell, Kevin said, I believe you remember those two twins. Right? Yes, the ones who pelted you with snowballs. You see, they not only revel in mischief and pranks, but are also adept at acquiring extraordinary items from Filch. Such as this Marauder's map. Do not question its purpose. I shall reveal it to you directly. This is a magically enchanted map of Hogwarts. It displays all the secret passages and methods to open doors, and most importantly, it reveals the whereabouts of everyone within the school. I exchanged 10 magical cards to obtain it, though I suspect those two will be furious upon discovering that the cards are no longer usable. Quirrell stared in astonishment at the Marauder's map in Kevin's hand, then burst into laughter. Ha! Splendid. There will always be unexpected individuals and events in this world. Will there not? Kevin nodded, replying, Indeed, such as the once-renowned Quirinus Quirrell, who has now become Voldemort's pawn. Quirrell made no rebuttal, seemingly in agreement with this statement. He turned to face the mirror, and Harry felt a familiar pain radiating from his scar, more intense than before. Quirrell's tone shifted from the earlier calm and chilling demeanor to one of palpable agitation. Harry whispered, That is the mirror of Ariste I told you about. Dumbledore mentioned it would be removed, so why is it here now? Kevin pondered. According to Quirrell, he hasn't obtained the Philosopher's Stone. It seems to be related to this mirror. Use that boy. Startled, Kevin and Harry glanced around, realizing there was no fourth person in the room. Come here, Potter. Come to me. Quirrell's frantic roar echoed. Kevin drew a magical card, shielding Harry, and Quirrell, in a fit of rage, sneered. I admire your courage. Eli, do you know? What you are doing is akin to suicide. As he spoke, Quirrell brandished his wand and cast a spell towards Kevin. Kevin's magical card conjured a shield charm, blocking Quirrell's curse, yet the tremendous impact still forced them both back a few steps. Normally, the shield charm would not only deflect the opponent's spell, but also rebound it. However, Kevin's shield merely managed to stave off Quirrell's curse, with no rebound occurring. The disparity in their powers was glaringly apparent. Kevin was not the type to act recklessly without a plan. Years of experience had instilled in him the significance of intelligence gathering. Prior to this encounter, he had sought out information regarding Quirrell from various sources. Although the Quirrell he knew was timid and cowardly, he did not underestimate his true capabilities. In fact, Kevin had discovered that Quirrell was an exceptionally skilled wizard, renowned for his talents. His theoretical knowledge was profound, yet he yearned for first-hand practical experience. To this end, he had traveled extensively, making his appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor entirely justified, evidenced by his ability to unravel the defenses set by other teachers. At this moment, Kevin recognized that he could not allow Quirrell to attack again. He hurled 2 magical cards simultaneously. He was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat a professor. His objective was to buy time by any means necessary. A tongue of fire surged towards Quirrell, who, without flinching, waved his wand and redirected the flames aside. Just then, another magical card surged forth like a warrior charging into battle from the flames. This was a technique Kevin had devised himself after struggling to further develop his spells. He utilized the initial spell as cover, allowing the second magical card to strike closer to the enemy. This encounter marked the first execution of such a tactic, and the outcome was splendid. No matter how brilliant Quirrell was, he could not avert the spell that was now so near. A pink beam of light struck Quirrell's arm. The one holding the wand. Good. Harry began to exclaim, but he noticed something was amiss with Quirrell's reaction. After Kevin's curse hit him, Quirrell's wand remained undisturbed, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Quirrell's face flushed crimson, evoking a chuckle from Harry. It was indeed amusing for a professor to feel embarrassed after being struck by a first-year student. However, it soon became apparent to him that his initial thoughts were misguided. Quirrell's complexion grew increasingly scarlet, his breath becoming more labored, suggesting he was in considerable distress, all while he clutched his lower body. Kevin wore a sly grin. Having successfully executed his scheme, while Quirrell, clearly vexed, whispered, "What have you done to me?" The magical card in question was the Selfless Devotion love spell, which, despite Hermione's fervent insistence for Kevin to create such a card, he had surreptitiously concocted using a vial of love potion. One of Kevin's life principles was, better to be prepared and not need it than to need it and be unprepared. Of course, to avoid any unforeseen repercussions, he had taken great care to thoroughly understand the workings of the love spell. Through experimentation, Kevin discovered that while the love spell card produced potent effects, it could not alter the target's sexual orientation. In other words, a heterosexual man struck by the spell would not suddenly desire another man simply due to a lack of women around. However, rather than succumb to overwhelming desire and perish, it was wiser to compromise for survival. Yet, let it be noted that this was a last resort. No rational person would willingly choose such a path from the outset, which was precisely the effect Kevin aimed for. Once afflicted by such a spell, unless one possessed extraordinary endurance, it was nearly impossible for an average person to engage in any other activities, thus affording him ample time. When Quirrell inquired, Kevin produced a magical card and suggested, "Go ask those mice." Chapter 52, Voldemort. Observing Quirrell petrified by the spell, Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly, that last move had been rather perilous. Now, with their only exit barred by black flames, both he and Harry found themselves trapped, a thought Kevin dared not entertain. "Haha," Harry exclaimed, embracing Kevin. "Brilliant, mate. You've outsmarted a professor." Though Kevin appreciated Harry's praise, he remained grounded, aware that his victory stemmed from the unexpected efficacy of the love spell card. Furthermore, he did not wish to rely excessively on a card that could jeopardize his virtue at any moment. Quirrell, struck by the petrification spell, would need at least a night to recover, by which time the professors would likely have arrived. Thus, Kevin and Harry decided to bind Quirrell as a precaution. Yet, just then, calamity struck. "You worthless fool, get up." The voice, reminiscent of a hellish roar, startled them, but they were truly taken aback when Quirrell, despite his still crimson face and labored breathing, began to advance toward them step by step. Kevin brandished his magical card, and Harry drew his wand. Yet this time, Quirrell made them acutely aware of their disparity in power. Harry's wand was sent flying, and Kevin's incantation was effortlessly dispersed by a single spell from Quirrell. In the midst of evasion, Harry, filled with terror, questioned, "Why is this happening?" Kevin replied, "I don't know, but it's definitely connected to that voice." At this moment, Chilo's actions appeared clumsy due to certain peculiar circumstances. Yet the confines of the room were so limited that there was nowhere for the two to escape. With a steely resolve, Kevin thought to himself, "Let us go for broke." He hurled for magical cards, but Chilo failed to deflect any. The reason was simple. These cards did not transform into spells, but instead flew in 4 divergent directions. Astonishingly, 3 of the cards embedded themselves into the sturdy floor, while the 4th struck a marble pillar. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 incantations struck Kevin and Harry, rendering their legs immobile. Breathing heavily, Chilo approached in a fit of rage. At that moment, Kevin felt tears welling up. If fate offered him a second chance, he would rather face Chilo's wrath directly than resort to the charm card. The thought of Chilo succumbing to his fury was too dreadful to contemplate. Suddenly, a voice echoed once more, "You worthless fool, take them to the mirror." In an instant, Chilo's anger dissipated, reverting to his previously cowardly demeanor as he trembled. "Yes, my master." He then led the 2 to the mirror, pointing his wand at them, demanding, "Tell me, what do you see?" Kevin recalled Harry speaking of the mirror of Ariste. Although their situation was perilous, he was nonetheless curious to see what his reflection would reveal. Yet, no matter how intently he gazed, the mirror still reflected the 3 of them. Just as Kevin began to believe that nothing extraordinary would occur, he glanced sideways at Harry, who was smiling in the mirror, while the Harry before the actual mirror wore a perplexed expression. Harry was equally bewildered. He had expected to see his parents as before, but was taken aback when his mirror self suddenly smiled and reached into his pocket to retrieve a red, transparent stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Both were taken aback, though they endeavored to mask their reactions. They watched as the mirror image of Harry, grinning, placed the stone into Kevin's pocket. Almost simultaneously, Kevin felt something hard and unyielding in his own pocket. At that moment, the expression of Kevin in the mirror shifted. He patted his pocket and gave a thumbs-up gesture to the two. What did you see? Chilo demanded angrily. Harry hastily replied, I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. And then I won the House Cup. And you? Chilo turned his attention to Kevin. Kevin feigned contemplation before stating, well, I saw you and an unsightly fellow begging for mercy beneath my feet. Now, I am forcing you towards a so. Oh, it's truly a sight for sore eyes. Are you certain you wish for me to continue describing? Chilo, mortified with rage, was about to explode when that hellish, raspy voice echoed again. They are lying. This time, Kevin sensed that the voice was alarmingly close, seemingly emanating from Chilo himself. Tell me, what did you see? Chilo bellowed. Kevin smirked coldly and replied, I must confess. Professor Chilo, this is the first time I have felt any semblance of authority in your voice since our acquaintance began. However, are you certain you wish for me to continue describing those unspeakable and repugnant matters? Quirrell could no longer contain himself, seizing Kevin by the throat, rendering him incapable of producing any sound beyond pitiful groans. Stop it, Harry shouted vehemently. Quirrell darkly responded, I shall make your demise most excruciating, you wretched little pest. Let me speak with them, the voice insisted once more. Quirrell hastily released Kevin, who gasped for air, his face crimson, yet his eyes remained fixed on Quirrell, radiating a deathly gaze. Quirrell's expression turned notably servile. My master, your strength has not yet been restored. I still possess some strength, came the reply. This time, Kevin was certain that the voice emanated from Quirrell, specifically from his head. Indeed, Quirrell began to unravel the scarf around his head, prompting Kevin and Harry, now able to move their legs, to step back simultaneously. Once the scarf was removed, they discovered that Quirrell was, in fact, a bald man. But their attention quickly shifted to the mirror of Ariste, which permitted them a clear view of the back of Quirrell's head, nearly inducing nausea. There, they beheld a face, a grotesque and horrifying visage that left Kevin at a loss for words. Even the most vulgar descriptions seemed to flatter it. Harry Potter. That face turned towards Harry in the mirror. We meet again. Harry could assure himself that he had never encountered a face capable of robbing him of sleep for a month, yet he uttered the name of its owner. Voldemort. Indeed, observe what I have become. Witness how I cling to life within another's body. Kevin, visibly disheartened, remarked, Mr. Voldemort, I have envisioned your appearance in my mind. But I must say that even the most grotesque visage I could conjure would be 100 times more appealing than what you are now. Huh. The mouth of the Potters always incites a desire to kill. Thank you for the compliment. Kevin retorted before inquiring, did you slay those unicorns? Indeed. In the past few weeks, the blood of unicorns has restored some of my strength, yet it cannot provide me with a body. However, there is something that can. Suddenly, Harry stepped in front of Kevin, shouting, Run, Kevin. But Quirrell waved his wand. Boom. A wall of roaring flames encircled the three of them. Voldemort proclaimed, Seize that boy from the Potters. The Philosopher's Stone must be upon him. Chapter 53, The Ultimate Technique. At that moment, Kevin prepared himself to traverse a veritable battleground. He could not allow the Philosopher's Stone to fall into Quirrell's hands. Yet Quirrell did not afford him the noble opportunity to perish gallantly. Kevin scarcely discerned how his opponent moved, and when he next beheld Quirrell, he found himself ensnared by fate's grasp. Harry attempted to rush forward, only to be felled by Quirrell's spell, as Voldemort's voice from the back of Quirrell's head declared, the Philosopher's Stone must be upon him. As Chilo retracted his wand, preparing to search, he was taken aback to see Kevin, who was struggling to breathe, display a faint smile. Before he could comprehend the meaning behind that smile, Kevin, unbeknownst to him, produced a spell card with his right hand. Utilizing the Elysian mirror to glimpse at his target, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to hurl the spell card backward. The three half-figures within the room simultaneously fixed their gaze upon the card, watching as it traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the dormant spell card that had just been shot at the pillar. At the moment of impact, the card on the pillar erupted into a radiant white light, striking another card on the ground. In a heartbeat, the three cards on the ground were struck in succession, akin to a line of dominoes falling. When the last card was hit, a fireball hurtled toward Chilo's face. Boom. Accompanied by the flames striking their target. Chilo clutched his scorched face, letting out a wretched scream of agony. I will kill you, you accursed little wretch. Previously, Kevin had drawn inspiration from the game Yu-Gi-Oh! In hopes of developing a similar unexpected trap card attack. Although his idea received unanimous acclaim from Hermione and others, the stark reality was that they had no means to proceed, as spell cards devoid of magical power could not be activated. Ultimately, it was only through Kevin's accidental use of one spell card to trigger another that this concept began to take shape. However, it still fell far short of the trap card he envisioned, with the prerequisite that the opponent must be within the attack range of the preset spell card. After a series of intricate steps, the success rate of such trap cards was dishearteningly low. Achieving success even once in 10 attempts was considered fortunate. This time, fortune was on his side, Yet luck has its limits. As Kevin lay on the ground, Chilo's foot came crashing down upon his chest. Kill this wretched mudblood. Then seek the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort's icy voice intoned. Just as despair enveloped Kevin, Harry sprang into action behind him. During a casual conversation, when they discussed the possibility that Voldemort might still be alive, Kevin had mused, if Voldemort is not dead, where might he be now? Who knows? In the magical world, the question of life and death is often ambiguous. Just look at the portraits and ghosts at our school. If I knew where Voldemort was, I would find a way to kill him. For a better life, I would do so, but are you certain you can defeat him? There are numerous ways to court death, and there is no need to choose such a miserable path. However, I could teach you a surefire technique. Trust me. If you master this skill, your chances of defeating Voldemort will significantly increase. What technique? Turn around. What are you doing? You're not planning to use me for an experiment, are you? Ultimate technique, Millennium Kill. Oh no. As Chilo prepared to swing his wand, Voldemort, noticing Harry's movement, opened his mouth to speak, but the moment had passed. Harry was faster. Suddenly, oh no, accompanied by a haunting scream, Quirrell, with a wand protruding from his rear, soared into the air. Upon witnessing this, Kevin, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a forceful kick to Quirrell's abdomen and hastily scrambled away. Well done, Harry. You have truly inherited my teachings. Harry, fixated on Quirrell, retorted, shut your mouth, Kevin. You are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. As the saying goes, it is wise to strike a drowning dog, and a great leader once proclaimed, one should pursue the remnants of courage against a defeated foe, rather than merely seeking fame. In their fervor, the two abandoned their roles as wizards, transforming into melee warriors, as the scriptures of combat remind us. Strike at the serpent's heart, and when engaging a foe, target their most vulnerable spots. Kevin's kick landed squarely, sending Quirrell into a frenzy of pain, his entire being trembling. In agony, Quirrell cast aside all rational thought, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate these two ruffians. Without hesitation, Quirrell seized Kevin, who had failed to retract his legs in time. Observing this, Harry charged in, delivering a solid punch to Quirrell's face. Kevin, frustrated with Harry's lack of strategic targeting, was about to unleash a tirade when an unexpected turn of events unfolded before them. Quirrell suddenly relinquished his grip on Kevin, clutching his face and wailing in torment. The two stepped back in astonishment, watching Quirrell writhe on the ground. Breathless, Kevin inquired, "What did you do?" Harry, shaking his head in disbelief while examining his hands, replied, "I merely struck him, good heavens." His face, "Get up and finish them off." The anguished cries of Quirrell, mingled with the surrounding flames, rendered the scene reminiscent of hell itself. Struggling to rise, Quirrell lifted his head. His visage was no longer recognizable, bubbles roiling as if in boiling water. Moments later, the water evaporated, and so too did Quirrell's screams, replaced by fissures that spread from his face to envelop his entire form. At that instant, Quirrell was frozen in time, transformed into a stone figure marred by cracks. Kevin, this is utterly shattered. With the incantation's impact, Quirrell was reduced to mere remnants. Is he dead? Harry murmured, his disbelief evident as he gazed at his hands. Kevin collapsed onto the ground, feeling the ache throughout his body upon the danger's abatement. "Do not touch my face again," he jested, observing Harry's expression. Just as Harry turned to respond, his face suddenly blanched, and he shouted, "Watch out, Kevin!" Sensing impending peril, Kevin had no time to react. The abruptness of the situation left him no opportunity to glance around. He felt an overwhelming force draining him, body and soul. And in the fleeting moment before unconsciousness, he glimpsed a ghostly figure pass through Harry, followed by a swift darkness that enveloped him. Kevin! Kevin! Time passed, and eventually, Kevin heard a familiar voice. Struggling to open his eyes, he eventually discerned a scarred Harry gazing at him with relief. "Harry?" he croaked, his throat parched. As he attempted to speak, he was overtaken by a fit of coughs. Harry hastily retrieved a glass of water, and after Kevin consumed it, he felt somewhat relieved. He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Is this the infirmary?" Harry nodded and replied, "Indeed, I awoke here and found you lying beside me." Kevin noticed an array of items placed at the heads of their beds and remarked, "It seems Ron and Hermione brought these. We must have been unconscious for quite some time." He chuckled and added, "This is not quite what I envisioned." "Not quite. What do you mean?" Harry asked. Kevin laughed. "It should feel as if I had a chaotic dream, only to awaken upon hearing familiar voices. Of course, if a beautiful lady were calling my name, I believe I would have roused much sooner." As they joked, a voice called out their names, Harry, Kevin. Chapter 54, The Incident of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore approached, shedding the splendid attire he wore at the welcoming feast, now clad in a simple brown robe. "Professor Dumbledore," the two exclaimed as they attempted to rise. But Dumbledore gestured for them to remain seated. "Do not get up, children, you need your rest." He glanced at the gifts beside their beds and smiled. "Are these tokens from admirers?" "Admirers?" Kevin and Harry were puzzled by this remark. Dumbledore elucidated, Your encounter with Professor Quirrell in the basement is a secret. Those secrets have a way of spreading, and the entire school is aware of your battle to protect the Philosopher's Stone from malevolent forces. What of Hermione and Ron? Kevin inquired. Dumbledore reassured them. Do not worry. Your friends are in excellent health, having completed the tasks you entrusted to them, and they departed the infirmary before you. However, it is important to note that Madame Pomfrey oversees everything in the infirmary and does not appreciate disturbances to her patients, so they have already left. Upon hearing this, the two felt relieved, and Harry asked, What about the Philosopher's Stone? Do not be concerned, Dumbledore replied. It has been destroyed. Both Kevin and Harry were momentarily taken aback. The very object they had nearly risked their lives to protect had been obliterated. Why not destroy it sooner? Dumbledore seemed to possess an innate understanding of their thoughts. You need not feel surprised or regretful. While the stone could prolong Nick's life, I discussed your situation with him, and we ultimately agreed that its destruction was the wisest course of action. After all, it held great significance for Voldemort, and you thwarted him. What of Nicholas Flamel? Kevin asked. Dumbledore settled on the edge of Harry's bed and said, Rest assured, he possesses sufficient elixir to attend to his affairs. Sometimes, that which we perceive as beautiful is not as splendid as we imagine. Immortality is one such thing. Witnessing friends and loved ones depart is a torment in itself. At that moment, Harry inquired, Professor, why were we in possession of the Philosopher's Stone? I saw in the mirror my reflection, retrieving it from my pocket and handing it to Kevin. Dumbledore smiled and explained, To find the Philosopher's Stone, one must be someone who does not seek to exploit it. As for why the reflection of you would entrust it to Kevin, it is because you trust your friends. A spark of understanding ignited in Kevin's mind, and he replied with a grin, I see. Professor, you have known about Quirrell all along, haven't you? At least since Harry encountered the Mirror of Erist. That is why the mirror appeared there, and the final defense was set by you. Dumbledore looked at Kevin with admiration and remarked, Eli, you are more astute than your parents. Harry, realizing the significance, nodded and said, No wonder you mentioned sending the mirror away. But why not intervene directly? Dumbledore responded, Some matters are not as straightforward as we might assume. There are too many constraints, particularly from the Ministry of Magic and certain individuals who refuse to act without concrete evidence. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that taking a life, be it in the Wizarding World or the Muggle world, is a grave sin. Dumbledore's words were somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps he felt such dark notions should not be shared with children. Yet, Kevin understood his meaning well. Dumbledore is the most exceptional wizard in the world today, yet certainly not the most popular, especially in the eyes of some within the Ministry, just as Kevin and his friends had experienced. Even if Dumbledore was aware that Quirrell was the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone and took action to thwart him, would the Ministry believe him without irrefutable evidence? It is well known that sometimes, what politicians deem right may indeed be wrong. Dumbledore understood this truth profoundly. It is likely that his visit to the Ministry on the day of their trials was for this very reason. Harry asked, What about Voldemort? Without the Philosopher's Stone, he would perish, wouldn't he? Dumbledore replied, I fear not. I believe he will seek other means to return. Kevin recalled the scene in the basement and inquired, Professor, during our encounter in the basement, my magical and physical attacks seemed ineffective against him, yet Harry's punch proved to be rather formidable. Harry also remembered and said, I did hit him once. Dumbledore explained, That was due to your mother, Harry. Her sacrifice to protect you left an indelible mark. Harry instinctively reached for the scar on his forehead, but Dumbledore interjected, No, it is an invisible mark, Harry. It resides within your very being. What is it? Harry asked. Love, Dumbledore replied with a smile. The profound love of a mother. He then turned to the dazed Kevin and asked, Kevin, what thoughts occupy your mind? Dumbledore smiled again and said, You are very brave, my child. However, such matters are beyond your purview, at least for now. Each of us has our own tasks upon arriving in this world, and sometimes, even when we are fervently eager to accomplish something, we find ourselves at a loss for how to begin. This is destiny. It is strange, yet undeniably real. Kevin replied, I understand your point. But who can truly see through destiny? How can one know without attempting? Of course, I have never been particularly interested in self-destructive endeavors. Yet you are often willing to try, Harry chuckled. Indeed. Dumbledore chuckled. Indeed, you are quite right. Young people are often imbued with a spirit of adventure. Now, I believe you both need some rest. I must take my leave, lest Madame Pomfrey chase me away. Suddenly, Harry stood up and said, Professor, I have a question regarding Professor Snape. Dumbledore replied thoughtfully, I am aware of what you wish to inquire. In the past, he and your father were indeed at odds, somewhat reminiscent of your own relationship with Mr. Malfoy. Subsequently, your father committed an act that Snape could never forgive. Did he steal his girlfriend? Kevin interjected. Harry retorted, How could you say that? Don't interrupt, Kevin. Dumbledore smiled gently and continued, Your father saved Snape. Really? Both were taken aback by this revelation. Dumbledore affirmed, Yes, you heard correctly. Snape cannot forgive James for saving him. But why? Harry asked. Dumbledore mused. The human mind is indeed a marvel, is it not? Snape cannot bear the debt he owes your father. I believe his efforts to protect you this past year stem from a desire to balance the scales, to feel that neither he nor your father owes anything to the other. Thus, he may comfortably revisit his animosity towards your father. Harry expressed his confusion, prompting Kevin to recall Snape's particular attention towards him. Does that mean his relationship with my father was similar? He queried. I have never doubted Professor Snape. Although he often punishes me during class, I understand that it is, in a way, a form of assistance. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with mischief as he replied. Why not ask him directly? He then added, I truly must be on my way. Oh, are those Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? When I was young, I inadvertently tasted one that was utterly foul, and I fear I have not had much fondness for them ever since. With a smile, he popped a golden-brown bean into his mouth, only to choke and exclaim, Ugh, unfortunate. It's earwax. Haha. Chapter 55, The Year-End Feast. 2 days later, Madame Pomfrey announced that they could be discharged, and at last, they could escape her excruciating potions. As they stepped out of the hospital wing, they were met with the eager faces of Ron and Hermione. Kevin, Harry, the four embraced heartily, and for Ron and Hermione, the weight upon their hearts finally lifted. Ever since Kevin and Harry had entered that door, their anxiety had loomed large. After the two successfully left the dungeon and notified Professor McGonagall, their hearts had raced upon discovering Kevin and Harry collapsed on the floor, even with Madame Pomfrey assuring them that all was well. Ron and Hermione had remained worry-stricken each day. You two truly scared us half to death, Hermione said, her eyes glistening with tears yet a smile on her face. Kevin chuckled. We are indeed fortunate. Nothing could harm us. However, we must sincerely thank you for summoning the professors in time. Ron, with slightly misty eyes, added, of course. We deserve your gratitude, and it is immense. Did you know? In recent days, Hermione has been so preoccupied with worry during class that she has been unable to concentrate. The fact that she is distracted in class indicates the depth of her concern. Harry chuckled. Haven't we stepped outside? Let us go? While I am grateful for Madame Pomfrey's care, I truly do not have an affinity for the infirmary. Amidst the celebration, the four of them managed to alter the perception others held of them. The following morning, Kevin, unusually foregoing his morning exercise, was joined by Harry and Ron, who also rose early to visit Hagrid. Ever since learning of the incident involving the two, Hagrid had been deeply worried and burdened with guilt, believing that it was his disclosure of a secret that led to his friend's injuries. Upon seeing Kevin and Harry, Hagrid embraced them tightly, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly apologized. After some comforting words, he began to emerge from his self-reproach. As the semester drew to a close, Hogwarts, though a wondrous institution, shared one similarity with Muggle schools: examinations. Students at Hogwarts may only face final exams once a year. Yet only those who achieve satisfactory grades in their core subjects can advance to the next academic year. Otherwise, they must retake exams or face the prospect of repeating a year. For any school, the notion of retaking exams or being held back is hardly a cause for celebration. Hence, in the final week, Harry and Ron transformed into a male version of Hermione, fervently poring over the review materials she had provided. Their fervor and dedication were such that Hermione could not bear to further critique their usual classroom demeanor. During the week following the final examinations, there were no classes, marking a time of joyous revelry. They borrowed an old-fashioned camera from Hagrid and engaged in street photography around the school, capturing moments in classrooms, common rooms, the dining hall. And beside Hagrid's hut, they immortalized the places where they had learned and lived. Ron even indulged in a thrill by riding Kevin's Firebolt 2000 on the Quidditch pitch. Ultimately, Kevin suggested a wide-angle shot. Hagrid ferried the four friends across the lake, and on a hillside, they posed together for a photograph. In the image, the distant Hogwarts castle, the deep blue lake, and the rolling mountains formed a picturesque backdrop, with the four friends' silhouettes captured within this breathtaking scene. A week later, the end-of-year feast awaited, a grand and lively banquet akin to the start-of-year celebration, culminating in the awarding of the House Cup. As in previous years, the outcome of the House Cup was hardly a mystery, even if one neglected to observe the House Point hourglass in the Great Hall. The flags adorning the hall during the feast would unmistakably announce the winning house. This year, it was once again the silver and green of Slytherin. This reality added a tinge of regret to the end-of-year feast for Kevin and his friends. Had they not incurred the deduction of those 200 points, perhaps it would have been the Gryffindor red and gold banners, along with the majestic lion, that adorned the hall. How disheartened were the Gryffindors. The fact that George and Fred did not set up any betting pools this year spoke volumes. The clinking of glasses silenced the discussion among the students as Professor McGonagall tapped her glass, drawing everyone's attention to the front. Dumbledore rose with a smile and announced, "Another year has passed, and if I recall correctly, it is time to present the House Cup. The scores are as follows. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 252 points. Such a score and ranking destined Gryffindor to bid farewell to the House Cup, leaving no member of the house able to muster a smile. They merely applauded half-heartedly. In third place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in first place, Slytherin with 472 points. In truth, as Dumbledore declared the second place, the Slytherin students erupted in cheers. They had grown accustomed to this outcome, for this marked their 7th victory of the House Cup, a span of 7 years sufficient to see off an upperclassman. In stark contrast to Slytherin's exuberance, the applause from the other 3 houses felt perfunctory. Observing the dejected trio, Kevin offered words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. Even if we had not been docked 200 points, we still could not surpass Slytherin. We shall have our chance next year to bring them down once more. This marks the conclusion of our first year at Hogwarts, so let us smile. Harry lamented. It is precisely because we have not secured the House Cup in our first year that I feel disappointed. Traditionally, at this juncture, Dumbledore would present the House Cup to the winning house, yet at this moment, he seemed disinclined to do so. He remained standing, allowing the cheers to subside before he began. Indeed, the students of Slytherin have performed admirably. However, several recent incidents must also be taken into account, and I shall award some points. A glimmer of hope. Chapter 56. Thus concludes the first academic year. Kevin's eyes sparkled. If recent events were to be considered, they undoubtedly pertain to the 4 of them. As anticipated, Dumbledore continued, Miss Hermione Granger, your calm and thoughtful demeanor during a time of peril warrants an award of 50 points. As soon as the words left his lips, the members of Gryffindor erupted in applause and cheers, for they shared Kevin's sentiment that Hermione's points meant additional points for Kevin, Harry, and Ron, implying that the outcome of the House Cup still held suspense. In contrast, Slytherin remained composed, while the other 3 houses bristled with anticipation. The second award goes to Mr. Ron Weasley, for your victory in the most thrilling chess match Hogwarts has seen in many years, earning you 50 points. The third award, Mr. Harry Potter, for your fearless bravery and exceptional courage, I shall grant you 60 points. Gryffindor's applause reached a crescendo. Harry was delighted to learn of his 60-point addition. Yet his eagerness to discover how many points Kevin would receive overshadowed his own joy, as it would determine the fate of the House Cup. The fourth award goes to Mr. Kevin Ailey, for your wisdom and courage in a moment of crisis, your steadfast conviction, and your remarkable spell work. I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Applause thundered through the hall. Gryffindor's table was on the brink of madness. Initially announced as the 4th place, they had lost hope for the House Cup. Yet, who could have anticipated that mere minutes later, they would find themselves tied with Slytherin? The points awarded to Kevin and his trio elevated Gryffindor's score to 472, placing them level with Slytherin. But wait, it was not over yet. Look, Dumbledore had yet to take his seat. Kevin hastily informed the crowd. Dumbledore, still smiling, stood there and proclaimed, ultimately, confronting adversaries demands immense courage. However, standing firm before friends requires even greater bravery. I shall award 10 points. Everyone held their breath. Would this 10 points crown Slytherin, the reigning champions, or herald the ascension of Gryffindor's new monarch? Undoubtedly, it stirred the hearts of all present. To Mr. Neville Longbottom, George and Fred's expressions oscillated between laughter and tears. Laughter for their house interrupting Slytherin's 6-year reign, tears for the lucrative opportunity they had missed. If I am not mistaken, I believe the decor here requires a change. With a couple of claps, Dumbledore transformed the floating Slytherin silver and green banners into the red and gold that symbolized Gryffindor. At last, Gryffindor's lion graced the ceiling of the end-of-year feast. As Dumbledore declared, Gryffindor wins the House Cup. Wizard hats soared through the air. After the jubilant celebrations, Gryffindor students slept soundly until the following day when it was time to part ways. However, a photo album of Harry's parents from Hagrid significantly uplifted his spirits. This was a collection of images Hagrid had gathered from friends and classmates of Harry's parents, and it marked the first time Harry had seen photos of his mother and father outside the mirror of Ariste, bringing him immense joy and emotion. As the train approached platform 9 3/4, the Muggle students changed out of their robes. Upon seeing the familiar, stylish modern attire, Kevin felt a wave of nostalgia. After all, the classic robes did little to accentuate a refined and alluring figure. After disembarking, the 4 exchanged contact information, eager to meet during the holidays. However, before Harry could exchange a few words with the trio, a stout middle-aged man, exuding impatience, whisked Harry away. Is that Harry's uncle? He certainly does not appear to be a kind person, Ron remarked, discontent evident in his voice. Let it be. After all, he is Harry's relative. And we are not engaging with him, Kevin replied. Well then, let us part ways here. Remember to write or call, and we shall plan some outings. During this time, he also reached out to his 3 friends. Harry and Hermione were easy enough to contact directly by phone, but Ron presented a challenge. Ron provided an address that suggested their home was situated outside Ottery Street Catchpole, but being a wizarding family, they were well concealed. Ron had mentioned that even the postman was unaware of their location, thus conventional mail would be futile, and it appeared their home lacked a telephone as well. Days passed, and as the holiday drew to a close, Kevin had not received a single call or letter from Harry in quite some time. Initially, Harry would take the initiative to call him, but as time passed, communication transformed into messages delivered by Hedwig. According to Harry, the Dursleys had somehow learned that Hogwarts students were prohibited from using magic off campus, which not only thwarted their original plan to intimidate Dudley, but also significantly curtailed Harry's freedom. Ultimately, he could only rely on Hedwig to maintain contact with them. However, for the past fortnight, Harry had been utterly silent. Hermione had inquired about this matter with Kevin, and Ron had mentioned it in his letters. In truth, the situation was not difficult to deduce. Either Harry had met with a dire fate or was being restrained by the Dursleys. Yet, given the recent stringent control the Dursleys had over Harry, the former possibility seemed almost non-existent. Chapter 57. A visit to Ollivander's last week. Ron had written to invite Kevin to his home to discuss a plan for rescuing Harry. Although Kevin was eager to experience the life of wizards, he ultimately decided against attending. Thus, the holiday swiftly slipped away, and the time for school approached. This morning, Kevin received a letter from Ron detailing a thrilling prison break incident. The school supply list had been sent a week prior, but Kevin had not had the opportunity to review it due to Emma's illness. Now that Emma was nearly recovered, he could finally take some time to visit his long-lost friend and procure the items from the list. However, upon opening the enrollment list, Kevin was taken aback. What on earth? Are these textbooks? Does Hogwarts offer a course in novels for second years? As he scanned the bizarre titles, he found that aside from the first entry, Standard Spells, Level 2, which seemed somewhat normal, the rest resembled an adventure anthology. Dueling with Ghosts, A Journey with Ghouls, Adventures with Trolls, Wandering with Werewolves. The most ludicrous was a book titled Vacationing with the Banshee. Goodness, why wasn't there a book called Chopping Fillings with the Kitchen Witch? All these peculiar and amusing works were penned by the same author, Gilderoy Lockhart. Kevin recognized all the Hogwarts teachers, yet he had never heard of this name. He must be the new defense against the dark arts instructor, as this was the only subject at Hogwarts that changed its professor annually. During his first year, Kevin had eagerly anticipated this course, only to encounter the villainous Quirrell. After finally completing his first year, he had hoped for a somewhat competent new teacher. But upon seeing the array of works recommended by this professor, Kevin felt he ought not to harbor high hopes for the second year's defense against the dark arts class. After a modest breakfast and a brief tidying up, Kevin declined Emma's offer to accompany him and set off for Diagon Alley alone. Although Ron had scheduled their meeting for the afternoon, Kevin wished to purchase some items beyond the list and pay a visit to Ollivander. Taking a carriage to the Leaky Cauldron, he first ventured to the Elop's Owl Emporium upon entering Diagon Alley. Although Kevin preferred dogs and cats over owls, after a year of wizarding experiences, he had come to appreciate the convenience of owls. He selected a striking black and white owl, its sharp eyes and distinctive plumage exuding an air of fierce majesty. The majestic owl possesses feathers that elegantly extend from its eyes to its head, with a tuft of fur rising prominently at its center. Upon witnessing this remarkable creature, Kevin promptly bestowed upon it the name Leo. Considering the appearances of the father and mother of Ultra, the addition of Leo seems entirely reasonable. Who knows? Perhaps he might gather all the Ultra brothers in due course. Kevin did not immediately take his new pet home. After settling the payment, he entrusted the shopkeeper with its care for the time being and proceeded to Ollivander's wand shop. The shop appeared as bustling and crowded as it had a year ago, with Ollivander still making his enigmatic entrances. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander," Kevin greeted. "Good morning, Mr. Kevin," Ollivander replied. "Is there anything I can assist you with regarding wands? How is your wand working for you?" Kevin responded, "My wand is quite effective. I have come not only to apologize for my impolite behavior last year, but also to seek your guidance on certain matters." As it was still early and no students had arrived, Ollivander graciously welcomed him. Kevin expressed his purpose, beginning with recounting the events from his first year in Dumbledore's office, followed by showcasing his magical card. Upon witnessing the magic of Kevin's card, Ollivander's previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. "Merlin, is this the magic recorded by that esteemed ancestor?" he exclaimed in awe. Kevin replied, "I came to discuss this very matter. I inadvertently discovered that my father left behind such cards, and through a series of fortunate mishaps, I developed this alternative method of casting spells. However, I remain oblivious to its underlying principles, and I believe this card magic should extend beyond its current scope. Professor Dumbledore suggested that you could provide me with insights." Ollivander remarked, "Dumbledore has overestimated my knowledge, but I may be able to address wand-related inquiries. You see, there exists a tome within my family that records fragments of knowledge about those unique wizards from the Middle Ages. Observing your method of magic, I now have reason to believe that our ancestor from the Ollivander lineage may have been inspired to reform wands accordingly." Kevin inquired, "So, does that mean your ancestors encountered a similar card magic?" Ollivander responded, "I cannot say for certain. At least, I have not seen any related records in the family archives. This card magic is a first for me." Somewhat disheartened, Kevin nodded and said, "Well, thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Does this imply you are about to take your leave? Ollivander asked. Kevin looked at him with curiosity and replied, Is there something on your mind? What do you mean? Ollivander continued, In truth, over the past year, I have heard whispers of your exploits. Everyone has been talking about a new student at Hogwarts who uses cards to cast spells. What I am about to say, if you are willing to believe, may serve as guidance. If not, consider it mere chatter from me. Kevin gestured politely, and Ollivander remarked, Whether it is the intricate and time-consuming magic that existed before the invention of wands or the enchantments that emerged thereafter, wizards channel their innate magical energy through these conduits. Thus, the efficacy of any spell is contingent upon the wizard's own capabilities, independent of the incantation itself. Both the Ollivander family and other wand-making families across Europe select materials they deem suitable and choose what they believe to be the perfect core. Mr. Ailey, do you truly believe your wand lacks a core? Chapter 58, The Journey to Diagon Alley. Kevin produced his wand and replied, You indeed informed me that it has no core. Ollivander responded, This wand, in its essence, lacks a core. However, until it encounters its true master, it remains but a mere stick, regardless of its perfection. Mr. Ailey, have you not noticed something since you departed that day? Ollivander observed a change in Kevin's expression, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. I believe you must have discovered something. But what does that signify? Kevin inquired. Wands choose their masters, Mr. Ailey. Ollivander reiterated his initial words and continued, Before we find the right wand, none can ascertain which wand truly belongs to them. Much like how we cannot completely control our own lives or destinies. Yet you are different, Mr. Ailey. Perhaps you are the exception, destined to master your fate even before you arrived in this world. You are the core of your own wand. Only in your hands does it become a complete instrument. For a fleeting moment, Kevin felt as though he were engaged in a dialogue befitting a protagonist, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He replied, Thank you for your words, Mr. Ollivander. However, I had no inkling that I would wield this wand, nor did I know prior to this that I might become a wizard. Ollivander chuckled, Yet before this moment, you were unable to use any other wand, were you not? If I am not mistaken, it is akin to others being unable to wield your magical card, correct? Kevin was taken aback. Indeed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were unable to use his magical card. Ollivander continued, Mr. Ailey, remarkable individuals can live their lives in obscurity, while the foolish may bask in fleeting fame. Life is thus absurd and unpredictable. You are fortunate, for these choices are yours to make. However, I must caution you that mastering your own destiny is not always a blessing, as history bears witness to many who have attempted this, often meeting tragic ends. Can you imagine why that is? I trust you know who the most recent example is, do you not? Voldemort. Kevin silently acknowledged the answer. Upon exiting the wand shop, Kevin lingered, lost in thought, Ollivander's words leaving him bewildered. Am I truly normal, or am I an anomaly? Is seizing one's destiny advantageous or detrimental? Human nature often leads one to become engrossed in a single utterance or event. Such abrupt transformations can render a person unrecognizable in a short span. Such circumstances invariably yield two outcomes. 1. A transformative upheaval that could even alter the course of one's life. 2. A mere chuckle accompanied by a reflection on one's previous folly. It is often the case that individuals belonging to the latter category are in the majority, if not overwhelmingly so. Yet, akin to that pivotal moment before a threshold, who can accurately predict when it will arrive? Will the door swing open? Or will the foot falter? Off with those thoughts. Kevin vigorously shook his head, momentarily banishing the chaotic musings that plagued his mind. He resolved to focus on the matters at hand, dismissing the weight of destiny and fate. After all, what harm lies in seizing control of one's own fate? At worst, he could mimic those melodramatic protagonists and utter phrases like, Let the heavens not obscure my vision, nor the earth entomb my body. Or my life is my own to command, not dictated by the heavens. Setting aside such esoteric reflections, Kevin felt his inner turmoil dissipate considerably. After quenching his thirst at a nearby establishment, the heaviness that once burdened him vanished entirely. With his spirits lifted, he decided to venture towards his next destination, Nocturne Alley. Much like the Muggle world, the wizarding realm harbors a black market. Here, one can procure a plethora of items beyond the bounds of legality. Indeed, one could almost acquire anything, except for time and life, provided one possesses ample currency. Nocturne Alley is precisely such a place, conveniently situated adjacent to Diagon Alley. Kevin had learned of this locale during his time at Hogwarts, where one can acquire goods that are not available in Diagon Alley. The materials he sought were among those forbidden in the latter. Adorned with a baseball cap and a black mask, Kevin stepped into a narrow, winding alley, keen to avoid being recognized in such a place. As he navigated through the alley, he was met by a thoroughfare that stood in stark contrast to Diagon Alley. It was dark, damp, and chilling. The shops appeared low and ominous, while the rare passerby seemed disheveled or heavily cloaked. In this realm, it felt as though unseen eyes were scrutinizing one's every move. Kevin recalled a classmate's South description of this place, a perilous and shadowy domain, teeming with a motley assortment of individuals looked down upon by most wizards. Yet, Neville had informed Kevin that despite the disdain many wizards harbor towards Nocturne Alley, they would inevitably find themselves here at least once in their lives, for it offered access to many rare yet essential items. The most renowned establishment within Nocturne Alley is the Dark Arts Shop, and within it, the most famous is Borgin and Burke's. Upon entering this magical emporium, Kevin was greeted by a hunched man at the counter. As Kevin walked in, the proprietor repeatedly attempted to smooth his greasy hair, an endeavor that only served to heighten Kevin's discomfort rather than convey politeness. "Welcome to Borgin and Burke's," the shopkeeper exclaimed, a disquieting grin plastered across his face. Kevin remained rooted in place, hesitating to advance further, and inquired, "I've heard that you offer many rare materials?" "Haha," the shopkeeper, Borgin, replied with a sinister smile. "Not only rare materials, but I also possess exceedingly dangerous goods, even lethal items, if that is what you seek. However, I must say that you are undoubtedly the youngest patron to grace my establishment. To manage a shop in the alley of turmoil and emerge unscathed, the proprietor, Borgin, must possess remarkable skills." Yet, Kevin showed no interest in him or his wares. He simply produced a piece of paper and placed it on the counter, inquiring, "Are these items acceptable?" Borgin picked up the paper, examined it, and replied with a chuckle, "To be honest, this is likely the safest merchandise I have ever sold. I can prepare it for you right away. You must be aware of the rules and pricing here." Kevin nodded, responding, "I understand your meaning. Package everything, state the price, and then I will pay and depart. Is that clear enough?" The wall was adorned with grotesque masks, a desiccated hand resting on a cushion, a deck of cards stained with blood, and an old glass eye that seemed to watch him. Everything in this place was far from ordinary. Once Borgin had everything ready, he quoted a price. Without any intention of bargaining, Kevin tossed a bag of gold galleons onto the counter. Borgin opened the bag, took a glance, and with a broad grin said, "Thank you for your patronage. I can see you are not only decisive but also quite affluent. I believe you may be interested in some of my collectibles. We can certainly negotiate on the price." Kevin, who held a disdain for this street, replied with a forced smile, "Is that so? If I ever need anything in the future, I will certainly return. But for now, I must take my leave. Farewell." Chapter 59. Engaging in Minor Commerce. Stepping out of the alley of turmoil, Kevin inhaled deeply. Although the aroma of Diagon Alley was peculiar, it was certainly more pleasant than the dark atmosphere of the previous street. It was now midday, and Ron and Harry should have arrived. Feeling somewhat hungry, Kevin sought out a small eatery to grab a bite, hoping to spot them, but after his meal, he saw no sign of the trio. He began to reminisce about the days when mobile phones were ubiquitous, as it would have alleviated the need to rely solely on luck and patience while waiting for someone. Left to his own devices, Kevin was fortunate that the items required for his second year were fewer than those of his first, coupled with his prior experience. This shopping excursion proved to be far swifter than his first. The only item remaining was a stack of novels serving as textbooks. At Leaky Cauldron, Kevin surveyed the freshly renovated storefront, nodding in satisfaction. However, it would have been even more perfect without the enormous banner above the entrance and the posters out front. Gilderoy Lockhart, signing his autobiography Me, the Wizard, this afternoon at 12:30. Perplexed by the posters, Kevin pondered, how was I unaware that someone would be signing books? With such an ostentatious title, who is this individual? Kevin did not subscribe to judging others by appearances. After all, his ancestors had taught that one should not evaluate a person based solely on their looks. Yet, gazing at the dashing middle-aged man in the photograph, Kevin felt an innate dislike. Most troubling was the string of accolades that accompanied him. In Kevin's view, those with lengthy titles were often the most inept. While he was contemplating this, a commotion erupted from inside the shop, suggesting that a scuffle was underway. Kevin hastily entered, and just as he pushed open the door, a shadow came hurtling toward him. "I'm dodging." Crash. Upon observing the interior, many familiar faces were present, the most conspicuous being Hagrid, who stood between the two factions, seemingly attempting to mediate. To Hagrid's left, the group consisted predominantly of acquaintances: Harry, Ron, Hermione, along with Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, a young girl, and a middle-aged couple. Opposing them were merely two individuals, Malfoy and a middle-aged man with long silver hair, who bore a striking resemblance to Malfoy, particularly evident in the expression of disdain he wore, unmistakably indicating a father-son relationship. Surrounding the scene was a throng of onlookers. It appeared that regardless of the country, curious spectators were always in abundance. Kevin maneuvered past the Malfoys to approach Harry and the others, inquiring, "What has transpired here? Are they intending to demolish this place?" After a long separation, Harry embraced his friends briefly before elucidating. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley had a verbal altercation, and it escalated into this. Ron, aflame with indignation, interjected, "They were the ones who provoked us." "Silence, Ron," reprimanded the middle-aged woman, turning her ire upon the man beside her. "You certainly set a fine example for the children." engaging in public brawls. What would Gilderoy Lockhart think? From their exchange, Kevin discerned that the middle-aged couple were indeed Ron's parents, the Weasleys. Subsequently, he sought out the articulate Hermione to inquire about the situation. Using the simplest of terms, Hermione recounted the events. They had encountered Malfoy at the bookstore, where he had once again resorted to his old habits, first mocking Hermione's parents and then provoking the Weasley family. Malfoy, belonging to a pure-blood lineage, harbored disdain for Muggle-born wizards, while the Weasleys, though also pure-blood, exhibited no such prejudice, leading to long-standing animosity between the families. The existing tensions within the school further exacerbated the situation, culminating in the current conflict as the parents became embroiled. Malfoy's father is even worse than he is, Hermione concluded. Shut your mouth, you mudblood. Malfoy retorted sharply upon hearing Hermione's voice. The term mudblood is a derogatory label, signifying contempt for wizards of non-pure blood descent. Akin to a racial slur, Hermione, nearly brought to tears, felt the sting of Malfoy's words, especially since her parents were present, rendering his insult a personal affront in front of many witnesses. Be quiet, Draco. Lucius interjected, visibly enraged, not merely by the term itself, but by his son's public utterance of it, as he sought to avoid being submerged in the sea of public opinion. Kevin scoffed, remarking, so-called purebloods are capable of uttering such derogatory remarks. Mr. Malfoy, if you cannot properly educate your child, I would be more than willing to provide that education at school. Lucius cast a disdainful glance at Kevin, questioning, and who might you be? A man, Kevin replied nonchalantly. Malfoy muttered something to his father, eliciting a knowing expression from Lucius, who remarked, Ah, so you are one of the Ailey family. I should have realized. You and your father are cut from the same cloth. Come on, Draco. I have no desire to linger among these oddities. With that, Lucius thrust a tattered textbook into the arms of a small girl beside Ron. Child, cherish your book. It is the finest gift your father can offer you. Having spoken, the two turned to leave. Wait. Just as the Malfoys were about to exit, Kevin's voice rang out, halting them as he approached. The incident from the previous term's flying class had cast a shadow over Draco, prompting him to instinctively retreat. What more do you wish to say? He inquired. I do not wish to waste time on you, Eli. As he spoke, he snatched a bundle of books from Draco's grasp. That is mine. Lucius, enraged, mimicked Kevin's earlier tone, retorting, Eli, you would do well to be polite. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to educate you on behalf of your deceased parents. This belongs to me. I just purchased it. Draco's voice had grown shrill with indignation. Kevin feigned innocence. You claim it as yours, but does it bear your name? Draco chuckled, huh? How fortuitous, Eli. It does indeed bear my name. I just inscribed it. With a smug expression, Kevin glanced at the book, confirming the presence of Draco's name. Why did you write your name in my book? What the hell? Draco nearly erupted with profanity, taken aback by Kevin's audacity. Enough. Lucius nearly shouted, rudely gesturing to a bookstore employee. You, come here. Fetch your boss. The employee paused, a rueful smile crossing his face, yet he remained motionless. Lucius, on the verge of losing his composure, was interrupted by Kevin's calm voice. No need to raise your voice. Mr. Malfoy, if you wish to see me, I am right here. Lucius was taken aback as Kevin continued. I apologize. I have been rather idle during the summer and ended up purchasing this bookstore. The Malfoys, along with Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family, gazed at Kevin in astonishment. Shortly after, an older employee squeezed through the crowd, hurrying to Kevin's side, and respectfully addressed him. Good day, Mr. Eli. I am Tom Felton, the manager of Leaky Cauldron. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your visit today. Chapter 60. The ostentatious new professor. While Kevin may not possess the commercial genius of his ancestors, he retained some vestiges of business acumen. As the most prestigious shopping street in the British wizarding world, opening a few stores in Diagon Alley seemed a prudent venture. Understanding the significance of brand influence, Kevin opted not to start anew, but rather to acquire several established shops. For him, money was merely a number. He offered the previous owners an irresistible price, one of which included the renowned Leaky Cauldron. Tom, the bookstore manager, remained in his position. As Kevin made no alterations to the staff, the expressions on the faces of the Malfoys were priceless, a vivid tapestry of emotions. Kevin continued to provoke, addressing Tom beside him. Tom, I entrusted the bookstore to you, so please be vigilant about security in the future. Do not let those petty thieves take advantage of you, especially those dubious characters. Tom, having already learned the background from the staff, could only manage a wry smile in response to his new employer, saying, Yes, I understand, Mr. Alley. Malfoy, grinding his teeth to the point that one could almost hear the creaking, could no longer endure the situation, particularly in the presence of the smiling Kevin. Fearing he might not restrain himself and unleash an Avada Kedavra in retaliation, he angrily pulled his son and stormed out, heading toward a shop across the street. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. That shop is also mine. I appreciate your support, Kevin called out loudly. Humph. Observing their retreating figures, Kevin displayed a look of disdain and then politely addressed the crowd, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance caused by this incident. Today, all books purchased locally will be offered at half price." Manager Tom, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. According to Kevin's implication, a 50% discount meant no profit, and certain loss was inevitable. However, he quickly realized that this individual's wealth was substantial, and after all, it was not his money being lost. The onlookers, initially there for the spectacle, were delighted to discover that there were bargains to be had beyond the entertainment. Once matters were resolved, Kevin approached Hermione's parents with courtesy, saying, "It's been a while, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger." Mr. Granger nodded and smiled, replying, "Hello, Kevin. It has indeed been a long time. I didn't expect you to be a student at Hogwarts as well." Hermione, having read a plethora of Gilderoy Lockhart's books during the summer, idolized this celebrity and had originally wished to meet her idol and perhaps obtain an autograph. However, her enthusiasm waned, and after completing her school supply shopping, she departed with her parents. Subsequently, Kevin was introduced to Ron's parents, the Weasleys. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley." Mr. Weasley, shedding his earlier anger, smiled and said, "You are Kin's child, haha. Just like him, you know. No one has ever managed to gain an advantage over him. If he were here today," his voice faltered, and his eyes began to redden. Mrs. Weasley immediately nudged her husband aside, dissatisfied, saying, "How can you say that? You only teach the children these things." Then, warmly addressing Kevin, she said, "Kevin, both Mr. Weasley and I were classmates of your parents. We were thrilled to hear from Ron that you are also classmates. It's a pity you couldn't visit our home during the summer." Kevin replied with a smile, "I apologize, Mrs. Weasley. I received Ron's invitation, but due to certain matters, I was unable to come. Next time I have the opportunity, I will certainly visit you, and I hope it won't be an inconvenience." Then, Ron introduced Kevin to the youngest member of the Weasley family, his sister Ginny, a fervent admirer of Harry. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, the store manager, Tom, approached with a flamboyantly dressed blonde gentleman, none other than the illustrious celebrity author, Gilderoy Lockhart, whom Kevin had seen on the store's promotional poster. "Mr. Ailey, allow me to introduce you to the renowned Gilderoy Lockhart. He specifically requested that I present you to him upon hearing of your visit today." Lockhart stepped forward, grasping Kevin's hand with a charming smile. "Greetings, Mr. Ailey. I have long heard of your name, but I must admit, I did not expect you to be so young. Forgive my boldness, but are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Though he had heard that the Leaky Cauldron had acquired a formidable new owner, Lockhart was surprised to discover that the proprietor was a mere child. Despite Kevin's lackluster first impression of this celebrity, he adhered to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Additionally, given the bustling atmosphere of the store, it was evident that Mr. Lockhart had indeed attracted a considerable number of customers. Kevin responded politely, "Good day, Mr. Lockhart. I too have long admired your esteemed name. Indeed, I am still a student at Hogwarts. You are most welcome to host a signing event at our quaint establishment. Mr. Tom here will oversee the arrangements, so please feel free to discuss any requirements with him." Upon hearing this, Lockhart's eyes sparkled with delight. To him, a young individual of considerable wealth was undoubtedly an ideal patron. He jovially draped an arm around Kevin's shoulders and proclaimed to the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, how fortuitous. The owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Mr. Ailey, is a student at Hogwarts, and I, Gilderoy Lockhart, shall be the new defense against the dark arts professor this year." The announcement, though not explosive, elicited applause from the audience, with several journalists from nearby publications beginning to snap photographs. Kevin, however, felt a sense of incredulity. Despite the brief exchange, Mr. Lockhart's demeanor struck him as ostentatious and lacking substance. The revelation that such a person would be their new professor in defense against the dark arts left Kevin feeling disheartened about the upcoming academic year, secretly wishing that this celebrity could indeed possess the prowess suggested by the titles of his works. At that moment, the Weasley family squeezed through the crowd, with Mrs. Weasley's eyes sparkling as she approached Lockhart. "Hello, Mr. Lockhart. I am an ardent admirer of your books." Kevin was taken aback by Mrs. Weasley's enthusiasm for a celebrity at her age, while Ron chuckled wryly beside him, saying, "Don't mind her, Kevin. My mom is quite the fanatic." Initially, Lockhart had intended to dismiss Mrs. Weasley with casual indifference, as his primary focus was on securing Kevin's patronage. However, upon hearing Ron's words, he inquired, "Mr. Ailey, are you acquainted with her?" Kevin replied, "Indeed, Ron is my friend, and Mrs. Weasley is a long-time acquaintance of my parents." "Ah, splendid," Lockhart exclaimed, revealing a captivating smile. "Since we are all friends, I shall generously gift you a complete set of my books." "Really? Is that true?" Mrs. Weasley beamed at Lockhart. "Mr. Lockhart, would you be so kind as to sign your name for me in the book?" "Haha, it would be my pleasure." Chapter 61, The House Elf Incident. Aside from Mrs. Weasley, Ron's family showed little interest in Gilderoy Lockhart. However, the prospect of receiving a set of books for free delighted them, as it would save them a considerable sum. Subsequently, Lockhart commenced his book signing event, which proved to be a tremendous success, with the towering stacks of books vanishing in no time. Kevin observed that this dashing middle-aged man, in addition to his plethora of accolades, ought to be dubbed as a friend of women, given that nearly every middle-aged woman, like Mrs. Weasley, was eagerly queuing for his autograph. Kevin held no criticism. After all, who would begrudge the opportunity to earn more money? Mrs. Weasley, having finally encountered her idol, was reluctant to depart so swiftly and insisted on keeping her husband by her side in the bookstore. Ron and Harry, lacking any inclination for celebrity worship, especially for a middle-aged man, decided to take a stroll outside. The trio ventured into a restaurant in Diagon Alley, another establishment owned by Kevin. When did you purchase Leaky Cauldron in this place? Ron inquired with curiosity. Kevin jested, during the summer. I thought it wise to establish some enterprises in the magical world, especially since I will soon have children to support and need to earn some funds for their milk. Ron chuckled. Well, with your family's wealth, maintaining an orphanage would be a mere trifle. Harry surveyed the steady stream of diners and remarked, moreover, this is no small sum. This establishment is quite popular. It seems that before long, your savings at Gringotts will swell significantly. Chuckling softly, Kevin handed tissues to the two and asked, could you explain why you are both covered in dust? He had wanted to inquire earlier at the bookstore, as not only Harry and Ron, but even the Weasley couple appeared as if they had just emerged from a chimney. Ron elaborated that it was merely a side effect of flue powder. Flue powder is a distinctly wizarding mode of transportation that requires a fireplace and the flue network. One must stand within the fireplace, state their desired destination clearly, and sprinkle a handful of flue powder, allowing themselves to be enveloped in green flames and transported to their chosen location. Of course, two conditions must be met. The destination must be connected to the flue network, and the destination must be articulated with utmost clarity. Harry had once been choked by the ashes of the fireplace, resulting in a muddled destination that led him to Nocturne Alley. Fortunately, Hagrid had been there to guide him out. Kevin teased, Ron, it seems your fireplace could use a good cleaning. At the mention of flue powder, Harry's eyes brightened. By the way, Kevin, why don't you venture into the business of flue powder? Despite his initial mishap with it, Harry held a deep admiration for this enchanting means of travel. Kevin smiled. In fact, he had contemplated this very idea upon learning of the wondrous substance known as flue powder. Alas, the endeavor was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Since the 13th century, when a wizard named Ignatius Wildsmith invented flue powder, the trade had remained firmly in the hands of a company named Flue Powder Limited. For centuries, no one has managed to grasp it, primarily for two reasons. Firstly, the formula for flue powder has been meticulously guarded by this company. Many accomplished wizards have attempted to replicate it, yet none have succeeded. Moreover, counterfeit flue powder tends to lead to tragic accidents. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic enforces stringent regulations on flue powder to prevent unnecessary casualties, including its pricing. For hundreds of years, the cost of flue powder has remained unchanged, consistently set at 2 sickles per scoop. Thus, when Kevin endeavored to investigate the flue powder company, he discovered that although everyone acknowledged its headquarters to be located in Diagon Alley, no one could ever specify the location of its entrance, rendering Kevin incapable of conducting any business. But I digress. Harry, do share your situation. Ron has described your rescue in quite thrilling terms, Kevin remarked. Upon hearing this, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His confinement was far more complex than Ron had conveyed in his letter. The subsequent events took a turn for the worse when Dobby intercepted the letters meant for Kevin and his companions, leading Harry to believe that his 3 friends had forgotten him. The most distressing incident occurred when this house elf, during a significant gathering at the Dursleys, used magic to smash an entire cake onto a female guest's head, causing Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley, to lose a lucrative business deal. The Dursleys, unaware of Dobby's presence, attributed all misfortunes to Harry, who was confined to his room like a prisoner. Thus, the tale of Ron and his friends' endeavor to rescue Harry unfolded. Kevin was somewhat familiar with house elves. They are a race conquered by wizards during ancient wars, trained from birth to accept servitude and destined to serve their masters for generations. These elves are astonishingly subjugated, with nearly every house elf regarding their master's commands as absolute truth. In their eyes, the master embodies everything, and to toil to the point of death for their master is deemed the highest honor. This warped sense of loyalty is unacceptable to Kevin. However, the house elves view this irrational condition as their inherent rights. For a house elf to attain freedom, they must receive a piece of clothing from their master. Yet they perceive freedom as a disgrace. Listening to Harry's account left Kevin utterly perplexed, particularly regarding the actions of the house elf named Dobby. Ordinarily, house elves act only upon receiving their master's orders. Yet Dobby's self-harming behavior suggested he was concealing something from his master. Do you think someone is intentionally pranking Harry, prompting the house elf to behave this way? Ron speculated. Kevin shook his head, replying, that's unlikely. If that were the case, he could simply command the elf to perform a charade. If the intention was to assist Harry, he could have instructed the elf to speak plainly. Yet, Dobby seems to be inflicting harm upon himself incessantly. Harry nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. He nearly always follows a statement with a headbutt against the wall or strikes his own head with an object. Ron, somewhat incredulous, remarked, surely you have encountered the house elves at school. Can there truly be one that defies its master's commands? Kevin dismissed the notion, stating, there are always exceptions. After being enslaved for so long, it is hardly surprising that one would arise. However, what concerned me were the claims it made regarding Harry. Could it be that someone truly intends to harm him? The Dark Lord, perhaps? Ron lowered his voice, saying, didn't you all mention last semester that he had escaped? Harry remained non-committal, replying, I have pondered that as well, but the Dark Lord has become shrouded in mystery. Could he possess a house elf? Ron gestured toward Kevin, saying, didn't you just say that all exceptions prove the rule? Kevin shot Ron an exasperated glance, replying, then I suppose what I just said is an exception as well. Wouldn't you agree? In any case, it is better to err on the side of caution. This semester will undoubtedly be tumultuous. Chapter 62. Return to platform 9 3/4 as evening fell. The shopping expedition in Diagon Alley was drawing to a close. Since entering Hogwarts, Harry had not given much thought to his future. Unlike Hermione, who meticulously planned every detail, Harry's childhood experiences taught him that circumstances are ever-changing, rendering any prior preparations potentially futile. In his first year, Harry had made his first definitive and resolute dream, to become a professional Quidditch player. Now, he had conceived a second dream, to possess a true home of his own through diligent effort after graduation. A week passed swiftly, and when Kevin once again stood at platform 9 3/4, his status had been elevated. While chatting with a group of friends, he noticed the new students entering, each regarding the platform with the same wide-eyed wonder he had exhibited the previous year. Upon Hermione's arrival, they secured a compartment in advance, drawing from their experiences from the previous year. During the train ride, Kevin recounted his purchases from Knockturn Alley to Hermione. My goodness, you are quite bold to venture into such a place, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Kevin replied, I merely sought some rare items. I did not break any laws. Besides, I have no affection for such places and will not frequent them. By the way, let me show you a few things. Hermione produced several vials of potion from her satchel, declaring, these are concocted by me over the summer. Kevin inspected the vials with appreciation, exclaiming, bravo, Miss Granger. These are potions typically introduced in the third year. Unfazed, Hermione stated, if Hogwarts allowed for grade skipping, I would be in fourth year by now. Kevin extended his thumb in admiration, saying, a true scholar indeed, worthy of being the top of your class. Now, let me show you a couple of items as well. With that, Kevin leaned out of the compartment to survey the platform. Most students were still milling about, resulting in a relatively empty train. He then closed the compartment door, prompting Hermione to inquire, have you purchased some extravagant items again? Is that really necessary? Kevin chuckled, I cannot read minds. But it is not unreasonable for the know-it-all to recognize these two items. Hermione hastily rose to her feet, replicating Kevin's previous actions, and then softly inquired, are you out of your mind, Ailey? How dare you purchase the blood and horn of a unicorn? This is a crime. And wait, please do not tell me you have consumed these substances. Kevin, looking utterly dumbfounded, replied, firstly, I do possess some knowledge about unicorns. While their blood is indeed precious and rare, it is not something one can acquire so easily. Even in a place like Knockturn Alley, unicorn blood is scarce, let alone their horns. As for drinking it, you truly overestimate me. My vibrant life has only just begun, and I have no interest in living half dead. Suddenly, Hermione recalled something and exclaimed in anger, I see. It was during that incident in the Forbidden Forest, wasn't he it? How dare you conceal from us that you were collecting unicorn blood and horns? Stop. Kevin interjected hastily to halt Hermione's deductions. Hermione, even though you are well informed, it is impossible for you to know everything. Do you really believe I am that type of person? With a wry smile, Kevin continued, I never intended to keep it from you, but the moment I revealed it, you began to speculate incessantly. Can you blame me? Thus, Kevin recounted the events of that night in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort drinking unicorn blood, the timely arrival of the centaur, and his own pact with the unicorn. Once he finished, Hermione incredulously asked, are you implying that this is a vow you made with the unicorn? Is that why you obtained these? Kevin responded, I am unsure if it qualifies as a vow. Initially, I did wish to acquire some unicorn blood for research, but seeing the unicorn's condition truly pained me, prompting me to utter those words. Shortly thereafter, this horn appeared in my possession. However, I did not speak lightly. I genuinely intended to avenge it. Given our tumultuous relationship with Voldemort following last semester's incident with the Philosopher's Stone, it is safe to say we are sworn enemies. Thus, even if it were a vow, I would never betray it. I will undoubtedly not spare him. Humph. Hermione scoffed at him. You won't spare him? Please, with your current abilities. He could defeat you with his eyes closed. You cannot casually display these items. I will take custody of them. If Harry and Ron were to see them, who knows what they might do? Kevin did not protest. In their relationship, it mattered little where he stored the items, and currently, Hermione was the only one among the four capable of handling the blood and horn. After placing the items in her bag, Hermione glanced out the window. By the way, speaking of Harry and Ron, why haven't they arrived yet? The train is about to depart. Kevin replied, I'm not sure. Harry has been staying at Ron's house these past few days. Perhaps the distance is an issue? Or maybe they have already boarded or are in another compartment. Just then, the closed compartment door swung open, revealing a girl standing in the doorway. Kevin's attention immediately fixated on her. Silver eyes, dark golden brown hair, and a pale complexion that, rather than appearing sickly, conveyed an ethereal charm. Beneath her delicate brows were strikingly beautiful large eyes. If Kevin were to rate this girl, he would give her a solid score. While she may not qualify as a classical beauty based solely on her appearance, the serene aura she radiated was immensely captivating. Certainly, these factors do not constitute the primary allure for Kevin. Although he initially admired the girl, it was not to the extent of infatuation. What truly captivated him was her distinctive attire. To elaborate, Kevin had encountered numerous girls clad in Muggle clothing, while most at school donned robes typical of wizards. However, this girl seemed to blend both styles, wearing Muggle garments imbued with a distinct wizardly flair. Furthermore, her jewelry was particularly striking. Frankly, there were few girls at Hogwarts who adorned themselves with jewelry, and those who did often opted for the mundane. Yet this girl sported what appeared to be two carrot-shaped earrings and a pendant resembling a cork. Ahem. Hermione's gentle cough abruptly interrupted Kevin's focused admiration. Known for his audacity, especially in the presence of girls, Kevin felt no embarrassment at being caught staring for so long. While other girls might have flushed with shyness in such a situation, this silver-eyed girl maintained her serene composure. Hello, may I sit here? Her delicate and melodious voice was akin to a soothing ear massage for Kevin, a most delightful experience. Chapter 63, Luna Lovegood. Observing Kevin's rapt fascination, Hermione felt a tinge of awkwardness. Her friend was not usually so enamored. Of course, there are only the two of us here. Please, take a seat. Hermione rose to offer her place, simultaneously giving Kevin a nudge. The girl nodded and replied, Yes, I am Luna Lovegood. Ethereal. Kevin couldn't help but add another compliment to the girl's voice. I'm Kevin Ailey, a second year. Hermione introduced herself as well. I'm Hermione Granger. And both Kevin and I are second-year Gryffindors. It's a pleasure to meet you. Luna smiled. Hello, Kevin, Hermione. It must be said that first impressions indeed serve as catalysts in social interactions. Much like her name, Luna, which signifies moon in English. Her silver eyes and ethereal voice exuded a gentle aura. Thus, Hermione found herself somewhat flustered in the presence of such a sweet-faced, softly spoken girl. Initially, Hermione held a favorable impression of Luna, but as their conversation deepened, she discerned that Luna, much like her accessories, possessed an unconventional mindset. In Hermione's view, Luna seemed to drift somewhat from reality. Moreover, Hermione noticed that Luna was clutching a magazine entitled The Quibbler. Hermione was quite familiar with this publication, not due to frequent readership, but rather due to her outright rejection of its content. It featured articles about alleged sightings of creatures that supposedly did not exist, along with other fringe news that Hermione had once bluntly dismissed as nonsense. While Hermione found Luna's eccentricities peculiar, they did not incite dislike, for she was merely a new acquaintance. However, it became evident that their conversations were not aligned. As for Kevin, what Hermione deemed abnormal, he found entirely normal. It is not that Kevin was blinded by beauty. Rather, it was his extensive experience that shaped his perspective. Odd concepts. Please. He had encountered suggestions such as installing an elevator on Everest, blasting apart the Himalayas, and tiling the Great Wall. He had even heard of specific methodologies accompanying these ideas. In comparison, Luna's peculiar notions seemed rather trivial. As for her eccentric behavior, it hardly registered as unusual. Kevin had seen far stranger antics from internet celebrities. When compared to these bizarre beings, Luna appeared remarkably normal in Hermione's eyes. Thus, while Hermione found it difficult to connect with Luna, Kevin engaged with her quite enjoyably. Even if Luna's gaze occasionally seemed vacant and her laughter boisterous, fixated on him. Yet, in Kevin's view, this was inconsequential. He had once remarked upon meeting Harry, those who are attractive are called fairies, while the unattractive are deemed monsters. The same principle could apply here. Had those behaviors belonged to Malfoy, they would indeed be deemed peculiar and frightening. Through their conversation, Kevin discerned why Hermione and Luna struggled to connect. He realized that Luna's understanding of the world stemmed solely from her intuition. We often say that first impressions are paramount. When one perceives something through intuition, it naturally diverges from the perspectives of others. However, this disparity was far more pronounced and vivid in Luna. Hermione, on the other hand, viewed knowledge from books as a conviction, making her rational and obstinate. Her understanding was rooted in facts and logic, which stood in stark contrast to Luna's intuitive approach. Consequently, the two were fundamentally misaligned, making meaningful dialogue impossible. Luna set aside her magazine and inquired, Are you saying you cast spells using cards? Her unique way of reading involved holding the book upside down. Kevin nodded, producing a magical card, and replied, Indeed, this is it. TCH. Show off. Hermione scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Kevin shot her a look and turned to Luna, asking, Would you like to see? Luna took the magical card from him, exclaiming, How astonishing. You must be very clever, Kevin. He replied modestly, Not really. These cards were invented by my father and a friend of his. I merely followed their lead. And Hermione has helped me immensely. Absolutely. Luna chimed in with a melodic tone. The immeasurable wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. At that moment, Luna suddenly shifted the topic, asking, Have you ever seen a flying car? Huh. The abrupt change caught Kevin off guard, and he responded, I haven't seen one, but I've heard of them. A friend of mine has a flying car. He said it was modified by his father. Luna abruptly pointed out the window, asking, Is he your friend? Kevin instinctively glanced outside, exclaiming, Wacko. Hermione, lost in her literary world, was jolted back to reality by Kevin's sudden outburst, grumbling, What on earth are you looking at? Following Kevin's astonished gaze, Hermione peered out the window and was utterly astonished. Outside the car window, an antiquated automobile glided parallel to the train. While this sight was certainly peculiar, what truly astonished the two was the head protruding from the passenger window. Kevin, is that Harry? Hermione inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Kevin nodded and replied, I doubt there are any students at school who resemble Harry that closely. Luna, displaying remarkable composure, asked Harry, Are you referring to Harry Potter? Hermione sprang to her feet, exclaiming, They must be out of their minds. Do they wish to be expelled? 2. Luna queried with curiosity, Are there others? Kevin sighed, Did I not mention a friend has a flying car? I suspect he is currently at the wheel. Luna chuckled, Are your friends all this daring? Daring? Hermione scoffed, I see it as sheer foolishness. Luna smiled, I beg to differ. I believe they must have other motives. Kevin yearned to shout and inquire about their circumstances, yet the vehicle ascended, and unless he employed a sonorous charm, even his loudest shout would likely go unheard. He dismissed the notion of using the charm, realizing that if he did, the entire train would hear, and those two would likely find themselves packing their bags to bid farewell before even entering the school gates. This sudden turn of events dampened Kevin's enthusiasm for conversation, and he idly toyed with a magical card while Luna continued to peruse the singing contrarian upside down, and Hermione, unable to focus on any book, closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 64, Front Page News. The start of your feast. Kevin noticed the absence of Harry and Ron in the dining hall, suggesting they were still en route in that car. During the sorting ceremony, Kevin paid special attention to Luna's situation as she was sorted into Ravenclaw. Hermione, observing keenly, teased, Feeling a bit let down, are we? What? Kevin replied, perplexed. Hermione remarked, You must be disappointed that the girl you like didn't get sorted into Gryffindor. Kevin, at a loss for words, countered, What nonsense. While I do admire her voice, I certainly don't mean it in that way, not at least for now. I am simply surprised by her placement in Ravenclaw. She seems to be quite an intelligent girl. Neville jested, Kevin. To speak of another's intelligence in front of the brightest in our year is rather provocative. Despite Neville's comment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hermione's eyes when Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw, known for its consistent academic performance among the four houses, rarely claimed first place in the House Cup, but had never found itself at the bottom either. In Quidditch, they had been overshadowed by Slytherin and, following Harry's arrival last year, were further challenged by Gryffindor. Yet, true to its name, Ravenclaw, translated as the Claw of the Raven, also connotes a more profound meaning of a greedy predator, symbolizing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Thus, the academic performance of the Ravenclaw students has been exceptionally remarkable. Prior to encountering the prodigious Hermione, the top ranks across all grades were predominantly occupied by Ravenclaw students. It is evident that, based on their academic prowess alone, the caliber of her students is commendable. Hermione had long aspired to be sorted into Ravenclaw before she became inseparable from her friends Kevin, Harry, and Ron. Many believed that given Hermione's intellect, Ravenclaw would suit her far better than Gryffindor. Hermione and Luna possessed differing perspectives, although she does not deem Luna foolish. Hermione at least feels that she does not quite align with the attributes of Ravenclaw. Over an hour into curfew, Kevin finally saw Harry and Ron walk in, looking despondent. Welcome back, gentlemen, albeit a tad late, he remarked. Kevin, Harry and Ron exclaimed, surprised to see him seated on the sofa. With a smile, Kevin rose and said, Your expressions suggest that something unfortunate has transpired. Allow me to guess, was your flying car in good condition? Ron queried, How did you know? Kevin picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet and replied, I witnessed your heroic exploits on the train. However, I believe the entire school is now aware. As you made the front page, Ron lamented, Let us not speak of it. Today has undoubtedly been the worst day of my life. Harry added with a wry smile, I think it's not just today. Let us not forget about the letters the school will be sending home. Great. Why remind me? Ron said with a woeful expression. Kevin presented some food he had brought for them, suggesting, "Let us eat something first. I imagine you both haven't had a meal. Perhaps you could regale me with the tale of your legendary adventure while you dine." As the Weasley family had risen late, Mr. Weasley was compelled to drive them to the station in the flying car. However, when Harry and Ron attempted to enter the platform, they found the passageway closed, replaced by an unyielding barrier, resulting in a considerable collision. Ron recounted that his nose nearly suffered a fracture. The flying car, modified by Mr. Weasley, had been enchanted with an invisibility spell, initially rendering them undetectable. For reasons unknown, the spell failed, leading to their vehicle gracing the front page of the Daily Prophet. The worst was yet to come. Upon landing, the car lost control and crashed into the Whomping Willow. Not only was the vehicle rendered inoperable, but they also narrowly escaped death. The most unfortunate event occurred when they were caught by Filch while attempting to sneak into the castle, followed by a severe reprimand from Snape. Fortunately, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived in time. While expulsion was avoided, parental notification was inevitable, and they were also sentenced to detention. Ron angrily gnawed on a chicken leg, exclaiming, "Snape even claimed we harmed that Whomping Willow. Please, Kevin, you should have seen what that tree did to us. It inflicted far greater harm." In contrast to Ron's anxious fury, Harry remained remarkably composed. The mere fact that he was not expelled was a monumental relief. As for the letter home, Harry was certain that after the escape incident, the Dursleys had no intention of acknowledging him. Kevin pondered aloud. How could the entrance to the platform be closed? Are you certain you didn't miss the time? The passage leading to platform 9 3/4 is time restricted.
The moment the train departs, the entrance closes and the guardian station outside, being wizards, will naturally depart as well.
This measure is intended to prevent anyone from inadvertently straying onto the platform. Harry asserted vehemently, "There's no way I was late. George and the others made it. And I even glanced at the clock on the pillar. There were still over 5 minutes until departure. This is utterly ridiculous," Ron exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of bread, seemingly envisioning it as a stand-in for Filch and Snape. Kevin appeared to comprehend the situation and inquired, "Harry, have you seen that house elf named Dobby since you left Privet Drive?" Harry replied, "No, I haven't seen him since the day I was locked in my room." "Are you suggesting he is behind this?" Kevin nodded, saying, "I believe so. Otherwise, the entrance would not close for no reason. It seems he truly does not want you to come to Hogwarts." "But why?" Harry asked, perplexed, harboring a strong dislike for the elf named Dobby. Ron questioned in confusion. "Is there really someone at the school who wants to harm Harry?" Kevin shook his head in silence, and both Harry and Ron fell into contemplative silence, beginning to believe Kevin's words from Diagon Alley. This term was destined to be tumultuous, starting off on the wrong foot. A night of silence ensued. Upon rising the next morning, Harry and Ron found themselves at the center of attention and inquiry from their fellow Gryffindors, as everyone had read the news of the flying car in the Daily Prophet. Upon learning that it was the result of the duo's escapades, the Gryffindors were unexpectedly excited. As if the pair had not erred but rather accomplished a grand feat of course, Hermione was not without her sarcastic remarks. After breakfast, the verdict of their punishment was revealed. The task of cleaning the trophy room for the entire year was now assigned to the two of them. In response, Hermione remarked, "You two are insufferable." Chapter 65, Herbology. As second-year students, Kevin and his peers found their mandatory courses to be somewhat more extensive than in their first year, one of which was herbology, a subject that particularly intrigued Kevin. The essence of herbology lies in understanding magical plants and learning how to care for and utilize them. It is well known that certain plants in the magical realm can be hostile to wizards, such as the Whomping Willow that Harry and Ron encountered. Thus, the study of herbology also encompasses how to avoid being harmed by such flora. Kevin was captivated by herbology, as understanding various magical herbs is a prerequisite for potion making. After all, potion ingredients include not only peculiar creatures, but also a variety of herbs. The herbology professor is Pomona Sprout, who also serves as the head of Hufflepuff House. Compared to other professors, Madame Sprout's attire is most reflective of her vocation, frequently adorned in a brown robe that is often smeared with dirt, resembling a diligent gardener. The herbology classroom is located in an outdoor greenhouse, where all the plants have been personally cultivated by Professor Sprout. Upon entering the greenhouse, Kevin surveyed the myriad of plants within. Although he had encountered various magical flora during numerous experiments in his first year, those were merely processed specimens or parts thereof. Now, confronted by pot after pot of greenery, Kevin found himself utterly unable to identify them. In jest, he remarked to Hermione, "Dressed up, I scarcely recognized you." Just as Hermione was about to inquire about the meaning of his words, Professor Sprout entered with a warm smile. "Good morning, children." "Good morning, Professor Sprout." With a beaming expression, Professor Sprout gestured towards the long table brimming with plants, saying, "Welcome, second-year students, to Greenhouse 3. Come, gather around this table." Professor Sprout, a kind and unassuming woman of short stature, embodied the spirit of her house, Hufflepuff, known for their amiable disposition, Even Slytherin students rarely found themselves in conflict with them. Professor Sprout lifted a pot filled with a verdant plant and announced, "Today, we shall learn how to repot mandrakes. Before we begin, can anyone tell me the characteristics of the mandrake's root?" Hermione immediately raised her hand, and upon receiving a nod from Professor Sprout, she promptly replied, "The mandrake, also known as mandragora, can be used to cure those afflicted by petrification. Furthermore, the mandrake itself is a dangerous species. Its cries can be fatal." "Excellent. Very well done, Miss Granger. 10 points to Gryffindor," Professor Sprout exclaimed. "Bravo, Hermione," Harry praised. Ron nodded sagely, his head oriented towards the visibly displeased Malfoy across the table. Kevin raised his hand and asked, "Professor, Hermione mentioned that the mandrake's cries can be deadly. Does that mean?" At his words, students from both houses suddenly grasped the implication. There was no need to endanger themselves during class. Professor Sprout chuckled gently and reassured, "Fear not, Mr. Ailey. Nor should any of you worry. The mandrakes here are merely seedlings. Their cries are not lethal, though they can induce fainting. As long as you follow my instructions, there will be no issues. I trust you have all received the earmuffs I distributed?" As Kevin inspected the earmuffs in his hands, a realization dawned upon him. He had previously wondered why herbology class required such items, initially believing they were meant to protect against the cold. Professor Sprout donned a pair of earmuffs herself and explained, "Once you wear these earmuffs, you may struggle to hear my voice clearly, so before putting them on, pay close attention to my actions, understood?" "Yes, Professor," came the chorus of responses. "Very well, now put on your earmuffs," Professor Sprout instructed. The students promptly complied, although she assured them there was no danger to their lives. None wished to risk fainting in class. Professor Sprout grasped the stem of a mandrake and yanked it forcefully from the pot. A piercing scream surged through their minds, reverberating in every cell, and even with the earmuffs on, discomfort and nausea crept in. The source of their distress was not merely the shrill sound, but rather the writhing figure in Professor Sprout's grasp. In the aftermath, one might describe the mandrake root as akin to a swollen ginseng immersed in any nauseating liquid one could conceive, adorned with a grotesque visage, thereby rendering it a tenth as repulsive as the mandrake itself. As Mrs. Sprout carefully placed the mandrakes into fresh pots, burying them in new soil, the piercing cries ceased, and she gestured for everyone to remove their earmuffs. The group was urged to swiftly cover the roots with soil to prevent them from chilling, lest their potency diminish. Of utmost importance was to don the earmuffs, grasp the roots firmly, extract them, place them into the pots, and finally cover them with soil. "Is that clear?" "Clear, Mrs. Sprout affirmed. "Very well. Now don your earmuffs and follow my instructions." The assembly, now protected, commenced their tasks, and with each mandrake uprooted, a cacophony of anguished wails ensued. Kevin, observing the mandrake closely, felt his stomach churn, threatening to betray him, prompting him to hastily place it into the pot and bury it. The reactions of others mirrored his. A mere glance elicited expressions of nausea, and they quickly reinterred the mandrakes. However, one exception was the unfortunate Neville, who fainted outright. Fortunately, Simon, quick of reflex, caught the mandrake before it could fall. Once the task was completed, Mrs. Sprout remarked with resignation, "It appears Mr. Longbottom did not secure his earmuffs properly." Kevin helped the fallen Neville to his feet and jested, "No, Professor, I believe he was merely frightened into unconsciousness." Mrs. Sprout replied, "Well, poor child, let him rest for a while off to the side. We shall continue." Ron's wand had become truly remarkable. Not only functional, but also occasionally erupting spells from its tip, surpassing even Simon, the explosive wizard of Gryffindor. Consequently, during any class requiring wands, Ron found himself utterly alone. For one's personal safety was difficult to ensure in the company of a wand that could unleash spells unpredictably. However, Ron's torment was nearing its conclusion. On the final day of the first week of the new term, a letter arrived. Chapter 66, The Howler. On Friday at noon, in the dining hall, Ron, surveying the results, lamented, "Who am I fooling? Admit it, I'm finished." "Ugh." Harry glanced at the wand and replied, "Well, you are indeed finished." Kevin crossed himself theatrically, quipping, "May you rest in peace, my friend." Hermione, exasperated, remarked, "I simply cannot fathom what you are clinging to. Both Kevin and Harry have offered you money for a wand. Why do you refuse? Just look at who dares to sit beside you in class now." Harry was not lacking in funds, and Kevin was even more fortunate. Both had proposed lending money to Ron, with Kevin even placing cash in Ron's hands. Yet all had been declined. Ron retorted, "I still owe a scolding, and now you want me to owe money as well?" Hermione sighed in exasperation, "For heaven's sake. Ron, with that wand you currently possess, I can assure you that you will only attract more reprimands." Harry was aware of Ron's sensitivity regarding his pride, and remarked, "Moreover, it's a loan, not a gift. You can repay us with your pocket money whenever you like. I'm not in any rush." Ron sighed in resignation. "With the meager amount I get as pocket money, I doubt I could save enough by graduation. Enough already, please stop urging me." At that moment, A flash of light caught their attention, and they looked up to see a boy holding a camera aimed at Harry. Kevin, bewildered by the unfamiliar boy, inquired, "Who are you?" The boy, fixated on Harry, exclaimed with fervor, "Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevy, a first-year student at Gryffindor." Though this newcomer, Colin, did not explicitly state his intentions, his trembling voice and animated demeanor indicated he was merely a starstruck admirer, a new fan of Harry. Harry smiled and nodded. "Hello, Colin." Upon hearing Harry's greeting, Colin became even more exhilarated, stumbling over his words. "Harry, could your friend help me take a picture with you? Just to prove that I met you. I want to show it to my dad. He is a milkman, and aside from me, everyone at home are muggles. They only discovered I could do magic when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Before that, they thought I was insane." Haha. Kevin smiled indulgently. How remarkable. However, Harry did not acquiesce to Colin's request. While he wished to avoid disappointing his younger classmate, he genuinely did not want to be treated in such a manner. He recognized his fame in the wizarding world, and if someone merely came to admire him for that fame, he would remain silent, though discontented. But with individuals like Colin and Ginny, who idolized him, Harry felt a strong aversion. He understood why they felt this way, but he had no recollection of those events. Most importantly, he had learned from Dumbledore last semester that he had survived thanks to his mother's sacrifice. Thus, whenever someone expressed admiration, Harry felt that the accolades he received were earned through his mother's tragic loss, a notion he adamantly wished to reject. Observing Colin's disappointed retreat and Harry's contemplative expression, Kevin shifted the conversation. "Were we really that small in our first year?" Ron replied, "Come on, we're not exactly giants now, are we?" Harry chuckled. "And it's only been a year." Just then, the unmistakable hoot of an owl pierced the air as it swooped inside. Kevin recognized it almost instantly. Having become all too familiar with this particular owl, which had caused considerable chaos at his home during the summer. "Ron, your cleaver has arrived," Kevin jested. Ron, too, recognized his family's owl and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. True to form, Ron's owl did not disappoint. It clumsily knocked a plate of chips from the table, sending them scattering like confetti. Laughter erupted throughout the dining hall at the owl's antics. "Hey, Ron, maybe you should get a different owl. Let this poor creature enjoy its twilight years," Dean chuckled. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was utterly elated. In truth, he, much like Ron, had awaited this day for quite some time, particularly hoping that Ron would receive the kind of letter he had envisioned. This time, Malfoy's wish came true. Upon receiving the letter, Ron appeared as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his countenance reflecting a deathly pallor. Observing Ron's expression, Kevin remarked in confusion, "Ron, it can't be that bad, can it?" To which Simon excitedly interjected, "No, it's a howler." A howler, as the name suggests, is a letter that shouts. Recipients of such missives often choose to open them in solitude, seeking a quiet place, for the volume is indeed overwhelming. Typically, the contents of these letters express the author's fury. Neville, however, urged, "Open it, Ron. I once ignored a howler from my grandmother, and the consequences were terrifying." Neville was not one to jest, and his current expression of dread indicated he was serious. "Kevin, you were right. It's true that what is meant to be a blessing may turn into a curse. Come on." With a steely resolve, Ron tore open the envelope, and a resounding voice echoed throughout the dining hall, "Ronald Weasley." The voice, filled with ire, belonged to none other than Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother. The full name of Ronald Weasley rang in his ears, and at that moment, he recalled Kevin's words. When someone calls you by your full name, it often signifies impending trouble. The envelope suddenly detached from Ron's fingers and soared into the air, transforming into a gaping maw, the white letter within morphing into sharp, menacing teeth, while the ribbon around the envelope became a serpent-like tongue. Kevin anticipated the ensuing cacophony, eager to witness a howler for the first time. Ron, petrified by his mother's wrath echoing through the hall, was beyond concern for his dignity, nodding vigorously. Kevin bit down on his lower lip, desperately suppressing a laugh. And Harry bore a similar expression, fully aware that he had a stake in this affair. However, he thought, "This is unbearable. I can hardly contain myself." Suddenly, the howler shifted its focus towards Ron's sister, Ginny, adopting a tone of warmth and joy. "Oh, dear Ginny, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you." Ginny felt a surge of happiness at receiving her parents' blessings, though the awkwardness of the moment overshadowed her joy. As the howler made a face at Ron, it disintegrated in midair, leaving the dining hall in an unusual silence. Then, with a sudden eruption, laughter burst forth. Initiated by an unknown individual, Malfoy laughed the loudest, practically wishing he could dance upon the table, for after an entire year, it was finally his turn to relish in someone else's misfortune. Kevin, Harry, and Hermione endeavored to maintain their composure, yet their flushed faces betrayed the discomfort of their restraint. Ron shot a glance at the trio and grumbled, "Go ahead, laugh away. I've already embarrassed myself enough for today." The laughter continued, echoing through the hall. Chapter 67, The Marauder's Map. In truth, Kevin had once experienced a similar situation to Ron's, reciting his own work before the entire school in the presence of his parents, and had also been unceremoniously dragged out of an internet CAF by his father amidst the gaze of onlookers. Thus, Kevin could empathize with Ron's predicament. Although he found himself laughing ungraciously during his friend's moment of extreme embarrassment, he later sought to make amends by purchasing a plethora of exquisite snacks, including some luxurious treats. The mere sight of these delectable delights, which Ron had only heard of but never tasted, provided him with a measure of solace. After indulging in a few bites, the unpleasant experiences faded from his memory. On the first Saturday of the second year, the inaugural Magic Card Seminar of the new academic year convened triumphantly in an abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor. Attendees included the lifelong user of Magic Cards Kevin, the not-so-famous academic prodigy Hermione Granger, the legendary boy who lived, Harry Potter, and the newly minted internet sensation Ron Weasley. The meeting successfully passed the agenda proposed by Kevin, concerning the creation of magic cards and potion brewing, and solidified the goals and material procurement plans after Ron devoured 4 pieces of chocolate. Ultimately, the meeting concluded perfectly amidst the weeping of a female ghost. On the way back, Ron incessantly critiqued Hermione's choice of venue. Why on earth did we choose a girls' restroom? If anyone discovers us, we're finished. And what was her name again? Kevin interjected, the Weeping Myrtle. Yes, that's it, Ron replied with palpable annoyance. Why must she emerge at such an inopportune moment, especially when I was in the loo? Thankfully, my patience is extraordinary, or else, enough. Harry promptly interrupted, no more, Ron. I still intend to have dinner. Hermione retorted, serves you right for consuming so many mustard-flavored chocolates. Besides, it's precisely because of Myrtle that the restroom has been abandoned. No one ever comes here. Kevin nodded in agreement, stating, while it is indeed rather awkward for 3 gentlemen to be in a girl's restroom, it is, without doubt, the most suitable location for our clandestine activities. Until we find a more appropriate venue, we are rather limited. Suddenly, Ron's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Kevin, don't you have that map from George and Fred? The one that shows everything? Let us take a look. The Marauders map? Kevin asked. Yes. Since acquiring the map from George and Fred, Kevin had only utilized it once, during the surveillance of Quirrell, until Ron's reminder prompted him to recall its existence. Returning to their dormitory, he rummaged through his belongings until he unearthed the map. Although it had played a significant role during the Philosopher's Stone incident, Harry and his friends had yet to witness its true form. Hermione was the first to grasp the map, exclaiming in astonishment, it's blank? Kevin took the map from her, asserting, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. As the voice fell, a series of elongated ink lines emerged on the map. And in no time, a layout of Hogwarts appeared before the 4. Not only were every room marked, but many moving footprints were also visible, each inscribed with a person's name. Moreover, 7 secret passages, of which the 4 had never heard, were prominently highlighted. Oh my goodness, this is truly a masterpiece. The creator of this map must be a genius, as it encompasses many profound spells. Do you see those footprints? That is the tracking charm, an exceptionally advanced enchantment. Hermione exclaimed in admiration. Harry pointed to the headmaster's office and remarked, Dumbledore is constantly pacing in his office. No wonder you can monitor Quirrell's movements. Incredible. It even displays the locations of the ghosts. How astonishing. Ron interjected, no wonder George and Fred are rarely caught. With this map in hand, Filch can never apprehend them. Look, Filch is even present in a secret passage. Does he manage to catch those misbehaving students every time? He must be aware of the locations of these passages. Kevin gestured to the top of the map, stating, suppliers of magical mischief. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauders map. Kevin explained, these must be the nicknames of the map's creators. Brilliant. They are truly brilliant. Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. These individuals must also have been students at Hogwarts. It is hard to imagine that students could create such a masterpiece. I long to meet them. Kevin chuckled. To receive such praise from you indicates that this venture has been quite worthwhile. However, despite the marvel of the Marauders map, the group could not find a more suitable experimental location than Moaning Myrtle's restroom. It seems we can only work in the girls' lavatory, Hermione stated. Kevin replied, let us not jump to conclusions. This map does not mark all locations. Really? Hermione took the map and examined it closely. But it does indicate all the rooms. Could it possibly have hidden content? Kevin pointed to a specific area on the map and said, look at this. Harry immediately recognized the impressive location, stating, Isn't this where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden? Kevin nodded and replied, indeed, but when I first acquired the map, this room was not depicted. I only realized Quirrell had entered the trapdoor room when his footprints disappeared from the map. Hermione commented, it must be that Dumbledore or another professor placed a charm on that room. Precisely. Thus, there must be other hidden rooms that are not displayed on the map. I suspect that the secret passages are not limited to just these 7. The content of this map is likely derived from the explorations of its 4 creators. Therefore, Places they did not explore naturally would not appear on the map, Kevin posited. Ron responded, that's like saying nothing. We still have to choose that lavatory. These 4 map creators are already so formidable. Can we really find areas they missed? Kevin smiled and replied, do not underestimate yourself, my friend. While we may not yet possess their prowess in magic, we are merely in our 2nd year. Could they truly defeat a troll and unravel the puzzles set by the professors in their 1st year? Thus, trust me, we shall undoubtedly surpass them in the future. Hermione wholeheartedly concurred with Kevin's sentiments. Although those 4 were formidable, she would never deem herself incapable. It was simply that she had yet to acquire such knowledge. As for Kevin and the other 2, Hermione could not be entirely certain. The following day, Kevin dispatched his owl, Leo, to Diagon Alley to procure some supplies. Although he had already acquired some items from Nocturne Alley before the term commenced, there were still a few essentials missing from Hermione's newly compiled list. Fortunately, these materials could be easily found in a regular apothecary. Chapter 68. A conversation with Luna even if Luna were not an acquaintance. Kevin would have taken note of her presence due to her unique appearance, with a wand adorning her ear. Approaching her, he intended to greet her. But before he could utter a word, Luna turned to him with a cheerful good afternoon. Kevin. Surprised, he replied, do you possess the gift of mind reading? Or perhaps you have eyes in the back of your head? Luna chuckled, what do you think? Casting a glance at the wand in her ear, he jested. Might you be a smoker? A flicker of confusion crossed Luna's dreamy gaze as she replied, I do not smoke. Why would you think that? Pointing to her ear, he explained with a grin, it's just that I've noticed most people who smoke tend to wear such an adornment. That's because someone always likes to take Luna's belongings, a girl's voice interjected. Ginny approached them, greeting, good afternoon, Kevin. Hello, Ginny, Kevin replied, surprised to learn that she was acquainted with Luna. Of course, we are friends, Ginny said with a smile. At that moment, Ginny observed Luna's mismatched shoes and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, did they do that again? Influenced by Ginny's demeanor, Kevin noticed that Luna was wearing 2 different shoes, a style he hadn't seen in quite some time. Curiosity piqued, he asked, is this a shoe style of your own invention? Ginny, slightly annoyed, retorted, no, Kevin. It's because someone took Luna's shoes. They always delight in doing so, and I find it quite abhorrent. Kevin expressed his confusion, asking, why not stop them? You have the power to do so. Such behavior easily reminded him of bullying, a phenomenon he detested at all times. Despite his past of brawling during his rebellious days, he had never actively bullied any student. Many conflicts arose only when he stood up for his classmates. Luna's voice remained ethereal, as if she were recounting a tale detached from her own experiences. Kevin found it hard to comprehend, while Ginny reassured Luna, ignore those loathsome individuals. You are wonderful. Luna beamed with joy, replying, thank you, Ginny. Ginny smiled back, we are friends. Oh, I almost forgot. I mustn't linger with you too. I need to deliver something to Percy. Farewell. As Luna gazed at Ginny's retreating figure, she remarked with a smile, Ginny is a remarkable friend, isn't she? Kevin nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, the Weasley family is wonderful. I am also friends with her brother Ron. He then inquired, by the way, do you need assistance with those matters from earlier? I believe I could help alleviate your troubles. Luna smiled enigmatically and replied, thank you, Kevin. She continued, well, my father is the editor of this magazine. At that moment, Kevin felt fortunate for having refrained from speaking too much, as Hermione had previously informed him that the Quibbler was an utterly ridiculous publication. He exclaimed, is that so? I hadn't realized. I will certainly take a look when I have the time. That sounds splendid. Luna appeared quite pleased. As they strolled and conversed, Kevin discovered many of Luna's enchanting thoughts. She harbored numerous beliefs that lacked empirical backing, some of which seemed utterly absurd to others. Nevertheless, Luna remained steadfast in her convictions and was eager to share her perspectives with others. Kevin finally comprehended why she had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Unlike Hermione, who was an archetypal intellectual, Luna was not easily associated with conventional wisdom. The nickname Loony bestowed upon her by classmates reflected this perception. Yet, within this eccentricity, Kevin discerned many brilliant facets: her unwavering faith, calm demeanor, exceptional insight, and spiritual depth. Simultaneously, she exhibited a remarkable sensitivity. She was acutely aware of everything occurring around her, even possessing an understanding of others' thoughts, as evidenced by their recent conversation. Despite facing skepticism, ridicule, or exclusion, she never altered her unique style, radiating a tranquil warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. In many respects, this exemplified a form of wisdom, an unconventional sagacity in navigating life. Kevin, he suddenly heard, jolted from his reverie, his unwavering gaze upon Luna, causing her fair complexion to flush. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, he acknowledged, apologies, I was lost in thought. Luna smiled softly, replying, it's quite all right. I enjoy chatting with you, Kevin. Chuckling, Kevin responded, I am equally delighted to call you my friend. Luna's joy was palpable, and Kevin sensed her genuine happiness. though he understood that despite the brief time since their enrollment, Luna seemed to have few friends, perhaps only Ginny. She must yearn for companionship. He pondered. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kevin found Harry and Ron entangled in their sheets, occasionally erupting in raucous laughter. "You two get lost," Kevin shouted in frustration. Ron, grinning mischievously, teased, "Did you go on a date?" "Date? I meant to ask if you could refrain from your antics on my bed," Kevin replied, displeased. Harry chuckled, "Apologies. We simply couldn't help ourselves and had to choose a nearby battlefield. By the way, where's Hermione? I need to discuss something with her." "She isn't back at the library again, is she?" Kevin inquired. Kevin did not wish for his pet Leo to be overexerted. Hence, he added a few items to the list provided by Hermione. A hint of disdain crossed Ron's face as he remarked, "No, you are mistaken this time. She has gone to seek her idol." "Idol? Who could that be? Are there any celebrities in our school?" Kevin inquired, perplexed. Ron replied, "Who else could it be but our new defense against the dark arts professor, the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart?" Harry nodded in agreement, saying, "You should have seen Hermione's expression upon meeting him. It was quite terrifying." Chapter 69. The Chaotic Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. It was only upon hearing their words that Kevin recalled the new professor for defense against the dark arts. Although he had previously thought little of him, being invited to teach at Hogwarts must entail a certain level of competence. Furthermore, Hermione's adoration for him piqued Kevin's anticipation for the upcoming class. On Monday, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, even though Kevin had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon entering. Compared to the previous term, this year's classroom was remarkably pristine, yet it was adorned with countless photographs and oil paintings of Lockhart, all of which were animated. As Kevin stepped inside, he was greeted by a multitude of Lockhart's striking poses. He almost felt as though he had entered a fashion show rather than a classroom. This sentiment was not unique to Kevin. Some girls appeared utterly blissful, eager to behold their idol. As the class commenced, the flamboyant Lockhart sauntered in, displaying his signature smile. "And a friend to women," Kevin thought to himself, adding a mental note. The group of girls, including Hermione, wore expressions of infatuation, while the boys stood in astonishment. At that moment, Kevin's thoughts crystallized. This man was nothing but a decorative pillow. How absurd. The display was reminiscent of a performance at a comedy club rather than Hogwarts. However, Lockhart was already in full swing, continuing his theatrical display. "Of course, I remain humble and unassuming. I do not rely solely on my smile to vanquish the banshee." He flashed a uniquely confident smile that was difficult to describe. Behind him, Malfoy muttered, "I believe this fellow has a few screws loose. He resembles a hollow jester." For once, Kevin and his companions found themselves in agreement with Malfoy. Lockhart, sensing the unconventional gazes from the boys, promptly shifted the topic. "I see you have purchased my complete works. Splendid. Let us commence today's lesson with a brief quiz." Kevin inwardly lamented. "If it weren't for it being on the supply list, I would never have bought these novels." Hogwarts students often describe the Defense Against the Dark Arts class as one of practical engagement rather than written exercises, and even under Quirrell's tutelage last term, this was the case. However, the celebrity professor was poised to shatter this tradition. "Oh, do not worry. This is merely to assess how diligently you have read your books and to see how many you can answer correctly." But as Kevin received the quiz papers, his composure faltered. "What on earth are these? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What do you believe is his greatest achievement to date? When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What would be his ideal birthday gift?" Upon reading these questions, Ron wore a look of disdain, muttering about the absurdity of such trivial inquiries, all revolving around Lockhart himself. Yet, these ludicrous questions were insidiously scribbled across 3 sheets of paper. Stifling his urge to retch, Kevin began to write, almost carelessly, for he could not fathom why anyone, aside from a voyeur, would possess such extensive knowledge about a middle-aged man of the same sex. It didn't take long for him to uncover the answer. After 30 minutes, Lockhart gazed discontentedly at the exam paper and remarked, "Look at you all. Not a single one of you knows that my favorite color is lavender. Only Miss Granger is aware that my ambition is to eradicate evil from the world and to promote my exclusive hair potion. Good girl." He then cast a flirtatious glance at Hermione. Suddenly, Lockhart's expression shifted. He drew his wand, adopting a look of impending danger, and declared, "Attention. My duty in this classroom is to teach you how to confront the most malevolent magical creatures and face your innermost fears." With that, he tapped his wand on the cage draped in red cloth, which immediately began to tremble violently. It must be said that Lockhart possessed an impressive command of emotional language. His speech genuinely made most students feel uneasy. "Please, refrain from screaming, as it will only provoke them." As he pulled away the red cloth, a cacophony erupted from a group of small, blue-gray creatures with large eyes and long ears, which continued to shriek. The students collectively exhaled in relief, revealing amused expressions. With Ron scoffing, Cornish pixies. Cornish pixies are classified as a level 3 creature by the Ministry of Magic, manageable by capable wizards. and it was no wonder Ron dismissed them with such disdain after Lockhart's dramatic portrayal. However, Kevin's interest was piqued. If Lockhart intended to instruct the students on how to handle these little beings, he would commend him, for in Kevin's view, practical exercises were the most suitable method for defense against the dark arts. Having read extensively about magical creatures, Kevin had some familiarity with pixies, although not lethal. These mischievous little beings were indeed dangerous, delighting in various pranks and tricks. They lacked wings but could fly, and they possessed considerable strength, often tugging on unsuspecting individuals' ears and tossing them into treetops or onto rooftops. While not deadly, Cornish pixies were certainly appropriate subjects for practice. Huh, laughed Lockhart. I know some of you wish to laugh. Please, feel free to do so now. These cunning little creatures are quite the handful. Come, let me see how you plan to deal with them. Whether Lockhart aimed to heighten the students' vigilance or simply acted impulsively, he opened the cage while the students were entirely unprepared. In an instant, the iron-gray little fairies burst forth, causing an uproar in the classroom. At that moment, the characteristics of the mischievous creatures were vividly displayed. Wherever they went, chaos ensued. Books, ink, brushes, and desks, everything within their grasp was lifted into the air. The students, unaccustomed to such disorder, were so flustered that they couldn't even draw their wands, opting instead to cower in panic. Meanwhile, Lockhart stood at the lectern, remarkably composed, reminding the students not to panic and to gather the fairies together, claiming they were merely a bunch of little imps. However, he soon realized the situation was spiraling out of control. The little rascals were increasingly unruly. Poor Neville was hoisted into the air by two fairies tugging at his ears. Crying out for help, Lockhart waved his wand, attempting to cast a spell taught by an unknown school, but instead, the wand was snatched away by one of the fairies. To Kevin's astonishment, the professor clutched his head and prepared to flee, only to discover that Malfoy and his companions had locked the door from the outside. Thus, the so-called celebrity professor squatted in a corner, cradling his head. What a pitiful sight. Kevin couldn't help but scoff at the situation. A magic card soared into the air, and as it exploded due to a binding charm, the previously chaotic fairies fell silent. The classroom lay in shambles. Everything except the students was in disarray, with poor Neville swaying precariously from a lamp. What a ridiculous pillow, Kevin remarked, then urged, stop dawdling and let Neville down. Well done, Mr. Eli. You have perfectly embodied the essence of what I wished to convey. Classmates, this is precisely what I wanted you to achieve. Impressive, I assent it. 10 points to Gryffindor, Lockhart proclaimed. However, Kevin was not pleased with the bonus points, replying with a forced smile, thank you, Professor. You are indeed remarkable, especially in that corner, clutching your head. Chapter 70, Good Friends Luna. On the way, Ron held his newly purchased Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, on the verge of tears, as the once pristine book had transformed into a pile of tattered pages. It's over, my mother will scold me to no end. This was my new book, he lamented, feeling as though his already meager wallet had suffered an additional blow. Harry consoled him, don't worry, you can share mine. Hermione chimed in. You could have bought another one, but, as I recall, you had Kevin help you purchase a bunch of dung eggs when buying supplies on Saturday. Those dung eggs took precedence. Ron shot her a disgruntled glance, retorting, oh, come on, Hermione. I'm not in the mood for your banter right now. This is all because of your idol. Look at what kind of Professor Dumbledore has assigned us. I think Kevin would be a better fit. Harry nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kevin felt like crying, truly. After 2 years of yearning for the defense against the dark arts class, this was the outcome he received. One could empathize with Kevin's feelings, akin to having high hopes for a master only to find disappointment instead. Hermione disapprovingly remarked, you can't say that about Kevin. After class, didn't Professor Lockhart invite you to his office for a chat? It was you who declined. Kevin let out a derisive laugh. Ron, with a look of exasperation, remarked, Hermione, you are far more intelligent than I am. How can you not see through this? Is he conversing with Kevin? That's because he knows Kevin is the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron and is attempting to curry favor to secure his sponsorship. Honestly, mate, you must withstand his sweet talk. Kevin interjected, more than that, I am curious about how Lockhart managed to pen those books. Kevin had indeed perused Lockhart's works. Frankly speaking, aside from the narcissistic portrayals of himself within the text, both the prose and narrative quality could be deemed exceptional. It is no wonder that Lockhart has garnered such a following based solely on the caliber of his writing. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. The contents of Lockhart's books are not entirely fictitious. A significant portion of the stories are derived from Lockhart's own experiences, many of which can be corroborated through the Daily Prophet. Initially, one might have assumed Lockhart to be a whimsical, carefree sage. Yet Kevin truly struggled to comprehend how this individual managed to survive in perilous situations, especially while traveling with a banshee. Even if he were to indulge the banshee, she would likely think twice. The subsequent defense against the dark arts classes devolved into mere sessions for students to transcribe assignments. Following this humiliating incident, Lockhart came to realize the futility of practical subjects and transformed his classes into a platform for solo storytelling, recounting his illustrious adventures. Although even many of the girls had begun to lose interest. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lockhart's audacity and eloquence were impressive. He regaled tales with such flamboyance, never exhibiting a trace of embarrassment. In the aftermath, Harry's contribution of the shared volume Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them prompted Ron to specifically seek out the Cornish pixie, appending a note to the 3 entries, if you happen to be Lockhart. Thus, half a semester gradually passed. During this time, Kevin and his companions successfully replicated the magical cards, ensuring a stable supply. Thanks to Snape's unselfish assistance in potions class, Kevin not only excelled in the subject, but also provided Hermione with invaluable material for her potion brewing. However, this only intensified Kevin's curiosity regarding why Snape extended such special treatment towards him. He was no fool. He could discern that Snape's punitive measures were ostensibly directed at him. Yet the punishments often revolved around the research of magical cards. It was not difficult to infer that perhaps one of his parents had once shared a close relationship with Snape. He suspected that the dead man's face referenced in his father's notes referred to Snape. Yet, what puzzled Kevin was that neither his parents' notes nor diaries offered any further insight into Snape's other affairs. Furthermore, it was evident to any observant individual that Snape harbored an irrational disdain for Harry while secretly safeguarding him. All these revelations heightened Kevin's thirst for knowledge. He had previously attempted to broach the subject with Snape indirectly, but aside from receiving point deductions, he gained nothing. Reluctantly, he resolved to set the matter aside for the time being. Although the situation regarding Snape had not progressed, Kevin discovered his first friend outside of Gryffindor at Hogwarts, Luna. He intervened in some students' mischievous antics, issuing them a verbal reprimand. While Luna did not entirely approve of his actions, she felt a sense of joy knowing that Kevin stood up for her. As Kevin had previously suspected, Luna cherished her few friendships. She would often present Kevin and Ginny with her uniquely crafted gifts every week. When Kevin expressed a desire to see contradictory songs, Luna surprisingly procured the entire magazine collection for him, much to Hermione's mocking of Kevin's literary tastes. Nonetheless, Kevin was delighted, while others perceived Luna as an eccentric girl. He regarded her as a whimsical little angel. Out of kindness, Kevin once gently suggested that she might consider a different style of dress. To his astonishment, Luna, who was notoriously steadfast in her fashion choices, quietly embraced his suggestion. Although she still wore her wand tucked behind her ear and donned her cork necklace, she opted for the standard Hogwarts uniform. It must be said that Luna was a beauty in the making, though she had yet to fully blossom. Kevin believed that with her fair skin and lovely features, she would undoubtedly grow into an enchanting young woman. Naturally, he was pleased to befriend such a girl, even though Ron and Hermione had cautioned him to maintain a distance from the crazy girl. In matters of friendship, Kevin remained true to his own style. If I find you agreeable, I shall gladly befriend you. As for Harry, his days began to grow busier. Quidditch practice had commenced, and after a triumphant year culminating in the coveted House Cup, the Gryffindor team felt no sense of satisfaction but rather aspired to replicate Slytherin's legacy with a consecutive House Cup victory. During practice, Captain Wood was not only more stringent than ever, but also excelled in maintaining tactical secrecy. Of course, it would have been even more perfect if Harry's little admirer, Colin Creevey, had not been present, for he would invariably sneak past the guards to photograph Harry on the pitch. For Colin, the happiest moments of each day were those spent capturing images of Harry or receiving a warm greeting from him. This, however, led Harry to develop a certain apprehension towards his young admirer, and he would intentionally steer clear whenever he spotted him. One evening during dinner, George and Fred suddenly approached Kevin, pulling him aside to share something. Ron observed his brother's excitement as they concluded their conversation, even embracing Kevin in a display of enthusiasm. Harry jested, "Have you struck another lucrative deal? How much did you earn?" Hermione interjected, "Kevin, you mustn't share those magical cards we developed with them, otherwise, chaos will surely ensue." Even though Hermione was gradually being influenced by the trio's antics, stepping away from her role as the model student, she still felt a sense of alarm at their behavior. Kevin chuckled, "Even if I did give them to them, they wouldn't know how to use them." "What did they say?" the three inquired with curiosity. Kevin replied, "I believe you will find out soon enough." Chapter 71, A Little Token. On the weekend, the Gryffindor Quidditch training commenced, and unlike previous sessions, Captain Wood opted for an open training format. This decision filled Ron with excitement, prompting him to enlist Hermione and Kevin to cheer for Harry and the team. As they made their way, Wood, with a serious demeanor, outlined his training plans. To everyone's surprise, Ron, who typically eschewed note-taking in class, produced his notebook and quill to jot down the details. Kevin jested, "Come on, Ron. I know you want to join the team, but you're not even a reserve yet. Taking notes seems a bit premature." Ron, with utmost seriousness, replied, "The moment you said that, I realized you don't understand Quidditch, Kevin. A competent Quidditch player doesn't begin their preparation only when they become a player. It is a gradual accumulation from the very start." All right, Kevin laughed. Then I shall await the moment you become a proficient Quidditch player. Hermione interjected. If you displayed half this enthusiasm in class, you wouldn't be panicking at the end of the term. At that moment, Wood abruptly halted his discourse. As a group clad in green uniforms and fully equipped appeared in their path. Slytherin players? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Didn't Wood say we were the only ones practicing? Wood stepped forward and inquired, Where are you headed, Flint? His tone was decidedly unfriendly, recalling how Flint had once knocked him unconscious with a single blow last term. Slytherin Captain Flint wore a smug smile. Good morning, Wood. Where else could we be going? Obviously, to the Quidditch pitch. Wood retorted, Sorry, but today Gryffindor has exclusive use. Flint sneered, And what does that matter? I have a special order, Wood. As he spoke, he handed something to Wood, who took it and discovered it was a decree signed by Snape. After glancing at the order, Wood asked in astonishment, Wow, you actually have a new seeker? Who is it? I am, came a haughty voice that startled Kevin and his companions, who quickly moved forward. Indeed, Draco Malfoy emerged, broom in hand. Malfoy? Harry said, astonished. Malfoy raised his chin slightly and smirked, Surprised, Potter? Oh, a Nimbus 2000. How quaint. I suppose your broom is rather outdated. Although his words were directed at Harry, his gaze was fixed on Kevin, who maintained a knowing smile. Nimbus 2001. Ron instantly recognized the broom in Malfoy's possession, having drooled over its image just half a month prior. Yet, what truly astounded Ron was that every Slytherin player wielded a Nimbus 2001. Flint chuckled. A gift from Draco's father. Malfoy proudly remarked, You see, Weasley, unlike some, my father can procure the finest equipment. As soon as those words left his mouth, all eyes turned toward Kevin. The Slytherins looked on with amusement and mockery, while Harry, Ron, and the others were filled with concern, recalling the infamous wager between Kevin and Malfoy from the previous year's dining hall. Indeed, Malfoy sneered at Kevin, saying, Avery, I'm waiting for you to speak up. Kevin smiled faintly and remarked, Splendid work. Enough of that, Eli. Malfoy, displaying a look of disdain, interjected, Please refrain from flattering me. To be honest, I still admire the resolute version of you. Kevin replied, I beg your pardon, Malfoy. I am not conversing with you, but rather with my friend, Hagrid. He gestured behind them, and the group turned to see the towering Hagrid approaching, shouldering an even larger box. Ron, startled by Hagrid's imposing figure, inquired, What has Hagrid taken to raising now? As Hagrid arrived and set the object down, panting heavily, he said, Kevin, next time you ask me to procure such items, please give me a heads up, so I can prepare myself. You know, I've never felt this exhausted, fearing I might damage them. Kevin chuckled, Thank you, Hagrid. I shall certainly inform you in advance next time. This was an urgent matter. Besides, even if you did happen to break them, it wouldn't be a catastrophe. When did you acquire these items? Harry asked, curiosity evident on his face. The others shared his bewilderment, not understanding why Kevin's purchases were being delivered there, except for George and Fred, who were on the brink of tears from excitement. Kevin approached the box and said, Hagrid, could you kindly open it for us? The box had been enchanted, requiring the owner's signature to be opened by human hands, and since Hagrid had been entrusted with the purchase, he was the only one capable of unlocking it. Of course, Hagrid responded and promptly opened the box. Instantly, everyone present, except for Hagrid and Kevin, was left in astonishment. Inside the box lay neatly arranged over 10 black brooms, all identical models of the Nimbus 2001, along with a large package whose contents were unknown. Kevin grinned. Just a little something. A total of 15 Nimbus 2001 brooms, along with a complete set of professional Quidditch protective gear. Wow. George and Fred were the first to recover, eagerly grabbing a broom and tearing open the package. Cool. The latest bats and pads, haha. This is what the England team uses. Kevin, I adore you. The two had longed for this moment. The Nimbus 2001 was the latest and greatest broomstick, a luxury unattainable for the financially challenged duo, yet here they were, holding it in their hands. Kevin smiled and replied, You're welcome. It turned out that George and Fred had learned from gamblers that Slytherin had acquired 7 of the newest Nimbus 2001 brooms and had also replaced their seeker. They immediately surmised that the new seeker was none other than Malfoy, and those brooms were likely a welcome gift to the team. Having witnessed the betting incident in the dining hall last year, they promptly relayed this information to Kevin. Upon learning of the developments, Kevin had sought out Hagrid to assist him in ordering 15 Nimbus 2001 brooms along with the protective gear. Ron, practically drooling at the sight of the Nimbus 2001 brooms, still puzzled, asked, Why purchase so many? Kevin replied, Naturally, we need that many, considering we also have reserve players, do we not? Upon uttering those words, the members of Slytherin nearly choked on their indignation. How utterly deranged to purchase such brooms for reserve players. It is well known that even the finest brooms in the national team are limited to merely 7, designated for the primary and rotating players. Kevin, I am at a loss for words to describe you, Hermione lamented. The sum of money spent could easily cover the tuition fees of 10 students at Hogwarts for 7 years, along with the acquisition of the most expensive school supplies. Kevin glanced at Malfoy and chuckled. There's nothing to be done. Some individuals simply wish to compete with me in wealth. I have made it clear, should anyone dare to challenge me, I will not back down, and when I play to win. As long as I remain at Hogwarts. All equipment for the Gryffindor team must match that of the national team. Of course, if the national team cannot afford the finest brooms, that is a different matter altogether. For I have specified, the best. Malfoy's pale visage shifted through a spectrum of colors. His carefully prepared sarcastic retorts rendered utterly useless. Would cast a grateful glance towards Kevin. Then turned to Flint, stating, Flint, since you lack Professor Snape's explicit directive, I shall not insist further. Our two teams share the same practice field, and it would be best to engage in a friendly competition to foster camaraderie between our houses. How naive you are, Wood. Flint mused inwardly. Fostering camaraderie? What nonsense. The purpose of today's gathering was never training. They are fully aware that today is Gryffindor's practice day and have come solely to flaunt their superiority. Now, they have succeeded. Currently, both teams' primary players wielded the Nimbus 2001. While the protective gear might not significantly impact a player's prowess, the Seeker Malfoy was but a novice. Despite his commendable flying skills, he could not possibly compare to Harry, who had honed his abilities over an entire season. Let us go. Flint shot an enraged glance before leading his team away. As they departed, Malfoy cast a resentful look at the others, only to be provoked further by Ron, who waved a Nimbus 2001 in his direction, inciting his fury. Ha! The Gryffindors erupted in jubilant cheers. Wood approached Kevin, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Kevin. I am truly at a loss for how to convey my appreciation. With these brooms and equipment, I have entirely revised my prior strategies. This year, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stand no chance of victory. Their strengths pale in comparison to Gryffindor and Slytherin, who dominated them last year. Now, with this considerable advantage in equipment, they are even less likely to make any significant impact. As for Slytherin, as Flint surmised, both teams are now uniform in broom quality. Yet in the decisive position of Seeker, even if Malfoy possesses inherent talent, he clearly cannot hold a candle to Harry, who has experienced formal competition. Everyone, let us cheer for Kevin Ally, Wood exclaimed. Cheer for Kevin. Chapter 72, A Simple Friends Outing. The news of Gryffindor receiving 15 enchanted brooms sponsored by Kevin Ally spread throughout the school in mere hours, creating quite a stir. In the Ravenclaw common room, a woman of East Asian descent shook her head with a wry smile upon hearing her companion's news. This was her inaugural year as the Seeker for her house. Initially filled with enthusiasm, yet this revelation left her acutely aware that her debut would likely lack significant impact. Do the wealthy truly know how to play? Zhang Qiu remarked with a bittersweet chuckle. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team convened an urgent meeting, but the players struggled to muster any spirit. Their house was already at a disadvantage compared to the other three, and with Gryffindor and Slytherin both equipped with the Nimbus 2001, their hopes of escaping the bottom position seemed increasingly futile. At that moment, a handsome boy rose with a smile. Addressing the gloom in the room, there is no need for such despondency. Although we may not possess the same equipment, it is crucial to remember that the true determining factor in Quidditch matches is the players themselves. Cedric Diggory, renowned for his curiosity about magical cards and having conversed with Kevin, was a legend in his own right. Unlike Harry, who enjoyed innate fame, or Kevin, who was known for his uniqueness, Cedric garnered attention through his genuine charisma. He embodied all that people hoped for in a Hogwarts student. Notably, he was the only fourth-year student among the captains of the four houses. Through his inspiring explanation and encouragement, the Hufflepuff team shook off their earlier malaise and began to discuss strategies with renewed confidence. Yet, within, Cedric couldn't help but smile ruefully at Kevin's involvement, questioning why a non-player was stirring the pot. On the Gryffindor side, Wood did not allow the advantage in equipment to breed complacency. He reminded his team to continue practicing diligently and established that the brooms sponsored by Kevin were to be used solely during practice matches, with no one permitted to claim them for personal use. Though Kevin was indifferent to this stipulation, Wood insisted on adherence to his directive. On Sunday morning, after a light breakfast, Kevin bid farewell to his friends. Where are you off to so early? Hermione inquired. Kevin replied, Luna has asked me to discuss something. Ron interjected. Kevin, I know this may sound rude, but you should keep your distance from her. She seems a bit eccentric. Unlike Ron and Hermione, Harry did not view Luna through such critical lenses. He chuckled. Things are moving quickly. Looks like you're going on a date, Kevin. To which Kevin responded with a smile. Call it what you will. It's merely a friendly outing. Farewell. This rendezvous was prompted by Luna's invitation a few days prior, inquiring if Kevin would be interested in observing some magical creatures. The prospect of conversing with Luna excited Kevin, especially with the allure of extraordinary animals involved. He had long held a fascination for magical creatures and had read extensively on the subject. With Hagrid as a unique friend, he was familiar with nearly all magical beings at Hogwarts, but the creature Luna mentioned, a nightmare, was unfamiliar to him. The agreed-upon meeting place was by the woods adjacent to the school. Kevin had assumed Luna would be accompanied by Ginny, but upon arrival, he discovered that she was alone, clad in a white top and trousers, complemented by a blue knitted shawl. Luna, in her casual attire, appeared truly enchanting, particularly with her simplistic style, which replaced the wild girl's aura with an ethereal charm. "Hello, Kevin." As had happened on numerous occasions before, Luna, despite facing away from him, sensed his arrival. Accustomed to Luna's uncanny awareness, Kevin remarked, "I apologize, Luna. I'm late." Luna turned with a smile. "I just arrived." "You're not late at all." Kevin inquired. "Are you alone? I thought Ginny would join us." Luna responded, "I invited Ginny, but she has been acting strangely lately." "Strangely? What do you mean?" Kevin asked. Luna explained. "She seems perpetually anxious. I asked her, but she didn't share anything with me." Kevin nodded, choosing not to press further about Ginny, instead presenting her with a small pouch shaped like a carrot. "Is this a gift?" Luna exclaimed with delight as she accepted the carrot pouch. "Indeed. It's a gift for you, a token of gratitude for your contrarian remarks," he said, patting his own waist pouch. "Like mine, it's a magical storage device. You can place your belongings inside to prevent them from being stolen. I chose the design without consulting you, so I hope you like it." Unlike Kevin's pouch, the carrot-shaped pouch gifted to Luna featured a beautiful golden chain, which she immediately draped over her shoulder, exclaiming, "I adore it. You know, Kevin, this is the first gift I've ever received, a gift from a friend." Kevin chuckled. "I'm glad you like it. I placed a charm on it. Only you can access it. You're amazing. How thoughtful." Luna praised. Kevin, feeling slightly awkward, replied, "Well, you don't need to flatter me. It was Hermione's idea. I merely followed her lead." Luna smiled, saying, "Granger is indeed a genius. Even students from Ravenclaw sing her praises. Everyone says she should have been sorted into Ravenclaw." Kevin remarked, "She is impressive, and you are as well, you know. Few dare to bully her at school. If you learn from her, no one would dare take your belongings." Luna chuckled and reiterated a well-known saying she had often expressed. Kevin, with a resigned smile, decided not to continue that line of discussion and instead asked, "Where to next?" "I am quite eager to see the creatures you mentioned," waving her hand with a smile. Luna replied, "Follow me." She led Kevin into the woods. The woods of Hogwarts were not solely the Forbidden Forest. There existed a section dedicated to the care of tamed or soon-to-be tamed creatures, where the study of magical creatures took place, primarily overseen by Hagrid. Before long, they arrived at a clearing, where Kevin immediately noticed several dark creatures. They resembled horses but were much taller and gaunt, their jet-black bodies seemingly devoid of flesh, with skin tightly adhering to their skeletal frames, every bone distinctly visible. On their backs were a pair of wings, currently folded away. In truth, this was not Kevin's first encounter with such peculiar creatures. He had arrived at school this semester in a carriage pulled by them. However, at that time, his concerns for Harry and Ron had diverted his attention away from these beings. Now, upon seeing them again, Kevin was suddenly reminded of a steed he had heard of in a book, jesting, a flat-boarded, ribbed, ink-carved, leprous Chelan. Luna, curious, inquired, "What is that?" "Such an odd name." With a smile, Kevin elucidated, "Oh, it's merely the name of a horse I once heard about. I thought it resembled these creatures quite a bit. Can you see them too?" Luna asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Well," Kevin paused for a moment and then chuckled, "Please, while my eyesight may not be the best, I can certainly see these creatures given their size and unique appearance, unless I were blind." Suddenly, Luna posed a question. "Kevin, have you encountered death?" "Huh? Why do you ask that?" Kevin replied, bewildered. Luna retrieved a piece of meat from her bag and offered it to one of the creatures, seemingly well acquainted with them. The strange horse did not hesitate to consume the meat she provided. The ability to see them does not depend on your eyes, but rather on whether you have witnessed death. Upon hearing Luna's explanation, Kevin abruptly recalled a creature he had read about in a book, inquiring, "Are these the Thestrals?" Chapter 73, The Tranquility of Days Shattered. Almost every book Kevin had read regarding magical creatures had mentioned Thestrals, though he had skimmed through the information at the time, only remembering the detail that only those who had experienced death could behold them. Death, indeed, was not foreign to Kevin. Not only had he witnessed death in battle during his service, but he estimated he was perhaps the only individual in the world who had witnessed his own demise. As Kevin approached to scrutinize these unsightly beings, he remarked, "So these are the Thestrals. I rode in a carriage pulled by them upon entering Hogwarts this year, but I did not pay attention to them then." "Is that so?" "I was unaware of that," Luna responded. To Hermione and the others, who had not experienced death, everything about Hogwarts was magical. Thus the self-driving carriages seemed perfectly ordinary. Kevin, preoccupied with thoughts of Harry and Ron, as well as the difficult path and the strange odor within the carriage, had little inclination to discuss the Thestrals pulling the carriage. Luna approached a diminutive Thestral, gently caressing its body. The creature appeared to enjoy her touch, extending its dragon-like head towards her palm. Sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, casting scattered spots of light upon the ground, as a girl resembling an ethereal sprite, with a smile like the gentle spring breeze, tenderly stroked the peculiar thestral. Ugly and beautiful are typically seen as polar opposites, yet at this moment, within the woodland, they manifested together as a harmonious and exquisite tableau through Kevin's eyes. In that instant, the grotesque thestrals seemed to exude a gentleness, and for the first time, Kevin felt that, aside from Luna's voice, her appearance was equally captivating. With a smile, Luna continued to stroke the thestral and remarked to Kevin, "People regard thestrals as ominous creatures, believing they bring about all manner of dreadful calamities to those who behold them." Kevin stepped forward and remarked, "That is merely a figment of people's imagination. The truth is that only those who have witnessed death with their own eyes can see the nightmares. Much like many things, people often lament their misfortunes or the unfairness of life, when the fundamental cause lies within themselves." Luna chuckled and replied, "Kevin, I believe you possess the gift of a philosopher and a poet." She continued, "Yet there is always a silver lining, is there not? Just like these nightmares. They may be tamed, but will never abandon their masters. Do you have a fondness for them?" Kevin inquired. He laughed, adding, "Sometimes I truly wonder if there exists anything in this world that you dislike. You seem to embrace everything. What if I wish to invite you to dance in the future?" Kevin jested. Luna smiled and said, "Perhaps by then, I will have developed a fondness for dancing. Do you like me?" The moment the words left Kevin's lips, he regretted asking, unsure of why he had done so, his mouth betraying him. Yet Luna responded, "I like you very much, Kevin, for we are friends." Kevin paused momentarily, then broke into a mischievous grin, sighing, "Alas, this is rather disappointing. I had thought you were captivated by my handsome exterior and my gentlemanly demeanor." Luna's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "Kevin, I find you rather mischievous at times. This year at Hogwarts seemed particularly delightful." For Hermione, she diligently adhered to the study plan she had devised, rarely interrupted by unforeseen events. Even Kevin and their two friends regarded such a regimen as akin to self-inflicted suffering. For Ron, happiness was found in effortlessly copying assignments, complemented by the occasional indulgence in the rare snacks that Kevin bought. Of course, it would be even more perfect if he could replace his tape-wrapped wand or if his pet Scabbers could recover from its ailment soon. As for Harry, he was on cloud nine, reveling in the fact that Gryffindor had triumphed over Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff in consecutive matches, and he was the undisputed star. Presently, the points board in the Great Hall showed Gryffindor leading significantly ahead of the other three houses, and if this trend continued, a consecutive victory in the House Cup seemed assured. Kevin, feeling particularly content, was making orderly progress in his research on magical cards, achieving pivotal advancements. According to notes left by Kevin's father, they had developed a type of magical card that could be set in ambush. While its offensive capability was limited to minor explosive damage, it was enough to instill a sense of pride in them. The fulfilling and tranquil days allowed the four friends to completely forget Harry's earlier experiences at the beginning of the term. And Kevin's remark that this semester would be anything but peaceful slipped from his mind. Until this day, Harry was pleased. Although he would undoubtedly have to endure Gilderoy Lockhart's monologues, it was far more rewarding than facing those gleaming trophies. How many trophies had students accrued since Hogwarts' inception? Harry and Ron could attest that merely polishing the trophies could leave one's arms aching. Chapter 74, The Blood Incident. Dinner time. Kevin observed that Ron's behavior at the dining table was somewhat peculiar. His mouth was as busy as ever devouring food, yet his hands seemed to lag behind. "Ron, why are you eating so little today? Just 10 chicken legs and 2 pieces of steak. This isn't your usual appetite," Kevin jested. Laughter erupted from the surrounding Gryffindors, as Ron's current dining habits had become a peculiar sight within their ranks. "Shut up, Kevin," Ron retorted with irritation. "Can't you see that I'm exhausted? It's infuriating. Harry has truly betrayed me by leaving me to polish all those trophies alone. You have no idea how far I've come. I can now recite the names of the trophy recipients and their accolades by heart." While there was an element of exaggeration in his claim, Ron had indeed memorized many of the trophy names, as polishing them was hardly an enjoyable task, leaving him to pass the time by reading their inscriptions. Kevin chuckled. "Isn't that fortuitous? Let the honors of Hogwarts' predecessors enhance your intellectual development." Simon chimed in. "Who knows? One day Ron might just polish his own trophy." Neville instinctively remarked, "That would be quite unfortunate for Ron." "What year would that be?" "Ha, that's brilliant, Neville." Ron, flustered by the teasing of his friends, found solace in his food, while Kevin timely presented a pudding and said, "All right, it's all in good fun. But you can't blame Harry for being disloyal. It's Professor McGonagall's orders." Hermione interjected, "I think he is upset because he didn't go to work for Professor Lockhart." "Haha." Ron made an absurdly comical face, saying, "I'd be angry over that teacher who can't even hold a wand properly." "Hermione, you're far too naive," Kevin remarked. "He hasn't been seen since earlier. He must still be writing." "Indeed, it must be," Ron replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Hermione's eyes darted as she asked, "Are you full?" "I've been full for a while. I'm just here admiring Mr. Weasley's feasting, Kevin replied. Ron rolled his eyes and said, not yet. It's too early. Hermione retorted, if you're not full, then go deliver food to Harry. I suspect you're not keen on feeding him, but rather wish to see Lockhart. Ron astutely uncovered Hermione's true intentions. However, in the end, he was dragged away by Hermione, who threatened him with homework. To maintain his academic integrity, Ron reluctantly complied. On their way, Ron lamented in a whiny tone, Hermione, I simply cannot fathom why you would be fond of such a charlatan. Indeed, he is nothing but a fraud. How did I not think of that term before? Hermione, never one to miss an opportunity to defend herself, quickly retorted, even if he is a fraud, he is a genius of a fraud, unlike you, who jumps to conclusions without any factual basis. While Lockhart might indeed be a charlatan in practical matters, as Hermione suggested, he was undeniably a genius in terms of verbal prowess. From Kevin's perspective, Lockhart's previous predicament appeared to be a dire situation, with a professor on the verge of being universally scorned, earning the title of a buffoon. Yet, in this very circumstance, Lockhart, with his clever tongue and silver-tongued charm, managed to turn the tide of battle. To this day, Lockhart remains a celebrated hero and superstar in the eyes of Hermione and her admirers. The two of them could indeed fulfill their respective desires, could they not? Ron might provide Harry with some sustenance, while Hermione could have the opportunity to meet Professor Lockhart. Is this not a win-win situation? Why must there be quarrels? Kevin, regarding the altercations between Ron and Hermione, adheres to the principle, if it can be buried in the womb, let it not be born. Otherwise, with their fervor, they could debate for hours. In this regard, Kevin greatly admires Hermione, for she can effortlessly reverse any disadvantage and make it seem flawless. Yet, he holds a greater admiration for Ron, who, with his limited knowledge, dares to repeatedly provoke Hermione, embodying the spirit of a valiant confrontation. As the trio approached Lockhart's office, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows around a corner. Pressing against the wall, Kevin had not anticipated anyone to appear from that angle, nearly causing him to kick out in shock. Harry, please, do you know that scaring someone can be fatal? Kevin said, somewhat shaken. However, it soon became apparent that Harry's expression was not right. He appeared anxious, even tinged with a hint of panic. What's wrong, Harry? Hermione inquired. With a tense demeanor, Harry asked, did you hear that? The three exchanged glances, and Ron, bewildered, asked, hear what? That voice, Harry said, frantically scanning the surroundings. Hermione, noticing Harry's fear, asked, what voice? There are only us here. Yet Harry continued his search, stating, I first heard it in Lockhart's office, and now it's back. The corridor, already dim and eerie, felt even more unsettling after Harry's words, leaving the trio chilled to the bone. Kevin, with a serious expression, remarked, mate, I think you might be exhausted and experiencing auditory hallucinations. Hermione is right. There are only our voices. No, listen. It's moving. It's coming to kill. Harry exclaimed, hastening forward. Ron questioned, what is wrong with Harry? At this moment, the corridor was devoid of other people, confirming to the three that no other sounds were present. Let us follow him, Kevin suggested. The trio trailed behind Harry until they halted in a corridor filled with puddles. Upon noticing Harry's sudden stop, Kevin asked, what's the matter? It's gone. The voice has disappeared, Harry replied. Hermione approached him and touched his forehead, saying, Harry, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? There is truly no sound. We heard nothing. Ron nodded in agreement, adding, exactly, Harry. You must have misheard. No, I definitely did not mishear. The voice was crystal clear, as if right beside me. Believe me, I am not hallucinating, Harry insisted earnestly. Kevin, exasperated, said, fine, if that's the case, let us search. If we don't find anything, Ron, what's wrong? Just as Kevin spoke, he noticed Ron persistently stepping on something beside the wall. Damn, so many spiders. I absolutely loathe these furry creatures, Ron exclaimed. Spiders? The trio glanced down at Ron's feet, where indeed a swarm of spiders was scuttling. Kevin, astonished, remarked, do the spiders of Hogwarts possess such character? Have they learned to march like ants? The spiders on the ground formed an orderly line, reminiscent of ants relocating their colony. As they made their way towards the corridor, Hermione interjected, no, spiders do not behave this way, but I have never witnessed such a peculiar display of spider movement. Even the ever-knowledgeable Hermione found herself at a loss in the face of this bizarre scene. Kevin attempted to trace the source of the spider procession when he noticed something unusual on the ground. Was that a reflection? He quickly lifted his gaze to the wall, and upon doing so, he froze in shock. There, inscribed on the wall, was a string of blood-red letters, as if written in blood. The ghastly words illuminated by the dim light of the torches, sending chills down their spines. Harry and the others also beheld the ominous inscription, rendered speechless. Hermione instinctively read aloud, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, beware of the heir's enemies. Is this written in blood? Hermione recoiled in fear, while Kevin approached the words, detecting a pungent smell akin to paint. No, don't be afraid. This isn't blood but rather paint, perhaps a cruel prank by some miscreant, Kevin asserted. Just then, Harry approached a nearby torch, his eyes widening at what hung beneath it. Guys, this doesn't resemble a prank. Chapter 75, The Petrified Cat. Kevin beheld, dangling beneath the torch, a cat, its limbs rigid and appearing lifeless, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, Harry stated. Is it dead? The gruesome portrayal, coupled with Harry's earlier dramatization, rendered Ron's voice shaky. Kevin noted Mrs. Norris's expression and her bristled fur, commenting, it seems she witnessed something horrifying. And she doesn't appear to be dead. Doesn't her condition seem familiar? Petrification spell, Hermione deduced. Mrs. Norris's state mirrored that of Neville when he fell victim to the same curse. The sole distinction was that those affected by the petrification spell remained rigid, yet their appearance did not alter, whereas Mrs. Norris appeared as though coated in a layer of gray substance. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Dinner had concluded, and students from various houses, led by their prefects, approached. Like Kevin and his friends, the crowd of students stared in horror at the scene before them. Suddenly, a voice pronounced the words on the wall, "Beware of the heir's enemies." Malfoy. At that moment, he was gazing at the inscription, then glanced at Kevin and his friends, emboldened by their numbers, sneering, "Humph, you lot are next, mudbloods." Just as Kevin was about to retort, he was interrupted by a commanding voice. "What has happened here? Make way." Filch rudely pushed through the crowd, glancing at Harry from the outskirts, and said, "Potter, what have you done this time?" Suddenly, Filch beheld Madame Loris suspended upside down, and he stood there, momentarily stunned. He then tremulously exclaimed, "Madame Loris, you killed my cat." Harry hastily interjected, "No, it wasn't me. I will kill you. I will kill you." In a fit of rage, Filch seized Harry by the collar and shouted vehemently, but Kevin quickly intervened, urging, "Calm down, it wasn't Harry." Filch, consumed by fury, was deaf to Kevin's words. At that moment, Dumbledore's voice resonated through the air. Argus, Dumbledore, accompanied by a cadre of professors, approached. Although Filch regained a semblance of rationality, he still clutched Harry's collar tightly, his gaze fixed on Harry with a hunger for vengeance. Once the others had departed, Kevin explained, "Professor Dumbledore, this is not Harry's doing. We came together, and when we arrived, Madame Loris was already like this. Moreover, she is merely petrified. She is not dead." Hermione added. Dumbledore addressed the trembling Filch, saying, "Do you hear that, Argus? She is not dead. Release Potter." Just then, Lockhart swaggered over to Madame Loris, exuding an air of confidence, and remarked, "I could have discerned that at a glance. It's a pity I wasn't present, as I happen to know how to save her." Unfortunately, no one acknowledged his comment, leaving Lockhart feeling somewhat awkward. Kevin shot him an incredulous glance and turned to Dumbledore, saying, "Professor, this must be someone's cruel jest." Dumbledore interrupted Kevin, moving towards the blood-stained wall, stating, "Eli, this does not resemble a prank." Harry quickly asserted, "I truly did not do this. I swear." Filch, in tears, insisted, "He did it. I know they have always despised me, but why must they treat my cat this way?" Kevin, feeling exasperated, realized that Filch was entirely unreceptive to their explanations. At that moment, an unexpected voice emerged. Snape interjected, "Headmaster, it seems to me that Potter and his companions merely found themselves at the wrong place at the wrong time, though there are still some ambiguities, such as the fact that I did not see Potter at dinner." At that instant, Harry found Lockhart's demeanor unexpectedly charming. The once annoying operatic tone now seemed melodious. Professor McGonagall also stepped forward to confirm that it was she who had sent Harry to Lockhart. Kevin paused, suddenly realizing that he had spoken without thinking. Snape inquired, "What did you say, Eli?" He then fell silent, looking to Dumbledore for his decision. Dumbledore replied, "Lack of evidence equates to innocence, severus. But my cat has been petrified. Someone must be punished." Filch roared in protest. Dumbledore reassured him, "I understand your feelings, Argus. However, we can remedy the situation. As far as I know, Madame Sprout has been cultivating mandrakes. Once they mature, we can brew a potion. Argus, I assure you, I will return to you a lively Madame Loris." However, Dumbledore's tone shifted to one of gravity. "Before that, I urge everyone to exercise caution. All of you." "Yes, Professor." The four individuals promptly agreed and departed. On their way back, Harry inquired, "Kevin, why didn't you inform Dumbledore about the peculiar voice I heard? It was quite strange, and I believe he should be made aware of it." "Why?" Kevin replied, "But I truly did hear that voice." Harry expressed his confusion. Hermione interjected, "But only you heard it, Harry. Do you think if Kevin had mentioned it at that moment, everyone would have taken you seriously? Even if the voice truly exists. Since we cannot hear it, everyone would assume you were merely making excuses, which would only draw more attention to it. But we can inform Dumbledore and the other professors." Harry insisted. Kevin shook his head in resignation. Harry still failed to grasp the crux of the matter. Ron spoke up, "If you were to do that, I would wager that it is indeed a dreadful idea." "Why?" Harry directed a questioning gaze at Kevin, who placed an arm around Harry's shoulder and explained, "Let me put it this way. You must have seen horror films, right? In horror films, hearing strange sounds is a precursor to trouble." Harry looked perplexed and asked, "What do those two have in common?" Hermione clarified, "Harry, even in the magical world, hearing unusual sounds is rarely a harbinger of good tidings." Harry glanced at Kevin once more, and Kevin nodded, affirming, "She is correct. Therefore, I believe Dumbledore's words earlier were quite prudent. We must all exercise greater caution in the days to come." Chapter 76, The Legend of the Chamber. A new week began with Transfiguration class. Upon entering their second year, Transfiguration became increasingly complex. The transformations taught by Professor McGonagall in the first year merely involved altering the shapes of inanimate objects. Today, they would learn to transform living creatures. Attention, everyone. Today's lesson is how to transfigure animals into goblets. I shall demonstrate for you first. Pay close attention to my movements. Professor McGonagall directed her wand at a model bird. 1, 2, 3, transformation. As the spell struck the bird, its form dramatically shifted, and an exquisite transparent goblet materialized before the class. Wow! The astonishing transfiguration elicited gasps of amazement from the students. "Now it's your turn, Mr. Ellie," Professor McGonagall called out. Kevin remained unfazed, having mastered such transfiguration back in his first year, largely thanks to Ron's pet, Scabbers. He produced a magical card, with his model being his owl, Leo. With a flourish, the magical card transformed into shimmering light and struck Leo, resulting in a splendid glass goblet appearing upon his desk. "Perfect," Professor McGonagall exclaimed in admiration. Amidst the praises, a dismissive voice chimed in, which Kevin had long since grown accustomed to. In fact, the day Draco Malfoy applauded him would truly astonish Kevin. "Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall called upon Ron, and almost simultaneously, Harry sitting next to him swiftly moved aside. Ron produced his wand, which was wrapped in tape like a mummy, and aimed it at Scabbers. Transformation. The goblet appeared, but haha. The reason for the laughter among the crowd was Ron's peculiar chalice, which was as unconventional as his wand, a goblet adorned with the fur and tail of a rat. Professor McGonagall chuckled helplessly, recognizing that Ron's incantation and movements were executed correctly. "It seems it's time for a new wand, Mr. Weasley." Ron grimaced as he slammed his wand down on the table, feeling a rare confidence in the spell he had just learned, only to be thwarted by his own wand. Suddenly, a hand shot up high. It was Hermione's signature gesture. "Is there a problem, Miss Granger?" Professor McGonagall asked, momentarily taken aback, as the classroom fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Hermione's inquiry piqued the curiosity of her peers. After a lengthy pause, Professor McGonagall spoke. "As you all know, Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 great wizards, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. While 3 of the founders shared a common educational philosophy, the 4th did not. This was a well-known fact. Everyone was aware that Slytherin had always upheld a belief in pureblood supremacy. Salazar Slytherin wished for Hogwarts to adopt stricter admissions criteria, believing that magical education should be reserved for those from magical families, namely pureblood wizards. However, he could not sway the opinions of the other 3 founders, leading him to depart from the school. According to legend, Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber within the castle. Kevin interjected, "You mean the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione's spirits plummeted at the mention of the phrase. Professor McGonagall nodded and continued, "Indeed, countless individuals throughout the school's history have sought it. Yet all efforts have been in vain." Kevin asked, "Professor, what lies inside the chamber?" "No one knows," Professor McGonagall replied. "Yet, some say it houses a terrifying beast, one that only Slytherin's heir can control." After Transfiguration class concluded, the 4 friends made their way to their base, an abandoned restroom on the 2nd floor, to discuss the legend Professor McGonagall had recounted in class. Myrtle was absent, presumably wandering through some drain, as she claimed was her sole pastime. "Oh, it's eerily quiet without Myrtle's wails," Ron remarked contentedly. Kevin teased, "You'd best be cautious. She might scare you again while you're in the loo." "She can't frighten me. That was just a mistake on my part," Ron retorted defiantly, quickly shifting the topic. "I really can't understand her thinking. With so many ghosts in the school, why does she choose to linger here?" "Well, are we here to ponder that matter?" Hermione interjected with annoyance. Ron fell silent, gesturing for her to continue. Hermione then asked, "What do you all think about the legend Professor McGonagall shared?" Ron replied, "Are you sure there really is a chamber? I mean, this is an event that took place over 1,000 years ago." Hermione answered, "Of course it's true. Think of what Dumbledore said that day. And did you not notice how concerned Professor McGonagall was during Transfiguration class?" Kevin added, "If it's the heir of Salazar Slytherin, then it must indeed be someone from Slytherin House." Ron immediately replied, "This question is rather straightforward. Consider this. Who in Slytherin holds the deepest disdain for Muggle heritage? Is it Malfoy?" Hermione inquired. "Of course it is him. Did you not hear what transpired that night?" Ron asserted. Next in line would be you lot, mudbloods. He added emphatically. Kevin gazed at Ron in disbelief and remarked, "Come on, is this your first day encountering Malfoy? Are you not aware of what kind of person he is?" Harry interjected, "No, Kevin, I believe Ron is correct. Reflect on the Malfoy family. They have been entrenched in Slytherin for centuries." "Indeed, you are right," Kevin retorted dismissively. "Yet think rationally. Malfoy would venture alone into a dark chamber where a dreadful beast resides. What do you suppose would happen?" Instantly, Harry reminisced about their excursion to the Forbidden Forest last term, where Malfoy's reaction had left a lasting impression. "Well, I would wager he would be screaming for his father and sprinting away in terror," Harry chuckled. Kevin responded, "If I were a Slytherin, I certainly would not choose someone as cowardly as Malfoy, who frightens easily, to be the heir." Hermione inquired, "Then who else could there be? There are many in Slytherin." Kevin glanced at Ron and jested, "It doesn't necessarily have to be from Slytherin. We have a pure blood right here, don't we?" "Huh, are you referring to me?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. Kevin laughed. "Could it possibly be us?" "Oh, come off it, Kevin," Ron retorted. "If I were truly the heir, I would have that beast devour Malfoy without a doubt." Suddenly, Harry pondered aloud. "By the way, do you think Malfoy might know something about the chamber?" "It's possible. After all, the Malfoy family is among the elite in pure blood circles," Kevin replied. "Yet we cannot simply approach Malfoy and ask him, can we?" Harry chuckled, as if Malfoy would be forthcoming with information. At that moment, Hermione smiled slightly and declared, "Let us do just that. Let us directly ask Malfoy." "Huh." The three gazed at Hermione in astonishment, and Kevin queried, "Miss Granger, have you consumed something peculiar?" Hermione shot him a look and said, "What I mean is, we could transform into others to question Malfoy." "Stop being cryptic. Just share your thoughts," Kevin urged. Hermione replied, "This is undoubtedly a splendid idea. But I must caution you, it will be quite challenging and, most importantly, it will violate nearly 50 school rules." Upon hearing this, Kevin chuckled, "What are school rules? Can they be eaten?" A hearty laugh erupted from Harry and Ron. They had long surpassed the number of rules they had breached. Hermione also laughed and said, "All right. Follow me." Chapter 77, The Rampaging Bludger. Hermione led the trio to the library, where she procured a book and opened it before them. "Here, the Polyjuice Potion." Hermione pointed to a page. Kevin glanced at the book and read aloud. "A properly brewed Polyjuice Potion allows the drinker to assume the appearance of another person for a limited time." "Hermione, are you suggesting we transform into Slytherins?" "Precisely." Hermione smiled and remarked, "If we were to inquire of Malfoy, he would certainly remain silent. However, what about those who are close to him?" Ron immediately named Malfoy's two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. This tactic was particularly shrewd. If Malfoy were aware of anything, he would undoubtedly divulge it. Harry concurred, saying, "That is indeed the most fitting idea." Before their excitement escalated, Kevin glanced at the potion's recipe and inquired, "This method is quite effective, but I have one question. Miss Granger, are you capable of handling this? It specifically states that an appropriate Polyjuice Potion is required. Appropriate. Do not expect the three of us to brew this potion." Ron interjected, "What is the worry? Hermione has brewed potions before, hasn't she?" Hermione frowned as she examined the recipe in the book and replied, "It is quite challenging. The potions I've brewed previously are on an entirely different level than the Polyjuice Potion. To be frank, I have never encountered such a complex recipe. Nevertheless, I can attempt it. As for the ingredients, Kevin, not a problem." Kevin responded, "Don't worry about just one batch. I can procure enough ingredients for 10. The crucial question is, how long will it take?" Hermione stated, "At least a month, and given my current skill level, it might take even longer." "A month?" Harry exclaimed, "Come on, Hermione. If Malfoy truly is the heir, in a month's time, he could eliminate half of the Muggle students at the school." Kevin asked Harry, "Do you have any alternative plans?" Harry shook his head, and Kevin declared, "Then this is settled. Hermione, the brewing of the Polyjuice Potion is entrusted to you, and the ingredients will be delivered to you tomorrow." Hermione nodded and said, "That's fine, but I suggest that until the Polyjuice Potion is successfully brewed, we continue to gather more information." "Absolutely." With ample resources at their disposal, the materials were swiftly collected, and Hermione promptly entered into her work mode, with the brewing site remaining the deserted Moaning Myrtle-esque bathroom. Thus, amidst anxiety and anticipation, more than half a month passed without the unfortunate incidents concerning Muggle students that Harry feared. He also awaited the third Quidditch match of the year, with Gryffindor pitted against Slytherin. Prior to this, Gryffindor had decisively triumphed over Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, securing 2 victories without any doubt. In this third match, Gryffindor was determined to once again trample their old rival, Slytherin. Both teams had procured new gear this year, particularly the brooms, which were all Nimbus 2001s. Such an arrangement could rival even that of a national team match. Consequently, this match attracted a significant audience, with even Lucius Malfoy, Malfoy's father, making a special trip to witness his son's debut. Wood had devised a training plan specifically targeting Slytherin over a month ago. While seeking the Seeker during a Quidditch match is crucial, An experienced captain knows better than to place all his eggs in one basket. Numerous instances exist where a team's seeker captured the golden snitch, yet the team still lost the match. Although Slytherin's seeker, Malfoy, was a novice, Wood had faced Slytherin's captain, Flint, for 5 years and understood this old adversary well. Before the previous season, Slytherin had consistently kept them under pressure. So Wood understood that Fettering could not be oblivious to these circumstances. They must have devised corresponding strategies. From the very outset of the match, Slytherin showcased the fruits of their training, mastering the art of foul tactics, maintaining a steady lead over Gryffindor. However, the Gryffindor players were not taken aback by this. It aligned closely with Captain Wood's pre-match analysis. Slytherin leveraged their adept foul tactics to widen the score gap, thereby diminishing the effectiveness of Harry, their seeker. Wood's strategy, on the contrary, capitalized on the opponent's weaknesses as his strengths. Thus, he focused on training his team members' adaptability to foul tactics during practice. Leading the match was optimal. But if they found themselves trailing, they needed to cling tenaciously to the score, leaving the ultimate outcome to be decided by Harry, the seeker. At this juncture, the results of Wood's training became evident. On the field, while Slytherin's foul tactics were repeatedly effective, Gryffindor managed to hold on to the score. The spectators on the sidelines were filled with excitement, as it had been years since they had witnessed such an intense match. Wow! Slytherin shoots. Gryffindor's Captain Wood, with a majestic leap, thwarted the Bludger's advance. Now it was Gryffindor's turn to possess the ball, as the roles switched, leading to a fierce contest. Commentator Lee Jordan's narration was more fervent and vivid than ever, capturing every thrilling moment on the field. Harry remained quite relaxed, adhering to Wood's instructions and staying clear of the fray, poised to seize the golden snitch at the opportune moment. In stark contrast to Harry's calm demeanor, the Slytherin players were on edge, as the score remained stubbornly close. Should Harry capture the golden snitch, defeat would be inevitable for them. Malfoy, however, was an exception. For him, the current circumstances on the field were of little consequence. His objective was to outshine Harry in the pursuit of the golden snitch. "Hey, how's it going, Scarhead?" Malfoy provocatively approached Harry, introducing his latest moniker for him. Harry cast him a glance, having no intention of engaging. Distraction was a cardinal sin in the midst of the game. "You won T-win today, Potter." Just as Malfoy continued his taunts, a bludger suddenly hurtled towards Harry. Although he ducked to evade it, he was astonished to observe that the bludger seemed to be moving faster than usual. Soon, Harry would have the chance to confirm his suspicions, as the bludger came hurtling towards him once more, seemingly at an even greater speed. Harry promptly urged his broom to evade, yet to his bewilderment, the bludger appeared to stick to him. In this predicament, any attempt to dodge was futile. Harry's only recourse was to accelerate, relentlessly. The Nimbus 2001, with its superior instantaneous acceleration and stability, outperformed the Nimbus 2000 that Harry had used the previous year. And coupled with his own flying prowess, dodging a bludger should have felt like child's play. However, the reality is that Harry simply cannot shake off the rogue bludger. Initially, he attempted to evade it by maneuvering around the barriers of the stands, but ultimately discovered that it was futile. The bludger pursued him relentlessly, akin to a ferocious hunting dog, while he felt like a delectable morsel. No matter where Harry turned, the bludger was in hot pursuit. Eventually, he decided to abandon all attempts at obstruction and instead accelerated around the pitch, hoping to utilize the advantage of his broom's speed to elude the out-of-control bludger. Even as Harry felt the broom reach a peak velocity, the bludger remained stubbornly attached to him, perplexing and alarming him further as it seemed to accelerate even more. In the stands, Kevin exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Is the bludger really that fast?" Ron, equally bewildered, replied, "That's impossible. Even in the World Cup, a bludger wouldn't reach such speeds. Need we even ask? Someone's tampering with it. That bludger is out of control." Hermione interjected impatiently. In that moment, the trio recalled the incident from the previous semester, and Hermione snatched Hagrid's binoculars to survey the other stands. Kevin and Ron each borrowed a pair as well. But whether it was Snape or Lucius Malfoy, they both appeared to be watching the match normally, and everything else in the stand seemed perfectly ordinary. At that moment, the captain, Wood, also noticed the bludger's erratic behavior and immediately instructed George, "Quick, protect Harry." Though George took off in pursuit, he was at a disadvantage. He could not catch up to the bludger, which had entered a frenzied state, and even if he did, he would be unable to stop it given its speed. Below, Ron drew his wand, declaring, "I'll take care of it." "No." Hermione swiftly halted him, saying, "At that speed, even a normal wand would be too risky. What if you hit Harry?" Harry, too, began to connect the current situation with the incident from the previous year, but what could be done about it? Just then, a thought flashed through Harry's mind, and he immediately altered his course towards a section of the wall surrounding the pitch. As the bludger closed in on him, Harry quickly changed direction, nearly brushing against the vertical barrier as he soared upward. Boom! The bludger crashed directly into the barrier, and Harry, suspended in midair, let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Malfoy's mocking voice echoed again. Huh? Practicing ballet, are you, Potter? Harry, already irked by the chaos caused by the bludger, was about to retort when a golden figure suddenly appeared behind Malfoy. Chapter 78. Will Lockhart's magic still be useful? When Malfoy saw Harry approaching, he mistakenly believed Harry was coming for him, clumsily attempting to dodge. Draco, the golden snitch, shouted Slytherin's captain, Fletchley. Realizing this, Malfoy immediately took off in pursuit. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was enclosed by a ring of barriers and spectator stands, leaving a considerable gap between the pitch and the barriers. Kevin and Malfoy soared into the fray, yet the haphazardly arranged wooden beams within the gap hindered their speed considerably. It was within this chaotic environment that the disparity in their skills became evident. Malfoy, already at a disadvantage, felt a surge of anxiety as he glanced back at the pursuing bludger. In a moment of distraction, he collided with one of the beams and was unceremoniously ejected from his broom, landing with a perfectly executed split. From the stands, Kevin winced at the sight. Goodness. Observing Malfoy's expression and the angle of his splayed legs, it was clear that he would need some time to recuperate. Harry, however, had neither the time nor the inclination to dwell on Malfoy's misfortune. As the golden snitch soared into the air, he accelerated in pursuit, freed from Malfoy's interference. Harry quickly closed the gap on the snitch, but just as he was about to seize it, the bludger hurtled towards him at a speed rivaling that of the snitch. In an instant, a dark shape flashed before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain that shot through his right arm. The bludger had collided directly with his outstretched arm, sending even his protective gear flying. Despite the excruciating pain causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, Harry silently expressed gratitude to Kevin. Had he not been wearing professional gear, that blow could have rendered his arm utterly useless. From the stands, Hermione watched Harry relentlessly pursue the snitch and exclaimed in a panic, "Oh no, what should we do? The match should be stopped." Kevin, observing the situation, replied, "There's no time. Even if Madame Hooch were to call a halt, that bludger would simply cease." Ron chimed in urgently, "We need to come up with a plan." Kevin responded, "By the time we devise a solution, Harry might very well be overwhelmed by that bludger. Normal strategies are futile now. I'll head down and see if I can intervene with the bludger. You keep an eye out for the true culprit." With that, Kevin dashed down from the stands. Meanwhile, Harry, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his right arm, clung tenaciously to the golden snitch. With his focus unwavering, he confidently extended his healthy left hand and grasped the snitch, but misfortune struck once more. Overexerting himself, Harry leaned forward, instinctively attempting to steady his broom with his right hand. The moment he grasped it, an agonizing jolt surged through him, rendering him unable to maintain his balance, and he tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, having captured the snitch, the broom's speed had significantly diminished, and with the fall from a modest height, Harry landed without serious injury. "Harry Potter has caught the snitch." "Oh no," exclaimed commentator Lee Jordan, poised to sing Harry's praises, only to realize that the bludger was plummeting directly towards Harry on the ground. With a resounding crash, Harry, drawing from his experiences from the previous term, was already alert and ready. He had been prepared for the bludger's descent and rolled aside just in time, watching as it smashed into the ground, creating a crater. The bludger then embarked on a relentless assault, targeting Harry as he struggled to rise, forced to roll away repeatedly. Suddenly, the bludger altered its trajectory, now aiming for Harry's lower body. With impeccable timing, Harry spread his legs apart, ensuring the continuation of the Potter lineage. Just as the bludger prepared to strike Harry once more, a flash of light struck it, shattering it into countless pieces. A spell had obliterated the rogue ball. Harry glanced at his savior and let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his body aching all over except for his hair. "Harry." Kevin rushed over to help him up, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Kevin had been observing from the sidelines, and, upon witnessing the bludger's assault on Harry, hastily approached and neutralized the threat with a spell. With a weak smile, Harry replied, "Thanks, mate. You've saved me twice today." "Oh, look, in this critical moment, Hogwarts card master Kevin Ellie has rescued our hero with his exceptional card spells, leading Gryffindor to a resounding victory." Lee Jordan immediately began to sing Kevin's praises. At that moment, Hermione, Ron, Hagrid, and a number of professors hurried over, with Hagrid quickly assessing Harry's arm injury. "Fortunately, the bone isn't broken. Just drink some potions, and you'll be fine," Hagrid stated. The trio of Kevin, Harry, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but then, a figure among the arriving professors darted to Harry's side. The ever-dramatic Lockhart seized the opportunity to shine before the entire school, saying with feigned concern, "Don't worry, Harry, I can heal your arm right away." Harry was taken aback by his words, but before he could respond, Lockhart brandished his wand. "Arm repair. Wacko, don't." Kevin attempted to intervene, but Lockhart's fluid motions left no room for interruption. As the spell's light enveloped Harry's arm, he exclaimed, "Oh, it doesn't hurt anymore." To Harry's astonishment, Lockhart had managed to perform a useful spell. However, what transpired next could only be described with expletives. Seeking to flaunt his prowess, Lockhart grasped Harry's arm, but an impossible motion emerged. Harry's right arm drooped like an oversized noodle. What the? Harry had never felt such an urge to curse in his life. Lockhart, looking embarrassed, stammered, "Well, at least you don't feel pain anymore, right?" Kevin, both speechless and infuriated, replied, "Yes, indeed. But Harry, who only needed a day in the hospital, may now be confined for an entire week." Chapter 79, The Second Victim. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, Lockhart hastily concocted an excuse and left in a fluster. Subsequently, Kevin and the others escorted Harry to the infirmary, accompanied by Malfoy and his two henchmen. In the infirmary, Malfoy was too preoccupied with his own discomfort to mock Harry. Despite Madame Pomfrey's repeated assurances that he could leave, Malfoy remained on the bed, groaning. After examining Harry's injuries, Madame Pomfrey expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "This is outrageous. You should have come to me directly. I could have mended the bone in the blink of an eye." "Who cast the spell on you, Mr. Potter?" Kevin retorted sarcastically. "Who else could it be? Among the professors at this school, only the renowned Gilderoy Lockhart possesses such dubious talent." Ron anxiously inquired, "Madame Pomfrey, Harry's bones." "Harry certainly does not wish to navigate life with a noodle-like arm. You can fix this, right, madam?" Madame Pomfrey poured a vial of potion and handed it to Harry, stating, "Of course, but the taste of growing bones is quite unpleasant. Tonight will be arduous. Potter, prepare yourself mentally." Harry nodded hurriedly, accepting the potion with a gesture that suggested he would drink it despite his trepidation. Then, with a splutter, he nearly expelled his tonsils, exclaiming, "This is revolting." "What is it?" Madame Pomfrey retorted. "Did you think it was pumpkin juice? Drink it down. I assure you, by the day after tomorrow, you shall have a healthy arm." Turning to the gathering crowd, she admonished, "What are you still doing here? This is not your classroom. Depart at once and do not disturb the patient." In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey maintained a strict policy against unnecessary presence, and if she felt the need to protect the patient's rest, she would unceremoniously send even Dumbledore away. After offering Harry some words of comfort, the group dispersed. That evening, spurred by Madame Pomfrey's warning, Harry believed himself prepared for the discomfort of his new bones. Yet when the sensation struck, it proved intolerable. It was not so much pain as an excruciating itch, akin to countless insects crawling beneath his skin. Yet the itch resided deep within the flesh, utterly unreachable. Under such circumstances, sleep was a distant dream. Even sitting became a challenge. And soon Harry found himself in a state of restless agitation. In desperation, he turned to Hermione for solace, grasping a book in hopes of diverting his mind. While this might have worked for Hermione, it only exacerbated Harry's distress. This torment continued until midnight, when he finally accepted the grim reality that a peaceful night was beyond his reach. However, he was not alone in this turmoil. Hogwarts itself was rife with unrest. The clamor of hurried footsteps soon drew his attention. "Is there something special happening today? Why is everyone up so early?" Kevin inquired curiously. Prefect Percy, spotting Kevin, asked, "Avery, where have you been?" Kevin replied, "Morning exercises." "What? Has a new school rule prohibited even morning workouts?" "What?" Kevin looked at Percy in confusion, and upon seeing Ron and Hermione approaching, he asked, "What is Percy's issue?" Ron replied, "You don't know?" "No what?" Kevin queried. Though he was puzzled by the situation, he suspected it was related to what the other students were discussing outside. Hermione's expression was grave as she said, "The news this morning reported that someone was petrified last night, just like Filch's cat." "What?" Kevin paused, asking, "Who was it?" Hermione responded, "Do you remember Harry's little fan?" "Colin." "Colin," Kevin exclaimed. Ron nodded, saying, "That's him. He didn't return last night, and this morning everyone was talking about his petrification, but the details are still unclear." This should encapsulate the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. Now, no one dares to associate Colin's misfortune with mere pranks. The atmosphere at Hogwarts today is somewhat oppressive, with laughter and cheer noticeably diminished. Unlike others who learned of Colin's plight only this morning, Harry witnessed firsthand as a group of professors carried Colin to the infirmary last night. Furthermore, he uncovered two significant truths. First, prior to Colin's arrival, the house elf named Dobby reappeared, confirming Kevin's earlier speculation that the closure of platform 9 3/4 at the start of term was his doing. Not only that, but the rogue bludger on the Quidditch pitch was also orchestrated by him. The reasoning, mirroring what he had previously told Harry, was to warn Harry of the dangers of remaining at Hogwarts. Yet Dobby did not disclose the specific nature of the peril before he departed as Colin was brought in. The second revelation emerged during this time when Harry, feigning sleep, eavesdropped on a conversation between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore uttered the phrase, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more." After Harry's account, Kevin pondered aloud, "So, the chamber indeed exists and has been opened before." Harry nodded, replying, "But Dumbledore did not specify when. However, I suspect it cannot be too distant, for otherwise, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall would not possess this knowledge. Hermione interjected. Do you think the danger Dobby mentioned is related to the chamber? Kevin nodded thoughtfully, stating, I believe it is connected. Harry mentioned that Dobby continually punishes himself, which implies he is indeed defying his master's wishes to assist Harry. Are you suggesting that the true mastermind behind this is Dobby's master? Hermione questioned. Kevin responded, It's possible, and even if it isn't, Dobby's master must certainly be aware of the matters surrounding the chamber. Harry remarked. But when I inquired about Dobby's master, he remained silent. No need to ask, it must surely be Malfoy. The last time the chamber was opened, it was undoubtedly Lucius Malfoy, and now he is teaching Draco how to unlock it, Ron declared emphatically. Hermione furrowed her brow, saying, Malfoy is the heir? Kevin and I previously aligned in our thoughts, believing he is unworthy. No, I have ample justification. Listen, Ron glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, House elves are kept only by pure-blood wizarding families. Consider the situation of the Malfoys. The more I think about it, the more plausible it seems. Kevin remarked. It appears we must act swiftly. With one incident, another is sure to follow. Hermione, how long until you can complete the Polyjuice potion? With it, we can ascertain whether Malfoy is involved. Hermione replied, It will take a few more days. However, I recall Colin often wielding his camera. Do you think he might have captured an image of the true culprit? Ron suddenly perked up, exclaiming, Indeed. Brilliant, Hermione. I think. No need to think. Harry interrupted, stating, Colin was indeed petrified while photographing the assailant. He maintained the pose as he was brought in. However, when Dumbledore activated the camera, it self-destructed. Self-destruct? Why? Ron asked in astonishment. Harry let out a wry smile and replied, How should I know? Chapter 80, The Dueling Club. The following day, Saturday. Eager to ascertain whether Malfoy was the heir, Kevin, Harry, and Ron resolved to visit the lavatory over the weekend to check on the progress of the Polyjuice potion brewing. Accompanied by Hermione. Fortunately, Kevin had procured an automatic stirring cauldron while gathering the necessary ingredients, which alleviated their burden, sparing them the daily trips to check on it. Ron gazed at the viscous black liquid within the cauldron with a sense of nausea and inquired, Hermione, are you certain this is safe to drink? Hermione shot him a disapproving glance and replied, Of course it is. While the appearance of potions may not be appealing, their effects can be quite astonishing. Trust me, it will certainly surprise you. It has already startled me, Ron retorted disdainfully. Kevin jested, You could think of it as unset turtle jelly. That might help you swallow it. Kevin had once brought some turtle jelly made by Emma to school, which Ron had enjoyed immensely, relishing the jelly-like delicacy. Come on, Ron protested. Don't ruin my fondness for snacks. Oh, is Myrtle absent again today? How splendid. I need not worry about being startled while using the restroom. Unbeknownst to him, Kevin and the others were exchanging amused glances at his expense, speaking ill of someone behind their back. A sharp voice echoed from behind, causing Ron to nearly leap from his feet. He turned to see a ghost in Ravenclaw robes floating angrily behind him. Merlin, you nearly scared me to death, Myrtle. Could you please refrain from appearing so unexpectedly next time? I really dislike seeing you, Ron said, looking quite frightened. Myrtle drifted closer, her voice tinged with tears as she indignantly remarked, Yes, who would like to see an ugly, miserable, weeping Myrtle? Kevin, witnessing this, chuckled and said, Do not be like that, Myrtle. We do not dislike you. Ron only reacted this way because you startled him. However, Kevin scrutinized her Ravenclaw robes and inquired, I am curious, as a student of the house, why do you choose to remain here? At this, Myrtle's expression grew even more agitated as she replied, It's all Olive Hornby's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have died. Humph. Since my death, I have been haunting her, seeking to ensure she receives her due punishment. If it weren't for those fools at the ministry. Oh, how tragic. As she spoke, Myrtle emitted a dolphin-like wail before leaping into a nearby toilet. Goodness, Kevin exclaimed, covering his ears as he observed the water splattered across the floor. It is indeed a pity. Otherwise, with that voice, she would have great potential for opera singing. The next day, the four of them intended to return to the lavatory to continue brewing the Polyjuice potion, but they were unexpectedly delayed by an unforeseen event. Once again, it is the masterpiece of Lockhart. In Kevin's impression, ever since Lockhart commenced his tenure at Hogwarts, his antics have been ceaselessly outrageous, though the underlying motive remains singular, to elevate his own stature. However, the outcomes invariably yield the opposite effect, leading Kevin to deem these endeavors as rather foolish. Yet, this time presents a genuine exception. In light of the recent spate of attacks at Hogwarts, Lockhart proposed to Dumbledore the establishment of a dueling club on Sunday, aimed at equipping students with the capability to handle unforeseen circumstances. Undoubtedly, this is a commendable idea, nonetheless. Kevin remains convinced that it is merely another scheme for Lockhart to showcase his own persona. The dueling class is held in the dining hall, with a lengthy dueling platform set in the center. As Lockhart ascended the stage, Kevin's suspicions were further solidified. This man merely seeks to flaunt. Adorned in resplendent attire and a flamboyantly draped cloak, Lockhart paraded across the dueling platform as if he were a model on a runway. "Ah, that outfit is quite striking. But on him, it is a travesty," Harry remarked. Kevin chuckled in agreement, saying, "Do you think this fellow intends to duel with the students?" Ron interjected. What else could he possibly do? Besides, I doubt he could hold his own against the upperclassmen. At that moment, Lockhart sauntered to the center of the dueling platform and called out, "Come closer, gather around. Can everyone see me? Can you hear my voice?" As the students converged, Lockhart beamed with satisfaction, proclaiming, "Good afternoon, everyone. In light of the dark events that have transpired in recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this dueling club as an opportunity for training, so that one day you may protect yourselves with the same composure as I do." Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively touched his right arm and whispered to Kevin, "I fear that if one becomes like him, it would pose an extreme danger to others." Kevin nearly burst into laughter, replying, "Just wait and see. He is bound to embarrass himself." At this juncture, Lockhart dramatically unfurled his cloak, seemingly eager to put on a grand display, tossing it into a crowd of girls, which incited a flurry of competition and infatuated exclamations. "Of course, I shall not duel with my students. Such an act would lack chivalry," Lockhart declared. "So, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He has generously agreed to assist me in demonstrating." When Kevin beheld the impassive Snape, arms crossed, ascending the dueling platform, he was resolutely convinced that Lockhart was, without a doubt, quite deranged. It is worth noting that among all the professors at the school, Snape ranks foremost in both strength and magical prowess. Most importantly, Kevin does not believe that Snape would show leniency towards Lockhart merely because this is a demonstration. Wow! The students gasped in astonishment upon realizing that Lockhart's assistant was Snape. Lockhart's smile widened, for this was precisely the reaction he sought to elicit. "Dear students, fret not. After the demonstration, I shall return your potions instructor in full." At this moment, a boy beside Kevin remarked appreciatively, "Professor Lockhart is truly remarkable. He dares to have Snape as his assistant. He must possess a great deal of confidence in his abilities." Kevin glanced at the lad and smirked, inquiring, "Where are you from, mate?" "Oh, Justin Finch-Fletchley, second year Hufflepuff." "Hello, Kevin." Justin replied with a smile. Kevin asked, "Do you know me?" Justin chuckled, "There's no escaping it. Your antics are indeed captivating, haha." Kevin's flamboyant demeanor had made him quite the renowned figure among the faculty and students alike. On the dueling platform, Lockhart and Snape drew their wands. Influenced by medieval dueling customs, wizard duels adhere to a complete set of protocols. After completing the formalities, they turned and positioned themselves at opposite ends of the platform. Lockhart struck a flamboyant pose, declaring, "Ready, 1, 2, 3, begin. Disarm you." Snape's disarming spell effortlessly struck Lockhart, sending him sprawling several meters away. Kevin observed intently. Truth be told, he admired Lockhart, genuinely appreciating his audacity. This fool seemed utterly unconcerned with anything else. Although this wizard duel served an educational purpose, it nonetheless harkened back to a history steeped in bloodshed. In such contests, the cardinal rule is to seize the initiative. Whoever gains the upper hand commands the advantage. Yet, Lockhart appeared to focus solely on projecting an aura of superiority. Perhaps he believed that true masters always strike first. But he was oblivious to Snape's pragmatic approach to life. However, Lockhart is not without his merits. At the very least, his audacity is masterful. Rising without missing a beat, he regarded Snape with admiration, saying, "A splendid demonstration, Professor Snape. However, I must candidly state that your intentions are rather transparent. Were I to intervene, it would be child's play." Kevin silently applauded his audacity. It was truly impressive. Had it not been for the preceding events, one might have thought it was Snape who had been felled. Snape, maintaining his impassive demeanor, replied, "I believe we should first instruct the students on how to defend against malicious spells, Professor." The emphasis on the term professor by Snape was unmistakable. The more expressionless he appeared, the more uncomfortable Lockhart became. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "That is an excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. Harry, Ron, you two step up." Upon hearing their names, Harry and Ron exchanged wry smiles, but just as they were about to ascend the platform, Snape interjected, "Weasley's wand. Even the simplest spell is likely to falter. After this match, we may need to pack Potter into a matchbox and send him to the hospital. May I call someone?" Without waiting for Lockhart's consent, Snape continued, "Malfoy, is that acceptable?" At this, Malfoy was unusually excited, finally having the opportunity to deal with this adversary without reservations. At that moment, Lockhart suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, of course, if that's the case, I shall also choose one of my esteemed disciples." Kevin, step forward. Malfoy, who had previously been brimming with confidence and had one foot on the dueling platform, paused, struck dumb by Lockhart's declaration, gazing at him in disbelief. "When did that brat become your prized pupil?" Not only Malfoy, but even Kevin himself was taken aback. However, he soon grasped that Lockhart was merely posturing. He was well aware that Harry lacked the certainty to defeat Malfoy, Yet if the challenger was Kevin, the scenario would differ entirely. Just as Malfoy was about to speak, Snape stepped forward, gripping his robes and nearly dragging him to stand opposite Kevin. Observing the bewildered expression on Malfoy's face, Kevin chuckled. Professor Snape has presented me with such a splendid gift. Whoa, Ron shouted, hands cupped around his mouth. Kevin, take it easy. Be mindful not to damage the rapport between the two houses. Hearing such sarcastic remarks, Malfoy found himself utterly devoid of any inclination to retaliate. He was no fool. On the contrary, he possessed a sharp intellect, particularly when it came to assessing situations. Although Malfoy harbored a strong dislike for Kevin, he understood him quite well. This duel, if not a complete rout, would require Malfoy to win only if Kevin were to concede voluntarily, a prospect Malfoy deemed nearly impossible. Just then, Snape's somber voice resonated from behind. Draco, be aware of the consequences should you lose. Upon hearing this, Malfoy felt a surge of despair, but it also instilled a modicum of courage within him. Attention! Lockhart's self-satisfied voice rang out. Wands at the ready. Kevin, with 2 fingers pinching a magic card, regarded Malfoy with a benevolent expression. After a ceremonial exchange, the two turned away, but unexpectedly, Malfoy spun around first and waved his wand. Expelliarmus. Oh no. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the rest of Gryffindor glared at the cheating Malfoy, but he remained unfazed, already concocting a justification in his mind. Would those unknown dangers wait for you to strike first? The moment Malfoy uttered the spell, Kevin discerned his intent. Without even turning his head, he hurled the magic card behind him. 2 beams of light collided, and just as everyone anticipated the spells to cancel each other out, Malfoy's curse unexpectedly ricocheted back towards him. Boom. The rebounding spell knocked Malfoy to the ground, while Kevin continued to stroll forward leisurely. The rebounding effect of the shield charm. Hermione immediately recognized Kevin's spell. Harry chuckled. Ever since facing Quirrell, Kevin has certainly honed his skill for casting spells behind him. Upon reaching his designated spot, Kevin turned and bowed, feigning surprise as he looked at the fallen Malfoy, asking, Malfoy, why are you lying on the ground? Haha, brilliant. Kevin, Malfoy, still gasping for breath, was swiftly hoisted up by Snape. It is often said that wine emboldens the timid. But little do they realize that anger can equally fortify the faint-hearted. Enraged, Malfoy momentarily disregarded the fact that this was merely a practice duel and unleashed a lethal curse. A serpent emerged with a menacing hiss as Malfoy waved his wand. This spell was indeed deadly. The summoned serpent was not just a mere intimidation tactic, but a genuine creature capable of inflicting fatal harm. Should the spell not be countered, anyone struck by the serpent would find it coiling around their body, with a single bite potentially proving fatal. Although Malfoy lacked the prowess to summon more than one serpent, it was still a significant threat. Fortunately, despite his anger, he bore no personal vendetta against Kevin, and the serpent slithered menacingly towards him on the ground. From the sidelines, Hermione immediately objected, stating that this spell had exceeded the bounds of practice and was exceedingly perilous. Frankly, Kevin did not mind facing a few more serpents. He was confident in his abilities. However, before he could act, someone else was eager to intervene. Gilderoy Lockhart strolled over with flamboyance, asserting that Miss Granger was indeed correct, but that Kevin need not worry, as he would handle the creature. Ascend. Kevin, perplexed by this incantation, witnessed the serpent being struck and propelled into the air, where it twisted and turned before crashing back down. Much like Lockhart's previous spells, the serpent landed unscathed. Anyone summoned in such a bewildering manner and subjected to such aerial antics would undoubtedly be displeased. Unfortunately, the serpent landed right before a Hufflepuff named Justin Finch-Fletchley, baring its fangs menacingly at him. Kevin, exasperated, observed Lockhart's incessant need for attention, pulling out a magical card, ready to act, when Harry performed an unexpected maneuver. He boldly approached the serpent, fixing his gaze upon it, and uttering a chilling sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Harry's voice, deep and raspy, seemed to be coaxing the serpent to attack Justin. The serpent, preparing to strike, raised its triangular head, exposing its fangs and hissing ominously, causing Justin to retreat in terror. In that instant, all the students, including Snape and Lockhart, were transfixed by Harry's strange utterances. Bang! Once the immediate danger had dissipated, Justin, still agitated, confronted Harry with fury, demanding to know what trick he was playing, accusing him of attempting to kill him. What? Harry responded, astonished, as he noticed everyone retreating, confused and seeking assistance. He glanced at Kevin, who had leaped down from the dueling platform to stand beside him, whispering, "Mate, what on earth are you doing?" Feeling wronged, Harry replied, "Kevin, I." At that moment, Snape's voice rang out, declaring, "The dueling club is dismissed. Everyone may leave." Chapter 82. I do not wish to become a Death Knight. As the dueling club concluded and the crowd dispersed, aside from Kevin, Ron, and Hermione, nearly all others, including the Gryffindor students, circled around Harry. "Why are you saying such things about me? Are you all angry?" Harry lamented, a look of dismay on his face. Ron incredulously asked, "Of course we are. You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" "What am I?" Harry inquired, bewildered. Hermione elucidated, "You can converse with snakes." Harry replied with an air of inevitability, "Indeed, I am aware." "Kevin, did you not inform them?" Kevin, with a face full of exasperation, remarked, "I genuinely thought you were jesting." "Wait, what exactly are you discussing?" Hermione inquired. Kevin sighed and explained, "This occurred before our first year. After meeting Harry in Diagon Alley, we occasionally ventured out together. One day, he recounted an incident at the zoo where he released a python and conversed with it to frighten his rather rotund cousin. I assumed he was joking." Harry quickly nodded, adding, "That was merely to intimidate Dudley. It hasn't happened since, and what of it? I wager Minnie here could do the same." "Didn't Kevin mention he learned Japanese from action films?" Kevin's face flushed slightly as he retorted, "Mate, that is Japanese, a human language." Hermione interjected, "Precisely. Conversing with snakes is not something just anyone can accomplish. You see, Harry, this is quite troubling." Harry queried, "What is troubling about it?" "If I hadn't instructed that snake not to attack Justin, he would have been finished." Ron suddenly realized, "So you were telling it that?" Harry, amused by his own irritation, replied, "What did you think? You were right beside me, did you not hear?" Kevin remarked, "Harry, you were not speaking a human language like Japanese, but rather the language of animals, the tongue of snakes. The most concerning aspect is that your tone sounded akin to inciting the snake to attack Justin." Hermione, with a serious demeanor, added, "The emblem of Slytherin is a serpent for a reason. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He too could communicate with snakes." "Ah, now the excitement begins," Ron lamented, hands on his head. "I can assure you, everyone at school will now think you are some distant descendant of his." Harry quickly replied, "But I am not." Yet, doubt crept into his mind as he pondered, could it be? Kevin, with a wry smile, commented, "Slytherin lived over 1,000 years ago. Who knows if he ever consorted with the neighbors?" As Ron had predicted, the following day, Harry felt the chill of estrangement from his peers. Everyone either turned away or whispered quietly from a distance upon seeing him. Harry overheard snippets of conversations. Now, all believed him to be the heir of Slytherin, the very perpetrator of the monster unleashed from the Chamber of Secrets. That evening during study hall, Kevin, noticing Harry's absence, asked Hermione and Ron, "Where is Harry? Why hasn't he come today?" Sighing, Kevin said, "Never mind, I shall seek him out. If this continues, Harry may drive himself to madness." Hagrid glanced at the lifeless rooster in his hand and inquired, "What is this?" "I came to find Dumbledore, and as for this rooster, it marks the third one to perish this month. I suspect a crafty fox or some such creature is responsible. I intended to see Dumbledore to inquire about casting a spell around the chicken coop. Oh, by the way, how is Harry faring?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "How infuriating! Harry is innocent. It simply cannot be him, that fellow from 50 years ago." Suddenly, Hagrid halted his words. Kevin inquired, "What happened 50 years ago?" "Oh, it's nothing. I must seek out Dumbledore now. Good night, Kevin." With that, Hagrid hurriedly departed, leaving Kevin puzzled as he gazed at Hagrid's retreating figure. Yet he thought little of it and proceeded upstairs. As Kevin reached the corridor on the third floor, he discovered the floor inexplicably covered in water. A sudden realization struck him, and he muttered, "Damn it. Moaning Myrtle has become overly sentimental again. My polyjuice potion." Whenever Myrtle was sorrowful, the bathroom would suffer, leaving puddles all around, which was a primary reason why few dared to venture there. The polyjuice potion was still brewing, and Hermione had mentioned that fluctuations in temperature during the potion-making process were perilous. If such variations occurred, the potion could be ruined, or worse, consuming it might lead to unpredictable and bizarre outcomes. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Kevin found the faucets all turned on, yet the flames beneath the cauldron continued to burn, and the floor remained dry. Relieved, he realized that Hermione had anticipated such a scenario, casting waterproof charms around the cauldron every time she left. Moaning Myrtle sat weeping on the window ledge above the bathroom. Upon seeing Kevin enter, she immediately ceased her sobbing and lamented, "Are you here to throw something at me as well?" Kevin, perplexed, replied, "Huh? Why would I do that?" "Don't ask me," Myrtle replied sorrowfully. "I was pondering the matter of death, and perhaps someone thought it amusing to hurl a book at me." Kevin noticed a black notebook lying on the waterlogged floor. He picked it up and opened it, only to find it empty save for a single name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Closing the notebook, he offered consolation. "Perhaps this student, Tom, was merely startled by you and instinctively threw it. After all, your appearances are rather unexpected. Why do you prefer to linger here? You could venture out like other ghosts, socializing and making friends, such as Sir Nicholas, who recently invited us to his death day celebration, although that affair was quite dreadful. That was shortly after the school year commenced when nearly headless Nick invited Kevin and his friends to his death day party. Despite Hermione's strong objections, Kevin was eager to witness the gathering of ghosts. He then beheld hundreds of milky, translucent apparitions congregating in one place. The sight was such that after a while, he instinctively rubbed his eyes, for the ghosts were semi-transparent, rendering the objects behind them somewhat blurred. The sheer number of spirits nearly filled the hall, creating an illusion as if a veil had been drawn before his eyes, making him feel as though something was amiss with his vision. The most unfortunate aspect of the evening was the food, which was entirely rotten and exuded an overpowering odor. Hermione speculated that perhaps ghosts could not consume food, hence they could only savor the scent. In any case, it was undoubtedly an exceedingly dreadful night, leaving the four of them unable to enjoy proper meals for several consecutive days. At that moment, Myrtle suddenly fluttered in front of Kevin, her sorrowful expression transforming into one of bashful delight, perhaps due to Kevin's inadvertent gaze causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Has anyone ever told you that you are quite handsome?" she asked. Taken aback, Kevin stammered. "Well, I suppose someone might have mentioned it." Hee. Myrtle replied with a shy smile. "I think you are really handsome, haha." Then, like a bashful maiden after a confession, she departed, albeit with a rather ungraceful accompaniment of toilet water spraying. Kevin couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly left. He had no desire to emulate Ning Kaichin or Chiu Sheng. I certainly do not wish to become a Death Knight. Chapter 83, The Third Attack Incident. As Kevin made his way down the corridor, a black thread caught his attention, its serpentine form illuminated by the flickering flames, making it nearly impossible to overlook. A spider. Upon recognizing the thread's true nature, an ominous premonition stirred within him. He had previously witnessed the spider's unusual behavior when they encountered the petrified Madame Loris, which had coincided with the spider migration. Hastening to follow the spider, Kevin turned the corner only to freeze in shock at the sight before him. In the corridor, nearly headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor, was floating motionless, his nearly severed head drooping. Through Nick's translucent form, Kevin discerned two figures, one lying on the ground, the other standing there in a daze. "Harry? Harry!" Upon realizing it was Kevin, quickly turned and exclaimed, "Kevin, it wasn't me." Rushing over to investigate the figure on the floor, Kevin gasped in horror. It was Justin Finch Fletchley, the acquaintance he had met in dueling class, now completely rigid with a look of terror. He had been petrified. Kevin turned to Harry, astonished, and demanded, "Harry, you had better explain this." While Kevin had no reason to doubt Harry's words, he understood that anyone else in his position would certainly consider Harry the prime suspect given the circumstances. The most troubling aspect was that the petrified individual was Justin Finch Fletchley. Ever since their last dueling class, Justin had been avoiding Harry, as the students at Hogwarts suspected him of being the heir who had unleashed the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. Now, with the intended target of the previous attack petrified and the main suspect, Harry, present at the scene, any explanation he might offer would appear feeble. There were two options: either immediately report to the professors or make a clean getaway, Kevin suggested. Harry hesitated. He was reluctant to choose either option, as he believed he had done nothing wrong and questioned why he should flee. Yet, he also recognized that even if he had 10 mouths, he could not sufficiently clarify the current situation. However, it soon became apparent that they would not need to choose, for someone had made the decision for them. "None of you are getting away this time. You've been caught red-handed. Remember my words. You will be expelled." Turning around in a panic, they saw Filch standing behind them, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Before long, Filch arrived with Professor McGonagall, who was taken aback upon seeing Nick and Justin, both petrified. She gazed incredulously at the two of them. Harry quickly interjected, "Professor, I swear, we had nothing to do with this." Kevin remained silent, knowing that words were futile at this juncture. The situation was such that there was no direct evidence proving Harry's innocence, yet equally, there was no proof to implicate him as the culprit. Professor McGonagall regarded them sternly and stated, "Potter, I cannot overlook this matter. You both must accompany me to see Dumbledore." Upon reaching the door of the headmaster's office, McGonagall announced, "Albus is expecting you. Please, go in." Ascending the stairs to the headmaster's office, they found no sign of Dumbledore upon entering. Kevin felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him. He had thought that upon entering Hogwarts, he would bid farewell to places like this office. Yet here he was, returning for a second time within a year. And each incident seemed to recur annually. He couldn't help but wonder if such occurrences would persist until their graduation. "Honestly, I detest entering the office." Particularly under these circumstances, Kevin frowned and remarked. Harry, filled with remorse, said, "Sorry, mate. I've dragged you into this, but rest assured, I will explain everything to Dumbledore." Kevin replied, "I'm not concerned for myself. I have witnesses. In fact, I had just encountered Moaning Myrtle before I met you. It is you who must account for your actions. Let us hope Dumbledore believes your words." Just then, something remarkable caught their attention in the room. A magnificent bird of fiery red perched upon a golden branch, its plumage resembling flames. "It's a phoenix. I've heard that Dumbledore's pet is a phoenix. Wow, this is my first time seeing such a creature. It's absolutely astonishing," Harry exclaimed in wonder. Kevin scrutinized the majestic bird, expressing his discontent. "Indeed astonishing, but how does it resemble a phoenix?" It was no surprise that Kevin held such skepticism in his mind. A phoenix embodied beauty, mystery, and elegance, whereas the elderly bird before them seemed far from that ideal. Perhaps due to its advanced age. The bird had lost half of its feathers, leaving bald patches that made it resemble a turkey rather than a phoenix. Driven by curiosity, Kevin approached and extended his hand, intending to tease the creature. However, before his fingers could brush against the phoenix, it erupted into flames, and in an instant, a living bird was reduced to ashes. Falling into the basin beneath the golden branch, the speed of the combustion was astonishing. "Heir, I didn't do anything," Kevin exclaimed, feeling embarrassed. Harry was equally perplexed when Dumbledore's voice resonated. "Do not worry, Kevin, this is not your doing." As Dumbledore descended the stairs, he remarked, "It is about time. Fawkes has been like this for several days, and it is unfortunate that you are witnessing him in such a state." From the ashes, the head of a hatchling emerged, shaking off the remnants of ash to reveal a sleek, newly hatched bird before their eyes. As the phoenix nears its demise, it self-ignites, only to be reborn from the ashes. Observing the fledgling phoenix, Kevin exclaimed in astonishment, "The phoenix's rebirth." Indeed, the phoenix is a remarkable creature, possessing extraordinary resilience. "And its tears have healing properties," mused Dumbledore. Nodding, Dumbledore remarked, "I understand, Harry. I trust you did not perpetrate this act. You ought to learn from your friends. One must not panic when faced with adversity, for a disordered mind often leads us to commit foolish deeds." Harry sighed with relief and inquired, "Professor, do you know who is responsible?" Dumbledore shook his head, saying, "I do not know either. Evil invariably lurks in the shadows, a realm difficult for us to penetrate." Kevin interjected, "Professor Dumbledore, forgive my candor, but while you may believe in Harry, the entire school will assume he is the wretched heir." Indeed, following the dueling class, discussions about Harry's Parseltongue have been rampant. "Do you believe in your friend, Kevin?" Dumbledore asked. With a smile, he added, "Is this not the answer? Harry did not commit this act, and knowing this is sufficient. As for the truth, I believe it will eventually come to light. However, before that occurs, is there anything you wish to share with me, especially you, Harry?" Kevin thought, by the time the truth emerges, the Muggle students at the school may well be extinct. As for Harry, he yearned to reveal the strange voice to Dumbledore. Yet, much like everyone else's doubts about him, he found himself questioning his own identity. Could he indeed be a descendant of Slytherin? Might those dreadful acts have been unconsciously committed by him? These thoughts led him to dismiss the notion of confiding in Dumbledore. At that moment, the door was abruptly flung open. Hagrid burst in, clutching a dead rooster in a state of panic. "Professor Dumbledore, it was not Harry and Kevin. I swear it before the Ministry of Magic." "Hagrid, You have truly apprehended the wrong individuals, Professor. I assure you they are innocent." "Hagrid." Dumbledore had to raise his voice to interrupt Hagrid's frantic utterances. "I know. I do not believe they attacked those individuals. In fact, I had already discussed this matter with Kevin and Harry before your arrival." "Oh." Hagrid's face turned sheepish as he said, "All right, then I will await your instructions outside." "See, I knew it would come to this," Kevin lamented from the sofa. Harry expressed his apologies. "This time, I've dragged you into this." Kevin jested, "No need to mention it. It's not the first time." Chuckling, Harry recounted the series of events. "So, at that moment, it was only the two of you?" Hermione inquired. Harry chuckled wryly. "To be precise, I was alone." Kevin had already arrived by then. Ron, looking perplexed, remarked, "This is truly bizarre. Why is it always so coincidental? Harry is always present." "Do you think the heir is deliberately framing Harry?" Hermione suggested. Ron, like Hermione, harbored no doubts about Harry, yet this incident was undeniably peculiar. Kevin rubbed his brow and remarked, "In truth, there is something that perplexes me even more." "What is it?" Kevin sat up and continued, "Why merely petrification? Whether that heir seeks to fulfill Slytherin's agenda or to frame Harry, why not simply eliminate those individuals? Why resort only to petrifying them? It is well known that petrification can be cured. Once the petrified students are revived, wouldn't all his efforts be rendered futile? Is he aiming to incite panic among the students?" Hermione speculated. She quickly dismissed this notion for a straightforward reason. Killing would indeed create far greater chaos within the school than petrification. Harry glanced at the trio, seemingly resolute, and said, "Can I trust you, mates?" Ron, taken aback and slightly irritated, responded, "What kind of question is that? Harry, do you really think we would doubt you?" Harry replied, "No. You know that's not what I mean." Kevin urged, "Speak your mind, Harry. I can't speak for others. But the three of us in this room absolutely believe in you. We've been through so much together." Harry recalled, "Do you remember the voice I mentioned when Mrs. Norris was petrified?" "You mean the one only you could hear?" Kevin inquired. Harry nodded, "Indeed. I swear on my character that the voice truly exists and is not a figment of my imagination. I heard that strange voice during all three attacks. The first time was before I met you. The second time was in the hospital wing that night when Colin was brought in shortly thereafter. And this time, it was after I heard that voice that I discovered Nick and Justin." Hermione asked, Are you suggesting that the owner of that voice is the true culprit? Absolutely. Consider this. Harry was drawn to the scene of each attack by that voice. It is evident that the owner of that peculiar sound is the murderer, Ron asserted. Speaking of which, you've reminded me. Remember those spiders? Kevin interjected. Before I encountered Harry, I was lured by the fleeing spiders and followed them to find him. Harry nodded. I noticed that too. Ron chuckled wryly. Please don't tell me the true villain is a spider. His fear of spiders resembled a mouse's dread of a cat. Much like how Scabbers reacted to Kevin. Kevin, puzzled, remarked, none of us can ascertain whether it is indeed a spider, yet Harry claims he hears that voice every time. Why, then, can he never see the source of that sound? Enough of this chatter. We are merely like headless flies at this point, Hermione said, somewhat exasperated. In my opinion, we should focus our attention on Malfoy. Perhaps once the Polyjuice potion is brewed, the truth will be revealed. Huh, look, isn't that the heir of Slytherin? Be cautious, for he is an exceedingly malevolent wizard. George and Fred jested heartily. Ron quickly interjected, Harry, don't take it to heart. Fred and George are just joking. Harry offered a wry smile, but remained silent. He would not allow himself to be angered by the Weasley twins. Indeed, within the school, apart from the three close friends, it seemed that only the two of them regarded this matter as a jest. Kevin remarked, all right, there's no need to persuade him further. Those rumors are utterly relentless. But Harry, you must recognize that they are merely rumors. Harry, burdened with an unusual heaviness, responded. Half of our classmates believe I venture into the Chamber of Secrets each night to unleash that creature. Perhaps they are right. Could it be possible? You might commit dreadful acts without even realizing it. Kevin stepped forward, embracing Ron's shoulders, and said, is it akin to what you mentioned when Ron sneaks my snacks while I'm asleep? Huh, you saw that? Ron replied, flustered. Kevin looked at him incredulously and said, I didn't see it, but every time you're caught, it takes a fool to remain oblivious. Laughter erupted amongst the four. Kevin chuckled, that's the spirit. Harry, we are together every day, even sharing a room while we sleep. If you truly did something, we would certainly be aware. So stop doubting yourself. We all believe in you, just as you believe in us. Now, what we need to do is uncover that wretched heir and give him a good thrashing. Hermione interjected. Then let me share some uplifting news. I've learned that Malfoy will also be staying at school during the holidays. What good news is that? Ron inquired. Hermione replied. Because in just a few days, the Polyjuice potion will be ready. Splendid. Harry exclaimed. This way, we can ascertain who the heir is. Kevin, not wishing to dampen Harry's enthusiasm, nonetheless cautioned, don't get too excited. Malfoy might not necessarily be the heir, nor does he have to know anything about the heir. However, this was the only lead they had, and that evening, the four began devising a plan. As the principal architect of the Polyjuice potion, Hermione took the lead, stating, before the potion is successfully brewed, we need to make some preparations. First, we must select our targets for transformation. They should be individuals who frequently interact with Malfoy to avoid raising any suspicions. Ron immediately suggested Goyle and Crabbe. Those two are Malfoy's loyal minions. Who else should we choose? Kevin replied, I'm not particularly familiar with Slytherin. Harry shook his head as well, prompting Hermione to say, it seems you both have neglected your studies. Fortunately, I have already selected another pair. A boy named Norbert Harper and a girl named Millicent Bulstrode. Harper? The substitute seeker from Slytherin? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. Precisely, for Malfoy sponsors the broomsticks, and this lad is quite eager to curry his favor with the characters chosen. Hermione continued. Next, we need to acquire our target's hair, such as this. She produced a vial containing a strand of hair, declaring, I found this on Bulstrode's robe. The thought of consuming a potion infused with the hair of Malfoy's loyal followers made Ron feel nauseous, and he asked with distaste, must it be hair? Hermione smiled. Not necessarily. If you prefer, you could use their nails instead. Let us stick with hair. Ron quickly retorted. Then, they moved on to the most crucial point. Hermione remarked, we must ensure that our transformation targets do not appear while we are with Malfoy. Kevin responded, that can be easily arranged. We simply need to concoct a plan to incapacitate them and sequester them in a discreet location. With the entire scheme in place, 2 days later, Hermione announced that the Polyjuice potion was ready, and now they had to secure the 3 transformation targets. Kevin employed a physical approach to conceal Harper in a single stall restroom, while Harry and Ron, with the aid of Kevin's provided snacks laced with sleeping pills, managed to hide Goyle and Crabbe in the broom cupboard. After settling these 3, the quartet reconvened in the Myrtle washroom, where they reported their respective situations and presented the hair they had procured. Ron animatedly recounted the escapade of subduing Goyle and Crabbe. You should have seen how foolish they were. We used the levitation charm to place the snacks in their path, and to our astonishment, they ate them without a hint of suspicion. Truly thick-headed. Harry chuckled. I find their behavior quite understandable. Who would want to be around Malfoy otherwise? Haha, fair point. Hermione stared at the two, exasperated, and said, so what now? After all this, are we really going to meet Malfoy in Gryffindor robes? Harry and Ron were taken aback. This was indeed something they hadn't considered. Hermione continued, "Fortunately, Kevin anticipated that you two might forget. So he went to the laundry room ahead of time and retrieved 4 sets of Slytherin uniforms." "Fantastic, let's get started," Ron exclaimed. Hermione produced a glass and scooped out a spoonful of the unidentifiable concoction. The cement-colored mixture was thick and interspersed with some indescribable granules, resembling a massive blob of greenish mucus. Even though they had braced themselves for the potion's appearance, the sight nearly induced their gag reflex. "Ugh, are we really going to drink that?" Kevin asked, suppressing his nausea. Hermione grimaced as well and said, "What choice do we have? Remember, the effects will only last for 1 hour, and we must leave after that." With that, Hermione poured 4 cups of the polyjuice potion and added some seasoning. Harry chose Goyle, Ron opted for the squat crab, Hermione selected the girl Millicent Bulstrode, and Kevin decided on the sycophantic Harper. "Ugh, crab's essence." Ron retched as he held back his urge to vomit. The other 3 did likewise, and Kevin raised his cup, declaring, "Cheers. Bottoms up." They all drank simultaneously. Kevin had anticipated that the potion would be as unappealing as its appearance, yet this was his first experience with a magical potion, and he wished to savor it. Regrettably, even with ample mental preparation, he still underestimated the potion's potency. After just a sip, Kevin immediately covered his mouth, fearing he might vomit, and the others were similarly affected. "I can't take it." Ron dashed for the restroom. Hermione held on for a moment longer before exclaiming, "I feel nauseous," and rushed into the lavatory. Kevin and Harry managed to endure. After a few moments, the wave of nausea began to subside, and they noticed that the skin on their hands began to writhe. The movement was quite pronounced, yet their bodies felt no pain or other sensations. Kevin approached the sink and gazed into the mirror, noticing the transformation of his skin and hair color. In a fleeting moment, an unfamiliar visage emerged before him. Just as he was about to ponder the miraculous potion, he realized his voice had altered. "Wow, this is certainly not my voice." Turning to Harry, he exclaimed, "Harry, look at this." "You're Goyle?" Goyle replied, "Are you Kevin?" In Chapter 85, a slight progress was made. Shortly thereafter, Ron's voice echoed from the restroom. "Wow, my fingers have shrunk. Damn it, my clothes." Though it was undeniably Ron's voice, the figure that emerged was a short, stout fellow. Crabbe stepped out, clad in a torn Gryffindor uniform. "Kevin? Harry?" Ron's voice had changed, and now the trio had completely transformed into Malfoy's minions, save for their attire. Kevin, using Harper's voice, suggested, "Let us change our clothes first. This voice feels quite peculiar." He had thoughtfully chosen the corresponding uniforms while stealing them, so they fit reasonably well. However, once they had donned their new garments, Hermione had yet to emerge. Kevin approached and knocked on the door. "Hi, Miss Burstead, may I come in?" "Is that you, Kevin?" "I cannot come out right now. You go ahead," came Hermione's voice, tinged with anxiety. Kevin inquired, "What is the matter, Hermione?" I'm fine. You all hurry along, don't waste time. Remember, we only have an hour," Hermione urged. Then, she cautioned Goyle and Crabbe. "We are now students of Slytherin. Be sure not to give ourselves away, especially in front of Malfoy. Harry, take off your glasses. Goyle isn't exactly scholarly material. Remember, when we meet Malfoy, regardless of what he says, even if he insults us, we must agree with him, understood?" The Slytherin common room was a semi-transparent chamber located beneath the lake, necessitating a descent. As they reached the first-floor hall, they were intercepted by Ron's brother, Percy. "Wait a moment." Percy called out to the trio. Crabbe instinctively asked, "Percy, what are you doing here?" Percy, frowning disapprovingly, replied, "I am a prefect, and it is I who should be asking you that. What are you doing wandering about at such a late hour?" "Quite bold, aren't we?" Percy inquired. "What is your name again?" Fortunately, a savior appeared just then. "Crabbe, Goyle, where have you been?" Malfoy's haughty voice approached, striding toward them with an imposing presence. "Harper, you're here too," he remarked, glancing at Harper. Harper smiled, somewhat sheepishly, and said, "Yes, Draco, have you had dinner? If not, I can fetch you something. If you dislike it, I can have the kitchen prepare something else." Goyle and Crabbe exchanged astonished glances, thinking, we never realized Kevin had a knack for flattery. "No need," Malfoy dismissed nonchalantly, then turned to Percy, asking, "What are you doing here, Weasley?" Percy coldly retorted, "Mind your attitude, Malfoy." Although Percy is indeed a Weasley, he stands out as an anomaly within the family. Ron once remarked that his brother is the only one devoid of a sense of humor and is an obsessive scholar, fixated on power. However, for Malfoy, these traits are inconsequential. He harbors a disdain for anyone bearing the Weasley name. With a dismissive glance, Malfoy led his companions away. He guided them to the Slytherin common room, which spared them considerable effort, as each of the 4 houses possesses distinct passwords and entry methods. Without Malfoy's assistance, it would likely have taken them some time to gain access. The common rooms of Hogwarts are each characterized by their unique charm. Gryffindor's common room, perched atop a tower, offers the most expansive views, allowing one to admire the picturesque lake and the rolling mountains. Ravenclaw's common room boasts a private library, perfectly in line with its house's intellectual ethos. Hufflepuff's common room is situated beneath the kitchens, and it is remarkable that, over a millennium of the school's existence, no outsider has ever entered their sanctuary. In contrast, Slytherin's common room lies beneath the Black Lake, featuring a semi-transparent chamber. Kevin had once envied the thought of lounging on a sofa, gazing at the underwater scenery and the swimming fish, imagining it to be quite idyllic. However, upon entering, he discovered that reality fell short of his expectations. Perhaps it was the night's gloom combined with the underwater location, but the Slytherin common room exuded a chilling atmosphere. Malfoy plopped himself onto a sofa and commanded the others to take a seat. Obediently, they complied. Reflecting on Percy's earlier demeanor, Malfoy expressed his disdain. It is unbelievable that a Weasley is of pure blood. Just look at their conduct. They are truly a disgrace to the wizarding world, an entire family of them. Crabbe's small hands made a cracking sound as he clenched them, prompting Goyle to nudge him hastily. Harper chimed in, indeed, and that Potter and that Weasley are both freaks. The worst of all is Granger, that mudblood, who thinks so highly of herself. Well said, Harper. Malfoy praised. Harper smirked. Thank you, but I cannot fathom why the Daily Prophet has not reported on the recent events at school. After all, even Potter and Weasley flying a car at the start of term made headlines. Malfoy, visibly irked, retorted, do you need to ask? It must be Dumbledore suppressing the news. My father always says that Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster is the worst thing that has happened to this school. You're talking nonsense. Goyle interjected suddenly. Harry, a staunch Dumbledore supporter, instinctively countered Malfoy's remarks, but immediately regretted it. Malfoy's expression darkened as he rose and confronted Goyle, demanding, what did you say? Is there anyone worse than Dumbledore? Certainly. Harper, reclining comfortably on the sofa, chuckled. For instance, the infamous Harry Potter. Malfoy laughed, replying, well said, Harper. Not a word of it is amiss. He then adopted a thoroughly disdainful expression. St. Potter. How nauseating. Harper smiled faintly, finally steering the conversation towards Harry. Recently, everyone has been proclaiming him as the heir of Slytherin, she remarked. Oh, come on, Harper. You know that's utterly impossible, Malfoy retorted disdainfully. His response took the three by surprise. They had assumed Malfoy would relish the idea of Harry being Slytherin's successor, yet he seemed to vehemently oppose such a notion. Goyle quickly inquired, then you must know who the real culprit is? Malfoy perched himself atop a table and replied, you know I have no idea, Goyle. I mentioned this just yesterday. Must I repeat myself? The trio internally lamented their predicament. If they did not press Malfoy further, he was unlikely to divulge any more information. Yet pressing him could arouse his suspicion. Malfoy picked up a small gift from the table and asked, is this yours? Goyle and Crabbe shook their heads, while Harper rolled her eyes and replied, it's mine, a Christmas gift for you. Didn't you already receive one? Malfoy disdainfully regarded the palm-sized box and remarked, it's too small. Harper laughed, don't let its size deceive you. I've put great thought into this gift. I intended it to be a surprise. Trust me. I assure you will like it. Oh, and do open it later. Malfoy nodded in satisfaction, placing the gift into his pocket. Seizing the moment, Harper asked, by the way, Draco, have you ever heard Mr. Malfoy speak about the Chamber of Secrets? Honestly, I am quite intrigued by what lies within. It might hold treasures left by Slytherin. Forget it, you want to enjoy it, Harper. Malfoy interjected. I've heard my father mention this matter. In fact, the chamber was opened 50 years ago. A breakthrough. Although Harry had previously eavesdropped on a conversation between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall in the infirmary, learning that the chamber had been opened once, they hadn't specified when. Now Malfoy had provided the answer. Though the identity of the true culprit remained unknown, at least they could establish a timeline for their investigation. Malfoy continued. That person was expelled, but he wouldn't tell me who it was. The last time the chamber was opened, a mudblood died. Thus, it's only a matter of time before another mudblood meets the same fate, and I hope it's Granger. Crabbe was about to erupt, but Goyle restrained his hand and asked, what's wrong, Crabbe? Are you feeling unwell? Harry shot Ron a warning glance to prevent any rash actions. Kevin pondered. 50 years ago? That sounds familiar. Just as he was about to press further, he suddenly noticed a lightning-shaped scar appear on Goyle's forehead, while Crabbe's hair turned red. Damn, the time has come. Harper hastily stood up, pulling Crabbe along without waiting for Malfoy to speak. Come on. I'll take you to the infirmary. Goyle, lend a hand. This guy is too heavy. The two of them carried Crabbe towards the exit. Though puzzled, Malfoy did not suspect the trio was acting. He remarked, is it truly necessary to go to the hospital? Honestly. He then unwrapped the gift that Harper had given him. The three hurriedly exited the Slytherin common room, only to collide with Harper, who was scratching his head in bewilderment. Goyle? Crabbe? Harper scrutinized the duo, asking in astonishment, when did you change your hairstyles? At that moment, Harry and Ron's hair had returned to its original state, while Kevin was concealed behind them, causing Harper to momentarily overlook his appearance. Kevin swiftly nudged the two, and without uttering a word, Harry and Ron dashed away. Harper, puzzled, gazed at their retreating figures, contemplating. How peculiar. Yet, that fellow behind them seemed so familiar. Just then, the common room door swung open abruptly, and Malfoy stormed in, his face darkened with fury. "Oh, Draco? What happened to you?" Harper inquired, astonished. Malfoy, seething with rage, grinned mockingly and brandished a box, deepening Harper's confusion. It was a gadget he used for pranking others. Yet here it was in Malfoy's possession. "This isn't mine," Malfoy retorted, delivering a swift kick. "I wanted a surprise." "Ah, Draco, please, don't hit me. I beg you." Chapter 86, 50 years ago. Kevin and Harry fared well, although their physiques were slightly different from Harper and Goyle's. Their garments were merely loose and did not threaten to fall. Ron, however, was less fortunate, as the disparity in size between him and Crabbe was so pronounced that he had to hold up his trousers to prevent them from slipping down. After changing clothes, Harry lamented, "It's a pity that time passes so swiftly. Otherwise, we could have unearthed more information." Ron replied, "At least we have confirmed that you are not the heir. You can rest easy now." Harry responded, "Indeed, that brings me relief. But others may not share the same sentiment. Malfoy certainly will not be inclined to exonerate me. What do you think, Kevin? It's possible, but we cannot ascertain who is who. By the way, we could investigate, just like we did last year with the Chamber of Secrets," Harry suggested. Nodding, he continued, "It makes sense. Consider it. If the school informed students that a murderous creature cohabited with us, how would they react?" Kevin chuckled, "Not necessarily. We may not know, but someone does." "Who?" the two asked eagerly. Kevin replied, "On the night Justin and Nick were attacked, I encountered Hagrid before meeting Harry. I spoke with him about Harry, and Hagrid seemed to possess some knowledge, mentioning something about 50 years ago, but he abruptly ceased." 50 years ago? Wasn't that the same period when that Muggle girl was murdered?" Harry exclaimed. Ron, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "Are you suggesting Hagrid knows something? I find that hard to believe." Kevin addressed Harry. "Do you recall Hagrid's demeanor that night when we visited the headmaster's office? Our friend, though honorable, struggles to conceal things, especially secrets." Hagrid rushed over after Harry was suspected. Ron interjected, "What does that prove?" "Hagrid was merely worried about you." Kevin nodded, "True, but Hagrid was visibly anxious, and his tone indicated he was aware of the underlying reasons." Indeed, Harry recalled Hagrid's demeanor that night and remarked, "I still remember Hagrid mentioning he could swear to the Ministry of Magic." Kevin responded, "Indeed, so Hagrid not only possesses knowledge but is also undoubtedly connected to this matter. Or rather, to events from 50 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words." "Then let us seek out Hagrid tomorrow," Harry asserted. Kevin surveyed their surroundings and added, "There is no rush. At present, I am concerned about Hermione." "Has she left?" "I'm here." Hermione's voice echoed from within a stall. The trio approached, and Kevin knocked on the door teasingly. "Hermione, have you fallen into the toilet? Do you require our assistance to rescue you?" At that moment, moaning Myrtle floated out from the restroom, her expression one of amusement as she proclaimed, "You should see for yourselves. It's quite dreadful. Ha ha ha." The three exchanged puzzled glances until Hermione's voice emerged. "Do you recall me mentioning that Polyjuice Potion can only be used for human transformations?" Kevin seemed to grasp the situation and hastily pushed open the door, leaving the three momentarily stunned. Inside the restroom stood a humanoid cat, with large eyes, furry ears, and a fluffy tail trailing behind, surprisingly adorable, indeed. "Huh." Kevin stifled his laughter, saying, "Did you find cat hair on the robes from Burst?" "Humph. No," Hermione retorted. "Is it not obvious enough yet?" "Ahem." Ron cleared his throat to shift the mood, stating, "At least it's rather cute. I senti it?" "Indeed." Harry chuckled. "Although it may be inappropriate to say, you look more beautiful this way, Hermione." "All right, you two, cease the jests. Let us first escort Hermione to the infirmary," Kevin suggested. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was left speechless upon seeing Hermione's appearance, prompting Hermione to explain that it was a mishap during her practice of brewing the Polyjuice Potion. After understanding the situation, Madame Pomfrey administered a dose of potion, and shortly thereafter, Hermione regained her original form, albeit while continuously coughing up fur balls. Observing this, Madame Pomfrey surprisingly commended her, stating that such a reaction indicated the potion had been brewed successfully. However, she would likely need to spend the night in the infirmary. "Kevin, is this your notebook?" Simon inquired, picking up a black notebook. "Thanks, Simon," Kevin replied as he accepted the notebook. In the dead of night, Ron slept soundly as ever. While Harry finally came to terms with the fact that he was not the heir, a burden lifted from his heart, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber after several restless nights. Meanwhile, Kevin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind consumed by the recent events. Logically, they had uncovered numerous clues. The heir's murderous incidents from 50 years ago, Hagrid's potential involvement, the recent petrification occurrences, and the house elf Dobby. All these matters seemed interconnected with the Chamber of Secrets, yet absurdly, they appeared to have no tangible connection whatsoever. Frustrated, Kevin sat up and grabbed the notebook along with a quill, intending to organize his thoughts on paper, but as soon as he began to write, the familiar scene unfolded before him. The ink on the notebook inexplicably vanished. Kevin had witnessed a similar scene numerous times while crafting magical cards. Yet this notebook was evidently not one of them. As he flipped the page, it remained pristine, devoid of any ink. Just as perplexity enveloped him, 2 letters materialized on the paper. Momentarily taken aback, Kevin exclaimed, "What is this? A covenant of the magical realm?" He promptly inscribed a line. "Hello, are you there? Strike through, this is Kevin Alley." As soon as he completed his inscription, it vanished, only to be replaced by the words, "Hello, Kevin Alley. I am Tom Riddle." Astounded. Since his arrival in the magical world, Kevin had encountered countless wonders, yet this paper-based equivalent of a messaging app was a novelty. Was it conceivable that this classmate named Tom had devised a magical tool akin to a chat application? Kevin continued his correspondence, writing, "Greetings, Tom. Are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Observing his own words, Kevin felt bewildered. Could this be an upperclassman? He pressed on. "What do you mean? You hail from the future?" "No, I come from the past." "The past? How intriguing." Kevin chuckled, and thus began an engaging conversation with Tom Riddle. However, amidst his amusement, a thought struck him. Wait, Myrtle had mentioned someone used this very book to strike her. Yet it seemed implausible that anyone would wield such an extraordinary notebook for that purpose. This indicated that the individual who discarded the notebook had no intention of attacking Myrtle, but was rather seeking to dispose of the book. But why? Did it pertain to the Chamber of Secrets? He decided to inquire. "Do you know of the chamber?" Indeed, upon seeing the subsequent message materialize, Kevin realized his conjecture was correct and continued to probe. "Can you enlighten me?" "No." Kevin was taken aback. What the devil, after such an extensive conversation? "You leave me with that." Just as he pondered the meaning of this abrupt dismissal, the notebook swiftly flipped pages, eventually coming to a halt on a blank one. Confounded by its significance, he prepared to write again, only to witness a date emerge in the upper right corner, June 13th. Kevin anticipated a record of events pertaining to that day, but the page revealed nothing beyond that singular date. As confusion set in, a blinding white light erupted from the center of the notebook, so intense that it rendered him unable to open his eyes. After several moments, the brilliance subsided, and when Kevin finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a transformed environment. The bed was gone, the dormitory vanished, and upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered he was in the first-floor hall. Blimey! The abrupt change in scenery left Kevin both astonished and terrified. His astonishment stemmed from the inexplicable shift, while his fear arose from the fact that he was clad in nothing but his underwear. "Damn it, if anyone sees me, my reputation is ruined." He chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Friend, have you ever found yourself in the embarrassing predicament of having your clothes stolen? Just a moment ago, I was, hello? Can you see me?" Kevin raised his voice, inquiring once more. The figure continued to gaze upward, and at that moment, Kevin could ascertain that he seemed to possess an invisibility of sorts. Though he stood unclothed, he felt neither chill nor heat. Could it be that he had entered the realm of the diary 50 years prior? If so, was this individual the owner of the notebook, Tom Riddle? Kevin pondered this in his mind. After a while, a group of people appeared on the second floor, leading a stretcher carried by 4 individuals. The person upon it was shrouded in a white cloth, a sight that signified death in both Eastern and Western traditions. As the stretcher passed by Kevin, a pale arm dangled down. "Dead. Riddle," a familiar voice echoed. Both turned their gaze upward, where an elderly man stood. Kevin recognized him at once. Dumbledore. Yet, this Dumbledore appeared younger than the one Kevin knew, his beard still dark. Now, Kevin could be certain of his deduction. He was indeed in a youthful Hogwarts from 50 years ago, on the very night of the tragic incident. And the boy before him was none other than the diary's owner, Tom Riddle. Dumbledore beckoned Tom to approach, and Kevin followed suit. To learn something on this fateful night would prove far more potent than consuming a dozen potions of polyjuice. It is ill-advised to wander about at such a late hour. "Tom," Dumbledore remarked. Tom Riddle replied, "I apologize, Professor. I wish to see for myself if the rumors were true." Dumbledore spoke gravely. "I fear they are." Tom Riddle, with a hint of sorrow, inquired, "And the rumors concerning the school? I mean, regarding the closure of Hogwarts." "Professor, I have no home. The school is my home, and I do not wish for it to be shut down." Dumbledore counseled, "I understand your sentiments, Tom, but I fear that Headmaster Diphead is powerless in this matter." Suddenly, Tom Riddle posed a question. "Professor, what if it were resolved? If the culprit were apprehended, would they not reconsider closing the school?" Dumbledore regarded Tom Riddle with intrigue, and after a prolonged silence, asked, "Do you have something to share with me?" Chapter 87. The heir is Hagrid. "No, Professor, nothing," Tom Riddle exclaimed. "Good night, Professor." After Tom Riddle departed, Kevin immediately followed, finding Tom Riddle more captivating at that moment than Dumbledore. However, shortly after descending, he realized that Tom Riddle was not heading in the proper direction. Kevin had recently visited the Slytherin common room. It is worth noting that Hogwarts dormitories do not shift like those in Muggle campuses, where some change every year. The houses of Hogwarts have remained unchanged since the school's inception. Tom Riddle was not heading towards the Slytherin common room. During their conversation in the diary, Tom Riddle had revealed his knowledge of the Chamber of Secrets. And tonight was indeed the night it was opened. Malfoy had also mentioned that Lucius informed him that the student who opened the chamber had been expelled, indicating that Tom's current destination might be linked to the true culprit. Although Kevin felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the heir's appearance, walking around in the nude left him somewhat embarrassed, even though no one could actually see him. Soon, Tom led Kevin to a small room in the basement, drawing his wand before entering. Is the heir behind this door? Kevin pondered. Tom Riddle acted with remarkable efficiency, opening the wooden door without a hint of hesitation. Inside, the light was dim, but a tall figure could still be discerned. Tom pointed his wand at the person and said, "Good evening, Hagrid." What? This statement struck Kevin like a thunderclap. Could it be that 50 years ago, Hogwarts had another person with the same name, and it truly was Hagrid? Kevin hurried into the room, straining to see the man's features in the faint light. Though it was 50 years earlier, the slightly youthful face and tall stature unmistakably revealed the shadow of Hagrid. It was indeed Hagrid, their friend, Rubeus Hagrid. Although Kevin had previously suspected that Hagrid might know something about the Chamber of Secrets, he never anticipated that Hagrid was the heir. In the room, Tom spoke. "I'm sorry, Hagrid. I know you didn't mean to kill anyone, but I have no choice but to report you." The young Hagrid appeared quite flustered, quickly blocking a wooden crate as he urgently explained, "No, you don't understand. It wasn't he yet." Tom disregarded Hagrid's explanation and stated, "The parents of that deceased girl will be coming tomorrow. Hogwarts must ensure that the thing that caused their daughter's death is brought to justice." Hagrid, "I know this isn't what you intended. Just hand it over, and I can guarantee you won't face any consequences." "No," Hagrid pleaded. "Trust me, Tom. Aragog has never killed anyone. Never." Tom sighed and replied, "Hagrid, monsters cannot be treated as pets. Now step aside." "No." Hagrid resolutely stood his ground. "This is your last warning. Step aside." "No." Suddenly, a treasure revealed itself. Tom cast a spell that struck the wooden crate behind Hagrid, and a shadow the size of a teddy bear quickly scurried out, darting past Kevin. It was a spider the size of a small dog. Stun the spider. Tom cast another spell but missed, and the spider quickly vanished into the darkness. "Aragog." Hagrid attempted to pursue it, but Tom stopped him. "I want to let you go. Hagrid, they will confiscate your wand, and you will be expelled." Kevin stood there in a daze, his mind blank. Could his dear friend, the kind-hearted Hagrid, truly be a murderer? Kevin sat on the bed for a while to collect his thoughts, then hurriedly called for Harry and Ron. "Huh, Kevin?" Harry murmured sleepily, asking, "What's the matter?" Ron, displeased at being roused from a pleasant dream, grumbled, "It's the middle of the night. What the hell? Can't you wear pajamas to sleep?" "Shoo." Kevin gestured for silence and whispered, "No time for chatter," to the common room. "It's important, quickly." After saying this, he picked up the diary, and the three made their way downstairs to the common room. "What, Hagrid?" Harry said in disbelief. After listening to Kevin recount the events, Harry did not dwell on the matter of the diary's time travel, but instead found himself astonished and incredulous at the notion of Hagrid being the heir. Ron scrutinized the diary and remarked, "Are you saying you were chatting with a guy from 50 years ago on this thing, and then it transported you back to that time? Mate, have you been lacking sleep lately and just dreaming?" Kevin replied, "I wish it were a dream, but alas, it is not." Harry still harbored doubts, saying, "But could Hagrid really be the heir? Is that even possible? Do you believe it?" Kevin responded, "I trust Hagrid, but I truly witnessed the events from 50 years ago." At that moment, Ron noticed Tom Riddle's name being repeated and suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Got it. I recognize that name." Kevin, taken aback, asked, "Where do you know it from?" "That guy was a figure from 50 years ago. He must be over 60 now." "How do you know him?" Ron explained, "I've never met him, just seen the name. Strictly speaking, it was on his trophy, in the trophy display room. I remember feeling very sleepy that night, and I dozed off while rubbing my eyes. Later, Filch came in and startled me awake. I nearly fell to the ground. The trophy bore that name." "Yes, I'm certain." Harry inquired, "What kind of trophy?" and urged, "Come on, tell us." Kevin also recounted how he had heard Tom Riddle declare that the school would confiscate Hagrid's wand 50 years ago. Harry appeared somewhat flustered. Yet neither Kevin nor Ron contested this, for deep down, they too were reluctant to believe Hagrid could be the heir, even though all three of them recognized that Hermione could not possibly know what this diary was about. The following day, the trio visited the infirmary to show Hermione the notebook, and Kevin recounted the previous night's experiences once more. After hearing this, Hermione exclaimed, "Incredible. I never imagined such magic could exist. It is truly astonishing." Harry, somewhat exasperated, said, "Come on, we all know it's astonishing. But we want to know if the heir is really Hagrid." Hermione shrugged and replied, "You ask me, but who should I ask? However, the clues we have gathered thus far seem to indicate that Hagrid is indeed the heir, even if I myself do not believe it. Kevin examined the diary and said, I found this thing in the lavatory. According to Myrtle, someone threw the book into the lavatory and hit her. Could it be that Tom Riddle is still in this castle? Hermione replied, the likelihood is slim. I believe someone else discarded this diary. This notebook has been enchanted, likely by its owner, to seal away their memories, allowing you to witness events from 50 years ago. Hermione nodded, saying, that seems plausible. But this person is indeed from 50 years ago, so it is not surprising that he knows about the murder incident. By the way, we can ask Tom Riddle, just as Kevin did before. Kevin remarked, if what Hermione says is true, perhaps the situation is not as we perceive it. We cannot ascertain Hagrid's status as the heir based solely on the memories of a stranger. Hermione remarked, however, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Tom Riddle's memories are entirely fabricated. The four fell silent, as they were indeed unable to ascertain the veracity of these events. Furthermore, there was still no clarity regarding Hagrid's situation, making it an opportune moment to deliberate on their next steps. Kevin stated, I maintain that what I observed in the diary may not necessarily reflect the truth from 50 years ago. It is merely Tom Riddle's recollection, and I do not equate his memories with reality. Ron concurred, I share this perspective. We do not know this individual at all, and from his actions, he resembles nothing more than a loathsome informant. I have a strong aversion to snitches, much like Malfoy. Harry interjected, we cannot overlook the fact that a monster has claimed lives. Consider, what would we do if we were in that situation? Hermione proposed, aren't we friends with Hagrid? Why not simply inquire? Ron chuckled, oh really? That conversation would surely be delightful. Hello, Hagrid. Have you recently unleashed any furry beasts upon the school? Furry beasts? Surely. You cannot be referring to me. Hagrid chuckled. The four exchanged awkward glances. Chapter 88, Hermione attacked. Despite Hermione's earlier conviction, she found herself at a loss for words in Hagrid's presence. Kevin and the others felt the same unease, and Hagrid sensed the awkwardness. It appeared that the four children were intentionally concealing something, which cast a shadow over his expression. Kevin, noticing this, hastily shifted the topic. What is that in your hand? Hagrid? The others were unsure how to respond, prompting Kevin to mimic Dumbledore's tone. Hagrid, do you have something to share with us? With that, Hagrid turned and walked away. For reasons unknown, Kevin felt a pang of loneliness in Hagrid's retreating figure. He had a fondness for this giant friend, whose innocent demeanor had left a positive impression since their first encounter. Hagrid embodied a childlike purity that belied his formidable stature. Both Kevin and his deceased parents had known Hagrid. Could such a person truly be the heir responsible for unleashing monsters upon the students? Regardless of who Tom Riddle may be, I refuse to believe my friend is a murderer, Kevin declared vehemently. Harry replied, we all share that sentiment. Yet there are matters we must clarify with Hagrid, are there not? Kevin nodded. Indeed, we must apprehend that wretched killer and restore our friend's honor. Just then, Neville rushed in, breathless. Kevin, you. Neville struggled to form coherent words. Hey, calm down and catch your breath before explaining what has transpired, Kevin urged. After a moment, Neville managed to say, you'd better come with me. What? Who did this? Kevin exclaimed angrily, damn it. If I catch whoever is responsible, I will fill their bed with dung. Hermione interjected, it must be a Gryffindor student. Others from different houses cannot enter unless they are not students. At that moment, Kevin noticed that Leo seemed to be clutching something in his claws. Upon inspecting it, he was taken aback, yet quickly feigned indifference as he tucked it into his pocket. Ron surveyed the surroundings and remarked, given the situation, it seems they are searching for something. Kevin, have you lost any money? Kevin's expression turned grave as he replied, all my valuables are intact, but I suspect they have found what they were looking for. Tom Riddle's diary is missing. Damn, Harry cursed under his breath. This diary was the only tangible link they possessed to the Chamber of Secrets, and now it was gone. Surprisingly, Kevin appeared unfazed. The Tom Riddle within the diary seemed to have vanished, rendering the diary itself merely an ordinary notebook. Although their dormitory resembled a refuse heap, they were fortunate to inhabit a world of magic where a few incantations could restore everything to its former state. Once Neville departed, Harry immediately inquired, do you think the person who stole the diary and the heir could be the same individual? Ron responded, of course, who else would take that wretched book? Harry's face brightened as he exclaimed, then Hagrid cannot be the heir. He was with us just now. Hermione nodded, suggesting, does this imply that the one who opened the chamber might be a Gryffindor student? What do you think, Kevin? Hey, what's wrong with you? Kevin, disregarding the trio's inquiries, exited the dormitory. Ron, perplexed, remarked, no way. Kevin isn't usually this stingy. He hasn't lost anything. Harry conjectured, he must be feeling down. I understand, Kevin. When I was misunderstood, I often sought solitude to clear my mind. After leaving the dormitory, Kevin found a secluded spot to retrieve the item from his pocket, a piece of torn fabric, likely from some garment. Although Kevin's pet, Leo, was also an owl, it possessed a certain aggressiveness, which had been one of the reasons for Kevin's purchase. For someone who once embraced violence, a pet symbolized a facet of his character. This piece of fabric had likely been unintentionally snagged by Leo during the search for the diary, while a mere scrap of cloth held little significance. It bore an embroidered letter pattern that fortuitously Kevin recognized, which explained why he had not disclosed it earlier. Why her? It couldn't be possible. I haven't wronged her, yet she took the diary. Could she be the one who opened the chamber? But how could she employ petrification? That was no ordinary petrification spell. Petrification? Death. Kevin found himself ensnared in a nebulous web of clues, palpably present, yet elusive. Wait, calm down. I have watched enough of the Grim Reaper's elementary tales. What commonalities can I imagine? Eureka! It all made sense. Kevin hurried to the common room. Kevin, where have you been? Hermione inquired. The common room was devoid of Harry and Ron's presence, prompting Kevin to ask, where are those two? He abruptly interrupted her, declaring, I understand now why a student died 50 years ago, yet the others are merely petrified. Huh. Hermione looked bewildered, asking, what are you talking about? Kevin led Hermione to the very spot where Harry first heard the peculiar sound. Breathless and puzzled, Hermione inquired, Kevin, what on earth are you trying to accomplish by bringing me here? Kevin responded, they did not directly witness the creature. What? Hermione's confusion deepened. Kevin patiently elaborated. Do you recall the circumstances at that time? The ground was drenched, and Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, saw the creature through the water, which is why she was petrified. While Colin encountered it through his camera, a spark of realization illuminated Hermione's face as she remarked, so you're suggesting that direct sight leads to death, whereas indirect sight results in petrification. Precisely, Kevin affirmed. If that creature employs physical means to kill, then 50 years ago it claimed the life of a student. Yet, why are the victims today merely petrified? That is the crux of the matter. Suddenly, Hermione had a thought and asked, but what about nearly headless Nick and Justin? They had neither a camera, nor was there any water on the ground. Kevin countered, what is Nick's nickname? Where was Justin found? After a moment of contemplation, Hermione excitedly exclaimed, nearly headless Nick. Because Nick's head is severed, and Justin must have seen the creature through the transparent Nick. Brilliant. Kevin snapped his fingers, exclaiming. In Tom Riddle's memory, I distinctly saw that enormous spider flee, and both Hagrid and Tom Riddle were unharmed. Thus Hagrid is not the heir. And that spider is not the monster of the chamber. Hold on. Hermione interjected. Why are you so certain it was the creature from the chamber, and not the heir himself? While petrification is complex, many wizards can master it. Because I know who that person is. She lacks the ability to wield such magic, at least not at this moment. As he spoke, Kevin produced the tattered cloth. And Hermione was taken aback upon seeing the lettered pattern. It's her. Hermione gasped in disbelief. But why? Kevin replied, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps she was coerced or placed under a spell. However, now that we know it is she, we can exert control. Our priority is to ascertain the identity of that monster. Then we can devise a targeted approach. Our next step is to locate it and find every means to eliminate it. If it has a bed, I shall pile dung upon it. So, direct sight results in death, and indirect sight leads to petrification. Those are the two conditions, aren't they? Trust me, I can uncover this within a day. There's one more thing. Kevin interjected. The spider may also be linked to it, as all three scenes had spiders crawling about. Hermione nodded. I shall head to the library immediately. By the way, should we keep this from Ron for the time being? Of course, Kevin replied. All right, I'll make my way to the library. I want to be attending lunch, so please cheer for Harry on my behalf. Hermione promptly rushed to the library, while Kevin took a moment to steady his emotions before meeting Harry and Ron. This lead was not only a result of the tragic demise of countless young students, but also thanks to his owl, Leo. Had it not been for Leo snagging that embroidered fragment, Kevin would never have made these connections. After lunch, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was about to commence. Kevin and Ron arrived early at the arena to cheer for Harry. However, their enthusiasm was somewhat unfounded, given Gryffindor's current momentum. Unless a few extraordinary players emerged to score 100 points each, the House Cup seemed assured. In the realm of Quidditch, Gryffindor had already established a significant lead over the other three houses. Yet, just as the two were eagerly anticipating the match to commence, the announcer, Lee Jordan, abruptly declared the end of the game, much to the dismay of the audience. What is going on? Why has the match suddenly stopped? Ron inquired. Kevin replied. If the match has been halted, it surely cannot be for a trivial reason. I wager something must have gone awry. Avery, Weasley, you two wait a moment. Kevin noticed that Harry hadn't even changed out of his match robes, and he asked, Professor McGonagall? Harry, what is the matter? Professor McGonagall, with a grave expression, stated. You three must follow me. There is something of utmost importance you need to know. As they followed her in bewilderment, Professor McGonagall led them to the infirmary. Upon entering, an ominous premonition welled up within Kevin. He had a sinking feeling about what was unfolding. I must warn you, this news may be distressing, Professor McGonagall cautioned. Upon entering the ward, the three stood frozen in shock. Hermione lay rigid on the bed. She had been petrified. Chapter 89, Following the Spider. Kevin gazed at the petrified Hermione in disbelief and urgently asked, "Professor, how could this happen to Hermione?" Professor McGonagall replied, "She was found near the library, and she had this with her." She held up a small mirror and asked, "Do you know what this mirror signifies?" "I do not," Kevin responded, masking his regret. He felt a pang of remorse for allowing Hermione to venture to the library alone. Yet he was somewhat relieved that he had shared the information regarding the monster with her. Hermione must have encountered the creature, prompting her to draw out the mirror. Although petrified, at least they had not repeated the tragedy of 50 years prior. This could be seen as a small blessing amidst the misfortune. "Do not take it to heart, mate. After all, nobody knows the full truth yet," Kevin advised. Harry offered a wry smile and said, "There is no need for comfort. I have grown accustomed to this reality. I only need to know." Ron asked, "What do you think attacked Hermione? Why was she holding the mirror?" Just then, Professor McGonagall rushed in. "Students, please, quiet down." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted. There was no longer any inclination for discussion, as the gravity of the situation was palpable. Wood asked, "Professor, is it truly that severe?" Professor McGonagall gazed at them, her tone heavy with sorrow. "I must inform you all that unless the assailant is apprehended, the school will have to close." "What are we to do?" Harry asked urgently. Ron interjected, "I believe there is no need for such alarm. With Dumbledore here, the students are safe." And did not Professor McGonagall mention that the mandrakes will soon mature? Once Hermione and the others are restored, the truth will be revealed. Kevin scoffed, remarking, "But can you guarantee that the next student attacked will not also be petrified?" "What do you mean?" Ron queried. "Are you out of your mind?" Ron urgently whispered, "Kevin, did you not hear what Professor McGonagall just said? Do you wish to be expelled?" After a knock at the door, Hagrid, wielding a crossbow, scanned the surroundings with an air of tension as he saw no one. "Is anyone out there?" Hagrid inquired. The trio removed their invisibility cloak, and upon seeing them, Hagrid sighed in relief. Observing the crossbow in Hagrid's hands, Kevin asked, "Hagrid, what are you doing with that?" Hagrid, somewhat flustered, replied, I'm just waiting for nothing. Come in, I've just brewed a pot of tea." Once inside, Hagrid's nervousness persisted, and he appeared distracted, spilling tea without noticing. "Hagrid, are you all right?" Harry asked. Kevin interjected, "We have our reasons. Have you heard about Hermione?" Hagrid's expression turned somber as he said, "Yes, I'm aware." Unable to endure the cryptic conversation any longer, Harry straightforwardly asked, "Hagrid, may I pose a question? Do you know who opened the Chamber of Secrets? It's crucial." Hagrid hesitated, prompting Kevin to assure him, "Hagrid, we are friends. Therefore, we won't keep anything from you. In fact, we've uncovered some information regarding events from 50 years ago, so..." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The three sprang to their feet, and Ron, frightened, nearly attempted to escape through the window, but was fortunately restrained by Harry. Hagrid urgently whispered, "Quick, hide under the cloak, and remember to remain silent." At such a time, being discovered for breaking the rules would undoubtedly lead to expulsion, which was clearly something the three wished to avoid. They hurriedly concealed themselves beneath the cloak as Hagrid, crossbow in hand, opened the wooden door. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore. Good evening." "Hagrid, may we come in?" Harry whispered, "Are there others?" "Shoo." Kevin signaled for silence. Dumbledore entered with a man in his 60s, and Ron recognized him with astonishment, exclaiming, "It's my father's boss, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge." Kevin pondered, "What is he doing here?" Upon entering, Cornelius Fudge looked at Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, we are old acquaintances. So I will be frank. Frankly, Hagrid, this situation is quite troublesome, and I had no choice but to come. You know that the attacks on 3 Muggle students have created a negative impact, and the Ministry must take action." Hagrid, sensing the intent behind the visit, quickly asserted, "You know I haven't done anything." Dumbledore remarked, "Fudge, I hope you understand that I have complete trust in Hagrid." Cornelius Fudge shook his head in resignation, saying, "I understand your perspective, Albus. However, Hagrid's past records are quite unfavorable to him, and I must take him into custody." Infuriated, Hagrid demanded, "Take me? Are you planning to send me to Azkaban?" Cornelius Fudge replied, "I have no choice in this matter." Just then, another individual entered, and the sight of him astonished Kevin and the others. It was Lucius Malfoy. "Oh, Fudge, you've arrived." Hagrid glared at Lucius, questioning, "What are you doing here?" "Get out of my house. You are not welcome." "Haha." Lucius let out a cold chuckle as he surveyed the room and remarked, "Believe me, I have no desire to step into what you dare to call a house." Hagrid retorted, "Then what brings you here? To witness a spectacle?" "No," Lucius replied. "I have business at the school, and the professors inform me that the headmaster is present." Dumbledore calmly inquired, "Are you seeking me? What is the matter?" Lucius looked at Dumbledore with a sneer and declared, "I, along with several other board members, believe you are no longer fit to continue in your role as headmaster of this school. Therefore, here is your suspension notice." The 3 cloaked figures and Hagrid were momentarily taken aback, and the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, displayed a look of astonishment as he hurriedly took the suspension letter. After reading it, Fudge, perplexed, asked, "Lucius, have you lost your mind?" To propose a change of headmaster at this juncture? Lucius fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, his words dripping with disdain and sarcasm. We all believe you seem increasingly confused. If the attacks continue, the Muggle students at Hogwarts will soon be extinct. Just think of the monumental loss to our school. Hagrid interjected. Enough, Malfoy. Spare us your fade. Is this not precisely what you desire? You can take me away. But you cannot dismiss Dumbledore. His departure would only heighten the danger. Mind your words, Hagrid. Lucius shot back coldly, his disdain palpable. At that moment, Dumbledore spoke, as ever, with his characteristic calmness. Hagrid, do remain composed. If the board wishes for my departure, then I must, of course, resign. However, as he spoke, Dumbledore strolled towards the three, calmly stating, at Hogwarts, as long as there is someone in need, assistance will always be rendered. Kevin was certain Dumbledore was fully aware of their presence, and this statement was directed at them. Lucius, perplexed, remarked, wow, this is truly touching, but please. Dumbledore cast one last smile towards the trio before departing with Lucius. We should leave too, Hagrid, Fudge suggested. Just before exiting the room, Hagrid suddenly said, oh, if anyone needs to find something, they should follow the spiders. Indeed, the spiders will guide them. By the way, I still need someone to help me feed Fong. Like Lucius, Fudge left the hut in confusion. Once they had departed, Kevin and his companions promptly removed their cloaks. Why are they taking Hagrid? Harry asked, utterly bewildered. Did you hear their conversation? Fudge can't even be certain Hagrid is the culprit, yet he still takes him away. Kevin sighed. It's no use. Just keep an eye on the news, mate. Politicians think differently from us. In light of this series of unfortunate events, the ministry must provide the public with an explanation. If they can't find the real culprit, they'll just settle for a scapegoat. Truth and falsehood are merely a matter of words. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Harry scoffed. Ron added, I am more concerned about Dumbledore's suspension. Hagrid is right. Once he leaves, the attacks will occur daily. Harry appeared quite anxious and inquired, what shall we do? Kevin chuckled softly and replied, there's no need to fret. Didn't Hagrid provide us with the answer? Look over there. A procession of spiders was making its way toward the window. Realization dawned upon Harry. Hagrid meant for us to follow the spiders. Kevin affirmed, exactly. And didn't he mention Aragog as well? Come on, mate, your master has spoken. Lead us forth. Instantly, Fong descended from the sofa and ambled toward the door. With the lantern in hand, let us proceed, Kevin urged. Upon exiting Hagrid's quaint wooden abode, Ron grimaced and lamented, why does it have to be spiders? Why can't we follow butterflies instead? Kevin, exasperated, responded, enough with the nonsense. If given the choice, I would rather follow beautiful women. No more idle chatter. Hurry up, for it seems Fong intends to guide us to the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 90. Assailed by a swarm of spiders initially, the number of spiders was not overwhelming, and with the darkness of the night and the forest's convoluted terrain, the trio struggled to discern the spiders' movements. Thankfully, with Fong leading the way, they managed to avoid losing their path. As they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the spiders on the ground began to proliferate, ultimately coalescing into what resembled a stream of arachnids. Damn it, I detest this place, Ron lamented, gazing at the multitude of spiders with tears of despair. Suddenly, an odd sound emanated from the depths of the woods, prompting Kevin to hastily draw his wand and declare, something's out there, be on guard. Harry and Ron quickly followed suit, brandishing their wands as well. Abruptly, two beams of blinding light illuminated the area, startling the trio. However, the brightness allowed them to discern the source of the commotion. Between two towering trees, an old, battered blue car materialized. Ron exclaimed joyfully, look, that's my family's car. So it has been here all along. It turned out that the vehicle had plunged into the Forbidden Forest on the night of their return to school after colliding with the Whomping Willow. Never to be seen again. Mr. Weasley, likely under the pressure of Mrs. Weasley, had not pursued the matter, and the school had no intention of retrieving it. Kevin remarked, what a surprise, though the timing is unfortunate. Let us move on. Our focus should not be on this now. Following the throng of spiders and Fong, the three arrived at a cavern formed by massive tree roots, where swarms of spiders were systematically crawling inside. Harry raised the lantern to inspect their surroundings and stated, it seems we have arrived. Kevin nodded and replied, let us venture forth. We've come this far, haven't we? Although Ron was deeply reluctant, he forced himself to follow the others into the darkened cavern, which was reminiscent of a spider's lair, adorned with webs of various sizes. It appears we have entered the lair of the spiders, Kevin jested. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, resembling the snap of branches, amplified in the vastness of the hollow tree, rendering it eerily menacing. Who dares enter? An ancient voice croaked. The trio instinctively stepped back, and the voice continued, Hagrid, is that you? Harry quickly responded, we are friends of Hagrid. He sent us to find you. The sound of a fracture gradually became clearer, revealing several black tentacles, as thick as human legs, extending from a cave. The sight sent a chill up the spines of the three, as they soon beheld the full form of the creature. 8 sturdy legs covered in dense black fur, a colossal spider. Kevin mused that this creature had surely wandered into the wrong scene, with such size and appearance. It would have been a pity not to have it make a cameo in a special effects film. At that moment, Kevin recalled a passage from his diary and inquired, "Are you Aragog? The spider from 50 years ago, belonging to Hagrid?" The spider emitted a voice steeped in age. "Indeed, since escaping from there, I have remained here. Known only to Hagrid, who has never brought anyone else to this place." Kevin replied, "You must be acquainted with his pet, Aragog. We are friends of his. Hagrid is in trouble. There have been attacks at the school, reminiscent of 50 years ago, and they suspect Hagrid to be the perpetrator behind the opening of the chamber." "Ron, be quiet." Ron suddenly nudged Kevin, as if he wished to say something, but at that moment, Kevin was solely focused on gleaning information about the chamber from Aragog. "No, that is simply not true," Aragog asserted. "Hagrid has never opened the chamber." Harry quickly interjected, "So, you are not the monster?" Aragog replied, "Correct. The monster was born within this castle. I was brought here by a traveler in a pocket from a distant land." Ron nudged the two again, his voice trembling. "Kevin, Harry, guys. Quiet down, Ron." Harry interrupted. Kevin pressed on. "If it wasn't you, then who killed that girl 50 years ago? I mean, do you know what that monster is?" Aragog stated, "We never speak of that creature. It is the one animal we spiders fear above all, an ancient being. Hagrid merely placed me in a box, and I had never seen the other corners of the castle before escaping. The girl was killed in the washroom, and since Hagrid left me here, I have not ventured out." Kevin nodded in realization. No wonder spiders always fled the scene of the crime. Previously, he had speculated about a connection between the monster and the spiders, and now it seemed the spiders fled in terror from the monster. Guys, Ron cried out, his voice still quivering. Kevin, exasperated, retorted, "What is it? Can you wait until I finish asking? Why are you crying?" Ron truly was crying, terrified, pointing upwards. The two looked up, and upon doing so, they were nearly overwhelmed by the warm liquid in their bladders. Have you ever seen a rain of spiders? Spiders the size of dogs. Above the three, a scene unfolded. Spiders the size of wolfhounds were dangling from white silken threads. With that, Kevin hastily signaled to his companions to prepare for a swift escape. "Leave? That may not be possible," though they couldn't decipher the expression of the spider. Aragog's tone suggested a cold smirk and a hungry gaze fixed upon them. Kevin attempted to reason. "We are friends of Hagrid. You are a friend of Hagrid as well. Are you not?" Aragog replied, "Yes, but we are not friends. My dear children, for my command, do not harm Hagrid, but when fresh food is delivered, I can no longer restrain them." "Huh. Farewell, friends of Hagrid." Kevin found himself rather foolish for attempting to reason with a beast. "Humph. A beast is merely a beast. If you feel overwhelmed by your progeny, we would not mind alleviating your familial burdens." Aragog chuckled. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see if you possess the capability." At that moment, Kevin noticed not only the spiders above, but also those crawling out from the tree hollows around them, judging by their numbers. There must be at least 1,000 or so. "Can I call out now?" Ron was already in tears, yet neither Kevin nor Harry would mock him. The psychological torment inflicted by the spiders on Ron was undoubtedly devastating, and even Kevin felt a chill at the sight of the cavern swarming with arachnids. "What shall we do?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. Kevin pulled out a spell card and declared, "What else can we do but fight our way out?" No sooner had he spoken than a giant spider lunged towards the three. Kevin hurled a spell card, and the incantation instantly shattered the creature into pieces. Without pausing, he tossed several more spell cards around, and as one struck its mark, a chain reaction ensued, swiftly clearing the spiders encircling them. However, the sheer number of spiders was overwhelming, and they soon closed in once more. "Stop standing there like fools. Let's move," Kevin shouted to the others. Harry swung a lantern at a spider, but judging by the lantern's feeble damage, it would hardly sever a spider's leg. The attacked spider bared its sharp fangs and lunged at Harry. He barely had time to evade, but fortunately, a spell struck the spider just in time. Shaken, Harry said to Kevin, "Thanks, mate." "Thank you? I've told you countless times, you are a wizard, not a warrior. Save your wand for more important matters." Ron, however, followed Kevin's instructions, though regrettably, his wand proved ineffective. The spiders surged towards them like a tide, forcing the three to stand back to back. With Ron paralyzed by his own fears, Harry asked, "Kevin, do you know any spells that can deal with spiders?" Suddenly, Kevin recalled a spell used by Tom Riddle and said, "I know one, crush the spider." But at that time, Tom Riddle's spell didn't hit Aragog, so I am uncertain of its efficacy. Worst of all, I had not prepared a spell card for such an incantation. I never imagined I would be ambushed by a horde of spiders. Crush the spider. Harry cast the spell, and to his astonishment, it worked remarkably well. The spider was sent flying and immediately lost its ability to move. With this incantation, Harry felt a renewed sense of confidence. As Kevin and Harry's spells continuously struck the oncoming spiders, but their numbers were simply overwhelming. "I really miss Hermione. If she were here, she would surely know how to deal with these spiders," Ron cried out. Harry knocked away another spider and remarked, Do you think they're afraid of fire? Clever. Most creatures are indeed fearful of flames. Kevin had an epiphany. He once again unleashed 4 or 5 magical cards, casting them around their vicinity. Flames roared. With a burst of fire, towering pillars of flame erupted around them, enveloping them in a searing heat that made it difficult to even open their eyes. Yet, the spiders, equally terrified, began to retreat from the flames. Kevin originally intended to use these fiery columns to scare off the spiders, then employ a fire spell to make their escape. However, just as they were poised to act, an unexpected ally burst onto the scene. As 2 beams of light pierced the dimness of the cave, they beheld Ron's decrepit flying car, transformed into the valiant Zhao Zilong, crashing through a myriad of spiders, forging a path and halting before the trio. Stop dawdling. Get in, Kevin shouted. This cowardly dog is utterly useless. Ron exclaimed in frustration. Familiar with the vehicle, Ron took the driver's seat, while Harry, having entered the car, urgently called back to Kevin. Get in, Kevin. Chapter 91. Kevin discovered that Hermione's findings had been uncovered by Luna. Just as Kevin was about to board the car, a gigantic spider descended from above, blocking the space between him and the vehicle. Although Kevin lacked the agility of a certain raven, the sheer instinct for survival propelled him into a leap, landing squarely on the spider's back before diving into the rear seat of the car. Let us go, Kevin shouted. Ron immediately started the engine and reversed the car. Under normal circumstances, Ron's driving would have surely warranted a license suspension, if not a jail sentence. But in this moment, his reckless style proved advantageous. As long as the car could collide with something, it would not cease its forward momentum, crushing countless offspring of Aragog and leaving a trail of slime in its wake. Some spiders clambered onto the vehicle, but Kevin and Harry swiftly batted them away. The nearly disintegrated old car erupted with incredible energy, propelling the 3 of them through the dense underbrush and out into the open. Upon their return to the deep, silent forbidden forest, Kevin found that what had once seemed terrifying now appeared oddly alluring. The trio exhaled in relief, with Kevin reclining in his seat, a smile of survival on his face. Thank Merlin. And this car, encountering it truly was a delightful surprise. Harry grinned in agreement. We ought to be grateful that we managed to escape. Though Kevin and Harry did not share Ron's phobia of the spiders, facing such colossal creatures in overwhelming numbers would instill fear in anyone. Suddenly, a series of snapping branches echoed through the air. They realized their earlier celebration had been premature. Illuminated by the car's headlights, a veritable tide of giant spiders surged toward them. In exasperation, Kevin cursed. Is this not over? How long has it been since they last ate? Must it come to this? We need to leave. Harry shouted loudly. Ron, paralyzed by fear, was jolted back to reality as Kevin pushed him, exclaiming, Are you planning to bid them farewell? Only then did Ron snap to attention, yet, in a flurry of confusion, he struggled to start the vehicle. Get out of the way, I'll take over. Kevin swiftly maneuvered into the front seat, displacing Ron who occupied the driver's position. At this moment, Kevin could only fervently hope that Merlin would bless him with the driving skills he had not entirely lost. With a rev of the engine, he executed a deft drift to change direction, and then pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward with remarkable speed. Under normal circumstances, Harry and Ron would have cheered for Kevin's impressive driving prowess, but now they desperately urged him to accelerate further, for the swarm of spiders behind them was surging forward with alarming rapidity. Faster, faster, go faster, Kevin, Ron incessantly urged. Kevin wished he could comply, but the reality was that it was simply unattainable. Were they on level ground, he would have had the confidence to outpace not only these spiders, but even Bodwell himself. Alas, they were traversing a dense forest, where the underbrush was thick and the terrain treacherous, making it impossible to increase their speed. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed several spiders closing in and immediately said to Harry, Harry, move to the back and deal with those pursuing spiders. Harry promptly shifted to the rear and repelled a few approaching spiders with spells, but as the tide of arachnids advanced, it became clear that his single wand was insufficient to fend them all off. Ron, didn't you say your family's car could fly? How does it do that? Kevin questioned urgently. With a grimace, Ron replied, I've tried, but the flying engine seems to be jammed. It won't take off. Harry felled another spider and exclaimed, Think of a solution, mates. Kevin, what about your clever ideas? Aren't you the one who boasts of your resourcefulness? Kevin chuckled bitterly. At a time like this, how can you expect me to think? I could conjure a dreadful idea instead. Hit the spider hard, Harry shouted, striking another giant spider. Any idea will do. It's better than waiting for death. There are too many spiders for me to handle. Ron drew his wand and suggested, How about I try a spell? I've seen my dad fix this car. No. Kevin and Harry immediately dismissed Ron's proposal, setting aside concerns about what unpredictable incantations Ron's wand might unleash. They had little faith that he could repair the car, especially in such a life-and-death situation. As the wave of spiders drew ever closer, Kevin gritted his teeth. Damn it. If wizardry won't do, then I'll have to resort to muggle methods. With that, He delivered a forceful punch to the flying engine switch. With a resounding click, the car unexpectedly began to ascend. As it lifted off the ground, Ron's eyes welled with tears of excitement as he exclaimed, "Well done, dear Kevin. To repay you, I swear I will never steal your food again." Kevin replied, "If you wish to repay me, then please tell me how to accelerate in the air." Ron quickly responded, "Press the gas pedal, just like on the ground." Kevin floored the accelerator, and all three felt a tremendous surge as the car shot into the skies like an arrow. At this altitude and speed, the spiders would have to evolve into Spider-Men to catch up with them. Looking down, the trio was horrified to see the forest teeming with a dense mass of spiders. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they likely would have been reduced to mere bones. How many mother spiders has Aragog devoured? The reproductive rate is astonishing, Kevin lamented. Although Kevin's skills may not rival those of Takumi, he navigated the air with absolute ease. "I suppose Hagrid never anticipated that his arachnid companion would be driven by such hunger," Kevin remarked. Ron, wearing a grim expression, inquired, "Indeed, I insisted we should not enter. Yet you both insisted on doing so. May I ask what clues we have uncovered?" Reflecting on the earlier events, Harry felt a wave of apprehension wash over him and stated, "At the very least, we have proven that Hagrid is not the heir." "Indeed, that's quite splendid. What are your thoughts, Mr. Ernie?" Ron interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The following day, Harry and Ron took up Hermione's mantle and ventured to the library. They sought to investigate the creature mentioned by Aragog, for it was truly unfathomable that such a massive spider, along with its countless offspring, could harbor any fear. Kevin, however, was disinterested in this matter, as he intended to visit Hermione. He had always harbored the belief that Hermione must have discovered something significant before encountering that creature. Regrettably, she was now unable to share that knowledge. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Kevin found that someone had already beaten him to it. "Luna?" he called, noticing her placing a flower into a vase beside the bed. Luna's voice was as gentle and serene as ever. "Good morning, Kevin. Are you here to see Granger as well?" Kevin nodded and replied, "Yes, I did not expect to see you here." Luna continued, "You and Granger were the first people I met at Hogwarts, so of course, I wanted to check on her." "Thank you," Kevin replied, his tone tinged with despondency. Luna observed, "You seem to carry a sense of guilt, am I correct?" Kevin managed a wry smile and admitted, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I suppose it's guilt. I noticed some issues and informed Hermione, and she went to the library, and then. This is not your fault. I doubt Granger would blame you. But could you share what you discovered?" Luna inquired. Kevin recounted the events regarding the Chamber of Secrets and the spider conflict from the night before, though he withheld certain details, not out of distrust for Luna, but because some matters were simply not appropriate to share. After listening to Kevin's account, Luna expressed genuine admiration. "I had no idea you all experienced such incredible events. I truly respect you. Are all Gryffindors this courageous?" Kevin chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly replying, "Courage might be an overstatement. The four of us often find ourselves entangled in rule-breaking." Which is certainly true. However, this is quite normal. Not every individual from a house embodies its spirit, is it not? It is said that the four houses of Hogwarts represent four distinct ideals, yet Kevin remains skeptical of such claims. A person's growth and transformation are influenced by myriad factors, not solely determined by a school or house. Each of the four houses has nurtured great wizards and has also produced individuals deemed disgraceful, even among those from Slytherin, who are often looked down upon by Ron. Luna laughed. "Of course, Ravenclaw has its share of individuals not particularly bright as well. Is that so?" Kevin replied with a hint of amusement. "I am not particularly familiar with the affairs of your academy, yet according to your account, it should involve our illustrious professors, Gilderoy Lockhart and Olive Hornby. Ah, these are the only two individuals from your institution whose past I am aware of." Luna displayed a look of perplexity and inquired, "Olive Hornby, is there something amiss with her?" Kevin, taken aback, replied, "You are unaware? Surely you must have heard of the Weeping Willow, who persistently haunts her, seeking retribution. She was a student of your Ravenclaw house, and her murderer was none other than Olive Hornby. A killer, after all, is not typically endowed with sharp intellect. However, Lockhart may not be notably superior. I believe he simply lacks the courage to commit such an act. You wouldn't mind my jesting about your Ravenclaw members, would you?" Luna appeared thoroughly puzzled, and Kevin assumed that his jest had offended her. "Kevin, Olive Hornby does have some connection to the Weeping Willow, yet she is not the one responsible for her demise," Luna asserted. Kevin, astonished, exclaimed, "What? But I heard the Weeping Willow herself claim that after she became a ghost, Olive relentlessly tormented her, demanding recompense. That was her own declaration." Luna nodded and explained, "The Weeping Willow was a Ravenclaw student 50 years ago. At that time, she sought refuge in the girls' lavatory, weeping due to Olive Hornby's mockery and bullying, and subsequently, she was murdered. However, the exact circumstances remain a mystery." Luna's voice, as ethereal as ever, resonated in Kevin's ears like thunderclaps. "Wait, Luna, are you saying the Weeping Willow was murdered 50 years ago in the lavatory?" Kevin hurriedly questioned. Luna replied, I too have heard accounts from those within the academy, but I am unaware of the specifics. Hogwarts is home to many ghosts. Each of the 4 houses possesses its own resident spectre, yet a ghost donning the Hogwarts uniform, like the Weeping Willow, is unique. Furthermore, she occupies a lavatory exclusively, and nearly every new Ravenclaw student inquires about her tale, which is how Luna came to learn of it. However, Kevin was not inclined to delve into these details. His focus was on the timeline. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, resulting in the death of a Muggle student. And the Weeping Willow was murdered in the lavatory at that same time. In Tom Riddle's recollection, Kevin distinctly recalled that the girl's body was indeed carried down from the upper floors. Could it be that the girl who was murdered 50 years ago is the Weeping Willow herself? Suddenly, Kevin felt an overwhelming urge to weep. If they were indeed one and the same, it would be an absurd irony. They had circled around the truth, contemplating various possibilities, even putting several students in peril. Yet the truth had always lingered right before their eyes. Luna, regardless of the outcome, I must express my gratitude to you. Should you agree? I hope to invite you on a date once this matter concludes, a friendly date, and I shall repay you handsomely. To Kevin's astonishment, Luna produced a crumpled piece of paper from Hermione's grasp. His heart raced, and he quickly urged, "Let me see that." Luna handed it over, and Kevin hastily unfolded the paper. It was a torn page from a book, likely a deliberate act by Hermione before she encountered the attack. However, due to her petrification, she had clutched it tightly, and thus, it had gone unnoticed. Upon perusing the contents of the paper, Kevin felt an enlightening clarity wash over him, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. The information inscribed on that sheet intricately wove together all that had transpired before. Suddenly, he embraced Luna, exclaiming with fervor, "Luna, I am utterly enamored with you. Promise me, no matter what, that you will accept my invitation for a date." "Thank you." With that, he swiftly departed, leaving Luna standing there, her face flushed, the serene calmness she usually exuded now tinged with a hint of shyness.